In the span of a single night, over 100 million spatial nodes from alternate realms descended upon Earth. Countless individuals, unprepared for such an upheaval, found themselves traversing into these foreign worlds, confronting unforeseen challenges and opportunities. Some were consumed by panic, fleeing in all directions, while others brimmed with excitement, eager to delve into this novel existence. Governments worldwide convened urgent meetings, striving to address this sudden occurrence, as scientists commenced their analyses of the nature of these spatial nodes. As time progressed, an increasing number of individuals began to acclimate to this new environment. They discovered that the rules of the alternate realms starkly contrasted with those of Earth, where magic, monsters, and superhuman abilities became integral to daily life. People began to form alliances, sharing knowledge and experiences, gradually establishing small communities within these otherworldly landscapes. Simultaneously, tales of adventures in these alternate realms proliferated across the internet, captivating the attention of countless individuals. However, the arrival of these realms was not without its toll. As humanity ventured deeper into exploration, dangers loomed on the horizon. Powerful creatures from other dimensions, unknown magical forces, and lurking adversaries posed imminent threats to human existence. In the quest for survival, more individuals sought to acquire combat skills and enhance their capabilities, bracing themselves for these unpredictable challenges. At this juncture, the unity and cooperation of humankind became paramount. In this transformative era, the fusion of technology and magic emerged as a new trajectory for development. Scientists and magicians joined forces, endeavoring to unveil the secrets of these alternate realms and explore the truths hidden within. The future of humanity remains shrouded in uncertainty, yet each individual recognizes that only through continuous adaptation and progress can they establish their footing in this extraordinary world. Chapter 1. The 5 Magic Diagrams. In the coastal city of Binhai, at the World Trade Bay Tower 1, Fong Chung and a group of young professionals jostled within an upscale elevator. He could simultaneously detect the fragrances of 5 or 6 different perfumes, alongside the tantalizing aromas of breakfast items such as egg pancakes, soup dumplings, and four-season rolls. Beside him stood a round-faced girl, constantly glancing at the time displayed on her phone. Ding! The elevator halted at the 36th floor, and the girl immediately squeezed through the crowd, hurrying off to clock in. Fong Chung remained composed as company occupied the 53rd floor, and with the clock reading only 8:30, he had half an hour before the workday commenced. He had joined the firm just last month, working in the risk management department of financing and leasing company, still within his 3-month probationary period, a tender novice in the professional realm. Despite his brief tenure, he had resolved to excel in this position. A graduate of Binhai University, many of his colleagues and seniors hailed from the same institution, offering him kindness and support that warmed his heart and instilled a sense of security. Before long, the elevator reached the 53rd floor. Fong Chung straightened himself and stepped out. However, an eerie spectacle unfolded before him. Without warning, his surroundings shifted one moment. He was in an elegantly adorned corridor, and the next, he found himself in an entirely different scene. Before him stretched a dazzling azure sky, so vividly blue it was almost blinding. Beneath this cerulean expanse lay an endless prairie, unfurling like a vast green carpet towards the horizon, where the wind swept across the grassland, creating waves that invigorated the spirit. Have I traversed dimensions? Inhaling the faint scent of grass wafting through the air, Fong Chung gazed around, unable to discern even the faintest trace of an elevator. The sky stretched infinitely above him, and it felt as though he were the sole inhabitant of this vast world. He was no stranger to the concept of dimension traversal, having immersed himself in such novels since childhood. Yet, as he confronted the reality of his situation, his emotions were unexpectedly complex. There was no overwhelming fear or shock, but rather a peculiar sense of absurdity intertwined with a subtle anticipation. It seemed as if this mundane and monotonous world had finally introduced an element of novelty. The first task upon his arrival was to locate his mobile phone. Fong Chung searched every inch of his being, yet he could not find his device. He still donned the same white shirt and blue trousers, his polished black shoes gleaming. However, his phone and keys were nowhere to be found. He bellowed, his voice reverberating across the expansive sky, evoking a feeling akin to a long confinement, finally yielding to the freedom of nature. Regaining his composure, Fong Chung noticed a bronze chest, over half a meter tall, not far from him. The chest, seemingly forged from bronze, exuded an antiquated and weighty charm reminiscent of artifacts found in a museum. The sole distinction was the ethereal glow enveloping it, appearing as if enhanced by special effects, yet remarkably natural. As Fong Chang approached the chest, it clicked open, revealing a narrow gap. Opening the chest further, he discovered 3 items within. The first was a dark golden long sword, reminiscent of a Tang dynasty blade, measuring approximately 1.75 meters in length, gauged its size against his own height. The second was an ancient and weathered beast hide, adorned with 5 grotesque monster patterns, with the words 5 demons diagram inscribed in seal script on the right. The third item was an exquisite small scroll, measuring 10 centimeters in length. Upon unfurling it, he read in a printed song-style font, "Task: eliminate 100 blade-horn fiery sheep." Why does it feel like I've been transported into a game? Fong Chung pondered, momentarily speechless while holding the scroll. According to the conventions of gaming, the dark golden sword represented a weapon, the 5 demons diagram stood for skills, and the scroll constituted a quest. However, his foremost concern was how to log out. After an exhaustive examination yielding no sign of a system interface, intelligent AI, or dialog box, Fong Chung decided to delve into skill acquisition. As he focused intently on the 5 demons diagram for less than 30 seconds, the beast hide seemed to dissolve under an unseen force, gradually disintegrating into dust-like particles. He stared at his now empty hands, yet his mind suddenly illuminated with a cascade of memories. It was akin to recalling a past event during a moment of reflection, an experience imbued with a sense of wonder. The memories he gained were, astonishingly, the cultivation methods of the 5 demons diagram. Mastery of this diagram required 4 steps. The first step involved envisioning oneself as the monster depicted on the hide, sitting in the void and comprehending the essence of the universe. The second step entailed absorbing the essence of the universe into one's body according to the cultivation method. The third step was to transform the absorbed essence into elemental power, converging it in the Dantian, and subsequently using the elemental energy to condense the fundamental runes. The 5 demons diagram represented 5 distinct fundamental runes: Flame Demon, Ice Demon, Thunder Demon, Wind Demon, and Shadow Demon. In the fourth step, he continued to absorb the vital energies of heaven and earth, nurturing and refining the primordial runes, causing them to undergo a transformation. With each metamorphosis, his strength would increase. Too simplistic. Fong Chung sat atop a bronze chest, arms crossed, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. During his high school years, while solving geography problems, he often had to illustrate concepts such as the Coriolis effect, the twilight line, and ocean currents. Each time, he would conjure an image of the Earth in his mind, watching it rotate from west to east, and all the answers would emerge in that fleeting moment of imagination. Later, he read a book written by an American titled The Most Amazing 24 Lessons. This book aimed to enhance one's focus by instructing individuals to find a quiet room, close their eyes, and slowly sketch the visage of someone they knew intimately, as if bringing that person to life. Fong Chung frequently practiced with the girl he secretly admired, and indeed, his concentration improved significantly. Yet, after a deep sigh, he quickly returned to the present. He closed his eyes, gathering his thoughts, yet a flurry of distractions surged forth, seemingly beyond his control. He gradually slowed his breathing, centering his attention on the rhythm of his inhalations and exhalations, envisioning 2 large apertures in the darkness, through which currents of air flowed in and out. Indeed, he first visualized his nostrils. In his imagination, his actual breathing synchronized with the imagined airflow, and gradually his mind became devoid of anything but those 2 openings. Minutes passed, and his heart began to calm, devoid of any errant thoughts. Subsequently, he naturally envisioned a pattern from the 5 demon diagram. The Flame Demon. This was a fearsome creature enveloped in swirling flames. Fong Chung imagined himself as this demon, seated in the void, surrounded by dark red flames spiraling around him, seemingly collapsing the very space around him. In a vague sense, Fong Chung sensed a soothing energy permeating the surrounding environment, akin to a gentle drizzle saturating the air, ethereal and infinite. Is this the vital energy of heaven and earth? He pondered quietly, following the cultivation method outlined in the 5 demon diagram, drawing this energy toward himself and absorbing it within. In an instant, he felt as though he had immersed himself in a warm spring, enveloped in a comforting sensation that made every cell within him tremble with pleasure. Instinctively, He followed the prescribed path for circulating the absorbed energy within his body, eventually settling it firmly in his dantian. He soon became engrossed in this process, losing track of time and everything else. When the energy in his dantian reached a certain limit and began to feel slightly taut, Feng Cheng slowly manipulated it, condensing it into a flame-like rune. Boom! His entire being jolted as if an atomic bomb had detonated within him, an irresistible force emanating from his dantian, coursing through every cell, ultimately dissipating into nothingness at the moment of release. Feng Cheng suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, feeling an unprecedented vitality coursing through him, his senses heightened and invigorated, as if he possessed boundless strength. Simultaneously, he became aware of the existence of elemental energy. Although the primordial energy within him resided in his dantian, it flowed freely, omnipresent, intricately intertwined with his thoughts and instincts. With every movement, he could manipulate it at will, a testament to his mastery. Bah! Suddenly, as Feng Cheng reveled in the potency of his cultivated energy, a bleating sound startled him. Instinctively, he leapt into the air, propelled by the surging energy in his legs, achieving a remarkable height of over 2 meters. In that moment, he beheld the highest vantage point he had ever experienced. Not far off, a goat adorned with a vibrant crimson fleece and sporting 2 translucent, blade-like horns charged towards him. The fiery horned goat. In an instant, Feng Cheng recalled the words inscribed on the task scroll. Chapter 2. The Fiery Horned Goat. As he landed, the fiery horned goat lunged at him, its crystalline horns aimed menacingly. Feng Cheng felt a surge of anxiety. However, the primordial energy within him activated instinctively, allowing him to evade the goat's charge with a swift movement. It dawned on him that after refining the 5 demons diagram, his physical capabilities had vastly improved, akin to a metamorphosis. He was now comparable to a martial arts master imbued with inner energy from the tales of old. The goat, after veering away, swiftly pivoted and accelerated towards him once more. Feng Cheng again sidestepped its onslaught, but this time, instead of retreating, he seized the opportunity. As the fiery horned goat dashed past, he reached out and grasped its fleece and the tender flesh beneath. Bah! The goat bleated in distress, nearly losing its wool. It could not break free from Feng Cheng's grip. In a flurry, he drew forth his black gold longsword, positioning it beneath the goat's neck, blade facing upward, and with a powerful tug, a torrent of searing blood erupted onto his hands and trousers. The black gold blade was exceptionally sharp, severing not only the goat's trachea, but nearly decapitating it. The warmth of the blood gushed forth, leaving Feng Cheng in a state of shock. This was the first time he had ever taken a life with his bare hands, excluding mosquitoes, especially of such a sizable creature. Yet, the fiery horned goat was not yet defeated. Seizing the moment when Feng Cheng loosened his grip, it broke free and bolted away. TSK. Regaining his composure, Feng Cheng sprinted after it, launching himself into the air to deliver a powerful kick to its rear, sending the goat tumbling to the ground, motionless. Approaching, he found the goat half-flitted, numbly staring at him, struggling to breathe as bubbles of blood formed and burst from its severed trachea. Feng Cheng delivered a final strike, completely severing the goat's head, thus ending its life. Suddenly, an intangible energy emanated from the goat, swirling into Feng Cheng's being. This energy, richer than that of the natural world, invigorated the primordial runes of fire within him, flooding his body with warmth and enhancing his power significantly. Even more astonishingly, a shimmering bronze coin materialized above the goat's corpse, resembling a 5-point star coin from reality, yet imbued with an extraordinary aura, appearing quite remarkable that this. A game coin? Feng Cheng stared blankly at the coin he had picked up, feeling utterly powerless. Who on earth could create a game so exhilarating? He pondered whether this game world was an illusion, a virtual reality, or a tangible creation. Regardless of the outcome, it likely had little connection to the people of Earth. With a longsword in hand, Feng Cheng aimlessly wandered across the vast grassland. Neglecting to meditate, it was evident that the most effective way to enhance his energy was still through slaying monsters. The expansive prairie was caressed by a gentle breeze, the grass undulating like waves. After wandering for a short while, a brilliant sight caught his eye. Under the radiant sun, a shimmering lake appeared before him. The water was a deep azure, sprawling over an area comparable to several football fields. Not far from shore, 5 flame sheep were leisurely drinking, seemingly at ease. As Fong Chung strolled closer, the sheep quickly noticed him. One bleated a few times and dashed away, followed by the others, who also fled, clearly startled. Do I exude a murderous aura again? Fong Chung wondered, hastily pursuing them. In the past, he would have certainly failed to catch up, however. Now, buoyed by the energy within him, he felt light and swift, his legs propelling him forward like a bicycle, relishing the sensation of the cool breeze. In mere minutes, he caught up to one of the flame sheep. With a swift kick, he sent it sprawling to the ground, then plunged his sword into its belly. The sheep struggled desperately, its insides spilling forth, and soon it lay lifeless. Fong Chung collected the game coin and surveyed his surroundings, finding no trace of the remaining 4 flame sheep. Thus, he returned to the lakeside, choosing to wait for the sheep to return. His strategy proved astute, for before long, a large herd of flame sheep approached from the distance to drink at the lake. Fong Chung stealthily positioned himself behind the flock, seizing one and dragging it into the thicket. The sheep bleated a few times, startling the herd, but they soon returned to the lakeside to resume drinking. Fong Chung observed their movements, feeling a surge of satisfaction as he prepared to seize another opportunity. Although the initial capture had its hiccups, he remained undeterred, becoming more focused on his quarry. He understood that with patience, more chances would inevitably arise. By the time he hunted down the 13th flame sheep, his technique had become remarkably proficient. As this 13th sheep peacefully succumbed under his blade, a small bronze chest, about the size of a foot, materialized before him, emitting a faint glow that made his eyes widen in delight. Upon opening the chest, he discovered it neatly contained a camouflage combat uniform of exceptional quality. His previous attire was stained with blood, sticky and wrinkled, making it uncomfortable to wear. He hurried to the opposite side of the lake, took an open-air bath, and donned the new garments. Feeling rejuvenated and invigorated, a large herd of flame sheep, having quenched their thirst, did not depart but instead congregated on the grassy bank of the lake, chewing contentedly. Observing this, Fong Chung suddenly felt a pang of hunger. He retrieved the mission scroll from his pocket and unfurled it once more, revealing the inscription, Mission Progress 13100. The statistics remarkably precise. Am I destined to starve here? Surely I cannot consume raw mutton, he mused, his eyes widening as he scanned the surroundings, unable to find any materials to ignite a fire. With a dozen sheep at his disposal, they were merely a feast for the eyes, unattainable in reality. In the television drama Soldier Assault, there was a scene depicting the consumption of raw field mouse meat, yet, when the moment came for Fong Chung, he found himself unable to proceed. It seems I must hasten the slaughter of the sheep. Perhaps I might uncover a few pieces of charcoal and be able to grill some skewers, he thought, rubbing his belly as he crouched low and approached the flock. His prowess had been enhanced after vanquishing 13 flame sheep, his elemental energy surging abundantly, allowing him to move with both swiftness and stealth. Clad in camouflage combat attire, the herd remained blissfully unaware of his presence. He stealthily positioned himself behind one flame sheep, brandishing his blade with both hands. With a swift horizontal strike, he cleaved the sheep's head as effortlessly as slicing tofu. The creature scarcely had time to bleat before it departed this world. Ignoring the game currency that erupted from the slain sheep, he advanced towards another flame sheep, his long knife slicing through the air silently and efficiently, decapitating it with precision. Bah! At that moment, another flame sheep inadvertently caught sight of this grim spectacle. It trembled in fear, jumping up in alarm. Its bleats startled the entire herd, and hundreds of eyes turned towards Fong Chung and his gleaming blade, followed by a cacophony of bleating. With steely resolve, Fong Chung stepped forward, slashing at any sheep within reach, his aura of menace palpable. The flock erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions. Seizing the moment, he managed to dispatch over 10 more sheep before a sudden instinct urged him to evade, and he sidestepped 2 meters to avoid an incoming assault from behind. A fireball, as large as a basketball, plummeted where he had just stood, exploding with a resounding crash. Chapter 3. The beautiful colleague. As Fong Chung turned his head, he beheld a formidable elite flame sheep, its size markedly larger than an ordinary one. Standing over 10 meters away, this creature measured over 2 meters in length, its scarlet fur sleek and lustrous. It glared fiercely at Fong Chung, then opened its mouth, emitting a bleat before launching a fireball the size of a walnut toward him. Initially small, the fireball swelled as it approached, ultimately reaching the size of a basketball. Imparting a sense of weightiness, Fang Cheng deftly sidestepped the fireball and charged toward the colossal flame sheep. With a formidable temperament, the sheep lowered its head and charged at Fang Cheng with great force. In the moment before their collision, Fang Cheng leapt into the air, spreading his legs apart as if vaulting over a pommel horse, and with his long knife poised vertically, he thrust it down into the sheep's back. This was an instinctive move born from his enhanced control over his body following the increase in his elemental energy, allowing him to execute such a swift maneuver. The giant flame sheep and Fang Cheng passed each other in a graceful arc. Fang Cheng stood firm, exuding the air of a master, though his stomach grumbled incessantly. The giant flame sheep stumbled forward a few paces before faltering and collapsing to the ground. With a series of drawn-out bleats, it suddenly tilted its head and fell. A surge of elemental energy flowed into Fang Cheng's body, and he sensed a transformation within the runes of the flame demon source in his dantian. As if it were revealing its true form, a torrent of pure, grand elemental energy surged forth from the runes, enveloping his entire being before retracting swiftly. After this occurred 9 times in succession, it finally ceased. The result was a significant expansion of Fang Cheng's dantian, enabling him to absorb more of the world's elemental energy. A sudden clarity washed over Fang Cheng as he realized he had finally attained the first level of the 5-demon diagram, the one weight of life source. With each transformation of the source runes, his dantian would expand by 1 weight, and his strength would increase correspondingly. This weight referred to a vertical line. At that moment, elemental energy surged forth from his heart, and his sensitivity to the surrounding energies became increasingly acute. With each breath, he drew in torrents of elemental energy, which were then transformed into pure elemental power by the flame demon source runes. With a slight mental command, a deep crimson glow flickered from his hand, and the elemental energy radiated outward, enveloping his right hand like flames, exuding an astonishing heat. Unable to contain his joy, he let out a triumphant roar. Finally, he could roast lamb. On the verdant shores of a grassy lake, the white sands resembled a long, narrow blanket. Fang Cheng reclined languidly on the beach, his black gold long knife planted at an angle in the ground, its blade skewering a substantial piece of lamb rib. With his hand resting beneath the rib, a sphere of deep red flame emanated intense heat, transforming the lamb into a golden, succulent delicacy that filled the air with an irresistible aroma. As he salivated, he turned the meat, and once the entire rib was perfectly roasted, he eagerly devoured it. Although lacking salt and spices, the meat of the flame sheep possessed a unique fragrance, its texture tender and flavorful, neither tough nor dry, and utterly delightful. After satisfying his hunger, Fang Cheng felt a wave of warmth engulf him, a sensation akin to mild inebriation. He shed his clothing and leapt into the lake, swimming back and forth in the refreshing waters. Upon returning to the shore, he reclined on the pristine sand, gazing at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, basking in the sun, and eventually dozed off. Fang Cheng, in his slumber, he sensed someone nudging him while calling his name, leading him to reluctantly open his eyes. To his surprise, a young and beautiful woman was crouched beside him, her face adorned with concern. As he stirred, her enchanting eyes sparkled with delight. Feng Jing? Regaining his composure, Fang Cheng realized that it was Feng Jing from the finance department who had roused him. Feng Cheng, how did you end up sleeping here? She inquired, curiosity evident in her gaze. Sitting up, he noted that the sky had darkened, vibrant hues of twilight painting the horizon, and the sunset's glow illuminated the lake's surface. Feeling somewhat awkward as he had not donned his attire before drifting off, he hastily began to dress while asking, "What brings you here?" Feng Jing furrowed her delicate brows and recounted her own experience. Much like Fang Cheng, she had found herself in this realm after exiting the elevator at work, acquiring a treasure chest but choosing not to practice its contained techniques. Instead, she spent the day wandering the grasslands until discovering this very lake. Having dressed, Fang Cheng silently acknowledged that his energy had increased slightly since his slumber, pondering whether resting in this game world could enhance one's abilities. Noticing Feng Jing's hunger after her day of foraging, he roasted some lamb for her and shared the events of his day. Their interactions had been minimal during the month since his employment, with their exchanges numbering fewer than 10. Yet, in this moment, a shared sense of camaraderie blossomed between them, drawing them closer than ever before. Feng Jing wore a white short-sleeved blouse, which accentuated her ample bosom, creating an elegant curve. Her waist was notably slim, and she donned a knee-length black skirt that beautifully highlighted her graceful hourglass figure. Her long, fair legs emerged from beneath the skirt, adorned with open-toed sandals. Seated gracefully on the beach, she appeared almost unscathed by the day's trials, save for a few stray strands of hair. After finishing the lamb, Feng Jing succumbed to the same affliction as Fang Cheng, feeling overheated and dizzy. She gently unfastened a few buttons at her collar and waved her delicate hand in front of her face to cool herself. An idea struck Feng Cheng, and from an observer's perspective, he discerned the situation's essence. "What technique did you acquire from the treasure chest?" he queried. Feng Jing, slightly puzzled by the abrupt shift in conversation, replied, "I believe it's called the Golden Cloud Ascension technique." "Why do you ask?" Feng Cheng explained. "The lamb you just consumed contained energy. If you cannot digest it properly, it may lead to discomfort. You should practice the technique to see if it can help you refine the energy." "Oh," Feng Jing responded, placing her trust in Feng Cheng, and promptly began to cultivate the energy according to the method, soon becoming as still as a statue, enveloped in an unusual tranquility. Feng Cheng was initially alarmed, fearing that something had happened to her. He called out a few times without rousing her, then reached out to check for her breath, relieved to find it still present. Gradually, he sensed a faint surge of energy within Feng Jing, subtle yet steadily growing. As night fell, Feng Cheng, feeling restless, remained by the beautiful woman's side, unable to sit or stand still. Ultimately, he decided to practice his cultivation to pass the time. Chapter 4. The Vending Machine as Dawn Broke. The sun cast its radiant glow across the horizon, heralding a new day. Feng Cheng and Feng Jing walked along the lakeside, admiring the exquisite scenery while discussing their next steps. Having meditated throughout the night, Feng Jing awoke early, finally experiencing the refreshing sensation that comes with cultivating energy. At that moment, she held her sandals in one hand, her bare feet immersed in the cool, shallow waters of the lake, attentively listening to Feng Cheng's insights. "Our recent journey may yield two possible outcomes," he explained. "The first, known as the infinite flow, involves completing our tasks and returning to the real world, or perhaps to a designated space. The second, the otherworldly flow, would confine us to this realm for the rest of our lives unless we cultivate to a remarkably high level, rendering a return to Earth impossible. I sense that the first possibility is more probable." "What is that?" she interjected, noticing a bronze object in the distance. It was too far to discern clearly. Feng Jing followed his gaze, but shook her head. "It resembles a treasure chest. Let us go check it out," Feng Cheng exclaimed, his curiosity piqued. And together they made their way toward the object. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at their destination, discovering a towering bronze cabinet, over 2 meters high and more than a meter wide, standing on the grassland. Despite its ancient and mysterious design, it bore a striking resemblance to a modern vending machine. The front of the cabinet featured a large transparent section displaying 9 palm-sized boxes, each marked with a price beneath. Beside this transparent area was a coin slot, its purpose unmistakable. A shimmering barrier enveloped the transparent section, and when Feng Cheng gently touched it, he found it ethereal, rendering the boxes unreachable. Upon examining the prices of the boxes, he noted that the most expensive one required 300 game coins, while the cheapest demanded only 2. The contents of the boxes remained a mystery. Feng Cheng retrieved 2 game coins and said, "Let us give it a try." He had accrued a total of 36 game coins the previous day, with the giant horned flame sheep contributing the most, yielding 12 coins in one go. After inserting the coins, he once again reached through the shimmering barrier and felt the box priced at 2 game coins. He pulled it out, and it immediately expanded tenfold, resembling the bronze treasure chests he had encountered before. Opening it, he found a camouflage combat outfit inside, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. He handed the box to Feng Jing, saying, "Since wearing a skirt isn't practical, you might as well change into this camouflage suit." Feng Jing accepted the box, nodding in gratitude. With 34 game coins remaining, Feng Cheng decided to take out 30 more coins and selected another box. Upon extracting the box, there appeared to be no discernible changes. However, upon opening it, a striking bronze card, the size of a playing card, was revealed, adorned with the image of a heavy motorcycle. Feng Cheng carefully examined the card, noticing 4 elegant characters inscribed in running script. Yuan Neng Ji Che. He sensed a fluctuation of vital energy emanating from the card, prompting him to channel his own energy into it in an attempt to evoke some form of transformation. As his energy infused the card, he immediately perceived a moderately sized space within it, at the center of which lay a magnificent heavy motorcycle, gleaming with a bronze luster, exuding an imposing presence. Simultaneously, a stream of information flooded his mind, presenting the operational instructions for both the motorcycle and the card. To his astonishment, Feng Cheng's thoughts stirred the card, which emitted a blinding light before launching itself into the air with a resounding explosion. As the brilliance faded, the bronze motorcycle materialized before him. With a length exceeding 3 meters when including its tires, the bike appeared robust and formidable. Understanding its functionality, Feng Cheng mounted the motorcycle, inserted a game token into a coin slot, and turned the ignition switch, instantly bringing the machine to life. He turned to the bewildered Feng Jing and instructed, "You should change your clothes. I will take this bike for a test ride. With that, he twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle surged forward with a responsiveness that surpassed even that of an electric vehicle. This bike, known as the Yuan Decay, operated on vital energy, with the game token serving as its fuel source, providing a range of 500 kilometers. Feng Cheng raced across the prairie, the dashboard registering a speed exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. The gale rushing against him compelled him to harness his vital energy to shield his face, lest he be unable to keep his eyes open. After completing a circuit, he returned to the vending machine, where Feng Jing had already donned a camouflage outfit. This attire, seemingly equipped with automatic fitting capabilities, hugged her curves perfectly, accentuating her alluring figure. Feng Cheng's curiosity piqued regarding the remaining 7 boxes. Yet his financial constraints rendered further purchases impossible. Let us venture forth and slay some monsters. He beckoned Feng Jing to join him on the bike. With a slight bite of her red lip and a blush gracing her cheeks, she seated herself behind him, resting her hands upon his shoulders, and said, "Please drive slowly." Feng Cheng smiled gently as the Yuan Decay shot forth like an arrow. Across the vast grassland, a herd of flame-horned sheep galloped ahead. In pursuit, a heavy motorcycle trailed closely, manned by a duo. The man held the handlebars with his left hand while wielding a nearly 2-meter-long black gold blade in his right, striking down the sheep one after another. The unfortunate creatures, sensing the overwhelming aura of death behind them, were instinctively aware of the despair and terror that plagued their companions, compelling them to run ever forward without daring to look back. As the flock dwindled, the relentless pursuer finally came to a halt. The surviving flame-horned sheep turned to glance back, only to see the devil extracting a scroll and intently studying it. The fiery sheep seized the opportunity to flee swiftly. Feng Cheng, who had been reveling in the slaughter of the sheep, suddenly felt a surge of energy emanating from his pocket. Upon halting, he discovered that the mission scroll was emitting a faint glow. As he unfurled the scroll, he observed the task progress displayed as 100100. The mission was complete. The moment Feng Cheng beheld those words, the scroll disintegrated into ashes in his hands. A beam of light soared forth from the remnants of the scroll, piercing into his mind. A complex array of information materialized, revealing that the reward for this task was none other than a sword technique, the Tianhe sword technique. However, Feng Cheng felt no elation. Rather, this indicated that this world was not an infinite realm. He might indeed be trapped here. He pondered silently, gazing into the distance, uncertain whether his colleagues had also arrived in this world. Chapter 5. Tianhe sword technique. The day after their traversal, in the evening, Feng Qing and Feng Jing returned to the vending machine. They had reaped substantial rewards that day. Firstly, Feng Qing had completed the mission and acquired the Tianhe sword technique. Secondly, they had hunted 4 herds of knife-horned fiery sheep, accumulating over 390 game coins. Lastly, they discovered discarded clothing belonging to other colleagues, notably one piece that bore a colleague's identification badge, further confirming that they still had companions in this world. However, despite the day's efforts, they had yet to locate that colleague. With a heavy pouch of game coins, Feng Cheng turned to Feng Jing and inquired, "Which shall we purchase first?" Feng Jing contemplated for a moment and replied, "Let us buy the most expensive one." Feng Jing nodded in agreement. After all, he was determined to acquire the remaining 7 boxes. It was merely a matter of time. He extracted a handful of game coins and fed them into the coin slot one by one. Before long, all 300 game coins were spent, and he reached out to retrieve the box. For slightly over 30 game coins, one could exchange for a quantum motorcycle. What marvels could 300 coins yield? Upon opening the box, he found yet another card inside. The card depicted a hemispherical house with round windows and doors, exuding an adorable charm. Inscribed on the card was, "Mobile House." Feng Cheng quickly grasped the card's purpose. It contained a house with an area of 100 square meters. By expending a certain amount of energy, he could summon it from the card and return it at will, proving highly convenient. He promptly inputted energy to activate the card. The card soared forth, and amidst a glow, a pristine white hemispherical house materialized quietly. The structure was made of stone, seamlessly unified, towering over 5 meters upon entry. He was astonished to find the interior exquisitely modern. Ceramic tiles adorned the floors, and the walls were coated in latex paint, with furnishings reflecting a minimalist contemporary style. Feng Cheng placed a game coin into the house's energy box, and the chandelier sprang to life. The entire residence featured a layout comprising 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. The kitchen was open plan, seamlessly integrated with the living room. The bathroom was generously sized, housing a clawfoot bathtub, an array of toiletries, and towels, akin to a stay in a 5-star hotel. Feng Jing turned on the faucet, and a steady stream of hot water gushed forth, prompting her to cheer with delight and leap into the air. Feng Cheng, meanwhile, glanced into the bedroom, where a luxurious carpet and an exquisite double bed awaited, complemented by lake blue curtains that echoed the hue of the bedding. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, enticing one to indulge in a rejuvenating slumber. Returning to the living room, he noticed Feng Jing peeking out from the bathroom, smiling as she announced, "Feng Cheng, I'm going to take a shower now." With that, she closed the door behind her and secured it with a distinct click. Feng Cheng smirked. With his current prowess, he could easily kick down such a door. He stepped outside and approached the vending machine, which still contained 6 boxes priced at 28, 0, 199, 89, 18, and 16. Among them, 2 boxes bore the number 16, and one was marked 18. With over 80 game coins remaining, he decided to reserve some for powering his energy supply vehicles and the house, purchasing the 3 most affordable boxes in one go. Upon unveiling these boxes, they transformed into 3 sizable crates measuring approximately 2 meters in both length and width. One box revealed a neatly stacked assortment of clothing, accompanied by a card labeled ladies' wardrobe. A cursory glance from Feng Cheng confirmed the presence of not only camouflage combat uniforms, but also skirts, jeans, stockings, lingerie, nightwear, and an array of footwear, including high heels, sneakers, sandals, and boots. Over 10 complete outfits in total. The second box, upon opening, revealed a men's wardrobe, containing a similar array of over 10 sets of men's attire. The quality of these garments exceeded that of any clothing Feng Cheng had purchased in reality, meeting the standards of high-end fashion brands. The final box contained an impressive selection of beverages and food items: milk, juice, soda, beer, rice, flour, eggs, bread, various condiments, and bundles of assorted vegetables. Feng Cheng transported these 3 boxes back to the house and ventured to the lakeside to procure some fresh lamb, returning with a selection of lamb meat and bones. With the energy provided by the game coins, the kitchen's freezer began to operate, allowing him to store over 10 pieces of lamb ribs, while the remainder was placed in the freezer. At that moment, Feng Jing completed her shower, her hair elegantly pinned up, wrapped in a towel, and draped in a bath sheet, striding out with her long, slender, fair legs. Upon spotting the 2 boxes on the living room floor, she curiously inquired, "What are these?" "I bought 3 boxes. 2 are filled with clothes, and 1 contains food," Feng Cheng replied, as he busied himself preparing lamb ribs, not bothering to look back. "Wow, this game is so considerate," Feng Jing exclaimed as she opened the boxes and marveled at the array of clothing. She gleefully skipped to the bedroom to try on a few outfits, then began to organize the clothes into the wardrobe. Meanwhile, Feng Cheng simmered the lamb ribs and prepared 2 dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried potatoes with bell peppers, as these were the only recipes he knew. As for Feng Jing, she was completely unfamiliar with cooking. As night fell, Feng Cheng set the dining table with a meat dish and 2 vegetable sides, alongside 2 bowls of rice, a bottle of beer, and a glass of juice. Feng Jing donned a black silk nightgown as she sat across the dining table, where the 2 shared a tranquil and heartwarming dinner, enveloped in a dreamlike sense of unreality. After the meal, Feng Jing tidied up the dishes while Feng Cheng took a long knife outside to practice the Tianhe sword technique. This technique comprises 99 forms, each one surging and unending, resembling the Milky Way cascading down, wielding unparalleled power. While 98 forms are documented, the 99th remains absent. As per the technique's teachings, the 99th form is subjective, emerging from the integration of the preceding 98 forms, destined to be the most formidable strike of the Tianhe sword technique. Immersed in this practice, he trained until the late hours of the night, mastering the first 9 forms. Upon returning to the house, he found the bedroom door ajar, revealing Feng Jing deeply asleep on the far right of the double bed, her alluring curves accentuated beneath the thin blanket, igniting a rush of blood through his veins. Feng Cheng lingered at the door for a moment, hesitating several times before resolutely composing himself. Silently, he retrieved a new set of undergarments from the wardrobe, took a bath in the restroom, and then returned to the living room, settling cross-legged on the sofa to meditate. The night passed without a word. 5 days swiftly elapsed. During this period, Feng Cheng scoured a 500-kilometer radius centered around the vending machine, yet failed to locate any other colleagues. He and Feng Jing resided beside the machine, hunting sheep, practicing sword techniques, and honing culinary skills. With the enchanting company of Feng Jing, he felt no sense of loneliness or boredom. He purchased the 3 remaining boxes from the vending machine. Inside the box valued at 89 game coins was a bronze crossbow, which he gifted to Feng Jing. The box worth 199 game coins contained a manual entitled Thunderous Ghostly Hand, a technique focusing on speed. After practicing it, Feng Cheng noticed a significant enhancement in his hand speed. The box priced at 280 game coins held an exquisite watch, which, upon closer inspection, appeared unremarkable. However, it concealed a 10 cubic meter space within, capable of storing numerous items, albeit at the cost of consuming vital energy with each retrieval. After acquiring these 3 items, Feng Cheng ceased his hunt for the fiery horned sheep. He devoted himself to mastering the Tianhe sword technique to perfection in its 98th form, yet regrettably could not grasp the elusive 99th. Simultaneously, he sensed the infernal demon source rune nearing a breakthrough but felt a lingering deficiency that prevented him from ascending to the 2nd tier. Thus, he immersed himself in cultivating the 2nd illustration of the Ice Demon from the 5 Demons chart, successfully condensing an Ice Demon source rune, which, after nurturing, also reached the 1st tier. Chapter 6. The Palace of Nightmares. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm, bright glow into the bedroom without being harsh. Feng Cheng had spent the night on the sofa and awoke feeling refreshed. The room was tidy and clean, with the windows sparkling bright, and the bedroom door stood open, revealing an empty space within. After freshening up, he stepped outside, where the lake's surface shimmered under the dawn light, and the air felt crisp and cool. After redeeming the boxes from the vending machine, he relocated his residence to the lakeside. In reality, he could not afford a scenic property, yet here, it had materialized with delightful ease. By the lakeside, a graceful figure is stretching and limbering up. Without needing to look closely, one can easily discern that it is Feng Jing. Today, she has donned a pair of elastic denim trousers and a fitted shirt, complemented by a pair of marten boots. Her slender waist and long legs cast a striking silhouette in the gentle morning light. Upon seeing Feng Cheng emerge, Feng Jing immediately breaks into a radiant smile, bending down to pick up a bronze crossbow from her feet as she approaches. "You're awake. The early bird catches the worm, and it's true." Feng Jing cheerfully beams at Feng Cheng. "What is the situation?" Feng Cheng inquires with curiosity. Feng Jing retrieves a small scroll from her back pocket and hands it to him, saying, "Here, take a look." The scroll, measuring about 10 centimeters in length and the width of a thumb, is exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate patterns. A mission scroll? Feng Cheng glances at Feng Jing with intrigue as he examines the scroll. Recently, Feng Jing has been accompanying him in hunting the horned fiery sheep, yet opportunities for her to act independently have been scarce. Nodding, Feng Jing explains, "This morning, I spotted a fiery sheep grazing nearby, so I took a shot, and this mission scroll popped out." As Feng Cheng opens the scroll, he reads, "Proceed to the Palace of Nightmares and collect dragon scale fruit." Beneath the text lies a rudimentary map, marking their current location as well as the adjacent lake, from which a river extends. At the other end of the river, several interconnected lakes are depicted, with the Palace of Nightmares indicated at the center of one of them. Perfect timing. We also need to search for our colleagues. Why not seize the opportunity to complete this mission and explore that area? Feng Cheng suggests. Feng Jing readily agrees. Over the past few days, she has come to regard Feng Cheng as her pillar of support. If they must venture forth, being with him seems quite ideal. She has subtly conveyed her sentiments, and their relationship has undeniably grown closer. Though in this unpredictable world, ambiguity is a luxury they cannot afford. After packing up their lodging, Feng Cheng activates his energy motorcycle. As Feng Jing climbs aboard, she instinctively wraps her arms around his waist, pressing closely against his back. Feng Cheng circles the lake, locating the river marked on the mission scroll's map, and with a final glance at the lake, he rides along the river's course. The vast grassland stretches endlessly before them. Even at the speed of the energy motorcycle, it takes a full day to reach their 2nd lake in this world by dusk. They have traveled over 2,000 kilometers from their starting point. Feng Cheng selects a sparsely vegetated spot by the lake to halt the motorcycle, extracting a mobile housing card to manifest their abode. "Let us rest here for the night, and we can seek the Palace of Nightmares tomorrow," he tells Feng Jing. With a languid hum, she dismounts and enters the house, flopping onto the living room sofa, her long, beautiful legs propped up on the coffee table. In a weary tone, she remarks, "I never realized riding a motorcycle could be so exhausting. I feel as if the wind has nearly blown my wits away." Feng Cheng settled down beside her, pouring himself a glass of juice. "Once your elemental energy cultivation improves and your physical prowess significantly enhances, you shall no longer feel discomfort," he remarked. Feng Jing cast him a sidelong glance. "All you think about is cultivation. I fear you are on the brink of madness." Feng Cheng chuckled lightly, replying, "What choice do I have? To survive in this world, one must possess strength." Feng Jing rolled her eyes, stretched languidly, and declared, "I cannot be bothered to argue with you. I am off to take a bath." With that, she nonchalantly stripped off her fitted tank top and jeans before tossing them onto the sofa, then sauntered into the bathroom. The following day, the two of them spent most of the day navigating the map, ultimately discovering the lake where the dream-conquering palace resided. The lakeshore was lush with aquatic vegetation, and the misty waves created a picturesque scene. However, as they stood at the water's edge, they could only gaze wistfully at the lake. According to the map, the palace lay at the lake's center, yet they lacked any means to reach it. If only there were a vending machine nearby, Feng Cheng mused, surveying his surroundings. Despite his vigilant observations throughout their journey, he found no such machine. As they stood by the lake, a shadow lurked beneath the surface, swiftly approaching. "Look, Feng Cheng. What is that?" Feng Jing tugged at his arm, pointing at the water. Just as Feng Cheng focused his gaze, the shadow erupted from the depths, lunging toward them. It was a large black fish over a meter long, thick as a barrel, its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth, exuding a menacing aura. Feng Jing gasped in alarm and hastily retreated, while Feng Cheng, seasoned in combat, remained composed. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a black gold long knife, its form flickering like an afterimage. He stepped back, swinging the blade in a sweeping arc, delivering a powerful downward strike upon the monstrous fish. With a swift slice, the creature was cleaved in half, its severed body writhing on the ground, displaying an unexpected vitality. Feng Cheng unleashed a palm strike, channeling his elemental energy through the ice demon source rune, transforming it into an icy blast. The force of his palm obliterated the fish's remains into a pulpy mass, which rapidly became encrusted in frost, then froze solid. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the water as 3 more black fish surged to the surface, lunging toward the pair. These creatures, upon landing, continued to leap, each bound soaring over 2 meters in height. With their gaping jaws, their offensive power surpassed that of a formidable beast. Feng Cheng shouted a command, his long knife sweeping through the air, unleashing a torrent of blade shadows. The knife strikes intermingled and surged forth like a mighty river, relentless and overwhelming. With a chilling aura surrounding him, the air around the aquatic plants shimmered with frost. To protect Feng Jing from harm, Feng Cheng poured all his strength into his strike, the heavenly river blade technique showcasing its true might. The multitude of blade shadows expanded like a raging river, engulfing the 3 monstrous fish. Moments later, as the knife illusions dissipated, only frost-covered remnants of the fish lay scattered across the ground. Feng Jing, who had been tense just moments before, stood behind Feng Cheng, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the scene unfold. This was indeed the first time she witnessed Feng Cheng exerting his full strength. For monstrous black fish had perished, and aside from a handful of game coins, a poker-sized azure talisman had emerged. Chapter 7, The Enigmatic Stockings. This talisman, radiating a lustrous and translucent sheen, featured exquisite patterns, with 3 Chinese characters inscribed vertically at its center. Water Avoidance Talisman. Feng Cheng attempted to infuse the talisman with a surge of elemental energy, and instantly, a brilliant blue light enveloped the talisman, forming a pale blue halo that encased him. With a sudden inspiration, he leaped into the lake, plunging beneath the surface. The blue halo created by the Water Avoidance Talisman parted the water, allowing him to swim unimpeded and breathe effortlessly, gliding through the depths like a fish, in utter freedom. Shadows loomed in the water, and in an instant, he could not discern how many monstrous black fish were surging toward him, their gaping maws wide open, eager to devour him. How could there be so many black fish? Feng Cheng had not anticipated such hostility from the creatures here. Their demeanor was starkly contrasted with the knife-horn flame sheet. He focused his mind, unleashing the full force of the Tianhe blade technique underwater. As countless blade shadows converged into a current, crashing fiercely into the throng of black fish, Feng Jing stood nervously on the shore, her bronze crossbow held aloft, her gaze fixed intently on the surface of the lake. As Feng Cheng submerged, she felt a wave of anxiousness wash over her. Suddenly, with a splash, a black fish surfaced, and Feng Jing trembled as she pulled the trigger of her crossbow, sending 4 small arrows flying, piercing the creature's body. The black fish flipped over, belly up, its body marred by dozens of blade marks, and crimson blood stained the surrounding waters. After observing for several moments, Feng Jing confirmed that the black fish was indeed lifeless. Before long, more black fish surfaced, motionless and unmistakably dead. Scanning the vicinity, she saw countless black fish floating on the lake's surface, the water stained a deep crimson black. Moments later, a flash of blue light flickered in the water, and a figure emerged, none other than Feng Cheng. "I've found another water avoidance talisman. We can now seek the Palace of Nightmares," he exclaimed, holding the talisman aloft. Addressing a somewhat dazed Feng Jing. Not only had he garnered a substantial amount of game coins from the earlier battle, but he had also discovered another water avoidance talisman. He handed the talisman to Feng Jing, instructing her on how to wield it, before they switched positions and submerged once more. As soon as they entered the water, Feng Jing clasped Feng Cheng's hand, glancing around anxiously, fearful of any approaching black fish. Fang Cheng chuckled, drawing her hand closer, and swiftly swam toward the center of the lake. Along the way, Feng Jing realized that Fang Cheng had indeed spoken the truth whenever they encountered groups of black fish. They veered away from him, and he refrained from engaging them, heading straight for the lake's center. After approximately half an hour, the lake bed suddenly plunged downward, and an ethereal blue glow emanated from ahead. Were it not for the water, Fang Cheng and Feng Jing would be standing atop a vast cliff. Instinctively, they halted, arriving at the precipice's edge. Beneath them lay an immense hemispherical blue luminescence, its spherical surface perfectly rounded and translucent, exuding a serene azure glow. Within this ethereal light, countless ancient palatial structures could be discerned, a seemingly endless array of grand halls stretching to the horizon. This was the Palace of Nightmares. Fang Cheng exchanged a glance with Feng Jing, gently squeezing her palm and gesturing silently towards the spectacle below, indicating that this was their destination. Feng Jing, filled with curiosity, gazed in awe at the unparalleled grandeur of the palace complex, her delicate features reflecting sheer astonishment. Fang Cheng took her hand and descended gracefully through the light, arriving at the base of the luminescent barrier, where he cautiously reached out to touch it. To their surprise, their bodies effortlessly passed through the shimmering veil. Emerging on the other side, feeling a refreshing sensation envelop them. The water avoidance talisman dissipated, transforming into a symbolic form that landed in their hands. Fang Cheng intended to release her hand, only to find that Feng Jing was still firmly gripping it, showing no intention of letting go. With a chuckle, he extended his left hand, saying, "Shall we switch hands? I need my right to wield my blade." Feng Jing's cheeks flushed crimson as she moved to Fang Cheng's left side, clasping his left hand instead. Gazing up at the luminous barrier, Fang Cheng remarked, "This enchantment is truly vast. I can sense the intense fluctuations of elemental energy within. I wonder if there are any humanoid beings in this realm." Beneath the barrier, a square formed the ground, while a multitude of palatial edifices sprawled endlessly before them, the glazed rooftops interlocking in a mesmerizing display. Standing beneath the barrier, they felt a profound sense of tranquility and spaciousness. A palace loomed merely a dozen meters away. They ascended the steps to the palace entrance, where Fang Cheng pushed open the grand doors, revealing the interior to their astonished eyes. Inside the expansive hall, a stone platform supported a statue over 3 meters tall, depicting a robust creature with the head of a bull and the body of a man, reminiscent of the legendary bull demon king. The bull's head bore a striking resemblance to that of a real cow, devoid of any human-like expressions, and distinctly unlike any monstrous being. Beneath this statue rested a wooden table, upon which sat a bronze chest, approximately a foot in size. Fang Cheng's curiosity piqued. He approached the chest, but halted abruptly, requesting Feng Jing's bronze crossbow. He aimed it at the bull-headed statue and unleashed a flurry of arrows infused with the fiery essence of the flame demon. The arrows, enveloped in deep crimson flames, struck the statue with precision, creating 4 glowing apertures in its chest. Moo! In an instant, the statue animated, the bull-headed creature roaring as it leapt from the pedestal, its colossal fists descending towards Fang Cheng's head. Unfazed, Fang Cheng sensed that the creature's elemental energy was comparable to his own, instilling him with confidence. He swung his long blade, meeting the creature's fist in a clash that sent waves of energy cascading like surf upon rocks, scattering countless sparks. The force of the impact engulfed the upper half of the bull-headed creature, causing Fang Cheng to stagger back, inadvertently colliding with Feng Jing, who fell to the ground with a startled exclamation. The bull-headed monster, severely wounded by the razor-sharp blade, was left in a state of disarray. Its upper body reduced to less than 40% of its original form, before crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Feng Cheng lifted the treasure chest from the wooden table and, upon opening it, was instantly taken aback. Inside lay a neatly folded pair of black silk stockings, their texture smooth and exquisite, unmistakably a pair designed for women. Accompanying the stockings was a delicate card inscribed with the words Yuanwen stockings. The reverse side of the card contained a brief explanation, stating that these Yuanwen stockings, etched with a unique pattern, could enhance the wearer's speed of movement, with the extent of the enhancement dependent on the user's elemental power, approximately ranging between 200 and 500. Fang Cheng and Feng Jing exchanged glances. "Shall we give it a try?" Fang Cheng remarked, casting a glance at Feng Jing's long, slender legs with a smile. Feng Jing, blushing, playfully pinched his arm. "All right, let us give it a go." Chapter 8. The Hongwan Flower. After spending about 10 minutes in the moving house, Feng Jing emerged not only wearing the Yuanwen stockings, but also adorned in a knee-length skirt that complemented her fitted top exquisitely. She had also changed into a pair of canvas shoes, accentuating her delicate, rounded ankles and elongated calves, rendering her utterly captivating. This woman had truly maximized the utility of the wardrobe acquired from the vending machine. Her casual combinations always yielded a visually pleasing result. Unfortunately, the occasion felt somewhat inappropriate. Feng Jing noticed Feng Qing's fleeting admiration in his eyes before he urged her to test the stocking's effects. Feng Jing concentrated her elemental energy in her legs and began to run, discovering a newfound agility and grace. As her skirt billowed, she resembled a butterfly dancing in the breeze, adding a touch of vivacity to her demeanor. Feng Qing, after studying the mission scroll for a considerable time without success, gazed at the palatial structures standing beneath the barrier, realizing he would have to explore each one to locate the elusive dragon-scale fruit. The two proceeded to the adjacent Grand Hall, where upon entry, they were greeted once more by a bull-headed statue. Without hesitation, Feng Qing leapt forward, executing a horizontal slash that severed the bull's head, followed by a vertical strike that dismantled the creature into 3 parts before it could activate. Only then did he leisurely inspect the bronze chest within the hall. Neatly stacked inside the chest were 20 game coins, a meager find. Feng Qing surveyed the hall, noting its emptiness and lack of valuable items, before moving on with Feng Jing to the next Grand Hall. Once again confronted by the bull-headed monster, Feng Qing employed the same efficient method, swiftly clearing through 15 halls and gathering over 300 game coins, until he finally encountered a distinctive bronze chest. Inside rested a pair of wine-red marten boots. They were not only beautiful but exquisitely crafted, with the description card stating Yuan and women's boots, their function being to enhance jumping ability. Feng Qing suggested that Feng Jing don the boots, empowering her to tackle each bull-headed monster in the halls independently, thereby enhancing her strength. He would merely oversee from the rear. Initially, Feng Jing felt a bit anxious, clumsily evading the bull-headed creatures as they pursued her, relying solely on her speed and leaping advantage to dodge their attacks. As she dashed out of the Grand Hall, the bull-headed monster did not follow her, instead pausing at the entrance for a moment before returning to its stone pedestal. At last, Feng Jing had a sudden inspiration, dashed inside, and snatched the bronze treasure chest from the wooden table before swiftly fleeing. Consequently, Feng Qing's plan to train Feng Jing's combat prowess was thwarted. The two were oblivious to the number of palaces they had raided. The game currency in Feng Qing's storage watch had nearly accumulated into a small mountain, with a rough estimate surpassing 10,000. They had become almost numb to the experience. Aside from the game currency, the likelihood of uncovering other items was exceedingly meager. However, there were still gains. Amidst their comings and goings, Feng Jing gradually mustered the courage to confront the monsters, no longer flustered, but able to engage them for a while and even retaliate with the bronze crossbow. Yet, for the most part, she adhered to the principle of avoiding conflict whenever possible, transforming what was meant to be a monster-slaying game into a treasure-hunting endeavor. During this process, they unearthed another storage watch, a pair of silver earrings that provided a defensive barrier, a bronze short sword, and a tome titled Phantom Movement. Disinterested in the tome, Feng Jing handed it over to Feng Qing. At this point, distinctions between them faded, for thus far, they were the only two inhabitants of this world, rendering everything seemingly inconsequential. Once again, they stood before a grand hall. Feng Qing yawned at the entrance, contemplating that after opening this treasure chest, he would retrieve their mobile home and take a well-deserved nap before continuing their battle. Feng Jing emerged with the treasure chest in her arms, settling on the steps and casually opening it, reminiscent of unboxing a delivery. Suddenly, a shrill scream escaped her lips, jarring Feng Qing from his lethargy. "What's wrong?" he inquired, leaning closer to see that Feng Jing was holding a peculiar fruit, the size of a fist, covered in scales, an unwelcome sight for those with a fear of clusters. "Dragon scale fruit," Feng Jing exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Feng Qing felt a rush of exhilaration akin to winning a lottery. Inside the bronze chest, alongside the fruit, lay an instruction card prominently inscribed with the words Dragon Scale Fruit. Its effects included enhancing one's elemental power and improving physical constitution, with even greater benefits when consumed in conjunction with special secrets. "I'll check the task rewards," Feng Qing announced as he retrieved Feng Jing's task scroll. To his surprise, the script detailing the task name and map had vanished, replaced by a concise text of fewer than 1,000 words, elucidating the technique for refining the dragon scale fruit. Feng Qing produced their mobile home, and together with Feng Jing, they cleaned the fruit before he guided her in mastering the method outlined on the scroll. Only then did she sit cross-legged on the sofa in the living room, preparing to consume the dragon scale fruit. It's tangy and quite delicious," Feng Jing remarked after taking a bite. Feng Qing, lounging lazily on the sofa, urged her with a smile. "Hurry up and eat. Let's see what effects it has." Feng Jing shot him a glance, and, finishing the fruit, began the refining process as per the secret technique. Shortly thereafter, Feng Cheng beheld a golden aura enveloping her, reminiscent of ethereal clouds, swirling and shifting between reality and illusion. Suddenly, it seemed as if something within Feng Jing silently exploded, producing two powerful waves of elemental energy that swept through the surroundings. Yet paradoxically, the living room remained eerily still, with not even the chandeliers swaying. Only after cultivating the five demons diagram is Feng Cheng able to perceive with remarkable clarity the changes within Feng Jing, who is acutely sensitive to elemental energy. Following this transformation, the elemental fluctuations emanating from Feng Jing are surprisingly more robust and profound than those of Feng Cheng, evidently a result of the dragon scale fruit's influence. As she reclines on the sofa, Feng Jing opens her eyes, her black and white irises gleaming with a flicker of intelligence that seems to penetrate the depths of one's heart. Feng Cheng inquires, "Did your primordial runes undergo two successive transformations just now?" Indeed, Feng Jing nods. The technique she practices is called the Golden Mist Flying Cloud Method, which requires only the condensation of a single primordial rune. Unintentionally, she has nurtured this rune through two transformations, thus surpassing Feng Cheng in cultivation level. Although this task is challenging, the rewards are indeed substantial. After having a light meal, Feng Jing poses a question to Feng Cheng. "Shall we continue to search for treasure chests or head out now?" Feng Cheng replies, "Let's venture outside for some fresh air and perhaps seek out our colleagues. They might be looking for us as well." "All right, I'll heed your advice. But before we leave, let us open 10 more bronze treasure chests," Feng Jing suggests with a playful grin. Fortune smiles upon them. The first chest does not contain mere game currency. Exiting the grand hall, Feng Jing joyfully opens the bronze chest. This is the first palace they chose before departing from the Palace of Nightmares. As Feng Cheng peers inside, he is taken aback to find a resplendent pink flower bud, its petals translucent and shimmering like carved crystal, exuding a delicate, pleasant fragrance. Upon picking up the description card, he discovers the words "He Huan flower" inscribed, which astonishes him. Flipping it over, he is momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, Feng Jing has already retrieved the He Huan flower from the bronze chest and gently touches the bud with her fingers. "Don't," Feng Jing exclaims. But it is too late. The flower bud begins to unfurl gracefully, its petals swirling in a breathtaking display. Simultaneously, a cloud of pink mist emanates from the flower's core, enveloping both of them. In the next instant, they succumb to unconsciousness. Chapter 9. The card for entering and exiting the virtual realm. Feng Cheng experiences a particularly enchanting dream. He has had girlfriends before, spent a night in a modest inn for merely 68 yuan, and even, during holidays when his roommates were absent, had his girlfriend visit their dormitory for an inspection. Yet, those are but distant memories, blurred with the passage of time. Far less vivid than the dream he has just experienced. Moreover, he has never felt so liberated and exhilarated. A sharp pain in his arm stirs him from slumber, and as he languidly opens his eyes, he finds himself gazing into a pair of watery eyes that are playfully reproaching him. The blush on her snowy white face lingers, her tousled hair and glistening forehead seemingly bearing witness to a recent event. "Hey, why did you pinch me?" Feng Cheng is taken aback, only to realize that he and Feng Jing are lying on the bluestone floor in front of the grand hall, and the dreamlike experience is gradually merging with reality. "Quick, bring out the house. I need to take a bath," Feng Jing urges, biting her lip as she nudges Feng Cheng. Nodding, he regains his composure and produces the mobile house card, manifesting the dwelling. Watching Feng Jing rise and enter the house, he solemnly remarks, "It was that flower. I just checked the description card." Feng Jing turns to him and teasingly asks, "Why don't you join me for a bath?" All right then," he concedes. "You scoundrel." Feng Jing turned her head and entered the room, swiftly slipping into the bathroom and locking the door behind her, leaving Feng Cheng outside. At that moment, Feng Cheng felt an intense urge to smoke. While Feng Jing took her bath, Feng Cheng managed to break through 9 grand halls in one breath, retrieving 9 bronze treasure chests to bring back to the mobile house. Feng Jing emerged, wrapped in a pristine white towel and wearing a pair of slippers. Her smooth, supple skin and graceful, curvaceous figure radiated youthful allure. "The remaining 9 treasure chests are here. Once we open them, we shall depart," Feng Cheng suggested. Feng Jing glanced at him, nodded, and approached the chests, beginning to open them one by one. The first chest contained game currency. The second chest also held game currency. The 7th chest revealed a card. The 8th chest was filled with game currency. The 9th chest, once again, held game currency. Feng Jing picked up the card from the chest, where the words "Virtual Realm Entry Card" were inscribed, with an explanation on the reverse side. After perusing it, she silently handed it to Feng Cheng. Upon receiving the card, Feng Cheng read the explanation on its back, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. Virtual Realm Entry Card. a credential for entering and exiting the virtual realm. Input primordial energy to use at will. To leave the virtual realm is to prepare for the next entry. So, this world is known as the virtual realm. We can leave, Fengcheng murmured. Feng Jing withdrew her feet from the slippers and playfully kicked Fengcheng's calf. Hey, we only have one virtual realm entry card right now. Fengcheng infused a surge of primordial energy into the card, and indeed, a faint sensation arose within him. It was clear that with a mere thought, he could leave this place and return to reality. However, each card could only facilitate the escape of one person at a time. Suddenly, Fengcheng recalled that Feng Jing had realized this fact as well, yet she did not leave immediately. He gazed at her, their eyes locking. Feng Jing's fair face flushed slightly as she snatched the virtual realm entry card from him, chiding, "What are you staring at? You hurry and continue looking for the card. I will wait for your return here." "All right, wait for me." Fengcheng nodded and turned to leave the mobile house with large strides. After exiting the 39th palace, Fengcheng let out a sigh of relief, took out his energy motorcycle, and sped back to the mobile house. Finally, he found the second virtual realm entry card. Inside the mobile house, Feng Jing had changed back into a t-shirt and skirt, sitting on the sofa, hugging a cushion and staring blankly. Upon seeing Fengcheng return, she turned to ask, "Did you find it?" "Yes. Let us head back." The two of them packed up the mobile house and simultaneously used the virtual realm entry card. With a thought, their surroundings suddenly blurred, and they found themselves in a luxurious, high-end elevator. It felt like a dream. They were in the World Trade Bay 1 office building. The elevator doors had seemingly just opened, and standing inside, they could still see the hallway and the company's reception desk and walls outside. The company, Taiching Yu Financing Leasing Company, Limited, was where both Fengcheng and Feng Jing were employed. Everything remained unchanged. The elevator doors silently closed, then reopened. Fengcheng and Feng Jing exchanged glances, neither stepping out of the elevator. At that moment, they found themselves once again dressed as they had been upon entering the virtual realm, and all their gains from the virtual realm had vanished without a trace. Fengcheng extracted his phone from his pocket and glanced at the time, 9:31 a.m. August 7, 2020. He distinctly recalled that prior to his transition into the virtual realm, the date was around 8:30 a.m. on August 6th. Vividly remembering the flustered expression of the round-faced girl as she hurriedly clocked in. They had spent numerous days in the virtual world, yet barely a little over a day had elapsed in reality. He pressed the button for the first floor, and the elevator descended steadily without interruption, arriving directly at its destination. As the doors opened, he observed a significant number of armed personnel in military uniforms stationed in the lobby, with the exit of the office building cordoned off by security tape. Several tables were set up nearby, behind which a few female staff members were engrossed in their mobile phones. "This is not the virtual realm," Fengcheng remarked to Feng Jing as he stepped out of the elevator. Indeed, everything appeared normal, devoid of any signs of crossing over. Upon seeing individuals emerge from the elevator, two armed personnel approached and inquired in a stern tone, "Which floor did you come from?" 53rd floor, Fengcheng replied. The armed personnel scrutinized him and Feng Jing with vigilance, one of them suggesting, "Please proceed to register." Fengcheng, perplexed, asked, "What exactly is going on?" The armed personnel responded, "It's complicated to explain at the moment. You can check online later. For now, let's complete your registration." Accompanied by the two armed guards, Fengcheng and Feng Jing approached the row of tables where the staff began requesting their identification cards. "If you don't have your ID, just provide your ID number," one of the female staff members said, adeptly opening a computer application while curiously observing them with a smile. Fengcheng and Feng Jing provided their ID numbers, and the staff member continued to record their details. "What floor are you from? What is the name of your unit? Please describe the situation in the virtual realm. Have you cultivated your primordial energy? Have you achieved a breakthrough to the first level of life essence? What are the exotic beasts like in your virtual realm? And which is considered the most dangerous? Did you encounter any other individuals in the virtual realm?" After a series of over 10 questions, the staff finally paused. In conclusion, they took passport-sized photographs of both Fengcheng and Feng Jing, subsequently producing a certificate the size of a driver's license, which they handed over. Virtual Realm Explorer Certificate. Issuing Authority. Temporary Management Bureau of the Virtual Realm, Bihai City, Bihai Province. I understand you have many questions at this point. Those who came out before you felt the same. Please return home to rest. And then visit the official website of the Huaxia Virtual Realm Management Committee for a comprehensive summary of the exploration status by experts from various countries. The staff member said with a smile. Chapter 10. Second level of life essence. Fortunately, the building's underground parking lot had not been overtaken by the virtual realm. Feng Jing retrieved her Mercedes-Benz 200 from the garage and parked it by the roadside. The two of them sat in the blue sedan, making phone calls to their parents and numerous friends and relatives. Fortunately, both sets of parents were safe and had not entered the virtual realm. Although some other friends and relatives were unaccounted for, most seemed to be fine. They then searched online and discovered an overwhelming amount of information regarding the virtual realm circulating on the internet during this time. Among it, the most authoritative source was undoubtedly the information available on the official website of the National Virtual Realm Management Committee. In the realm of the virtual world, the passage of time is proportioned at a ratio of 10:1. 10 days within this ethereal domain equate to merely 1 day in the tangible world. Items acquired within the virtual realm cannot be transported to reality. Any injuries or deaths sustained in this digital expanse are genuine and should not be taken lightly. Safety must be paramount. Among the 4 prominent public virtual realms in Binhai City lies the Shermao Haibei No. 1 office building, a towering edifice with 65 stories, each floor representing an individual virtual domain. The exploration of the realms delves into the intricacies of the life source realm, and rumors of extraterrestrial incursions into the virtual world abound. Social media platforms, news outlets, and various online sources teem with information pertaining to these virtual worlds. What unsettled Feng Cheng was the realization that this supernatural phenomenon had escalated into a global spectacle, affecting nearly every city worldwide. In Binhai City, a mere third-tier locale, there exist 4 vast public virtual realms, including the Shermao Haibei No. 1 office building, where all but the ground floor have been overtaken by virtual domains. Reports suggest that hotels, university dormitories, shopping centers, and museums have also succumbed to this invasion, with even small corner supermarkets and eateries transforming into virtual spaces. These virtual realms are diverse and varied, as if an infinite multitude of dimensions had materialized overnight across the planet. Among those who have returned from these realms are numerous exceptionally intelligent individuals, whose insights into the rules governing the virtual world have been synthesized and shared online. Where do you live? Allow me to take you back, Feng Jing offered, initiating the car. After spending over 10 days in the virtual world, Feng Cheng had gleaned some understanding of Feng Jing's family background. This local Binhai girl was the only child of state-owned enterprise leaders, enjoying a privileged upbringing. Having recently graduated and currently residing in a shared apartment, Feng Cheng felt no need for formality, providing her with the name of his residential complex. Feng Jing promptly searched it on her phone and navigated accordingly. Both were somewhat preoccupied, grappling with the ramifications of the virtual invasion. With companies shuttered, Feng Cheng pondered where to seek new employment amidst the global turmoil and its potential impacts on the economy and job market. Silence enveloped them until they arrived at Feng Cheng's apartment complex. After exchanging words of keeping in touch, Feng Jing drove away, leaving him to meander home. His living arrangement, rented through an agency, had been modified with partitions, transforming a 120 square meter space into 5 independent small units, each equipped with a diminutive bathroom and a kitchenette suitable for a portable induction stove. Feng Cheng's own room spanned a mere 15 square meters, costing him 1,300 yuan monthly. Apart from a 2-meter bed and a washing machine, space for standing was scant. Reclining on his bed, memories of his experiences in the virtual world flickered through his mind. Within that realm, he had ascended to the first level of life source, akin to a martial arts master, yet upon returning to the real world, he reverted to being an ordinary individual. This stark contrast in physicality was profoundly disconcerting. Suddenly, he felt a slight swelling in his abdomen and rose to enter the bathroom, only to be astounded. Upon crossing the threshold, he found himself in an entirely different dimension. Turning around to glance back, the door to the restroom was nowhere to be found. Before him lay a rather rudimentary subway station, expansive and barren. Beneath the platform loomed a pitch-black tunnel. To his right and behind him stood a wall adorned with white tiles, while to his left, a staircase ascended to the surface, accompanied by an automated ticket vending machine. The incandescent lights on the ceiling flickered intermittently, casting an unstable glow. At that moment, Feng Cheng realized he had completely reverted to his state from the virtual realm of the grasslands. Even donning the combat camouflage uniform he wore on that day at the Night Conqueror Palace, with his storage watch and its contents intact. Approaching the ticket machine, he noticed it was densely inscribed with the names of over 100 stations, each represented by a dot, interconnected by a turquoise line. The station where he currently stood was named Ice Forest, with the previous stop being Flame Canyon and the next one Coral Island. The ticket machine displayed the fare, charging 100 game coins for every station traversed. Feng Cheng did not hasten to purchase a ticket. Instead, he retrieved his black gold long knife from his storage bracelet and ascended the nearby staircase, exiting the subway station. The station was quite deep, with a daunting flight of hundreds of steps. As he walked, he pondered whether he would need to climb stairs to use the restroom at home in the future. Upon reaching the surface, a biting cold wind struck him like a blade, revealing a landscape of pristine, glistening snow, surrounded by towering, straight trees. At the entrance of the subway station stood a rudimentary wooden shed of unknown origin. Fang Cheng circulated his vital energy, instantly dispelling the chill. And as he activated the Ice Demon Origin rune, he felt a renewed sense of buoyancy. He sensed that the concentration of vital energy in this virtual realm was comparable to that of the Shermao Bay grassland virtual realm, albeit less evenly distributed and rather turbulent. The fierce wind howled, and snowflakes danced through the air. Unhurriedly, Fang Cheng treaded through the snow, and after a while, he climbed a sturdy branch of a large tree to gaze far and wide, realizing he was amidst an expanse of forest, vast as the sea. The long wind swept through the treetops, swaying like waves, a sight to behold. Having never encountered such grandeur before, Fang Cheng was momentarily entranced. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged, and the vital energy of the heavens and earth transformed dramatically, intensifying like rain in an instant. Sensing the change, Fang Cheng quickly seated himself upon the branch and began to cultivate the 5-demon diagram S-Heart method. This tempest persisted for merely over 10 seconds. Yet Fang Cheng remained in meditation on the branch for a full half-hour. At this moment, within his dantian, the Ice Demon Origin rune spun incessantly like a snowflake. Before long, this rune unexpectedly expanded, becoming increasingly intricate. Simultaneously, Fang Cheng's dantian erupted in size, accommodating a significantly larger quantity of vital energy. Boundless vital energy from the heavens and earth surged into his body, ultimately converging in his dantian, fueling his power endlessly. With his eyes wide open, Fang Cheng could not help but let out a triumphant roar towards the sky, his vital energy surging forth, causing the accumulated snow on the tree to cascade down. He had finally broken through to the second tier of the life source realm. With the second transformation of the Ice Demon Origin rune, the vital energy within his dantian became more profound and abundant, while the Flame Demon Origin rune, nurtured by this surge, faced no further obstacles to its own breakthrough. After Fang Cheng's thunderous roar, a low, guttural growl echoed from a distance, followed by the sight of a monstrous creature charging towards him. This beast, resembling a bear, was covered in long white fur, blending seamlessly with the snowy landscape. With a tremendous crash, the creature collided violently with the tree where Fang Cheng stood, staggering back momentarily before lunging again, its sharp claws gripping the trunk as it began to ascend. Harnessing a surge of energy, Fang Cheng positioned himself advantageously. As the snow beast approached within striking distance, he unleashed a swift strike, a blade of light slicing through the air like a cascading torrent, imbued with an astonishing chill. With a sharp hiss, the blade passed, and the creature let out a furious roar, half of its body plummeting to the ground while the other half remained clinging to the tree. Fang Cheng swung his blade once more, ensuring the creature's demise. 3 game coins materialized from the beast, which he collected nonchalantly before seeking refuge in a densely wooded area, where he devoted half a day to cultivating his energy, filling his core to the brim. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind, the urgent need to enhance his power. With the real world presenting little in the way of pressing matters and the virtual realm besieged, bolstering his strength could only be advantageous. As for the pursuit of employment in reality, he decided to bide his time, content in the knowledge that sustenance in the virtual world was assured. Upon completing his energy cultivation, he turned his attention to the illusory shadow technique, a martial art he had acquired from the Palace of Nightmares but had yet to practice. Delving into its intricacies, he discovered that the technique required a formidable reservoir of energy, enabling practitioners to achieve a speed as elusive as a shadow and as ethereal as smoke. Chapter 11. The Ice Butterfly Secret Art. After dedicating the better part of a day, Fang Cheng finally grasped the fundamentals of the illusory shadow technique. To advance further, however, he would need practical experience and consistent practice. At that moment, heavy snow began to fall from the sky, the flakes large and seemingly weighty, quickly blanketing him. He retrieved a mobile housing card from his storage watch, retreated indoors to partake in a modest meal, and resumed his solitary training. Outside, the snowflakes danced in the air, accumulating to more than half a meter in depth. As twilight approached, the wind and snow subsided, allowing Fang Cheng to immerse himself in rigorous energy cultivation, ultimately breaking through to the second stage of the Flame Demon S-Source rune before retiring for the night. The following morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the windows, rousing Fang Cheng from slumber. Pulling back the curtains, he found half the window obscured by a thick layer of snow, which sparkled under the sun, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. It was time to venture out in search of an entry card to the virtual realm. As he collected his belongings, an impulse surged within him, prompting him to tilt his head back and unleash another exuberant roar. No sooner had his voice faded than a chorus of growls erupted from all directions. Fang Cheng chose the direction from which the most fervent sounds emanated, his figure blurring momentarily before vanishing from sight. In the snow-covered terrain stood a majestic tree, its trunk exceeding 10 meters in diameter, now withered, its gnarled branches reaching towards the overcast sky. Beneath this grand tree lay a 3-meter-wide hollow, where dozens of snow beasts sat restlessly, fixated on an object within the opening. As Fang Cheng let out a long, resonant howl, the group of snow monsters began to stir, only to quickly settle down, ignoring him thereafter. Perched silently atop a branch of a nearby towering tree, Fang Cheng observed the scene from a distance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 he counted silently in his mind. Noting that beneath the great tree, 45 snow monsters had congregated, all fixated on a tree hollow as if it concealed something that evoked both fear and desire. Suppressing his curiosity, Fang Cheng's form flickered like a wraith among the branches, swiftly arriving at the tree nearest to the snow monsters. With his black gold long knife, he struck silently, releasing a blade of icy white energy that glided through the air and landed upon the neck of the last snow monster. The creature seemed to feel an itch at its throat, raising a paw to scratch, inadvertently knocking its enormous head to the ground. The severed head rolled away, its wound smooth as a mirror, encased in a layer of ice crystals. The surrounding snow monsters were immediately thrown into a state of astonishment and agitation, growling and glancing around, yet they remained unwilling to abandon the clearing. At last, one snow monster succumbed to temptation and ventured into the tree hollow. In an instant, a flash of icy blue light erupted from within, freezing the creature instantaneously, which then shattered into sparkling dust. Fang Cheng was taken aback by this sight, yet his actions remained unceasing. Waves of piercing white energy cascaded down from the treetops, dispatching one snow monster after another. He maneuvered deftly among the branches, the snow monsters preoccupied with the mystery of the hollow, failing to discern his position. Several agitated creatures climbed the very tree where Fang Cheng had lingered, only to be swiftly felled by the blade energy he unleashed from the opposite side. In a matter of minutes, the snow monsters beneath the tree had been nearly eradicated, leaving a scattering of game currency that stood out vividly against the pristine snow. Descending from the tree, Fang Cheng collected the coins. His spirits lifted upon discovering that one of the snow monsters had dropped a virtual access card, alleviating his worries. Finally, he approached the tree hollow, peering inside to behold the stark remains of a monstrous skeleton, entirely white and crystalline, towering at over 3 meters. Fang Cheng found himself gazing upward in awe. In its grasp, the skeleton held a blue scroll roughly a foot in length, emanating a dim blue glow, within which countless minuscule butterflies seemed to flutter. As he drew closer to the tree hollow, an icy chill enveloped him. Almost immediately, a layer of crystalline frost coated his body, plunging him into a frigid abyss. Had it not been for the protective energy surrounding him, he might have been transformed into a statue of ice. At that moment, the ice demon's primal runes within his dantian stirred slightly, dissipating the coldness entirely. Once he regained his composure, Fang Cheng approached cautiously, using his long knife to extract the blue scroll. Upon unfurling it, he found a multitude of characters sprawling across the surface, encircling a peculiar rune at its center. The rune resembled a butterfly with outstretched wings. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this rune was composed of numerous smaller runes intricately intertwined, forming the delicate patterns of the butterfly. On the right side of the scroll, 4 characters were inscribed from top to bottom: Ice Butterfly Secret Technique. Fang Cheng read through the entire text of this secret technique and immediately understood that its cultivation relied on the foundation of ice attribute elemental energy. Through the power of special runes, this elemental energy could be transformed into the form of a butterfly, manifesting and unleashing a cold force comparable to tenfold or even dozens of times that of the elemental energy itself. The cold force attached to the scroll was a result of the ice butterfly runes absorbing the natural energy of the world over time, which invisibly converted it into astonishing cold energy. This explained why the snow monster had been frozen to powder when it carelessly approached. Reassured, Fang Cheng picked up the scroll and, after reading it carefully several times, effortlessly condensed a minuscule rune within his dantian. Subsequently, he rubbed his thumb and middle finger together, snapping them to reveal a small ice-blue butterfly, no larger than a child's palm, which materialized out of thin air, its wings fluttering with extraordinary grace. With a thought, the butterfly flew in accordance with his will to land upon a nearby tree. Once settled, the butterfly's wings trembled slightly before exploding into a cloud of white snow mist. In an instant, a layer of visible ice crystals spread across the trunk, and within a few breaths, nearly 3 meters of the tree trunk was encased in ice. The central rune of the ice butterfly secret technique was composed of thousands of minuscule runes. For each tiny rune Feng Chung condensed, he could release one ice butterfly. Only when he ultimately condensed all the tiny runes into the true ice butterfly rune would this secret technique be deemed complete. As for the lengthy text on the scroll, it contained insights into the techniques for condensing runes and various skills related to the ice butterfly secret technique, even touching upon certain formations, which Feng Chung found somewhat incomprehensible for the time being and would have to study further in the future. Currently, having acquired the entry card to this virtual realm, he felt a longing to explore other realms. The weather in this virtual realm was excessively harsh, casting a pall over his spirits, making it unsuitable for prolonged stay. He returned to the subway station, pondered at the automatic ticket machine for a while, and finally extracted 100 game coins to purchase a ticket to Coral Island. Chapter 12. The Beauties of Coral Island. The ticket was a bronze card the size of a playing card, inscribed with the words Ice Forest Coral Island. After waiting for 3 to 5 minutes, Feng Chung saw two beams of white light illuminating the dark tunnel. Moments later, a train, seemingly forged from bronze, glided silently into view, coming to a steady stop beside the platform. Curiously, this bronze train consisted of only a single carriage, and as the doors slowly opened, the seating arrangement inside mirrored that of a conventional subway train. At that moment, the carriage was entirely empty, its bright lights casting an eerie silence within. As Feng Chung approached the doorway, he felt an invisible resistance hindering his advance. He produced his ticket, and this resistance instantly dissipated. As the force faded, the ticket gradually became ethereal. Feng Chung casually took a seat as the bronze train's doors closed, gradually accelerating into the darkness of a tunnel, where the outside world faded into obscurity. With a focused mind, realizing that Coral Island was still some time away, he continued to refine the ice butterfly rune to pass the time. After an hour, Feng Chung sensed the train's speed diminishing, and suddenly, the windows brightened as the train arrived at a well-lit subway station, coming to a gentle halt. The doors opened, and an invisible force propelled Feng Chung out of the carriage. Subsequently, the bronze train continued deeper into the tunnel, disappearing from sight in an instant. With a flick of his finger, an ice butterfly materialized, its wings fluttering before it ventured into the tunnel in pursuit of the train. Moments later, Feng Chung felt a shift in his expression as he lost both connection and control over the butterfly, prompting a sense of caution to envelop him. Ascending the staircase, he exited the station, feeling a refreshing sense of liberation. Before him lay a golden beach, with azure seas and skies stretching infinitely, the brilliant sunlight cascading over the sand and waves, creating a picturesque tableau. A brisk sea breeze greeted him, while towering coconut trees and lush tropical shrubs stood behind, evoking the sensation of having arrived at one of Earth's renowned tropical resort islands. Although Benai City was also coastal, its northern location in China meant that its climate, waters, beaches, and flora were starkly different from those of genuine tropical leisure islands. Recalling that he had left several outfits in his mobile home, Feng Chung retrieved it from the beach, changed into a pair of casual shorts and a floral shirt, and stepped out in flip-flops. This virtual realm is splendid. With some development, people wouldn't need to travel thousands of miles to the Maldives, Bali, or Saipan, he mused internally. He then summoned his energy motorcycle, navigating along the coastline in a wide arc, discovering that the island was not particularly large, roughly the size of 3 to 5 football fields. The island was circular, with a central lake connected to the sea. Feng Chung noticed a dilapidated pirate ship in the lake and was about to investigate when he encountered two women, necessitating a temporary pause. The two women were strikingly different, one in her 40s, mature and dignified with an extraordinary presence, and the other in her mid-20s, tall and beautiful, exuding an air of intellectual charm. Both were dressed in professional skirts, embodying the image of polished white-collar professionals. Their eyes widened in mutual surprise upon meeting. As they conversed, Feng Chung learned that both women had entered this virtual realm directly from their company's office and had not exited since. Their lack of proficiency in cultivation and the absence of any exotic beasts meant they relied on coconuts for sustenance. After Feng Chung briefly explained the situation outside, the two women were left speechless for a moment, until the older woman finally spoke. "Mr. Feng, if you could assist us in leaving, I would be willing to offer you a substantial token of gratitude. What do you think?" The younger woman added, "Mr. Feng, our CEO, Ms. Chiao, is the chairwoman and general manager of Bihai Luobin Clothing Company, Limited. You can trust her promise." With a faint smile, Mr. Chiao remarked, "Mr. Feng, what figure do you consider appropriate? Feel free to suggest a number." Observing the eagerness of the two, it was evident they were keen to return to the real world, and appeared quite affluent. As Feng Chung hesitated between proposing several thousand or tens of thousands, Mr. Chiao gently interjected, How does 1 million sound? What? Fang Cheng was taken aback, nearly doubting his hearing. Mr. Qiao continued, 1 million renminbi, in exchange for your assistance in helping me and my assistant, Miss Zhou Yanan, escape from here and return to the real world. Taking a deep breath, Fang Cheng endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, then replied, no problem, I accept this task. Exchanging smiles, Mr. Qiao and Zhou Yanan clasped each other's hands tightly. For Fang Cheng, this was the first time he had forged such a close association with such a substantial sum of money. A sense of duty surged within him, compelling him to offer. You must have endured quite a bit during this time. I have a house nearby. Please, wash up and have a meal while I check on that ship. With that, he conjured a mobile dwelling before the astonished gazes of the two women. The pair entered the house, their incredulity evident as they beheld the furnishings and layout, leaving them momentarily speechless. Once they were settled, Fang Cheng felt a surge of excitement as he hummed a tune and made his way to the lakeside. Upon gazing at the pirate ship floating on the water, 3 ice butterflies materialized beside him, gently alighting on the lake's surface. A chill enveloped the lake, mist rising as a vast expanse of ice formed almost instantaneously beneath the pirate vessel. Fang Cheng stepped onto the icy surface and ascended to the ship's bow, where he was met by several zombies clad in medieval attire, their decaying bodies exuding a powerful stench. Their eyes glowed red, fixated on Fang Cheng as if he were a delectable feast, and they opened their mouths, emitting a hoarse, excited roar. One zombie, wielding an axe, advanced towards him with heavy strides, raising the weapon to strike Fang Cheng's head. With a deft movement, Fang Cheng evaded the attack, and in an instant, 36 ice butterflies emerged around him, fluttering gracefully in the sunlight, casting vibrant reflections. A few of the butterflies descended upon the zombies, bursting forth and encasing them in blocks of ice. With a flick of his fingers, Fang Cheng unleashed a wave of blade energy, shattering the ice blocks and scattering game currency across the deck. He entered the ship's cabin, only to encounter a dozen or so zombies, drawn by the commotion, staggering onto the deck. Several ice butterflies infiltrated the horde, exploding and freezing them instantly. Fang Cheng then unleashed more blade energy, swiftly dispatching the frozen zombies. In a short span, he annihilated nearly 100 zombies aboard the ship. Regrettably, his efforts yielded only a virtual realm entry card, while the remainder consisted solely of game currency. Chapter 13. The Fiery God Runes manuscript surrounded by swirling ice butterflies, Fang Cheng strolled leisurely aboard the pirate ship, as if he were in his own courtyard, exuding an air of tranquility and ease. The zombies that lunged at him found themselves frozen before they could draw near, awaiting only his subsequent strikes to finish them off. He was presently capable of manifesting 36 ice butterflies simultaneously, with his internal energy flowing ceaselessly, for every one he expended. Another swiftly took its place, leading him deep into the ship's hold. After vanquishing the last of the zombies, silence enveloped the vessel. Fang Cheng approached the captain's quarters, where he beheld a skeletal figure clad in leather armor, seated grandly behind a desk, its hollow eyes fixed vacantly on the doorway, utterly motionless. Fang Cheng's gaze fell upon the desk, where a piece of parchment caught his attention. The parchment was inscribed with a series of English words, encircled by 8 peculiar runes forming a distinctive ring, a remarkable circular sigil. Fang Cheng, possessing a commendable proficiency in English, having passed the CET 4 and CET 6 exams and prepared for the TOEFL with his former girlfriend, felt well equipped to decipher its contents. As he grasped the parchment and skimmed its text, he realized it contained yet another arcane technique. The name of this secret art, translated, was the manuscript of Fiery God Runes. Unlike the ice butterfly technique, this manuscript detailed 8 unique runes, each capable of standing alone as an independent secret art when combined. They could unleash a powerful divine technique known as the Descent of the Fiery God. English, indeed. Fang Cheng muttered an exclamation in English, stowing the parchment away before departing the pirate ship. On the entirety of Coral Island, aside from this pirate vessel, no other locations existed for battling monsters or acquiring game currency and equipment, unless one ventured out to other islands. Upon returning to his mobile dwelling, Fang Cheng produced the virtual realm access card. Initially, it was intended for President Qiao to return to the real world first. However, regrettably, the president had not cultivated any internal energy and had to allow Zhou Yanan to return first. In less than half an hour, Zhou Yanan reappeared in the virtual realm. She, diligent in her role as an assistant, confirmed the integrity of the access card and relayed the circumstances of the real world to President Qiao, allowing him to rest easy. Subsequently, she handed the access card to him, assisting him in his cultivation. 2 days later, President Qiao finally managed to absorb a modicum of vital energy, converting it into a trace of internal power, and thus hastily returned to the real world. Only Fangqing and Zhou Yanan remained on the island, an isolated pair. During these 2 days, Fangqing discovered that new zombies had respawned aboard the pirate ship. After 2 thorough sweeps, he still had not procured another virtual realm access card, ultimately deciding to abandon the endeavor and boarded the bronze train with Zhou Yanan to their next destination. This stop was known as Wasteland Town. As Fangqing and Zhou Yanan exited the subway station, a green rope shot up from the ground, instantly ensnaring Fangqing from his feet to his neck, binding him tightly like a zongzi. Fangqing channeled his internal energy and struggled fiercely, yet he found the rope remarkably resilient, making it exceedingly difficult to break free. Although Zhou Yanan remained unbound, her internal energy was feeble, having yet to reach the first realm of life energy, leaving her unable to offer any assistance. The 2 individuals surveyed their surroundings, discovering that they were in a dilapidated street flanked by buildings of 3 to 5 stories, many of which had collapsed. Indeed, as the name of the station suggested, it was a forsaken town. Just as Fangqing intended to request Zhou Yanan to retrieve the black gold long knife from her storage bracelet to sever the ropes binding him, 3 young men emerged from a relatively intact house by the roadside. These 3, barely in their 20s, exuded an air of unruliness, their faces adorned with insidious smiles. "Oh, what luck we have today, capturing a stunning beauty," they exclaimed as they approached Fangqing and Zhou Yanan, blatantly ignoring Fangqing, their gazes fixated on Zhou Yanan, appraising her with unrestrained scrutiny. Zhou Yanan felt discomfort under their impolite stares but maintained her composure, saying, "Are you also lost in this virtual realm? Please assist in freeing my friend from his bindings." The leader among them chuckled, "Releasing him is no issue, provided you agree to one condition." Zhou Yanan cautiously took a step back, inquiring, "What condition?" The young man leered at her, his gaze lingering on her figure, stating, "You must spend a night with us brothers, and then we shall set him free." With that, he made a gesture, causing the ropes binding Fangqing to tighten ominously. Fangqing's expression turned icy as he realized the mischief these 3 were up to. "Why are you still wasting time with her, third brother? Hurry up. After a taste of blood, we're all waiting for some fun," shouted a scrawny young man behind him, eager to seize Zhou Yanan. The one known as third brother halted him, smirking, "Hold on, tiger. Haven't you heard of mutual affection? Let this lady decide for herself." Zhou Yanan furrowed her brows and said, "Stop this foolishness. Release him at once. Illegally restraining someone's freedom is against the law. Do you understand?" Their laughter echoed mockingly as the 3 young men responded, "If you refuse, I shall feed him to the zombies, then bind you as well for our amusement." With that, he lunged forward, seizing Zhou Yanan's arm. She struggled fiercely, but instead of breaking free, she found herself at a disadvantage, subjected to unwelcome advances. Suddenly, an icy butterfly landed upon third brother's head. "Third brother, there's a butterfly on your head," Tiger exclaimed. Sensing something, third brother released Zhou Yanan, reaching to swat the butterfly away, only for it to explode, instantly encasing him in ice. A chilling aura spread through the air, and with a crack, the ice shattered, leaving third brother in pieces, lifeless. With his demise, Fangqing felt the ropes binding him slacken. He gently tugged, and they fell away. Staring at the remnants on the ground, he found himself momentarily dazed. "I've killed someone," he thought. It's over for you," Tiger shouted, pointing at Fangqing as he lunged forward, intent on a confrontation. However, another young man, displaying remarkable wit, turned and fled. Fangqing regained his composure, swiftly evading Tiger's attack, contemplating, "I must not allow them to report this. Killing is a crime, and I understand that well. Regardless of whether the law applies in this virtual realm, one cannot escape its consequences in society." In a state of panic, Fangqing realized he had but one choice: to eliminate the witnesses. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. He was not one to hesitate. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of light, cleaving Huzi in 2, and then summoned several ice butterflies to pursue another fleeing youth, encasing him in ice. After the act of murder, he set about erasing all evidence. His mind was blank, driven solely by instinct, and without a second thought, he channeled his infernal power to reduce the bodies of the 3 youths to ashes, leaving no trace of their existence behind. On the desolate street, only Fangqing and Zhou Yanan remained. Fangqing turned to Zhou Yanan, who was left astounded by the rapidity of his lethal actions. This man had just slain 3 individuals before her very eyes. At that moment, her gaze met Fangqing's, and an icy dread crept from her feet to her spine. Raising every hair on her body, he exuded an aura of murderous intent. Just then, an ice butterfly fluttered gracefully and landed upon Zhou Yanan's hair. "No," she shrieked, terrified that she might be frozen solid in the next instant. "I saw nothing. I want to say a word, Truly, Mr. Fong, please don't be impulsive. Zhou Yanan stepped forward, grasping Fong Cheng's hand and speaking incoherently. Fong Cheng remained silent, reluctant to commit further acts of violence against the innocent. Yet, keeping Zhou Yanan alive was a potential risk, and killing her proved less troublesome than he had anticipated. I beg you, Mr. Fong, I'm still young. I don't wish to die. Please, there's no evidence here. The law is built on evidence. With the presumption of innocence and the principle of indubio pro reo. Can you calm down, please? I implore you. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Yanan knelt at Fong Cheng's feet, clutching his hand with tear-filled eyes. Presumption of innocence, indubio pro reo, Fong Cheng murmured. The ice butterfly on Zhou Yanan's forehead began to ascend slowly, shimmering gloriously in the sunlight, before bursting into a flurry of snowflakes. Zhou Yanan collapsed to the ground. Within the brief span of less than half an hour in this surreal realm, she had undergone an unprecedented trial of humanity and mortality. Everything felt so abrupt, hasty, yet profoundly real and terrifying. In that instant, her understanding of this virtual world deepened. A hand appeared before her. Rise, she heard Fong Cheng whisper softly, causing her heart to tremble. Yet, she extended her hand, grasping his, and gradually stood up. With sincerity, she said, I will say nothing, I swear. Fong Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, offering no reply. As his gaze swept around before settling on the building from which the three youths had emerged, a two-story structure that had once served as a storefront for grains and oils. He entered the house and immediately sensed two faint presences on the second floor. Ascending the stairs, he discovered two disheveled women bound to chairs, their appearances suggesting they had been victimized by those three youths repeatedly, leaving them in a state of mental exhaustion and disorientation. Meanwhile, downstairs, Zhou Yanan hesitated, yearning to flee far from Fong Cheng, allowing herself to confront the monsters alone in search of a way to exit this virtual realm. However, another thought lingered in her heart, preventing her from proceeding. The strength displayed by Fong Cheng filled her with despair. Could she escape? If she failed, it would be utterly disastrous. After a brief moment, she made her decision and slowly walked into the house, ascending to the second floor. There, she found Fong Cheng quietly examining a few cards and a small, 10-centimeter-long scroll. Who are they? Zhou Yanan inquired, gesturing towards the two bound women. Fong Cheng shook his head and replied, Untie them, and have them come to find me shortly. With that, he turned and descended the stairs. Outside this virtual realm lay a public restroom in a city village. The three young men had entered first and, for reasons unknown, clashed with those who followed, capturing them to feed the zombies with the women who had come in, leaving only the two of them. During this time, others continued to enter, and they were dealt with as well, Zhou Yanan informed Fong Cheng. Fong Cheng toyed with 3 entry and exit cards, contemplating before producing 2, stating, Give these 2 cards to the women and inform them of the way to leave. Understood, Zhou Yanan replied, accepting the cards with a calm demeanor. At that moment, she could input her energy and instantly exit the virtual realm, leaving Fong Cheng behind. Yet, she fixated on him, doing nothing but asking, What about us? We shall proceed to the next destination and return from another virtual realm, Fong Cheng answered. Zhou Yanan nodded and approached the 2 victims, returning moments later. Together, they went back to the subway station, purchased tickets for the next stop, the ancient tomb, and boarded the train. On board, Fong Cheng handed the delicate task scroll to Zhou Yanan, saying, The task scrolls within the virtual realm are invaluable. Upon completion, the rewards are substantial, allowing for swift enhancement of strength. Once we finish this task, we shall return to reality from the virtual realm I entered. Zhou Yanan naturally had no objections and curiously opened the scroll, discovering the mission, collect 10 hearts of bronze warriors. The 2 practiced silently throughout the journey and soon arrived at the ancient tomb subway station. Upon exiting, they were astonished to find that there were no stairs leading to the surface. Instead, 2 bronze doors towering over 3 meters stood against the wall directly opposite the platform. Pushing open the bronze doors revealed an seemingly endless corridor, with torches mounted on the walls, their flickering flames adding an air of mystery. Fong Cheng strode confidently into the corridor, surrounded by a swirling frost of ice butterflies, the number having increased to 73. Zhou Yanan, feeling a twinge of fear, did not follow him inside. Every 100 meters within the corridor, another bronze warrior stood silently against the wall. As Fong Cheng passed one such warrior, he heard a sharp crack, followed by a blinding cold light slashing down upon him. Fong Cheng's figure flickered, evading the attack, and he saw the bronze warrior come to life, stepping forward from the wall, its long spear twisting as it lunged toward his chest. The strength of this bronze warrior was roughly at the level of the first stage of life essence, before Fong Cheng's breakthrough. It would have required considerable effort to defeat it, illustrating that the dangers within this virtual realm far surpassed those he had previously encountered in Coral Island and the grasslands. With a graceful wave of his hand, Fang Cheng summoned several ice butterflies, which swiftly encased the armored warrior in ice. He then casually shattered the figure, extracting a fist-sized azure crystal from within. This crystal was translucent and radiant, with a rune at its center slowly rotating, emanating faint waves of primordial energy. It was likely the core of the bronze warrior. After discerning the situation, Fang Cheng wasted no time, employing his agile movements to reach the next bronze warrior, using the ice butterflies to clear the path before delivering a powerful punch. In no time, he had collected 10 hearts of the bronze warriors. The passageway was dim and seemingly endless. Upon completing his task, Fang Cheng retraced his steps. At that moment, the task scroll revealed yet another text, presenting a cultivation technique entitled True Understanding of the Chaotic Demon Serpent. Fang Cheng attempted to practice it, only to be alarmed by the realization that his current primordial energy was insufficient for such advanced cultivation. He would have to wait until his power grew stronger. However, with an abundance of techniques and secrets already at his disposal, he decided against overwhelming himself and stored the new technique in his storage bracelet for future use. Upon exiting the passageway, he found Zhou Yanin idly standing before the automatic ticket machine, gazing contemplatively at the myriad of stations displayed. "Let us go," Fang Cheng declared, producing 600 game coins to purchase 2 tickets back to the Ice Forest virtual realm, and together with Zhou Yanin, they boarded the transport. "Mr. Fang, could you teach me how to cultivate?" Zhou Yanin inquired earnestly on their journey back. It seemed she had resolved to pursue the same goal as Fang Cheng, focusing on enhancing her own strength within the virtual realm. The principle of survival of the fittest appeared to govern this world. Fang Cheng smiled, "Of course. What cultivation technique are you practicing?" According to information circulating online, most humans who entered the virtual realm had acquired cultivation techniques, yet these techniques would dissipate after being read, making them difficult to preserve. If others wished to learn, they had to rely on the recounting from the first reader. This intermediary step often led to a dilution of the original intent of the technique. For instance, in order for Fang Cheng to teach others his 5-demon diagram, he would need to guide them in visualizing the 5 demons, yet he lacked the skill to reproduce the diagram accurately, even if he had it. Thus, the essence would not resonate correctly. Consequently, the first transmission of techniques in the virtual realm was unique. Only if the inheritor comprehended the technique to its fullest and transcended its confines could they hope to pass it on intact. Zhou Yanin brushed her hair back, her fair face reflecting a serious demeanor. "The technique I received is the Great Wind Song, but I have not made much progress with it." Fang Cheng inquired further about the specifics of her technique and learned that it also involved the refinement of foundational runes, albeit with a single, considerably more complex foundational rune. Without reservation, Fang Cheng shared all his insights regarding cultivation with Zhou Yanin. With her prestigious education and experience as an assistant to her superiors, she possessed high intelligence and emotional acumen. What she perhaps lacked was imagination. Under Fang Cheng's guidance, she gradually began to grasp the essence of cultivation, embarking on a promising path toward mastery. Fang Cheng pondered over the million he would receive as remuneration, diligently refining the ice butterfly rune throughout the journey. Upon arrival, he abandoned Zhou Yanin and exited the station, searching for the snow monster amidst the forest. After expending a considerable portion of the day, he finally secured the second entry card to the virtual realm. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped them, and Fang Cheng and Zhou Yanin found themselves in a rented apartment. The bathroom door stood ajar, revealing the toilet and sink within, yet they would never be utilized again. Zhou Yanin surveyed the room with a hint of surprise in her eyes before retrieving her phone to call Mr. Chiao. "Mr. Chiao, I have returned." "Yes, Mr. Fang is here as well." "Very well, we shall proceed there first." At this moment, Zhou Yanin had already reverted to her pre-virtual realm attire. Clad in a tailored blazer that accentuated her figure, complemented by a narrow skirt and black stockings that embraced her long, elegant legs. Her feet were adorned with exquisite black high heels, exuding an air of sensuality, intellect, and competence, with a subtle makeup enhancing her striking features. Framed by rimless glasses and a platinum necklace, she effortlessly left a lasting impression. She placed her phone into a designer handbag and informed Fang Cheng, "Mr. Chiao is waiting for us at the company." Fang Cheng nodded, having become considerably more composed after the recent violent incident. They took a taxi to Mr. Chiao's company, where he was in his office brewing tea, a stick of sandalwood incense burning nearby. On the wall behind the tea table hung a calligraphic work embodying the essence of tea and zen. Mr. Chiao warmly invited Fang Cheng to sit and poured him a cup of Jinjun Mei tea. smiling as he remarked, "Mr. Fong, you are young and accomplished. In this transformed world, it is your time to shine. I shall certainly require your assistance in the future, and I hope you will lend a hand. You're too kind." "Mr. Chiao, should you need my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out," Fong Cheng replied with a smile. Mr. Chiao nodded and turned to Zhou Yanan, instructing, "Yanan, please settle the payment for Mr. Fong." Zhou Yanan requested Fong Cheng's bank card number and left the office to process the transaction, returning after more than 10 minutes. As Fong Cheng engaged in light conversation with Mr. Chiao, a text message arrived on his phone. Upon opening it, he was greeted with the notification of a real-time deposit of 1,000,000 yuan into his agricultural bank account. The string of zeros almost dazzled him. With the transaction complete, they discussed matters in great delight. Noticing the sun dipping low in the sky, signaling the late hour, Fong Cheng prepared to take his leave. Mr. Chiao initially insisted on treating him to a meal, but, upon failing to persuade him, produced a car key and said, "I heard from Yanan that you lack a means of transportation. I happen to have a car that is currently idle. Why not take it for your use?" Fong Cheng declined modestly, yet Mr. Chiao insisted. He recognized that this female executive intended to create a bond of goodwill, the timing and manner of which could be considered later. It was evident that those in positions of authority possess a keen insight into the needs of others and know how to cater to their preferences. Ultimately, Fong Cheng accepted the key, which bore the unmistakable blue and white emblem of BMW. Mr. Chiao chuckled. "I granted Yanan a half-month leave. Given the current tumultuous environment, it is not very safe out there. Perhaps you could escort Yanan home. That would ease my concerns." "Rest assured, Mr. Chiao, I will take care of it." Fong Cheng exchanged phone numbers and WeChat contacts with General Manager Chiao and with the charming company of Zhou Yanan. They proceeded to the underground parking garage at the base of the office building. Upon pressing the car key, he noticed the headlights of a pristine white BMW 5 Series flickering nearby. He couldn't help but exclaim, "General Manager Chiao truly knows how to make an entrance." Zhou Yanan smiled gently. Having navigated the business world for so many years, General Manager Chiao possesses insight and vision far superior to the average person. She likely recognizes the influence of the virtual realm on society and has begun to strategize accordingly. You are now one of her investment projects. Fong Cheng chuckled and shook his head, marveling at how, within less than a day, he had transformed from a penniless graduate into a wealthy individual with a six-figure bank account. Although this sum may not suffice to purchase a home in Binhai, his earning potential had become evident. The value of expertise in the virtual realm would gradually manifest itself. Since obtaining his driver's license after high school, Fong Cheng had scarcely driven during his 4 years at university. Now, as he took the wheel, pressed the brake, and activated the ignition button, he felt a slight tremor from the engine as the vehicle came to life, prompting him to inhale deeply, overwhelmed by a sensation of unreality. The luxury of the car, combined with the subtle fragrance emanating from the elegant Zhou Yanan, steadily elevated his confidence and sense of fulfillment, while his youthful demeanor gradually faded away. "Where's your home?" he inquired as he exited the garage and turned to Zhou Yanan. She replied, "Vangxi Jun, just follow Binhai Road, and you'll arrive." Fong Cheng smiled. "Did you purchase it yourself?" Zhou Yanan nodded. "Yes, I bought it on loan." "Your salary must be quite substantial?" "It's decent. General Manager Chiao takes good care of me." "You must earn over 10,000 a month." "My annual salary is 30,000. As they chatted amiably, it was as if they had forgotten the events that transpired in the wasteland town. Upon arriving at the entrance of Zhou Yanan's community, she gazed at Fong Cheng with her enchanting eyes and softly said, "Please take me inside. I worry about entering another virtual realm." Fong Cheng chuckled softly and drove into the community parking garage, where they took the elevator to her floor. Upon entering her home, Zhou Yanan switched into a pair of white slippers, her delicate feet encased in sheer stockings, perfectly proportioned. She bent down to retrieve a pair of unopened men's slippers from the shoe cabinet and offered them to Fong Cheng, inviting him inside. As the night enveloped the surroundings and the lights illuminated, Zhou Yanan's abode showcased a predominantly Japanese aesthetic, characterized by wooden tones, beige, and light gray, creating a warm ambience under the soft lighting. Fong Cheng explored her bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, dressing room, and balcony, finding no trace of the virtual realm. As he prepared to depart, Zhou Yanan began to insist, "Stay for a meal. I haven't had the opportunity to thank you properly, and you must try my cooking." Her eyes sparkled like water, her voice soft and melodious. Fong Cheng recalled that he would have to order takeout upon returning home, and thus consented to her invitation. Chapter 16. Virtual Realm Commission. Zhou Yanan's dinner was infused with the same artistic flair as her persona. Australian steak, French red wine, accompanied by a plate of vegetable salad, was prepared in no time. She donned an apron and uncorked a bottle of red wine, smiling as she remarked, "This is a bottle of Sage Toe Latour from 2011, which I have been reluctant to open. However, with Mr. Fong gracing my humble abode today, I shall not keep this bottle hidden any longer." Fong Cheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Please, just call me by my name." Zhou Yanan sighed softly, arranged the plates, and seated herself across from Fong Cheng, her beautiful eyes gleaming as she looked at him. After a moment, she raised her glass and declared, "Fong Cheng, I toast to you, in gratitude for your merciful act." Fong Cheng leisurely lifted his glass, meeting Zhou Yanan's gaze, clinking their glasses together as he asked, "Did I frighten you today?" Zhou Yanan took a generous sip of red wine and nodded, saying, "Today I truly understood what it means to regard human life as insignificant. With just a thought from you, I could have perished." Fong Cheng set down his glass and looked at Zhou Yanan, questioning, "So you still harbor resentment towards me? Are you planning to sue me?" The traces of his past actions in that desolate town of the virtual realm had long since faded. Even if a report were filed, evidence would be required, and Zhou Yanan's solitary word would not suffice for conviction. Zhou Yanan continued to pour herself more wine, shaking her head. "I am grateful to you. Not resentful, and certainly not inclined to take legal action. I merely reflect on my experiences. I have never felt as helpless as I did today." Fong Cheng replied, "In the future, just avoid the virtual realm. As you have seen, the most perilous threats often stem not from the beasts of the virtual world, but from humanity itself." After a couple of glasses, Zhou Yanan felt a slight intoxication. She clinked her glass with Fong Cheng's and half-jokingly asked, "Do you think I'm beautiful?" "Why the sudden inquiry?" Fong Cheng, slightly tipsy, regarded her lovely face with curiosity. "I'm just asking for your evaluation." Zhou Yanan tucked her hair behind her ear, straightened her posture, and accentuated her ample curves. Fong Cheng swirled the wine in his glass and remarked, "You have a slender waist, long legs, ample assets, and striking beauty. You are indeed very beautiful. So, would you ruthlessly take my life?" Zhou Yanan bit her red lip, her gaze soft and alluring as she stared at Fong Cheng. "TSK, is this never-ending?" Fong Cheng responded, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Zhou Yanan continued, "I was particularly frightened by the look in your eyes today. You regarded me as one wooden ant, exuding a chilling aloofness, as if you were looking down from a great height. Thus, your earlier words were a lie. I could never capture your attention." "Times change," Fong Cheng began, but was suddenly startled by a sensation on his leg. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that Zhou Yanan had extended her foot beneath the table, her silk-clad toes brushing against his leg, gradually inching towards the space between his thighs. "Let me see if you have a reaction," she teased, clearly inebriated. Fong Cheng grasped her delicate foot, the sensation soft and smooth against the silky fabric, reminiscent of a slippery little fish. He spoke in a low tone, "I am a normal man. Do not play with fire." Zhou Yanan's toes playfully wiggled, testing Fong Cheng. And then she gazed at him with a glimmer in her eyes, saying, "I want to play with fire. I merely wish for you to prove to me that you are indeed a true man." Fong Cheng downed the remaining wine in his glass and stood up. In the early morning, Fong Cheng was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of his mobile phone. He turned over and retrieved the phone from beneath his pillow, squinting to see that it was a call from Fong Jing. "Hello, Fong Cheng, where are you?" she inquired. "I'm here," Fong Cheng replied, regaining his composure as he sat up. At that moment, he found himself on a plush bed, covered with a pristine white air-conditioned blanket. Beside him lay a stunningly attractive woman. Fong Jing continued, "I have something to discuss. Are you busy at the moment?" Fong Cheng responded, "Oh, not particularly." "Then let us meet and talk. I'll send you my location. Call me when you arrive," she said. Before she could finish, a long, delicate arm reached out, snatched the phone, and promptly hung up. "I'm so sleepy. Let me get some more rest," Zhou Yanan murmured lazily, kicking off the blanket and curling up to continue her slumber. Fong Cheng picked up the scattered clothes from the floor and dressed, noticing that Zhou Yanan was sleeping soundly, and decided to leave without disturbing her. In WeChat, Fong Jing sent him a location pin. Fong Cheng drove, following the navigation to a luxurious villa community. Upon arriving at the entrance, he called Fong Jing, and the security guard granted him access. Before one of the villas, Fong Jing stood gracefully, awaiting his arrival. As she spotted Fong Cheng approaching in a BMW, a flicker of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes, though she quickly regained her composure. Today, she wore a white, fitted camisole and light blue denim shorts, complemented by open-toe flat sandals, exuding a fresh and vibrant appearance. After stepping out of the car, Fong Cheng inquired curiously, "What is the matter?" Fong Jing briefly explained, and Fong Cheng soon understood that the head of his company, Lu Yuancheng, the chairman of Taikinju Financing Leasing Company, was Fong Jing's cousin. The villa before them was indeed the residence of Lu Yuancheng. Following the virtual realm incident, apart from Fong Cheng and Fong Jing, No one else had emerged from the 53rd floor of Taikinjiu, despite others from different floors gradually obtaining access cards to the virtual realm and leaving daily. Nearly 200 individuals had entered the 53rd floor, yet only 2 had come out. Worried about Lu Yuanqing's safety, his family had reached out to Feng Jing for information, but to no avail. They then decided to enlist Feng Cheng and Feng Jing to return to the virtual realm to retrieve Lu Yuanqing. As a relative of the Lu family, Feng Jing felt it was her duty. Although her parents were concerned for her safety, they felt somewhat reassured upon learning of Feng Cheng's capabilities. As Feng Cheng accompanied Feng Jing into the villa, he was met with a gathering of Lu Yuanqing's close family members in the living room, all of whom were deeply invested in his well-being. Xiaofeng, you are the one who has come out from there. You know the situation better than anyone else. I implore you to bring our Lu back, Lu Yuanqing's wife pleaded earnestly. Lu Yuanqing's eldest son, Lu Sheng, produced a bank card and said, Xiaofeng, feel free to express any needs you may have. This card contains 100,000 yuan. Upon success, our family will offer further gratitude. Chapter 17. The Stone Puppet. In the Grand Hall of the Shimao Bay, Feng Cheng and Feng Jing completed their registration. A staff member, clad in uniform and bearing a serious expression, addressed them. The dangers within the virtual realm require no elaboration. Should you encounter any issues, promptly utilize your entry cards to exit. Do you understand? Feng Cheng nodded and replied, we will exercise caution. Faced with the allure of wealth, he found no compelling reason to refuse the Lu family. Soon, the Lu family adeptly navigated governmental channels to secure 2 exploratory slots in the virtual realm for Feng Cheng and Feng Jing, granting them access to the 53rd floor of Shimao Bay once more. This ease of re-entry stemmed from the nascent state of regulations and protocols within the virtual realm. In comparison to their previous exit from the grassland virtual realm, the security presence on the first floor of Shimao Bay had multiplied several-fold. With heightened vigilance and stricter management protocols, accompanied by 3 armed officers, the pair ascended to the 53rd floor via the elevator. Under the watchful eyes of the officers, they stepped out of the elevator, and the scene before them shifted dramatically as they found themselves in the Hall of Nightmares. The vast expanse of the blue brick floor and the endless palatial structures evoked vivid memories. Feng Cheng retrieved his energy motorcycle from a storage bracelet, and without delay, they made their way to the edge of the Hall of Nightmares barrier. Crossing through the barrier, they each invoked their water-repelling talismans, returning to the shore. At this moment, dusk descended upon the grassland virtual realm. The setting sun cast a golden hue upon the shimmering lake, while the vast sky, adorned with sparse clouds, revealed glimpses of twinkling stars. The cool air was imbued with the fragrance of fresh grass. For reasons unknown, upon entering this virtual realm, Feng Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation, akin to the freedom of birds soaring high or fish leaping in boundless waters. In contrast to his initial trepidation during his first foray into this realm, he now felt grounded and at ease, as if embarking on a leisurely outing in a forest park. At this juncture, his primary focus on the 5 demon charts had led to breakthroughs in 2 of the charts, amplifying his energy tenfold. Additionally, he had concurrently trained in the Heavenly River Blade technique, the Thunderous Ghost Hand, the Phantom Body technique, and the Ice Butterfly secret art, significantly enhancing his abilities and instilling him with newfound confidence. Feng Jing stood by the lakeside, surveying her surroundings before pouting slightly and inquiring, Feng Cheng, where shall we search for people? Feng Cheng produced a mobile dwelling and replied, night is swiftly approaching. Let us first meditate for the night and set out to find them tomorrow. This virtual realm is vast, and we may have to rely on fortune. Feng Jing sighed. I wonder how our colleagues are faring. I saw online that many of the beasts in the virtual realm are particularly formidable and pose a threat to life. They are likely safe. They may simply not have obtained their entry cards yet, Feng Cheng reassured her. After a brief conversation, they each settled down to meditate. Feng Cheng unfolded the sheepskin parchment inscribed with the fire deity runes, immersing himself in its contents. This manuscript, written entirely in English, detailed 8 unique flame runes, each corresponding to a specific fire elemental technique. With Feng Cheng's mastery of fire magic, he was more than capable of effortlessly invoking these techniques. The 8 runes symbolized Flame Sphere, Flame Serpent, Flame Bird, Flame Shield, Flame Sword, Flame Wing, Flame Manuscript, and Flame Array. At this juncture, Feng Cheng had become quite adept at visualizing runes and harnessing his primal energy to condense them. Within a single night, he successfully refined 8 distinct runes, which coalesced into a delicate fiery ring, gracefully floating within his dantian, complementing the ice butterfly rune. The following day, the 2 set forth, their energy motorcycle racing across the expansive grasslands, swiftly leaving behind the lake that housed the Nightmare Palace. The prairie stretched endlessly, with the motorcycle reaching speeds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour, and both Fang Cheng and Feng Jing maintained a journey of at least 10 hours a day, covering 3,000 kilometers daily. Thus, they continued in a singular direction for over 7 days, until at last, at the horizon's edge, they beheld a glimmer of yellow. Feng Cheng was elated. They had finally exited the grasslands. As the grass began to thin and the soil turned sandy, they soon encountered a desolate expanse of Gobi Desert. A vast tableau of assorted pebbles and endless yellow sands unfurling before them. The immensity of this virtual realm evoked a sense of despair. After 7 days, Feng Cheng had nearly relinquished all hope of finding Chairman Liu. What difference was there between this and searching for a needle in a haystack? As the motorcycle traversed the Gobi, it occasionally passed peculiar stone formations, some as large as houses, others reminiscent of museum edifices, while some colossal boulders resembled small hills. Within the Gobi, the elusive knife-horn flame sheep were nowhere to be seen, replaced instead by stone golems. These rough-hewn stone creatures, towering over 2 meters, bore vague facial features and were entirely composed of rock. Not only were they immensely powerful, but they also moved with remarkable agility. Typically, they would huddle in the Gobi, appearing as mere irregular stones, but once a passerby approached, they would spring forth to attack. At this moment, Feng Cheng and Feng Jing found themselves pursued by over 20 stone golems. Earlier, they had passed a massive rock when Feng Cheng, feeling the urge, stopped beside it to relieve himself. Unexpectedly, the rock crumbled, unleashing more than 20 large stones that, in the process of rolling, unfurled limbs and transformed into a horde of stone golems. Startled, Feng Cheng hastily pulled up his trousers, summoning the ice butterflies around him, which swiftly encased the golems in frost. However, the golems effortlessly shattered their icy prisons and continued their relentless advance toward the duo. With Feng Jing providing support, Feng Cheng had no choice but to mount the motorcycle and evade the impending danger alongside her. He regulated the motorcycle's speed, moving steadily forward, clouds of dust billowing behind them, while the heavy-footed golems thundered in pursuit. Feng Jing, wielding a bronze crossbow, opted not to load a conventional arrow. Instead, she channeled her primal energy, manifesting arrows of golden radiance upon the bowstring. She aimed the crossbow at the pursuing golems and released an arrow, which shot forth like a golden lightning bolt, instantly obliterating the head of the foremost golem. Another headshot, Feng Jing exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she wrapped one arm around Feng Cheng's waist while the other remained poised with the bow, continuously eliminating the stone golems. Under these circumstances, her accuracy was commendable, striking true 3 times out of 10. However, after unleashing over 30 arrows infused with golden radiance, Feng Jing was soon breathless, leaning against Feng Cheng. Utterly drained of energy, Feng Cheng gazed into the rearview mirror, where over a dozen stone puppets relentlessly pursued him. With his left hand extended, flames danced within his palm, swiftly coalescing into a dark red fireball the size of a basketball. This fireball radiated an astonishing heat, spinning continuously above his hand. Feng Cheng aimed at the target through the mirror and gently tossed the fireball backward, where it landed amidst the stone puppets. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a brilliant blaze erupted, instantly engulfing 3 stone puppets. The intense heat warped and deformed these constructs before shattering them into scattered fragments. Chapter 18. Flamesword Feng Cheng hurled 3 additional fireballs, decimating the pursuing stone puppets. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of the fire god's rune manuscript. Although he could also unleash fire-based attacks through the power of the flame demon, their potency paled in comparison to the fireball spell he had just employed. The two wandered aimlessly across the desert for 2 days, during which Feng Cheng gradually unearthed some remarkable applications of the other 7 runes contained within the fire god's rune manuscript. For instance, the 3rd rune, the flame bird. With the rune as its core, his elemental energy coalesced into a firebird about a foot in size. The firebird flew at incredible speed and allowed Feng Cheng to share its vision, enabling him to maintain awareness of his surroundings within a 5-mile radius, significantly reducing encounters with the stone puppets. On one particular day, 10 flame birds soared through the sky. On the ground, Feng Cheng reclined on the roof of the mobile house, lazily basking in the sun while cultivating his elemental energy. Suddenly, an image transmitted by one of the firebirds captured his attention. In the distance, a towering stone puppet was engaged in combat with a man, under Feng Cheng's control. The firebird swiftly descended, circling lower to relay more specific information. He observed a stone puppet, standing over 3 to 4 meters tall, relentlessly pursuing a middle-aged man. The man, clad in camouflage battle attire and wielding a spear, was precariously evading the onslaught of the stone puppet, which threatened to crush him into a pulp with its barrel-sized fists. Wasn't that Minister Gao from the Human Resources Department? Fong Chung felt a jolt of excitement. After more than 10 days of searching, he had finally found a colleague from the company. He immediately directed the other firebirds in the sky to fly towards Minister Gao while summoning Feng Jing, who was resting in the mobile house, to hastily make her way to Gao's location. Minister Gao, in a desperate flight for his life, suddenly noticed a firebird descending like a cannonball from the sky, accurately striking the stone puppet behind him. Boom! A burst of flames erupted, sending a shockwave that violently propelled Gao away. Before he could regain his composure, several more firebirds descended, their explosive sounds echoing as the heat rolled forth, engulfing the stone puppet in flames. Regaining his bearings, Minister Gao stood up and glanced back in confusion. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly formed hand seals and chanted incantations. Within seconds, a circle of light illuminated beneath his feet, spinning rapidly before a skateboard-like azure creature materialized from thin air. Minister Gao stood upon the back of the hoverboard creature, which immediately lifted off the ground, swiftly gliding away with him towards the horizon. The creature's speed far surpassed that of Minister Gao's previous running, likely due to the fact that he had not summoned it until this moment. Before long, the flames dissipated, and a charred stone golem emerged, its body marred with destruction. One side lay shattered, and the remnants of its severed arm bore the scars of flames that had burned and melted it. Fixating on the direction in which Minister Gao had fled, it resumed its pursuit. Meanwhile, Fong Chung rode on his energy motorcycle, closing in from behind the stone golem. Energy gathered in the palm of his hand, and a sword-shaped rune slowly materialized. This rune was no larger than a thumb, resembling a diminutive sword, its entirety composed of intertwining crimson energy, shimmering brilliantly. As Fong Chung continuously infused his own energy into it, the rune's radiance intensified, becoming an overwhelming blaze of light. A formidable heat was contained within the confines of his palm, forming an invisible force field. Suddenly, Fong Chung flipped his hand forward, and the flame sword shot forth with explosive speed. The fiery blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, rapidly expanding after leaving Fong Cheng's grasp. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed the dimensions of a typical sword, transforming into a colossal blade, over 3 meters long and a foot wide, enveloped in flames. The flaming sword, trailing a long tail of fire, traversed hundreds of meters in an instant, striking directly at the stone golem. The stone golem, possessing the strength of a second-tier life essence, abruptly halted in response to the imminent threat, pivoting to deliver a powerful punch that collided with the tip of the incoming flame sword. A deafening explosion resonated across the barren expanse as a blinding flare erupted, giving rise to a mushroom cloud. The violent heat wave emanated from the point of the explosion, radiating outward in a circular wave. Moments later, as the remnants of the blast subsided, only a fragmented stone block and a heap of glimmering game coins remained on the ground. Fong Chung collected the coins and activated his energy motorcycle, swiftly catching up to Minister Gao, who was still in flight. Fong Chung, what brings you both here? Minister Gao, evidently more familiar with Fong Chung, recognized them and quickly comprehended the situation, coming to an abrupt halt. Having been with the company for only a month, Fong Chung had limited interaction with Minister Gao, who was in his 40s, tall and lean, with a perpetually serious visage. Fong Cheng's understanding of him was confined to the knowledge that he was one of the influential figures within the company. Fong Jing dismounted from the motorcycle and approached Minister Gao with a bright expression. Minister Gao, you have no idea how hard we've been searching for you. Have you seen any of our other colleagues? Minister Gao paused momentarily, a fleeting glimmer of emotion flickering in his eyes, before responding gravely. We have gathered nearly 40 colleagues. The others have yet to be located. Really? Fong Jing's eyes sparkled with hope as she turned to Fong Chung and continued, have you seen Chairman Lu Yuanqing? Minister Gao's expression darkened. Chairman Lu, he is no more. Having listened to their exchange, Fong Chung could not restrain himself from asking, did Chairman Lu fall to the beasts? Minister Gao glanced at him, nodded, and remarked, that was over 20 days ago. Xiao Fong, you were the one who saved me. Weren't you? Thank you. You're welcome. Fong Chung waved his hand dismissively, his heart a tumult of emotions. Minister Gao continued, we have been trapped in this world. Over 30 of our colleagues have perished, and we have long since grown accustomed to it. Fong Jing, astonished, inquired, Minister Gao, have you not found the entry and exit card for the virtual realm? I read online that the drop rate for those cards is quite high. What did you just say? You can access the internet? The entry and exit card for the virtual realm. What is that? Minister Gao asked, his face a mask of disbelief. Fong Jing then recounted how she and Fong Chung had utilized the card to escape the virtual realm, along with a brief overview of the current situation regarding the virtual realm as compiled online. After listening, Minister Gao remained speechless for a long moment before finally sighing deeply. No, we have not found the entry and exit card for the virtual realm. Since you were able to return to the real world at will, why not accompany me to the settlement? It would surely bring joy to everyone. Knowing there is a way out, we need not linger here in confusion. Fangqing and Fengjing exchanged glances. Although their primary objective in entering the virtual realm had vanished, helping their colleagues escape was indeed a noble deed. Chapter 19. An unexpected turn across the desolate Gobi Desert. A trio advanced in a straight line. Minister Gao led the way on a hover beast known as the Floating Beast, while Fangcheng and Fengjing followed closely on their energy motorcycles. The Floating Beast, summoned by Minister Gao through a secret conjuration, could reach speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour, which was quite remarkable. Thanks to Fangcheng's fiery bird scout, they traveled without incident. 2 hours later, a black structure emerged on the distant horizon. As they drew nearer, they discovered it to be a grand palace made of black marble, reminiscent of European temples, standing majestically upon the Gobi expanse. The group halted before the palace and ascended several dozen steps to arrive at the grand hall's entrance. A sharp crack of a whip resonated from within, piquing Fangqing and Fengjing's curiosity. "Come in, this is our settlement. All our colleagues reside inside," Minister Gao said with a mysterious smile, gesturing them to enter. Upon stepping into the grand hall, Fangcheng was met with a scene of profound shock. In the center of the hall, a woman, barely clothed, was suspended by her arms, straining to keep her toes on the ground. She was in her 30s, with an oval face and curly hair. It was Sun Chuman, the vice president of Taichung Financing Leasing Company, in charge of the risk control department, and Fangqing as superior. Beside Sun Chuman stood a woman wielding a gleaming black whip, delivering harsh blows to her, while Sun Chuman merely let out a muffled groan, her body twisting with each strike, yet she struggled to maintain her balance, pressing her toes against the ground. The woman with the whip was someone Fangcheng recognized, a young girl from the Human Resources Department. "President Sun," Fengjing screamed, rushing forward, only to be forcibly restrained by Fangcheng. Minister Gao stood silently behind the two, wielding a spear and blocking the entrance. A flicker of light emanated from Fangcheng's hand as he retrieved a black gold long knife from his storage watch, his gaze sweeping across the grand hall and settling in the shadows at the rear. A man emerged from the darkness, smiling broadly, and exclaimed, "Isn't it a joy to have friends come from afar?" Zhao Gu. Fangcheng was taken aback upon recognizing him. The man's name was Zhao Jun, a colleague from the same batch that joined Taichung Company, albeit 5 years his senior, possessing a wealth of professional experience after switching to Taichung. Among the colleagues Fangcheng had bonded with during his first month, Zhao Jun was undoubtedly the closest. Their respective departments, Zhao Jun's in marketing and Fangcheng's in risk control, were closely intertwined, leading to frequent interactions, especially since both were newcomers. Yet, the eerie atmosphere within the hall dulled any sense of joy at their reunion. At that moment, Sun Chuman shouted hoarsely, "Xiaofeng, run! Zhao Jun has taken control of everyone. Don't let him catch you. It will be the end." Before she could finish, a whip cracked through the air, abruptly silencing her. Zhao Jun, grinning, approached Sun Chuman and patted her on the shoulder, turning to Fangcheng and saying, "Brother, do you believe what this person says?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Minister Gao erupted into action, his spear glowing as it lunged towards Fangcheng's back. Fangcheng swiftly embraced Fengjing's slender waist, his figure swaying and leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he deftly evaded the attack. He set Fengjing down and whispered, "You should return to reality. You cannot go back. Within my grand hall, your virtual access cards are rendered useless." Came Minister Gao's voice from behind, yet his tone mirrored Zhao Jun's speech pattern perfectly. The young woman from the Human Resources Department, who had struck Sun Chuman, approached with a strange smile, forming a menacing circle with Gao and declaring, "So, brother, you might as well surrender." Strangely, her voice mirrored Zhao Jun's as well. Fangcheng regarded Zhao Jun with a calm demeanor and inquired, "Zhao Gu, what do you intend to do?" Beside him, Fengjing had already produced her virtual access card. But as expected, it failed to function as Gao had indicated. Zhao Jun sauntered closer to Fangcheng, stating, "Brother, I see you possess considerable strength. Why not join me? Here, take this." With that, he tossed a sphere of condensed black mist, but Fangcheng sidestepped it narrowly, allowing it to fall and dissipate upon contact with the ground. Sun Chuman continued, "Xiaofeng, do not be deceived. His primordial energy will control you and turn you into his avatar." Fangcheng furrowed his brow as dozens of ice blue butterflies materialized around him, dancing gracefully and encircling both him and Fengjing. Zhao Jun watched intently, chuckling. Sun Zong makes a valid point, though not entirely accurate. If you accept my primordial energy, you will, in principle, become my avatar. However, I shall not infringe upon your freedom. You will retain your consciousness, and we can collaborate for mutual benefit. Of course, you are free to refuse. Feng Qing replied with a cold smile. If we were to refuse, would we not end up like Sun Zone, imprisoned by you? He had discerned that Zhao Jun was likely practicing some form of malevolent technique, teetering on the brink of madness. With a smile, Zhao Jun shook his head and remarked, I have kept General Sun because she will still be of use once we return to reality. As for the two of you, I have already eliminated numerous disobedient colleagues lacking in value, so I am indifferent to the prospect of dispatching a couple more. Xiaofeng, the world has transformed. I am only engaging in this pointless conversation due to our past acquaintance. You may choose submission or destruction. The choice is yours. Although he spoke with a smile, his tone gradually grew icy. I choose to leave, Feng Qing shouted, as hundreds of ice butterflies erupted from his surroundings, soaring towards Minister Gao, Zhao Jun, and the young woman from the Human Resources Department. Simultaneously, he enveloped Feng Jing once more and unleashed all his might in the illusory body technique, his form resembling smoke. And in the blink of an eye, he reached the entrance of the grand hall. He pushed and pulled at the massive door, only to discover it remained immovable. Curiously, there were no signs of a lock. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun and the others were surrounded by a flickering aura of primal energy. Fending off the assault of the ice butterflies, hundreds of ice butterflies collided with the three, exploding and unleashing a frigid aura that encased them in ice. As they evaded, they wielded their spears and whips to shatter the ice butterflies from a distance, preventing them from closing in. Inside the hall, a chilling atmosphere prevailed, with ice crystals swirling and the air dense with the cold emanating from the shattered butterflies. TSK, Xiaofeng, I must say, I did not realize you possessed such prowess. However, do not think you can escape this hall. Among the three, Zhao Jun appeared the most at ease. He waved his hand, casting forth tendrils of black primal energy. Upon contact with the ice butterflies, they plummeted to the ground, motionless. Once he had dispatched the ice butterflies, he strode confidently towards Feng Qing, snapping his fingers to unleash 3 streams of black energy directed at him. Feng Qing deftly evaded, his form flickering as he coalesced a sword-shaped rune in his hand, which soon radiated a blinding light, difficult to behold. He raised his hand and unleashed a flame sword, not aimed at Zhao Jun, but rather towards the door. As the flame sword was released, it transformed instantly into a colossal sword of fire, measuring 3 meters long and a foot wide, crashing violently against the door. A thunderous explosion resonated, sending waves of fire surging backward, prompting Zhao Jun and his companions to dodge. When the flames subsided, the door bore several fissures, allowing glimpses of light from outside. Without further ado, Feng Qing, cradling Feng Jing, once again positioned himself before the door, wielding a black gold long knife enveloped in icy blue light. In an instant, he conjured hundreds of knife shadows, cascading upon the cracks of the door. With a resounding crack, the door, once formidable, splintered under the alternating forces of extreme cold and heat. By the heavens! Zhao Jun's expression shifted dramatically as he cursed, a wheel of swirling flames suddenly materializing in his hand, which he hurled towards Feng Qing. Feng Qing moved like a shadow, vanishing from the doorway in an instant. Chapter 20. Demonic Techniques. Upon exiting the black hall, Feng Qing turned to Feng Jing and inquired, Can the access card be used now? In the blink of an eye, after the fierce altercation, Feng Jing had been rendered dazed, but as she regained her composure, she recognized the urgency of the situation and hastily attempted the access card, which indeed responded. Are you not returning? Feng Jing asked. Feng Qing glanced at Zhao Jun emerging from the hall and replied, You go ahead, I will withdraw shortly. Regardless, I can leave at any time, they cannot stop me. Feng Jing hesitated for a moment, then finally said, Be careful, I will wait for you outside. With that, her figure dissipated like a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Zhao Jun shook his head with a wry smile, his curiosity piqued as he observed Feng Qing, who remained rooted in place. He asked, Little Feng, you aren't waiting for Feng Jing to go find the police, are you? Even if the police enter the virtual realm, they won't arrive here immediately. By the time they find us, we will have already completed our business. Feng Qing frowned and replied, Have you been outside? Then why is there no record of your information on the first floor of Shimao High Bay? Zhao Jun smiled mysteriously. Guess. Taking a deep breath, Feng Qing waved his hand, and hundreds of ice butterflies reappeared. He pointed his blade at Zhao Jun and declared, Brother Zhao, I care not what you have become. Just hand over General Sun to me, and I will turn and leave. Zhao Jun regarded him with amusement, a golden wheel, about a foot in diameter, spinning incessantly before him, flames swirling around it, accompanied by waves of elemental energy. After a moment, he chuckled, saying, Let us see if you possess the strength to do so. No sooner had he spoken than the golden wheel surged forward, aiming for Feng Qing's head. Feng Qing's form flickered, leaving behind numerous afterimages as the myriad ice butterflies surged toward Zhao Jun and his companions. The golden wheel struck the ground, sending dust and flames into the air, creating a large crater. Frowning, Zhao Jun summoned another golden wheel, and both wheels returned to him. He stepped onto one, lifting himself into the air to evade the onslaught of ice butterflies. The wind and fire wheels? Fangqing couldn't help but recall the pair wielded by Neza. Minister Gao and the young lady from the Human Resources Department found themselves entangled by the ice butterflies, caught in a flurry of confusion. Zhao Jun, airborne, unleashed waves of black elemental energy. Once the ice butterflies were ensnared, they immediately lost their connection to Fangqing and fell to the ground. Fangqing, like a phantom, instantaneously appeared behind Minister Gao. He swung his blade, conjuring dozens of black golden blade shadows that carried the might to cleave through gold and stone, striking toward Minister Gao. The minister desperately brandished his spear in defense, but as soon as his spear made contact with the blade light, it shattered into pieces. Realizing the imminent danger, he swiftly retreated, only to be touched by more than a dozen ice butterflies, freezing him in place, transforming him into an ice sculpture. Fangqing then charged toward the young lady from the Human Resources Department, who hurriedly retreated into the grand hall, watching him warily. In the sky, Zhao Jun, standing on the wind and fire wheel, evaded the ice butterflies with agile movements, utilizing his unique elemental energy to swiftly knock down all the ice butterflies surrounding him. Upon witnessing this, Fangqing stood still, radiant lights swirling behind him as a miniature wing-shaped fire rune gradually emerged, transforming into a pair of fiery wings over 2 meters long, materializing on his back. The flame wings from the flame god rune. With a powerful flap of these wings, Fangqing soared upward, his form like a streak of light, wielding his blade with a mighty shout, the blade light dazzling and concentrated, descending upon Zhao Jun. Goodness, how fierce! Zhao Jun was momentarily taken aback, yet his reflexes were quick. A golden talisman appeared in his hand, which swiftly transformed into a golden tetrahedral barrier, enveloping him. The blade light struck the tetrahedron, and with a crack, the luminous barrier shattered instantly. Zhao Jun was struck by the force of the blade, plummeting towards the ground. Fangqing, like a shadow pursuing its form, unleashed a radiant blade of light akin to a cascading waterfall, crashing downwards. As Zhao Jun lay on the ground, he gazed skyward, his expression grave. Without hesitation, he produced a dimensional passage card, vanishing into the virtual realm at the very moment the blade's light enveloped him. Fangqing re-entered the grand hall, only to find that the girl from the Human Resources Department, or rather, Zhao Jun's avatar, had also disappeared. It was uncertain whether she had exited the virtual realm or sought refuge elsewhere. Fangqing rescued Sun Chuman, providing her with a set of clothing from the mobile dwelling before inquiring about the unfolding events. Upon entering the virtual realm, Sun Chuman quickly located a few colleagues. United in purpose, they persevered for several days and soon gathered over a dozen more, including Chairman Lu Yuanqing and Zhao Jun. Under Lu Yuanqing's leadership, the group gradually acclimated to the peculiarities of the virtual realm and discovered an edifice of black marble, which became their sanctuary. Centered around the shelter, they explored their surroundings, rapidly amassing a company of over 100 colleagues, a formidable force. Yet, it was at this juncture that they began to notice Zhao Jun's peculiarities. Those who ventured out alongside him suffered an unusually high casualty rate. Conversely, those who returned alongside Zhao Jun grew increasingly devoted to him, and gradually, his influence within the sanctuary overshadowed Lu Yuanqing's authority. It was not until one fateful day, when Zhao Jun confronted Lu Yuanqing directly, that Sun Chuman and the remaining few realized that of the 40 or so individuals in their refuge, the vast majority had become Zhao Jun's followers, or rather, his avatars. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Jun had mastered a certain technique that enabled him to switch his consciousness among these avatars at will once he had gained control over them. His ultimate ambition transcended mere dominion over the sanctuary. He sought to subjugate Lu Yuanqing. By ensnaring Lu Yuanqing with his sinister allure, he intended to transform him into one of his avatars, thereby assuming Lu Yuanqing's identity to escape the virtual realm and seize untold wealth. Upon hearing this, Fangqing surmised that Zhao Jun had already acquired a dimensional passage card by the time he plotted against Lu Yuanqing. However, he had not returned to reality in his true form. Fangqing speculated that Zhao Jun might have entered a different level of the virtual realm, where he developed his avatars, sending them back to the real world to gather information. This thought filled him with trepidation. According to Sun Chuman, Zhao Jun's technique possessed a distinctive trait. Those under his control had to willingly accept his influence, opening their hearts to him for the method to succeed. The unfortunate colleagues who had perished before had done so under Zhao Jun's coercion, resolutely refusing to submit, ultimately succumbing to his ruthless torment. This included Lu Yuanqing. After Lu Yuanqing's demise, Zhao Jun shifted his focus to Sun Chuman. Although she lacked Lu Yuanqing's wealth, her years as a vice president had endowed her with considerable assets, along with connections that could significantly aid Zhao Jun in the real world. Was it the technique that transformed him, or had he misapplied it? As Fang Cheng reflected on his encounters with Zhao Jun, he couldn't help but ponder deeply. Sun Shuman sincerely said to Fang Cheng, "We need to leave promptly. The Zhao army still has over 30 avatars outside hunting stone puppets, and they may return at any moment." The two exited the stone hall, and Fang Cheng retrieved the energy motorcycle, preparing to accompany Sun Shuman in search of an entry and exit card to return to the real world. However, he noticed a massive stone tablet behind the black marble hall, faintly adorned with intricate runes and array patterns. "What is that?" Fang Cheng inquired of Sun Shuman. Sun Shuman replied, "That is the refining blueprint for the windfire wheel, which we discovered in the Gobi Desert. Due to its size, we couldn't store it in the storage bracelet, so we moved it next to the stone hall." "The windfire wheel? Is that the pair of wheels used by the Zhao army?" Fang Cheng said. Sun Shuman affirmed, "Indeed. The Zhao army managed to gather the materials for crafting the windfire wheel only with the collective effort of many. Let us go take a look." Fang Cheng activated the energy motorcycle and approached the stone tablet. Looking up, he saw two enormous wheels depicted on its surface, each intricately carved with exquisite and complex patterns, interspersed with dozens of peculiar runes. Beside it, a lengthy text explanation sprawled across the stone, comprising over 1,000 characters. Chapter 21. Divine Descent. The moment Fang Cheng laid eyes on the stone tablet, its contents etched themselves indelibly into his mind, revealing the profound meanings of the runes and array patterns. He gazed in astonishment at Sun Shuman, who explained, "This may be a unique property of the stone tablet. Everyone who sees it instantly remembers its contents as if they had known them all along. Truly miraculous. This virtual realm is indeed full of wonders." Fang Cheng couldn't help but exclaim. The two did not linger any longer and swiftly departed. Along the way, Fang Cheng utilized the flame bird to detect stone puppets. Sun Shuman was fortunate as well, for in less than 2 hours, they managed to obtain a virtual realm entry and exit card. Upon returning to reality, they arrived on the first floor, where they found Feng Jing had just come down recently. The three of them, with Sun Shuman taking the lead, thoroughly reported the situation of the 53rd floor of the virtual realm to the staff on the first floor. The staff member, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat shaken. With a serious expression, he stated, "We will promptly report this matter to our superiors. You must also be cautious and refrain from easily entering the virtual realm again. It is rumored that the government will soon introduce policies to restrict exploration of the virtual realm." At the Lu family's villa, Fang Cheng, Feng Jing, and Sun Shuman spent over an hour discussing matters with Lu Yuanqing's wife and son in the study. Once the conversation concluded, the atmosphere in the study became stagnant. Feng Jing stayed behind to comfort her aunt, while Fang Cheng and Sun Shuman left the villa. "Thank you, Xiaofeng," Sun Shuman said. Her spirits noticeably lifted upon returning to reality, though her complexion still bore traces of weariness. Fang Cheng smiled. "No need for thanks, Sun Zong. If you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." He held great admiration for her. This female vice president had imparted considerable knowledge to him regarding both professional skills and interpersonal relations during their time working together. It is said that General Sun also hails from humble rural origins. Through sheer determination, she gained admission to a prestigious university, progressing through her undergraduate, master's, and doctoral studies. After entering the workforce, she consistently ascended the ranks, ultimately becoming a high-level executive with an annual salary of 1 million. Despite her ordinary appearance, her relentless efforts have propelled her to this remarkable status, making her a living embodiment of inspiration. Even amidst the torment inflicted by Zhao Jun in the virtual realm, she persevered, earning Fang Cheng's genuine desire to maintain a cordial relationship with this vice president. "Xiaofeng, I believe I do not have your WeChat. Let us connect for future correspondence," General Sun suggested. The two exchanged WeChat details, and as Sun pressed a few buttons on her phone, Fang Cheng received a notification indicating a substantial transfer, an amount totaling 500,000 yuan. "General Sun, this is unexpected," Fang Cheng remarked in astonishment. Sun Shuman replied, "Xiaofeng, please accept it. Without your assistance, I would not have survived to return. There is no need for further expressions of gratitude. We have ample time ahead. My family awaits. So I must take my leave." "Indeed, please travel safely," Fang Cheng nodded in response. He watched as Sun Shuman drove away in a sleek black Audi 6, then returned to his own vehicle and headed home. Once back in his modest rental, Fang Cheng felt a profound sense of conflict. His bank account had quietly surpassed 1,600,000 yuan, a sum sufficient to elevate his current living conditions, allowing him to rent a luxuriously appointed 3-bedroom apartment. The prospect of driving a BMW and residing in a lavish home seemed within his grasp. However, within the confines of his cramped rental dwelling, there existed an entrance to the virtual realm. According to the guards stationed at Shermau Bay and the information circulating online, the government was intensifying its regulation of the virtual domain, a trend that appeared inevitable. It was rumored that 5 major public virtual realms had emerged in Binhai City, 3 of which resembled large office buildings like Shermau Bay, with each floor serving as a distinct entrance to a different virtual battleground, each more bizarre than the last. Additionally, there was a notable virtual realm located within the illustrious shopping center, Wanxiang City, which comprised 6 floors, each housing a unique virtual world. The final public virtual realm in Binhai City was situated atop a female dormitory at Binhai University. This particular realm was extraordinary. The entire 7-story building constituted a virtual world resembling an expansive ocean, dotted with countless islands. Each of the 209 female dormitories transformed into an island upon entry, allowing residents to traverse from one island to another, exiting through a virtual access card at the door of a different dormitory. Currently, the government had completely sealed off these 5 virtual realms, permitting exit but forbidding entry. Furthermore, numerous private virtual realms had surfaced online. These private realms were entrances to virtual worlds appearing within individuals' homes. Some residents had reported these phenomena, registered them, and after receiving government subsidies, relocated. The virtual entrance within Fangcheng's rental was indeed a private realm. At this juncture, he resolved to proceed with caution, utilizing this virtual realm to enhance his capabilities expeditiously. After careful contemplation, he made the decision to re-enter the ice forest virtual realm and immerse himself in focused cultivation. He remained in the ethereal realm for over 30 consecutive days. During this period, he meticulously reorganized his cultivation techniques, particularly focusing on the phantom body technique, the ice butterfly secret art, and the flame god rune manuscript. Through his encounters with Zhao Jun, he became acutely aware of the significance of the phantom body technique. Had it not been for his swift movements, he might have found himself ensnared within the dark hall, reduced to a mere puppet or meeting an untimely demise. Over these 30 days, he diligently refined the phantom body technique, enhancing his speed significantly. He sensed that, due to the limitations of his elemental energy cultivation, this technique had reached its pinnacle. Only with a breakthrough to the 3rd level of the life element could he hope for further advancement. As for the ice butterfly secret art, after condensing over 300 ice butterfly runes, he encountered a bottleneck. Conversely, his progress with the flame god rune manuscript was smooth, and he devoted most of his time to the secret art. Each of the 8 runes within the flame god rune manuscript possessed unique abilities. The flame ball, though less potent than the flame sword, was characterized by its capacity for continuous release until Fangcheng's elemental energy was entirely depleted, saving him several seconds of preparation time compared to the flame sword. The flame bird, notable for its ability to soar through the skies and share vision, could also launch aerial assaults. The flame serpent manifested as a great serpent of fire, adept at stealthy ambushes and sudden strikes. The flame shield was an immense circular shield formed from elemental energy. The flame sword was undoubtedly the most powerful of the 8 runes. The flame wings allowed Fang Cheng to soar through the air, with feathers that could be shot out as a form of attack. The flame book, the most peculiar of the runes, possessed no offensive capability. Instead, it was a tome of flames, capable of absorbing and storing techniques such as the flame serpent, flame bird, flame ball, and flame sword, allowing for the conservation of elemental energy during combat. The 8th rune, known as the flame array, could be utilized in conjunction with the other 8 runes to form a formation. According to the manuscript, this formation was called the Divine Descent Array. Although Fang Cheng had learned this rune, he was unable to manifest the Divine Descent Array due to his insufficient elemental energy cultivation, which hindered his ability to activate the formation. Chapter 22. Cat CAF. On this day, the icy forest of the ethereal realm was still blanketed in heavy snow. Fang Cheng stood beneath a tree, feeling an inexplicable restlessness in his heart, rendering him unable to concentrate on his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent over 30 days in this realm, and today, an unshakable impatience welled within him, as if something were obstructing his spirit, making every endeavor feel unsatisfactory. Suddenly, vivid memories of his encounters with Feng Jing and Zhou Yanan flooded his mind, stirring a tumultuous energy within him, edging towards a sense of madness. He hastily returned to the real world, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag, gazing out at the bright sunlight and the incessant flow of vehicles on the road, his mind gradually finding some semblance of calm. To be honest, Fang Cheng was uncertain about the nature of his relationship with Feng Jing and Zhou Yanan. Although Feng Jing was a colleague, their interactions prior to entering the virtual realm were limited. However, once they found themselves in that unique environment, They began to spend day and night together, gradually developing a bond that resembled a close friendship. Had it not been for the incident at Yincheng Palace, their relationship might have blossomed into something more romantic. Unfortunately, following that event, an awkwardness settled between them. An unspoken tension that lingered like an unripe fruit hastily plucked and bitten into, leaving an unpleasant sourness. Caught in a state that hovered between friendship and romance, neither knew how to proceed. As for Zhou Yanan, their connection transcended friendship, yet fell short of love, a pure but undefined relationship. Feng Cheng was well aware of this. But Zhou Yanan was older, mature, alluring, and possessed a wealth of life experience, making her somewhat enigmatic. In contrast, he found himself more drawn to the candid and vivacious Feng Jing, who was closer to his age. Feng Cheng took out his phone, opened WeChat, and found Feng Jing's avatar, sending her a smiley face and inquiring, "Feng Zong, what have you been busy with these past few days?" It wasn't long before Feng Jing replied, "What Feng Zong? I'm currently an unemployed wanderer, just staying at home. What about you?" Feng Jing responded, "I'm also at home without work." After a moment, he added, "How about we go out for a bit?" Feng Jing answered promptly, "Sure. Where to?" Taken aback by her swift agreement, he pondered for a moment and said, "There's a nice CAF on Behai Road called Cat CAF. Have you been there? Isn't that the place that serves cat poop coffee?" "I don't drink that stuff," Feng Jing replied. Feng Jing chuckled, "Haha, it's just Cat CAF. The owner has many cats there, and they don't serve that kind of coffee." Feng Jing sent a giggling emoji and responded, "All right then, send me the location." "What time shall we meet?" Feng Jing replied, "I'll come pick you up. Please share your address." After a while, Feng Jing sent a playful emoji and then shared her location, saying, "Experience the feeling of sitting in a BMW." Feng Jing had long noticed Feng Jing's curiosity about his BMW 5 Series, though she never directly asked, occasionally bringing it up in passing. Feng Jing's residence was not far from him, and within a mere 10 minutes, he parked his car at the entrance of a community. "I've arrived," he texted. And after waiting for less than the duration of a song, he saw a graceful and curvaceous beauty approaching. Feng Jing had evidently put thought into her appearance. Her light makeup and soft pink lip gloss accentuated her delicate features, making her look even more enchanting. She wore a fitted white top paired with a light blue chiffon skirt, and on her feet were adorable white sneakers, exuding an air of elegance blended with youthful vitality. Feng Cheng waved, and Feng Jing opened the door and got in, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed the interior of the car. "This car is nice. When did you buy it?" she asked. "A gift from a friend," Feng Cheng replied, keeping his explanation brief as he started the car and drove towards Cat CAF. His ex-girlfriend loved cats, but since pets were not allowed in their dormitory, he frequently brought her to the Cat CAF. They had parted ways 6 months before graduation. One remained in the coastal city striving for success, while the other ventured to the bustling metropolis for graduate studies, pursuing a combined master's and doctorate. If one were to assign scores for beauty, Feng Jing would merit an impressive 85, while Zhou Yanan could even reach 88 or 89. Yet the former girlfriend would barely scrape a mere 6. For reasons unknown, as they journeyed towards the Cat CAF, in the company of such exquisite beauty, Feng Jing found himself momentarily distracted. Is she doing well? It seemed they hadn't been in touch for quite some time. "Oh, what am I thinking?" The sound of Feng Jing's voice broke through his reverie, prompting him to return to the present. "I wasn't thinking of anything. I'm just focused on driving," Feng Jing replied nonchalantly. Feng Jing let out a soft laugh, her eyes dancing with mischief as she teased, "Are you trying to deceive me? You're thinking about other girls, aren't you?" Feng Jing was taken aback. "Wait, how did you notice that? Your ex-girlfriend?" Feng Jing chuckled, pressing on with her inquiry. Feng Cheng chose silence for a moment before redirecting the conversation. "We're almost at the CAF." The Cat CAF was a quaint establishment located by the street, shaded by towering plane trees. Its faade was modest, consisting of 2 levels, with an inviting interior adorned with cozy furnishings, plush sofas, wicker chairs, and hanging seats, each invitingly comfortable. The CAF's most distinctive feature was the dozen or so cats kept by the owner, including breeds such as Persian, Burmese, and Maine Coon. These felines, accustomed to the presence of patrons, either lounged lazily on the sofas, frolicked with each other, or sat in a trance-like state, only to suddenly spring into action and dart off, startling anyone nearby. The gentle strains of a saxophone filled the air, as an American musician played a melodious rendition of the Minnan folk song Wang Chun Feng, evoking the serene and leisurely ambience of a late spring evening, accompanied by a soft breeze, enchanting all who listened. The duo ordered a cup of coffee and a plate of pastries. Feng Jing removed her shoes and settled into a hanging chair, leisurely savoring her coffee while engaging in light-hearted conversation with Feng Cheng, reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from their pasts. As their conversation unfolded, Feng Cheng noticed Feng Jing's persistent inquiries about his previous relationships and whether he often brought his girlfriends to this CAF. Given her familiarity with the menu, seeking to shift the topic, he recalled various government reports, understanding that discussions about employment, inflation, food safety, education, healthcare, housing, social security, and elder care could be equally engaging without veering into mundane territory. Yet, the most captivating topic currently was the virtual realm. Hey, let us not delve into my ex-girlfriend. Let me tell you something interesting. You know, there's a virtual gateway connected to my bathroom. Feng Qing attempted to redirect the conversation. Feng Jing's eyes brightened, her posture straightening as she inquired, what kind of virtual realm? Feng Qing recounted the tales of Ice Forest, Coral Island, and the Bronze Subway. To which Feng Jing responded with astonishment. So, the Bronze Subway that's been trending on Weibo is right at your place. You must take me there sometime. Absolutely. We're old partners after all, Feng Cheng replied with a smile. Feng Jing added, by the way, speaking of this, I feel like there's also a virtual entrance near my home. Chapter 23, The Realm of Flames. Feng Jing extended her lovely leg, her petite foot clad in light blue socks, gently stroking a gray British short-hair cat that lay beneath the chair. She remarked, these past few days, whenever I return home and pass by my neighbor's door, I sense a faint ripple of primal energy, though it's quite subtle, so I cannot be certain. Have you seen your neighbor recently? Feng Cheng inquired. Feng Jing shook her head and replied, my neighbor's sister is on a business trip to America. Before she left, she entrusted me with her keys and asked me to water her plants. Did you not venture inside to take a look? Feng Cheng asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Feng Jing responded, I wouldn't dare go alone. Would you accompany me? Feng Cheng scratched his head. I wouldn't mind going. But what if we run into your parents? Feng Jing exclaimed in surprise, I don't live with my parents, so how could we possibly encounter them? Feng Cheng, bewildered, asked, you don't live with your parents? Feng Jing laughed softly. After I started working, I moved out. I only return home on weekends. That apartment was a birthday gift from my father for my 18th birthday. The two exited the CAF and returned to Feng Jing's residence. The apartments in this complex were spacious, with 2 units per floor. Upon stepping out of the elevator, Feng Cheng distinctly sensed a ripple of primal energy emanating from the opposite apartment. Perhaps due to the uniqueness of his cultivation method, the energy waves were vividly clear to him. Shall we sit in my room for a while? Feng Jing suggested, playfully standing before the door with her bag, her eyes twinkling. Sure, Feng Cheng nodded and followed Feng Jing inside. She retrieved a pair of men's slippers and bashfully said, these are my father's slippers. Please make do with them. Feng Cheng shrugged nonchalantly and, upon changing his shoes and entering the room, couldn't help but reflect on the meaning of being born at the finish line. Were it not for the existence of the virtual realm, acquiring an apartment in Binhai City could take him 5 to 10 arduous years, not to mention the struggles and hardships he would have to endure during that time. Even if he eventually met the conditions, he could only afford a small apartment, gradually upgrading to a larger one. In contrast, Feng Jing received a lavishly decorated 3-bedroom apartment of 150 square meters as a gift for her 18th birthday. She was able to drive a Mercedes shortly after starting her career, enjoyed a respectable job with a generous salary, and lived comfortably without the burden of a mortgage, allowing her to embrace a leisurely, bourgeois lifestyle and freely allocate her time to Feng Cheng. It felt as though Feng Jing had been born at the finish line he aspired to reach, a goal he would strive for a lifetime to attain. While she may have already achieved it at birth, the emergence of the virtual realm represented a transformative opportunity for him. Suddenly, he recalled Zhao Jun, who, as far as he knew, seemed to be in an even less favorable position than he was. This apartment's decor is quite nice, isn't it? I designed it myself, Feng Jing said, leading Feng Cheng on a tour around the room, smiling as she shared stories and amusing anecdotes about the various furnishings and their origins. At last, the pair settled onto the balcony sofa, sunlight streaming through the white sheer curtains, a gentle breeze wafting in, causing the curtains to sway. The gardenia flowers on the balcony exuded a delicate fragrance, seemingly merging with the sunlight itself. Feng Jing settled beside Feng Cheng, brewing 2 cups of delicate Maojian tea. She raised 1 cup and offered it to him, saying, this is the Preming Maojian. Would you like to taste it? Feng Cheng gazed at her radiant face and, almost instinctively, did not take the cup. Instead, he leaned forward, bowed his head, and drank from the elegant teacup, emptying it with a slurp. Feng Jing cast him a sidelong glance and inquired, is it good? Feng Jing gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Feng Jing initially resisted slightly but soon relaxed, leaning into his embrace. As their eyes met, he observed her tender, rosy lips pressed together, a smile dancing at the corners, conveying both shyness and delight. Feng Cheng, with utmost seriousness, asked, What brand of lipstick are you wearing? May I have a taste? Feng Jing was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled softly, playfully tapping his chest. I didn't expect you to be so coy. Feng Cheng reached out, lifting her smooth, porcelain-like chin, and slowly lowered his head, allowing her ample time to contemplate. Only when he sensed no apparent resistance from her did he begin to savor the flavor of her lipstick. 2 hours later, Feng Qing and Feng Jing stood at the threshold of her neighbor's door. She inserted the key into the lock, turning it 2.5 times before opening the door. Feng Cheng took her hand, stepping inside. Instantly, they were enveloped by a wave of scorching heat, as if they had entered another realm. Before them lay a landscape of dark crimson. The intense heat surged through the air like an unrelenting tide. Not far away loomed a magnificent volcano, with dark red magma spilling forth, cascading in every direction. Beneath the volcano, the earth was fragmented by rivers of lava, resembling a complex web of deep crimson draped over the black ground. At that moment, the space surrounding Feng Qing and Feng Jing was filled with slow-moving streams of lava, while a broader river of magma surged further away. Above, thick clouds hung low, illuminated by the fiery glow from the ground, casting a deep red hue across the sky. The vitality of this ethereal realm was remarkably dense, enveloping them like a gentle drizzle, invigorating the fiery demonic energy within Feng Cheng. Suddenly, a distant volcano erupted violently, sending a towering column of crimson fire into the sky, its thunderous roar echoing across the heavens, a sound that resonated deeply. Feng Jing furrowed her brow, feeling discomfort as they transitioned abruptly from the comfort of home to such a harsh environment. Frustrated, she kicked a stone on the ground and exclaimed, "It's so hot. I didn't expect this realm to be like this. We should find a way back quickly." The temperature in this realm was exceedingly high, making them feel as though they stood beside a steel forging furnace. The searing waves of heat stung their skin, compelling them to channel their energy to shield themselves from the discomfort. Feng Qing nodded, noticing the stone Feng Jing had kicked away, revealing an unusual dark red hue with faint golden veins. He picked up the stone and, upon squeezing it with force, found it remarkably unyielding, prompting him to wonder if it might be a type of ore. He recalled the method of forging the wind-fire wheel acquired from the stone tablet in the virtual realm and pondered silently. Perhaps this stone is suitable for crafting the wind-fire wheel. I must give it a try. Feng Cheng waved his hand, releasing 10 fiery birds that soared through the sky, scouting the area for several miles. Soon, he spotted a small island in the center of a lake of molten lava, where a magnificent tree with vibrant red foliage stood, laden with bright yellow fruits the size of watermelons. These fruits shimmered and glowed, resembling a tree adorned with radiant lanterns, captivating to behold. Beneath the tree, several large lizards covered in black scales lounged lazily by the edge of the lava lake, their thick tails occasionally sweeping through the molten flow, igniting trails of fire. "Let us investigate that area." Feng Cheng beckoned to Feng Jing, guiding her to the edge of the lava lake. He silently unleashed over a dozen fiery serpents, each as thick as an arm, which slithered forth, silently making their way into the molten lake towards the small island. Chapter 24. Windfire Will. The numerous fiery birds circled the island, swiftly catching the attention of the black-scaled lizards, who raised their heads and flicked their tongues. One particularly large black-scaled lizard exhaled a jet of flame extending over 20 meters, attempting to strike at the fiery birds. Meanwhile, the fiery serpents stealthily emerged from the lake, swiftly scattering and ensnaring the lizards with lightning speed. As the lizards began to realize what was happening, they struggled violently. At that moment, the fiery serpents unexpectedly thinned, shrinking from the thickness of an arm to that of a finger, yet their fiery glow intensified, resembling agile chains of fire that constricted tightly around the lizards, embedding themselves into their flesh and leaving deep marks. The lizards, undeterred by the molten lava, writhed in agony as the fiery serpents tightened their grip. One lizard, measuring over a meter in length, was quickly constricted into numerous pieces, causing several game coins to spill forth. Following this, one after another, the black-scaled lizards met a similar fate, while the fiery serpents dissipated their energy, fading away into wisps of smoke. Once all the black-scaled lizards on the island had been slain, Feng Cheng performed the secret technique of the flame wings, cradling Feng Jing as they soared over the lava lake to land upon the island. They gathered the game coins scattered across the island, only to find themselves somewhat disappointed, as no entry card to the virtual realm was discovered. Feng Cheng plucked one of the fruits, slicing it open with his black gold longsword, revealing translucent, succulent flesh brimming with juice, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. Boldly, he took a bite, discovering the fruit to be delectably sweet and tender, reminiscent of a yellow peach. As he consumed the fruit, a warm current surged within him, circulating throughout his body before settling in his dantian, merging with his vital energy. He felt invigorated. The vital energy in his dantian surged, replenishing fully the energy expended in the earlier use of the fiery serpent technique, and seemingly enhancing his cultivation slightly, leaving him utterly elated. "This fruit is remarkable. I shall name it the flame fruit," he exclaimed with a smile, collecting dozens of fruits, storing some in his storage watch while placing the rest within his mobile abode. Subsequently, he directed the fiery birds to search further, and they soon located a second flame tree, prompting him to hurry over. This flame tree grew alongside a river of molten lava, even larger than the previous one, its trunk boasting a diameter of over 3 meters, with a dense canopy and an abundance of flame fruits. Beneath the trees, numerous black-scaled lizards thrived. Whenever a ripe flame fruit fell, these lizards would raise their heads from the river of magma, vying for their prize. It is worth noting that the temperature of magma ranges from 900 to 1,400 degrees. These black-scaled lizards navigated the molten landscape with an unsettling ease, showcasing an extraordinary resilience. Confronted by such formidable creatures, Feng Cheng's ice magic and fire magic attacks lost much of their potency, lacking the usual sharpness. Only through the stealthy strikes of the flame snakes could he achieve any success. In contrast, Feng Jing's bronze crossbow, with arrows imbued with golden haze energy, proved exceptionally lethal, allowing her to dispatch the black-scaled lizards at a pace far exceeding Feng Cheng's. After a fierce skirmish, 2 flame snakes emerged from the magma river, each with something from the recently fallen lizards clutched in their mouths. Upon reaching the shore, they promptly regurgitated their catches onto the ground. As Feng Cheng approached, he could not suppress his joy. Among the spoils, alongside game currency, was a virtual realm entry card. Such fortune was indeed commendable. He picked up the card and handed it to Feng Jing, saying, "If you find this place unappealing, you may return first. I shall follow shortly." "All right. Do endeavor to return before dinner. I shall prepare the meal today," Feng Jing replied with a smile, waving her hand as her figure faded away. Feng Cheng estimated the time. It was approximately 3 o'clock in the afternoon when he entered the virtual realm, granting him at least a full day within the realm before dinner in the real world. "Yes, sufficient time remains," he mused. "First, I shall locate the entry card, and then I will forge the windfire wheel." He traversed the magma-laden terrain, searching for ores, while flame birds circled the skies in their relentless pursuit of flame trees. After several hours of exploration, he had harvested from 3 more flame trees and finally discovered a second virtual realm entry card. He then sought a flat expanse the size of a football field and began to attempt the creation of the windfire wheel. The process of crafting this wheel was neither overly difficult nor entirely simple. Initially, he needed to extract metals from the ores using his fire magic, then mold these metals into the shape of the windfire wheel, forming the embryo of the artifact. Subsequently, he envisioned the array patterns and runes of the windfire wheel, channeling his energy to condense these patterns and runes, integrating them into the embryonic form. Finally, he would repeatedly refine the windfire wheel with his energy, ensuring that the inherent patterns and runes fused seamlessly with the embryo, creating a harmonious unity. Only then could the crafting be deemed successful. According to the inscriptions on the stone tablet, 9 runes, when combined with their corresponding patterns, formed a single restriction. The greater the number of restrictions, the more formidable the windfire wheel would become. The diagram of the windfire wheel depicted a total of 36 runes, categorized into 4 tiers of restrictions. These 36 runes encircled the windfire wheel, while the corresponding patterns adorned the ring like intricate embellishments. The more restrictions there were, the higher the material requirements for the embryo. Otherwise, if the material quality was subpar, it would struggle to endure the influx of elemental energy, leading to a failure in crafting. Naturally, the better the embryo's material, the greater the power of the windfire wheel. The embryo represented the tangible, while the restrictions embodied the intangible. Both must align in attributes and even essence to unleash their maximum potential. Fortunately, the red gold ores in this virtual realm were perfectly suited for the windfire wheel's array patterns, and Feng Cheng's mastery of fire magic ensured that refining both the ores and the embryo posed no challenges. The temperature required for smelting steel reaches at least 1,500 degrees Celsius. At this moment, he tirelessly harnessed his elemental energy to transform a heap of refined red gold or into a swirling mass of molten iron, which gracefully levitated in the air. Although it demanded considerable effort, it filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Gradually, he shaped the 2 masses of molten iron into wheels, each measuring over a foot in diameter, with fiery hubs at their centers. He then slightly reduced the temperature, allowing the molten iron to solidify before meticulously refining and modifying the design to satisfy his aesthetic sensibilities. According to a military expert, no weapon should forego the pursuit of beauty. Weapons that are visually appealing often possess great power, especially battleships, aircraft carriers, and fighter jets. Fangcheng firmly believed in this notion. Thus, he invested significant effort into perfecting the appearance of the fire wheels. Once the design was finalized, he began to infuse the embryo with prohibitions. After more than 2 hours, he successfully condensed the 9 runes and formations of the first prohibition into the embryo using his elemental energy. Subsequently, he crafted the prohibitions required for the second fire wheel, completing this task a good 10 minutes faster than the first. The final step involved the ritual of refining. This process entailed continuously amplifying the runes and prohibitions within the embryo with elemental energy, while purging any impurities, allowing the tangible embryo and the intangible runes to meld seamlessly into one. Following the method inscribed on the stone tablet, Fangcheng diligently proceeded with the ritual. However, this stage was exceedingly draining on his elemental energy. Often, after an hour of refinement, he would find himself utterly depleted, necessitating the consumption of flame fruits to replenish his energy before continuing the ritual. Time passed, and suddenly, the 2 fire wheels before him erupted with brilliant light, the 9 crimson runes flickering erratically as they circled the wheels. The essence of heaven and earth surged forth, drawn in by the pair of fire wheels. And soon the formations on the wheels illuminated sequentially, intertwining in a natural pattern. With a sudden burst, flames ignited from the fire wheels, marking the initial success of their refinement. In the future, if Fangcheng wished to enhance the power of these fire wheels, he could continue to augment the prohibitions. Yet, the more prohibitions added, the greater the complexity of the ritual, demanding even more elemental energy and meticulous effort. Given his current strength, simultaneously refining a single prohibition was already his limit. To refine 2 simultaneously would require a breakthrough in his elemental energy. Nevertheless, with the fire wheels initially completed, Fangcheng was eager to experiment with the potency of his creation. The 2 identical wheels spun effortlessly in midair, seeming weightless, harmonizing with his intentions as if they were extensions of his own body. With a swift motion of his finger, the fire wheels surged upward and then plummeted like twin meteorites, crashing down onto the ground before him. Dust and debris swirled, and as it settled, 2 craters, each over 1 meter in diameter and 2 meters deep, emerged, their bottoms aglow with flickering flames and charred earth. The fire wheels gracefully emerged, hovering steadily in front of Fangcheng's shins. Ultimately, the true purpose of these fire wheels lay in their ability to facilitate flight. Their offensive capabilities were secondary. Fangcheng stepped onto the wind fire wheel, and with a flicker of thought, his form ascended into the sky with astonishing speed. He propelled the wind fire wheel with all his might, resembling a streak of fire slicing through the heavens, vanishing in an instant. To put it in colloquial terms, he could accelerate to 100 kilometers in less than 2 seconds. His speed surpassed even that of the Yuan energy motorcycle, nearly rivaling the renowned Fuxing train. Filled with exhilaration, Fangcheng reveled in his aerial exploits, only remembering after a while that Feng was waiting for him in reality for dinner. Reluctantly, he retracted the wind fire wheel and returned to the real world. Chapter 25. Yuhai Supermarket. Fangcheng had spent over 30 hours in the virtual realm, and by the time he re-emerged, dusk had fallen in the real world. He rang the doorbell, and shortly after, Feng appeared wearing an apron and holding a spatula to open the door for him. With a smile, she remarked, "You certainly know how to manage your time. There's just 1 dish left, and it will be ready momentarily." She had changed into comfortable home attire, donning a loose-fitting t-shirt paired with cotton shorts. The hem of her t-shirt concealed her shorts, giving the impression that she wore nothing beneath. As she turned to walk back inside, her slender, fair legs revealed themselves, accentuated by charming home slippers that enhanced their graceful, smooth curvature. Feng had simmered rice and prepared 3 dishes: scrambled eggs with 2 types of vegetables, steamed base, and braised beef. The beef had been purchased from the supermarket at the community entrance. At that moment, she was tossing zucchini and tomatoes into the pan, creating a dish that was both visually appealing and aromatic. Fangcheng spent a few minutes assisting, serving the rice, and fetching juice from the refrigerator to set the table. Feng removed her apron, beaming as she snapped a few photos with her phone, which she uploaded to her social media, discreetly blocking her parents and captioning it, showcasing culinary skills. "Someone has a good meal." As they dined and conversed, Fangcheng shared his experiences in the virtual realm, boasting, "The speed of sound is merely over 200 kilometers per hour, yet I have already reached 1/3 of that speed. Truly a wind-chasing youth." Feng playfully offered him a piece of tender fish, saying, "Then why don't you craft a pair of wind fire wheels for me as well, so I can experience it too?" "No problem," Fangcheng readily agreed, adding, "Although the virtual realm is not ideal in terms of environment, it is indeed perfect for cultivation. The energy is exceedingly abundant. With a glint in her eye, Feng Jing fixed her gaze on Feng Cheng and suggested, "Why don't you move in with me? It would be more convenient for your training." "That sounds good." Feng Cheng hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He understood Feng Jing was subtly prompting him to affirm the nature of their relationship. His only hesitation stemmed from his attachment to the entrance of the virtual realm at his rental, but he could continue renting it. After all, the monthly rent of 1,000 or so yuan was not a burden for him. Feng Jing's face lit up with joy as she served him another piece of egg, saying, "I won't charge you rent, but you must take responsibility for washing the dishes." A flurry of thoughts raced through Feng Jing's mind. And after a moment of contemplation, he asked, "When can I visit your parents?" Feng Jing evidently harbored feelings for him, yet her parents, both leaders in state-owned enterprises, were bound by the expectations of social compatibility. As a young man hailing from a small town, he regrettably fell short on several parameters. Feng Jing nibbled at her rice and remarked, "Let us discuss this later. I prefer to keep our relationship from them for the time being. Furthermore, we ought to take our time, wouldn't you agree?" Feng Cheng shrugged and replied, "I will follow your lead in this matter. Whatever you decide, I shall comply." The following day, Feng Cheng tidied up his belongings in the rented apartment and officially moved into Feng Jing's home. Recently, Feng Jing's parents were working to secure her a position at a state-owned enterprise, reportedly at the Beihai Provincial Investment Group, which ranked among the top 3 in terms of strength within provincial state-owned enterprises. However, due to complications within the virtual realm, progress had been somewhat sluggish, leaving Feng Jing to languish at home as an unemployed youth. Meanwhile, Feng Cheng immersed himself in the virtual world, either cultivating his elemental energy or forging fire wheels. Feng Jing occasionally visited him, yet she spent most of her time at home reading, surfing the internet, and preparing for exams. A week swiftly passed, during which Feng Cheng successfully forged 30 pairs of fire wheels, and his elemental energy quietly ascended to the 3rd level of the life source. This breakthrough was linked to the elemental runes of the flame demon. Following this advancement, Feng Cheng sensed a vague understanding. The enhancement of elemental energy was contingent upon the harmonious alignment of time, place, and people. Each element was indispensable. One day, Feng Jing returned to the virtual realm and summoned Feng Cheng. "A close friend of mine invited me to a private virtual realm. Would you accompany me?" Feng Jing seemed restless, perhaps yearning for a change of scenery after being cooped up at home. Feng Cheng asked curiously, "What kind of virtual realm?" She replied. She didn't elaborate, only mentioning that it's a very safe environment without any beastly creatures. The owner operates on a membership basis, allowing only friends of members to enter. After a pause, she added, "Oh, she advised me to bring some in-game currency." With little else to occupy his time, Feng Cheng nodded, "Then let us go explore." The two set off in a car and arrived at the designated location in a suburban village of Binhai City. The villagers enjoyed a decent income, evident from the numerous 2-story villas dotting the landscape. The streets were well kept, the streetlights orderly, and the greenery well maintained. Feng Cheng parked his car in front of a courtyard, realizing they had indeed found the right place. The entrance was adorned with a spacious area filled with luxury vehicles, including Mercedes, Porsche Cayennes, and Audi Q7s. His own vehicle was the most modest among them. Feng Jing made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, a young woman with an attractive appearance emerged. Upon seeing Feng Jing and Feng Cheng holding hands, she greeted them with a teasing smile, saying, "Jing Jing, who is this handsome fellow you've brought along? Do introduce us." Feng Jing turned to Feng Cheng and said, "This is my childhood friend, Wang Minglan. Her mother is the deputy mayor of our city, and her father is a leader in a state-owned enterprise." She then introduced Wang Minglan to Feng Cheng. "This is my boyfriend, Feng Cheng." "Hello." Wang Minglan beamed as she extended her hand to shake his. Exuding the grace of a refined young lady, a demeanor Feng Cheng had seldom encountered in other women, Wang Minglan led 2 individuals into the courtyard and proceeded into the house, where she found 2 young men seated in the living room, engaged in conversation over tea. One of the men, slightly older, appeared to be in his 30s, donned with rimless glasses and dressed in linen attire. He held a string of small purple sandalwood prayer beads, exuding an air of refinement. His deep, resonant voice was magnetic, eliciting an immediate sense of fondness. Introduced by Wang Minglan, this gentleman was none other than the host, Gu Yanshu, a wealthy heir from Binhai, as mentioned by Feng Jing. The other man, younger and dressed casually in a t-shirt and shorts, was handsome with a fair complexion. He was Wang Minglan's boyfriend, Huo Wenquan. Gu Yanshu warmly invited Feng Cheng and Feng Jing to take a seat, personally pouring 2 cups of tea, and remarked with a smile, "I've heard much about General Feng from my father. I've yet to have the opportunity to visit. Perhaps you could introduce me someday, Xiao Feng." Feng Jing nodded with a smile, quietly settling beside Feng Cheng. As the five exchanged pleasantries, the differences in their social standings became evident. Feng Cheng found himself unable to contribute to their conversation. In today's society, social classes have become increasingly entrenched, resulting in vastly different life experiences among individuals, which naturally reflected in their discussions. It would be rather inappropriate for Feng Cheng to broach topics such as employment, healthcare, education, or food safety at this juncture, even in the realm of virtual discussions. Gu Yanshu and Wang Minglan seldom mentioned these matters, only lightly expressing regret when mentioning Lu Yuanqing's misfortunes in the virtual world. After a while, Gu Yanshu led the quartet upstairs, opening the door to a bedroom and gesturing for them to enter. This was, indeed, the destination of their outing. Chapter 26, Cloudsea Supermarket 2. One by one, they stepped into the room, and the scenery before them transformed, revealing an entirely different world. They were greeted by a dazzling expanse of white clouds, with bright sunlight cascading over the cloud sea, creating a blindingly white spectacle. In the distance, the sky was a deep azure, resembling a vast, unblemished gemstone, devoid of any impurities. Feng Jing gasped softly, realizing she was standing upon the clouds, which felt soft yet substantial beneath her feet, akin to walking on a sandy beach. Not far off, a white rectangular structure rose majestically above the cloud sea. This building, perfectly square and entirely snow-white like jade, reflected a captivating sheen in the sunlight. Feng Qing was equally astonished by the sight before him. As he gazed into the boundless sky, it seemed that only this expanse of clouds remained, with the square building being the sole structure amidst the vastness. Moreover, the building was impressively large, comparable in size to a football field, with a height of approximately 5 stories. The visual impact of such a floating edifice in the sky was striking. "Welcome to Cloudsea Supermarket," Gu Yanshu said with a cheerful demeanor. Dressed in a casual suit and sunglasses within the virtual realm, he noticed the storage bracelet on Feng Cheng's wrist, and a flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes. "Cloudsea Supermarket? Is that building a supermarket?" Feng Jing asked, astonished as the realization dawned upon her. Wang Minglan nodded in affirmation, saying, "I also heard about it from Wen Quan, but witnessing it in person is truly breathtaking. By the way, do you all have any game currency?" She noticed the bulging pockets of Feng Jing and Feng Cheng and kindly suggested, "Manager Gu, you can exchange some game currency with him." Feng Jing, intrigued, asked, "What can we exchange with? Money?" Wang Minglan replied, "Indeed, the current market rate is 1,001, meaning 100 yuan can be exchanged for 1 game coin." "My goodness!" Feng Jing exclaimed in astonishment, for she and Feng Cheng had accumulated an immeasurable amount of game currency, never anticipating it to be so valuable. Huo Wenquan interjected, "Minglan, haven't you noticed that Feng Cheng is wearing a storage watch?" Upon turning her gaze, Wang Minglan remarked, "Ah, how deceptive appearances can be. How many game coins does that storage watch hold?" "I believe it's around 2,000, isn't it?" 2,000 game coins equate to 200,000 yuan. A considerable sum even for the 4 individuals present, each possessing substantial backgrounds. As they conversed, they approached the entrance of the supermarket. This virtual supermarket bore an uncanny resemblance to contemporary establishments like Walmart, Carrefour, or China Resources Vanguard, exuding a modern flair. Even the entrance featured glass automatic doors, and upon crossing the threshold, they were greeted by bright lights and shelves brimming with a dazzling array of goods. Gu Yanshu remarked, "Over there, you'll find machines for exchanging game currency, and on that side, virtual access cards. I wish you a pleasant shopping experience. I have a few friends arriving shortly, so I will step outside to greet them." With a wave to the 4, he exited the supermarket, fading from view in the spot they had just entered. Feng Jing tugged at Wang Minglan's hand, inquiring, "How do you know Gu Yanshu?" Wang Minglan gestured towards her boyfriend, Huo Wenquan, and explained, "A friend of Wen Chuan's recommended this place. We came to take a look. It's essentially his private club, a place to indulge curiosity and pass the time. For those without game currency, he also offers exchange services." Feng Jing nodded, saying, "Let us go inside and see if there is anything worthwhile." Huo Wenwan and Feng Qing walked side by side, stating, "Here, the virtual access cards are priced at 500 game coins each. You should purchase one first. If using game coins proves inconvenient, you can exchange for a card over there." Feng Qing suggested, "Let us go exchange for the card first." He was somewhat uncertain about how much game currency he possessed, and he and Huo Wenquan approached a few machines resembling ATMs at the edge of the supermarket, with Feng Jing and Wang Minglan curiously following. The machine's screen displayed options for card-to-coin and coin-to-card exchanges. Feng Jing selected the coin-to-card option, and a silent slot opened before him, the screen displaying a prompt to insert coins. Placing his palm face down above the slot, he concentrated, and a torrent of game currency cascaded down, producing a melodious sound akin to a sparkling waterfall, continuously pouring into the slot. The slot seemed to possess an insatiable appetite, voraciously consuming the game coins. On the machine screen, a number fluctuated rapidly, quickly rising from 100 to 1,000, then from 1,000 to 2,000, 3,000, and 5,000. As they beheld the endless stream of game coins flowing, Wang Minglan and Huo Wenquan stood momentarily entranced, gazing at Feng Qing and his hand hovering over the machine as if witnessing a marvel. The digits on the screen swiftly surpassed the 10,000 mark and continued to ascend, ultimately halting at the impressive figure of 13,927. The majority of these game coins were accumulated within the confines of the Night Victory Palace, while the remainder represented Feng Qing's long-standing savings. The cover above the slot slid open, revealing a beautifully crafted silver card, which bore the same number, 13,927. As Feng Qing lifted the card, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that his net worth had increased by over $1 million. He could finally afford to purchase a 100-square-meter apartment in Binhai City outright. Huo Wenquan expressed his amazement, stating that today had truly opened his eyes. The game coins circulated by Old Gu likely amounted to this sum as well. Feng Jing, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "Let's go shopping." The group ventured into the shopping district, first acquiring 4 virtual entry cards before leisurely browsing. The Yunhai supermarket was vast, with countless rows of shelves brimming with an array of items. Some of these products were also available in reality, including various foods, beverages, fresh produce, household goods, hardware, and clothing. Additionally, there were items exclusive to the virtual realm, such as different martial arts techniques, secret skills, combat techniques, equipment, weapons, and even energy motorcycles, flying vehicles, energy cars, and mechas. Feng Qing had previously purchased mobile homes, miraculous fruits, and potions in the prairie virtual realm. The latter category of goods was significantly pricier than the former, while the supermarket had several other patrons. Each was absorbed in their own pursuits, creating no disturbance among them. With over 10,000 game coins in hand, Feng Qing quickly extinguished his impulse for a lavish shopping spree upon glancing at the prices on the shelves. A single energy motorcycle, which he had originally purchased for 30 game coins, was now priced at an astonishing 300 game coins, tenfold the original cost. The mobile home he had bought for 300 game coins was now being offered for 4,000 game coins, more than 10 times its initial price. However, the mobile home he observed appeared larger, resembling a flying saucer, and was neatly arranged on the shelf in stacks of cards. The back of the card detailed the home's area and layout, confirming that it featured over 300 square meters of usable space, with 4 rooms, 2 living areas, and 2 bathrooms. Compared to real estate prices, this dwelling was relatively affordable. Resolutely, Feng Qing retrieved the card from the shelf. Next, he selected a storage watch with a capacity of 50, priced at 2,000 game coins, including the virtual entry card he had acquired with Feng Jing. He had already spent more than half of his game coins. Meanwhile, Feng Jing and Wang Minglan each collected over a dozen women's wardrobes, each containing 7 to 8 exquisite garments rivaling those of high-end brands. These wardrobes were also presented in card form, and upon activation with energy, they would materialize. Despite their lack of interest in virtual items, the reasonably priced real-world goods effectively fulfilled their shopping desires. After a considerable period of browsing, the 4 exited the supermarket, and Feng Qing noticed that the number on the silver card flickered, changing to 6,235. The supermarket surprisingly features an automatic checkout function. Chapter 27, Realization. Upon exiting the supermarket, Feng Qing handed the replaced storage watch to Feng Jing. Before entering the virtual realm, Huo Wenquan exchanged some game currency with Gu Yinshu for a bronze card. Apart from paying for Wang Minglan's purchase, he also selected a bronze longsword for himself. Noticing the longsword hanging at Huo Wenquan's waist, Feng Jing suddenly recalled the wind fire wheels that Feng Qing had crafted for her, and said, "Feng Qing, I now possess a storage watch as well. Quickly give me the wind fire wheels. Look at this splendid weather. Let us soar into the sky and explore, shall we?" Feng Qing extended his hand, and a pair of shimmering wind fire wheels materialized before him. Feng Jing, exhilarated, channeled her elemental energy to master the wheels and then ascended into the sky. Concerned for her safety, Feng Qing also retrieved a pair of wind fire wheels, transforming into a streak of light to follow closely behind. This left Wang Minglan and Huo Wenquan exchanging glances, and after a prolonged silence, Huo Wenquan remarked, "Your friend's boyfriend is quite remarkable. In the heavens above, with his abundant elemental energy." Feng Qing fully energized the wind fire wheels and swiftly caught up with Feng Jing, flying alongside her. Below them stretched the vast expanse of the azure sea, devoid of any landing spots, while the sky, except for a solitary white cloud, was clear as far as the eye could see. making the entire virtual realm seem like it contained only this one Cloud Sea supermarket. After flying for a while, Feng Jing remembered her friend and decided to return. They hovered gracefully in the air, a little over half a meter beneath the clouds, exuding an air of carefree elegance. Wang Minglan called out, "Jing Jing, come down and let me experience it." Beside her, Wenquan looked at Feng Qing with eager anticipation. Feng Jing, however, did not descend but instead smiled at Wang Minglan and replied, "Let your boyfriend buy one for you. Feng Qing has more." More? Wenquan was taken aback and turned to Feng Qing, asking, "Do you really have more? How much?" Feng Qing exchanged a glance with Feng Jing, contemplating before responding. "I just saw that the magical artifacts in the supermarket are priced at just over 300 game coins for a first-level restriction. Since we are friends, let us settle the transaction at the supermarket price." Wenquan frowned and inquired, "Can we settle in cash? After we exit the virtual realm, I'll transfer the payment to you." "That is fine." Feng Qing nodded and asked, "Shall I bring 2 pairs?" Wenquan, astonished, replied, "How many pairs do you have?" Feng Qing chuckled, producing 2 pairs of wind fire wheels to hand over to them. He could sense that both individuals possessed elemental energy. Albeit they had not yet broken through to the first level, but it was sufficient for refining the wind fire wheels for flight. Wang Minglan tugged at Feng Jing and asked, "Where did he acquire so many wind fire wheels?" Feng Jing blinked. He crafted them himself. Wang Minglan widened her eyes. Momentarily speechless, the 4 of them now maneuvered the wind fire wheels, spiraling gracefully around the Cloud Sea supermarket, the wheels ablaze with fiery brilliance, leaving splendid trails in the sky. At that moment, several figures appeared out of thin air above the Cloud Sea. One of them, gazing upward, exclaimed, "Wow, where did so many Neza come from?" Gu Yinshu squinted for a moment and then remarked, "Just some friends having fun." Gu Yinshu had some understanding of the unique items within the Cloud Sea supermarket. Realizing that it evidently did not possess such legendary artifacts akin to the wind fire wheels associated with Neza, he was taken aback internally, yet his expression remained impassive. Among the 5 who entered with him, they all wore intrigued expressions, and one inquired, "How much is this item in game currency? I'd like to purchase one as well." Gu Yinshu chuckled, "It likely isn't from the supermarket. It's probably something they acquired from another virtual realm." He waved his hand towards the sky, and Wenquan, being the first to notice, beckoned the 3 to descend. Gu Yinshu, adept in social nuances, introduced both parties succinctly and inquired about the origins of the wind fire wheel. Wenquan pointed to Feng Qing, indicating that he too had made a purchase. "Buddy, do you have any left? This is much more exhilarating than flying with wings," exclaimed the plump fellow among the second group to enter. Feng Qing nodded, "Yes." The plump man beamed, rubbing his hands together. "Could I take it for a spin?" Feng Qing smiled and relinquished the wind fire wheel he was standing on. The plump man, possessing a cultivation level of the second stage of vitality, adeptly maneuvered the wind fire wheel, striking a pose reminiscent of Chang'e chasing the moon while soaring through the air, much to the amusement of the onlookers. With a swift motion, the plump man activated the wind fire wheel, transforming into a streak of fire, circling the sky twice before gracefully landing before the crowd, contrasting his dynamic flight with a sudden stillness. Feng Qing instantly recognized that this individual was undoubtedly a master. His control over the elemental energy surpassed even his own. Upon landing, the plump man exclaimed, "What a splendid item. Buddy, can this wind fire will be traded for cash?" "Of course," Feng Qing replied with a grin, sensing another transaction unfolding. The plump man's eyes sparkled. "Then, what is your asking price?" Feng Qing glanced at Wenquan and said, "Earlier, my girlfriend's friends bought it for 30,000. Let us go with that price." 30,000, that's 300 game coins. Acceptable. I'll take as many as you have." The plump man pondered briefly before making his decision. Feng Qing was taken aback and asked, "Are you sure?" The plump man chuckled. "We're a bit tight on game coins, but cash is plentiful." Upon hearing this, Feng Qing ceased further discussion, extending his hand to reveal 26 pairs of wind fire wheels, spinning ceaselessly in place. The plump man gaped in astonishment, finally exclaiming, "Are you wholesale?" Feng Qing replied cheerfully, "Handcrafted. Would you like to inspect the goods?" "Impressive," the plump man said, giving a thumbs up. Being a decisive individual, he promptly stored 10 pairs of wind fire wheels in his storage bracelet and remarked, 10 pairs will suffice. I'll leave some for the others." Feng Qing was not concerned about the plump man reneging on the deal after leaving the virtual realm, as all were guests of Gu Yinshu, individuals of some repute who would not resort to dishonesty, as they observed the remaining 16 pairs of wind fire wheels. Many were tempted to purchase a few pairs either for personal enjoyment or as gifts. Ultimately, Gu Yinshu declared, "I'll take the remaining wind fire wheels. And if anyone wishes to buy, Just approach me. The price remains the same, saving Brother Fong the hassle. Following this incident, Fong Chung grew familiar with Gu Yenshu and the others. The plump man, whose real name was Wang Dashui, was the son of a local real estate developer in Binhai, a wealthy heir comparable to Gu Yenshu. The individuals who entered the virtual realm alongside him were also prominent figures within the second-generation circle, albeit with varying degrees of wealth. Gu Yenshu escorted several people into the supermarket, and upon returning, he addressed Fong Chung. Brother Fong, may we have a private conversation? Of course, Fong Chung replied. Having surmised Gu Yenshu's intentions, Gu Yenshu produced a card, which, upon manifestation, revealed a mobile dwelling resembling a European-style villa. He smiled at Wang Minglan and her companions, saying, "We shall step inside for a moment." The three waved goodbye and ascended into the sky to explore. Inside the room, Gu Yenshu and Fong Chung took their seats. Gu Yenshu candidly remarked, "I never anticipated that Brother Fong possessed such remarkable abilities. Your future is indeed promising." Fong Chung humbly responded, "I was merely playing around." Gu Yenshu continued earnestly, "Across the nation, anyone with a modicum of insight is strategizing within the virtual realm. The coming century will not be marked by the information age or the intelligent age, but rather the age of the virtual realm. Those who seize the initiative will emerge as the vanguards of this era. Brother Fong, you may not yet realize that you have already secured a head start." Fong Qing nodded thoughtfully, contemplating Gu Yenshu's words. Gu Yenshu elaborated, "In the city of Guangbinhai alone, there are thousands of virtual realms, and across the entire Bihai province, there are hundreds of thousands. Preliminary statistics suggest that the number of virtual realms nationwide may have surpassed 15 million, with over 100 million existing globally. Such an abundance of virtual realms will significantly disrupt the entrenched social hierarchy, leading to a reallocation of resources and a restructuring of social dynamics. Countless opportunities lie before us." Gu Yenshu spoke with a calm demeanor. Indeed, Fong Qing nodded, reflecting on his personal experience. The emergence of the virtual realm had already yielded over 2 million in profits for him. In the past, it would have been unfathomable to amass such wealth within a short span in a corporate environment. Gu Yenshu inquired, "What plans do you have for the future?" Fong Chung shrugged and replied, "At the moment, I have no specific plans. My position has been overtaken by the virtual realm. Perhaps I will seek employment again after some stability." Gu Yenshu shook his head, advising, "You should leverage your advantages, identify your niche, and set your sights on the virtual realm." "The virtual realm?" Fong Qing asked, taken aback. Gu Yenshu affirmed, "Yes, the virtual realm. It will become humanity's second habitat, representing the first time in billions of years that life on Earth has broken free from its terrestrial confines to explore the external expanse. It is more cost-effective than space exploration and bears greater practical significance and economic value. Based on this premise, a multitude of industries and opportunities will emerge: agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, construction, manufacturing, military industry, tourism, and related research, among others. The potential avenues for investment are boundless. Brother Gu, you have already begun to strategize, haven't you? Fong Qing mused, contemplating Gu Yenshu's networking skills in the virtual realm. It struck him that this was far removed from the stereotype of a typical second-generation wealthy individual. Gu Yenshu remarked, "While commerce may be straightforward, finding the right partners is challenging. Brother, I am unaware of the extraordinary experiences you may have had within the virtual realm, but I have always had a keen eye for talent. Individuals like you are destined to shine brightly in the future. I do not expect you to work for me, but if we were to collaborate, it would undoubtedly transcend a mere sum of 1 + 1. I shall ponder this further." Fong Chung smiled, refraining from immediate assent, for he was not well acquainted with Gu Yenshu and deemed it more prudent to discuss the matter with Fong Jing. Gu Yenshu replied, "Certainly. Our collaboration can commence with your Fingwulan. In the future, once you have forged the Fingwulan, you may send it directly to me, and I will assist you in its management." "I am grateful to you, Brother Gu," Fong Qing responded. Upon departing from Gu Yenshu's residence, Fong Chung found his bank card enriched by 840,000 yuan. Throughout his journey, he reflected upon Gu Yenshu's words, re-evaluating his future. Chapter 28. Xiongming the night was as tranquil as water. Fong Chung reclined against an elevated pillow, comfortably lying at the head of his bed while engrossed in his mobile device. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would visit the platform. Recently captivated by a duo known as the Bamboo Rat Brothers, engrossed in watching them consume bamboo rats, he questioned whether bamboo rats were indeed as delectable as they appeared, but soon turned his attention to the neighboring 3 medicine smoked delicacies. Beside him, Fong Jing, clad in a moon-white silk nightgown, lay on the bed, her graceful curves artfully displayed. She was engaged in a video call with a girl, both conversing on speakerphone. Fong Jing overheard the girl, evidently heartbroken, seeking solace as she lamented the faults of her ex-boyfriend. Feng Jing exhibited remarkable patience, continually offering comfort and guidance, even inviting the girl to visit Beihai for a change of scenery. After a considerable duration, their conversation concluded, and Feng Jing sighed, remarking to Feng Cheng, "The young ladies of today are far too sentimental. What is the matter?" Feng Cheng's curiosity ignited, prompting him to set aside his phone and inquire. Feng Jing turned over, reclining on her back in a relaxed manner, and complained, "My cousin has dated 8 boyfriends in 2 years, breaking up with 5 and being discarded by 3. Yet, regardless of whether she ended a relationship or was left, the outcome remains the same. She insists on wallowing in sorrow for a time before moving on. Does she truly mourn after ending things?" Feng Qin was taken aback. Feng Jing thoughtfully analyzed, "It is only natural to feel sorrow when one has invested emotions. She grieves for the time, energy, and feelings she has expended, rather than for the other person, and certainly not out of love." Feng Cheng remarked, "Your cousin is quite the character. 8 boyfriends in 2 years. That is a new one every quarter. Such immaturity." Feng Jing shot him a look, deftly steering the conversation. "Now tell me about your ex-girlfriend. How did you part ways?" As their relationship deepened, Feng Cheng felt no need for concealment, though he refrained from divulging every detail, stating, "We parted amicably 6 months before graduation. I sought employment while she pursued further studies for a brighter future. Our paths diverged, leading to our separation." "Oh, so you must still miss her?" Feng Jing inquired nonchalantly. Appearing quite perceptive, Feng Cheng nearly nodded in agreement. Instead, he picked up his phone, grinning as he said, "Let me show you a video. It's absolutely hilarious." Another topic change. Feng Jing, both amused and exasperated, surrendered to Feng Cheng's embrace as they watched the video together. The following morning, Feng Cheng had cultivated the habit of attending to his morning rituals since his days of study. He sat upon the porcelain throne, engrossed in the morning news of the world from the Xinhua news agency's WeChat account, inadvertently striking the pose of Auguste Rodin's renowned sculpture, The Thinker. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and a young, attractive girl entered in haste. Startled by the unexpected presence of a man, she let out an involuntary gasp. Feng Cheng, equally taken aback, reacted swiftly, instinctively shielding himself. Who are you?" she exclaimed, quickly turning to leave, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The girl, petite and measuring approximately 155 centimeters, possessed a figure that caught Feng Cheng's eye. As she turned, he noted her well-defined, curvaceous backside, reminiscent of a ripe peach, straining against her snug denim shorts. From above, her legs appeared elegantly long and proportionate, exuding a graceful allure despite her diminutive stature. Moments later, the voices of Feng Jing and the girl outside the door broke his reverie, and he realized this was Feng Jing's cousin. The young lady had a key to Feng Jing's home, entering as if it were her own to use the restroom. By the time Feng Cheng emerged, the girl had regained her composure. She and Feng Jing were engaged in conversation on the sofa, and when Feng Jing introduced Feng Cheng, she merely nodded in acknowledgement. Her name was Xiong Ying, a junior at Beihai University. Though her beauty did not quite rival Feng Jing's, she was still quite attractive, with a delicate oval face, fair and smooth skin, and an air of aloofness that garnered her considerable attention on campus. Today, she wore a white, form-fitting tank top with a scoop neckline paired with denim shorts, her waist slender and trim. On her feet were black flip-flops, her toenails painted a soft red, creating a striking contrast against her pale feet. Feng Jing remarked to Feng Cheng, "Xiaoying can be a bit shy. Don't let her reserved demeanor fool you. Once she gets to know you, she becomes quite outgoing and playful." Feng Cheng nodded, momentarily at a loss for words amidst the awkwardness. He offered a brief greeting and excused himself to the virtual realm to refine his wind and fire wheels. Thanks to his connection with Gu Yanshu, the sales of these wheels were virtually assured. Over the past few weeks, he had become increasingly adept at crafting them, managing to produce 30 pairs effortlessly within a week. This left him ample time to spend with Feng Jing or focus on his own cultivation. In a month, he could produce 120 pairs, and if each pair sold for 30,000 yuan, that would amount to 360,000 yuan, a veritable treasure trove housed within the flame realm. Otherwise, sourcing the necessary ores and metals would require considerable effort. Currently, although his elemental power had reached the 3rd level of the life origin realm, he still found himself unable to forge the 2nd restriction, which left him with a sense of regret. He was genuinely curious about the speed that the wind and fire wheels would achieve once both restrictions were in place. Amidst the dense clouds of the virtual realm, a sudden streak of light cut through the sky, descending toward the ground, landing not far from Feng Cheng on the dark soil. The brilliance extinguished without a sound upon contact. Turning to investigate, Feng Cheng was astonished to find a bronze chest towering above him, materializing mysteriously on the ground. The chest, ancient and weighty, emitted a faint luminescence. The box before him resembled the one he had encountered upon first entering the vast expanse of the virtual realm. Suddenly, a sensation stirred within him, compelling him to glance aside. A series of imperceptible waves rippled through the void, revealing Feng Jing and Xiong Ying stepping forth from the ether. Standing beside Feng Jing, Xiong Ying was notably shorter by a head, yet her voluptuous and alluring figure commanded a striking visual presence, rivaling the tall and captivating Feng Jing. Feng Cheng's mind raced as he deduced that Xiong Ying must be experiencing the virtual realm for the first time, hence the appearance of the celestial treasure chest. If all went as anticipated, it would surely contain techniques and weaponry. Xiong Ying, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing the virtual realm, inquired about the nature of the treasure. Feng Jing greeted Feng Cheng before gesturing towards the bronze chest. Feng Cheng remarked, "It appears to be a treasure chest specifically prepared for your cousin. Why not open it and see?" Curiosity piqued, Xiong Ying surveyed her surroundings and turned to Feng Jing, asking, "Is that the so-called beginner's gift package mentioned online?" "Beginner's gift package?" Feng Cheng chuckled lightly, responding, "One could indeed say that. It feels reminiscent of a game." Xiong Ying shot him a glance but remained silent. Both she and Feng Jing approached the bronze chest, opening it to reveal its contents. "Let us show Feng Cheng. He is the expert," Feng Jing suggested, observing the items being extracted from the chest with a hint of perplexity. Among the treasures lay a delicate small sword, measuring the length of a palm. Seemingly forged from red copper adorned with intricate golden patterns, its overall shape resembling a crimson feather. Holding the red sword, Xiong Ying furrowed her brow and after a moment remarked, "It seems to convey a technique to me, called the Flame Sparrow Sword Refining Method." Chapter 29. The Flame Sparrow Sword Technique. As Feng Cheng examined the red sword, he infused it with several streams of elemental power, but to no avail. It sank into the void without a trace of response. "Tell me about your technique," he urged Xiong Ying. After several minutes of recitation, she was drenched in sweat, her alabaster chest glistening with beads of perspiration. Lacking elemental power, she struggled against the oppressive heat of the flame realm. Feng Jing interjected, "Feng Cheng, don't you have a Coral Island virtual realm as well? Perhaps we could take Xiong Ying there for a few days of respite." Feng Cheng nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, but she must first cultivate her elemental power to utilize the entry card. I sense her technique differs significantly from ours. We should study it further." With that, he produced the newly acquired mobile dwelling, and the three entered within, whereupon Xiong Ying felt an immediate sense of cool relief. This dwelling, powered by in-game currency, created a unique energy field ensuring the comfort of its interior. In the living room, Feng Cheng and Feng Jing listened attentively as Xiong Ying recounted the technique she had received, both remaining silent. The technique, known as the Flame Sparrow Sword Technique, represented an entirely distinct cultivation system. Although Feng Jing had attained a dual elemental essence level, her advancement had been aided by the dragon scale fruit, leaving her understanding of elemental cultivation far inferior to Feng Cheng's. Whether through Feng Cheng's Five Demons diagram or Feng Jing's Golden Mist Flying Cloud technique, both followed the path of cultivating elemental energy, seeking to open their Dantian, condense primal runes, and continuously nurture these runes with elemental power, allowing them to undergo transformation. This process would further expand the Dantian, absorbing greater elemental energy, thus perpetuating a cycle of breakthroughs. The Flame Sparrow swordsmanship, however, follows the path of cultivating implements. During the training, one must first establish a connection with the object through a specific method. Subsequently, the practitioner absorbs the essence of heaven and earth through the object, refining both the object and oneself simultaneously, ultimately achieving a unity of person and object. The entirety of a practitioner's power is manifested in the chosen implement. The more formidable the refinement of the object, the greater the practitioner's strength. Taking Xiong Ying's Flame Sparrow sword as an example, the sword possesses 7 prohibitions, comprising a total of 63 runes. Each additional level of prohibition enhances its power, giving rise to various formidable abilities. The crux of mastering this technique lies in the quality of the sword embryo that carries the method. The quality of the sword embryo directly affects the practitioner's future achievements. Naturally, one may change the sword embryo midway, but such a transition would require significantly more effort. Furthermore, this technique appears to be specifically designed for the Flame Sparrow sword. With many details perfectly aligned with it, applying it to other implements may prove futile. Feng Cheng pondered for a moment, then outlined his thoughts to Xiong Ying. The first step of this technique is to condense the sword heart. It implies that you must calm your mind, communicate with the Flame Sparrow sword, and visualize its sword intent to establish an initial connection. At that point, you will be able to perceive the essence of heaven and earth through the sword and commence your training. Xiong pouted in frustration. Why is it so complicated? Why is mine different from yours? Fangcheng merely smiled and refrained from responding. Xiong grasped the petite flame sparrow sword, closed her eyes to contemplate. But after a considerable time of silence, she finally opened her eyes in exasperation and said to Fangcheng, "Did you misunderstand? I can't feel any sword intent or sword heart at all. That is because your mind is not yet tranquil. Never mind. I will teach you meditation first." Fangcheng sighed. Despite Xiong outwardly gentle demeanor, she was actually quite restless. It took Fangcheng a great deal of effort to help her initially learn to still her breath and focus, enabling her to sit cross-legged in quietude for over 10 minutes without moving. This was not without the invaluable assistance of Feng who, through her unwavering trust in Fangcheng, continuously encouraged Xiong, preventing her from giving up. Throughout this process, as their interactions increased, the initial barriers and awkwardness gradually faded, allowing for a more familiar exchange. Finally, after spending a day and night in the mobile dwelling, Xiong successfully completed the first step, sensing the essence of heaven and earth through the flame sparrow sword. Under Fangcheng's guidance, she condensed the first rune of the first prohibition of the flame sparrow sword. As soon as the rune took shape, the sword emanated a faint red glow, transforming into a 1.5 meter long sword under Xiong mental command. With its blade radiating a formidable aura, Fangcheng then produced a dimensional access card obtained from slaying beasts in the flame realm and handed it to Xiong. After which the trio returned to reality. Subsequently, Fangcheng drove Feng and Xiong back to his rented accommodation. "Have you lived here before?" Feng surveyed the small room, her brow furrowing involuntarily, while Xiong, with an expression of curiosity, followed closely behind, her bright eyes scanning the furnishings within. Fangcheng opened the bathroom door and remarked, "Though small, this place is well appointed. A compact home is all the more cozy. This is the entrance to the virtual realm. Welcome, ladies." Feng chuckled softly and stepped inside, with Xiong trailing closely behind. Fangcheng locked the door securely before entering the virtual world. The subway station remained eerily quiet, and Fangcheng chose not to take the two women outside, as the weather was frigid and both were dressed lightly. A cold could prove quite detrimental. He purchased 3 tickets to Coral Island in the virtual realm, and shortly after, the bronze subway glided in, coming to a smooth halt beside the platform. As the trio boarded, they were astonished to discover other passengers aboard. For middle school students clad in uniforms regarded Fangcheng and his companions with wary expressions. One boy, leaning on a serrated bronze sword, appeared quite protective of his friends. The group consisted of 2 boys and 2 girls from Benhai Experimental High School, seemingly 2 couples out for a weekend excursion. Feng, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, "Are you from Experimental High? I attended there in high school too. Is Mr. Gua Tyson still teaching?" "Mr. Gua is our homeroom teacher," replied a girl with delicate features, instantly lightening the atmosphere. "Are you headed to Coral Island as well?" asked the boy with the sword. Feng nodded and asked, "Are you?" "Yes. We've gathered enough game currency to buy our tickets, so we decided to come this weekend." The boy beamed, his sunny smile revealing his charm, particularly in the presence of the beautiful Feng. He quickly divulged, "My kitchen is an entrance to the virtual realm, located at the Dusk Desert a few stations back. We practice there, but it's quite dry and always windy." Fangcheng, intrigued, asked, "Don't your parents keep an eye on you? The virtual realm can be perilous." The boy shrugged, "My dad doesn't concern himself with me. We've been living apart for a while." Feng cautioned, "But you shouldn't lead your classmates into danger either. What if you encounter ill-intentioned individuals?" The thought of Xiaojun crossed her mind, stirring a sense of unease. The boy patted his sword and laughed. "I can protect them. I've reached the 2nd level of life essence." "What about you?" "We're also at the 2nd level." Feng replied. Another boy, who had been mostly silent, adjusted his glasses and said, "Have you heard of revival coins? I heard that in a virtual arena in America, they obtained revival coins, which allow one to resurrect in reality even after dying in the virtual realm." Chapter 30. The Golden Crab as they conversed. Fangcheng grew more familiar with the 2 boys, realizing that their understanding of the virtual realm far exceeded his own. Guyan's perspective encompassed the forthcoming global transformation into the virtual era, while these 2 students had analyzed and compiled the incessant stream of information available online, ultimately shaping a nascent framework of the virtual realm. They both concurred that the virtual realm represented a dimension crafted by an extraterrestrial civilization, inspired by Earth's online gaming culture. As for the motives behind the actions of extraterrestrial civilizations, it is speculated that they may intend to cultivate humans like crops, waiting for the right moment to harvest them. This conjecture, while rather sensational, is not entirely devoid of possibility. Upon the arrival of the bronze train at the Coral Island virtual realm, The crowd disembarked to find dozens of people bustling on the platform, with many engaging in small trades, selling various items obtained from different virtual realms. 4 high school students ventured into the throng, observing their surroundings and quickly blending in. What is this situation? Feng Cheng cast a glance at Feng Jing, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The Coral Island virtual realm he had described to Feng Jing was certainly not as it appeared now. Let us go explore, Feng Cheng suggested to Feng Jing and Xiong Ying. The three weaved through the crowd, exiting the subway station, only to find that the island was engulfed in night. With torrential rain pouring down and fierce winds howling, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. No wonder people were seeking refuge from the rain at the station. Feng Cheng offered an apologetic smile to Feng Jing, saying, "Let us stay on the island for the night and venture to other islands tomorrow." Feng Jing chuckled lightly. "I did not expect this place to be so lively. It seems we made the right choice." Feng Cheng raised his hand, releasing a firebird that soared into the sky, quickly revealing the island's layout. On the beach, 3 uniquely shaped mobile homes stood brightly lit, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. After a circuit around the island, the firebird returned to the subway station exit, flapping its wings, creating a swirl of flames that rapidly elevated the temperature, evaporating the impending rain into vapor that ascended skyward. Instantly, a rain-free zone of 3 square meters appeared beneath the firebird. Feng Cheng and the 2 girls took shelter under the firebird, utilizing this peculiar method for illumination as they made their way to the distant beach, where they released the mobile home to escape the rain. Several hours later, the downpour gradually subsided. The dawn light began to pierce the horizon, only to be shrouded once again by thick sea mist, resembling an impressionist oil painting. Above the island, Feng Cheng stood upon a windfire wheel, gazing at the breathtaking seascape, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Beside him, both Feng Jing and Xiong Ying also rode on windfire wheels, although Xiong Ying, with her limited energy, lacked the grace and poise exhibited by Feng Cheng and Feng Jing. It was solely due to Feng Cheng's skill in maneuvering 2 pairs of windfire wheels that he was able to elevate her into the sky. The trio flew towards the rising sun for over half an hour, eventually spotting 3 or 4 islands scattered across the ocean, glimmering like jewels. Ultimately, they chose an elongated island resembling a yotiao, descending upon it. This small island featured a straight and lengthy coastline, its snow-white sandy beach sparkling under the sun, while the lush vegetation and crystal-clear waters offered a serene ambience, ideal for leisure and relaxation. If a few hotel villas were constructed on the island, it would be indistinguishable from the Maldives. On the beach, Feng Jing kicked off her shoes, relishing the soft sand beneath her bare feet, exclaiming, "This place is truly wonderful. I must change into my swimsuit and take a dip. Xiong Ying, you should join me. I have several swimsuits with me." With that, she summoned the half-spherical mobile home and gleefully entered to change, while Xiong Ying gazed around in awe, her expression a mix of surprise and delight as she promptly followed Feng Jing into the house. Feng Cheng gazed intently at the trees on the island, contemplating the procurement of timber to craft a lounge chair for his much-desired relaxation. If that endeavor proved futile, he could always resort to moving out his sofa. Just as he was about to take action, a wave surged forth, bringing with it a dozen golden crabs, each the size of a manhole cover, scuttling onto the shore and converging towards him. Their metallic claws glimmered in the sunlight, producing a cacophony of clicks. Steamed crab. Recently, Feng Cheng had indulged in numerous outdoor culinary shows, and upon encountering this swarm of crabs, the thought instantly sprang to mind. Scallions, ginger, garlic, soy sauce, sugar, vinegar. Before the crabs could encircle him, Feng Cheng acted with lightning speed. His long and used thunderous hand technique left a flurry of afterimages in its wake, as he unleashed a barrage of ice magic, piercing through the crabs with precision, pinning them to the beach like ice picks. Among them, 3 crabs shimmered, revealing bronze coins reminiscent of a game currency. He collected the crabs and awaited more, and soon enough, another group of crabs emerged from the sea, rushing towards him. Both parties regarded each other as delicacies, resulting in a one-sided massacre on the beach, where glistening golden crabs lay scattered everywhere. When Feng Jing and Xiong Ying emerged from the house clad in swimsuits, they were instantly struck with awe at the sight before them. Feng Cheng, where did all these crabs come from? Feng Jing hesitated, gazing at the crystalline waters, unsure of whether to proceed. If the ocean was teeming with such large crabs, swimming seemed ill-advised. She had donned a deep blue bikini, minimal in fabric, accentuating her tall, slender form, radiating both sensuality and elegance, compelling the gaze of onlookers. Beside her, Xiong Ying wore a pure black bikini, her ample curves resembling 2 pristine melons, contrasting sharply with her delicate waist. Her petite frame embodied the golden ratio. Her skin alabaster and smooth, each woman captivating in her own right, vying for attention. In Feng Cheng's presence, Feng Jing was effortlessly at ease. While Xiong Ying exhibited a touch of shyness and restraint, her gaze flitting away, her cheeks slightly flushed, only occasionally meeting Feng Cheng's eyes. Feng Cheng stored all the crabs in his spatial watch and summoned over 100 ice butterflies to scatter across the sea, forming a formidable arc of ice, creating a protective barrier against any sea creatures, effectively delineating an enormous pool. The ice magic within the butterflies was highly condensed, emanating no excess energy aside from the ice wall. Otherwise, with a mere thought, he could cause all the butterflies to explode, freezing the surrounding waters in a thick layer of ice. All set. Should any beasts approach from the sea, I will sense them immediately. You may swim without worry. Feng Cheng said with a smile. Feng Jing cast a playful glance at him, inquiring, Aren't you joining us? I cannot swim, Feng Cheng replied, blushing slightly. Feng Jing was taken aback. How could you have spent 4 years studying by the seaside and not learn to swim? Feng Cheng explained. My parents always believed that those who swim will tend to drown, thus forbidding me from entering the water for life. Feng Jing chuckled. Oh, come on. That's just an excuse. Hurry and change into your swimsuit, and come swim with us. Having spoken, he strode purposefully into the sea, gracefully plunging into the water. Chapter 31. The silver dragon boat. Feng Cheng reclined languidly on his self-made sun lounger, squinting at the azure sky, teetering on the edge of slumber. The gentle whispers of the wind, the rhythmic lapping of the waves, and the distant, melodious laughter of Feng Jing and Xiong Ying wafted into his ears, momentarily dispelling the monotony of his recent days spent refining the wind-fire wheel, allowing him to savor the exquisite leisure of life. In this state of half-wakefulness, the innate energy within him began to circulate autonomously, continuously absorbing the surrounding elemental essence to fortify his being. The ice demon origin runes within his dantian were also gradually undergoing their third transformation. Having exhausted themselves playing in the sea, Feng Jing and Xiong Ying ascended the shore and spotted Feng Cheng reclining on a wooden deck chair, flanked by 2 identical chairs, the pristine wood indicative of recent craftsmanship. Feng Cheng, I'm taking Ying to the beach over there to catch crabs. You handle lunch, all right? Feng Jing leaned down and planted a kiss on Feng Cheng's cheek, her laughter echoing as she and Xiong Ying traversed through the thicket toward the beach on the island to level up. Xiong Ying had initially grasped the basics of the flame sparrow sword technique, capable of releasing crimson sword light. With Feng Jing's assistance, she could slay a golden crab with just a few strikes, and with the elemental energy gained from defeating the golden crabs, her strength surged, allowing her to condense her second rune within a short span of time, thereby enhancing the sword light's potency. At noon, Feng Cheng relocated the dining table and chairs from the mobile house to the shade beneath a large coconut tree on the island, where he had also partially disassembled the steamed crabs, arranging them enticingly across the table. The crab meat from the virtual realm was not only delectable but also imbued with rich elemental energy, offering a unique flavor that surpassed that of crabs from the real world. Brother-in-law, I feel that once I condense the third rune, the flame sparrow sword will undergo a transformation, and my power will see a significant increase, Xiong Ying said, munching on a crab leg. Upon hearing Xiong Ying refer to him as brother-in-law, Feng Cheng momentarily froze, instinctively exchanging glances with Feng Jing. She chuckled softly, responding to Xiong Ying. Just call him Chingu. Our relationship hasn't reached that stage yet. Xiong Ying chuckled. Got it. It mainly depends on whether Chingu has the ability to pass Auntie and Uncle's test. Feng Cheng replied, based on my experience in refining weapons, the power of a single restriction is roughly equivalent to the third level of the life source realm. If you condense 3 runes, it might equate to the first level of the life source realm. However, your flame sparrow sword technique is quite unique. I lack a sword embryo, or else I would also wish to practice this technique. You are truly a cultivation enthusiast, Xiong Ying exclaimed. You have already learned so many techniques, yet you still want to learn more. It's impressive. Feng Jing's beautiful eyes glimmered as she gazed at Feng Cheng, saying, it has been proven that in any field, if one reaches the pinnacle and excels beyond others, rewards will inevitably follow. Xiong Ying nodded. I've heard from my sister that your monthly income can exceed 3 million, accumulating to over 40 million a year. Even Auntie and Uncle won't nitpick excessively, right? Let us take it one step at a time. Feng Cheng was not yet contemplating marriage, yet during this time spent with Feng Jing, it was evident that their future was leaning toward that direction. After the meal, Xiong Ying succumbed to the invigorating impact of the golden crabs and retreated to her room to sleep. Meanwhile, Feng Cheng and Feng Jing strolled hand in hand along the beach, enjoying the fresh air. Feng Jing, adorned in a pristine white dress, walked barefoot on the sandy shore, her beauty striking and unparalleled. Feng Cheng lamented, what a pity that we cannot take photographs in this virtual realm. Otherwise, we could capture countless breathtaking images. Although Binhai City is also a coastal city with an extensive coastline, it lacks the exquisite beaches and crystal-clear waters that lay before them. When compared to the scenery of tropical regions, the temperate landscapes seem to lack a certain charm for those who reside frequently by the sea. Feng Jing smiled, about to speak, when she suddenly pointed towards the distant waters, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" In the sea, two glimmers of golden light appeared, gradually drifting towards the shore. Feng Cheng focused his gaze and declared, "Those are two enormous crabs." As soon as the words left his mouth, the 2 points of golden light drew nearer, revealing themselves to be two golden crabs, each as large as a car. Initially, only their backs were visible above the water, but as they approached the shore, their massive forms gradually emerged. From a distance, Feng Cheng sensed the formidable fluctuations of energy emanating from the two golden behemoths, both of which were no less than extraordinary creatures at the third level of the life essence. "Let us take to the skies," Feng Cheng urged Feng Jing. And to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he summoned a wind and fire wheel, lifting both of them into the air. Once the golden crabs reached the shore, their speed increased significantly as they charged towards the moving house, resembling two reckless vehicles that snapped trees in their path with their claws. "Ying is still inside," Feng Jing gasped, retrieving a bronze crossbow from her storage watch. She loosed several arrows in an attempt to slay the golden crabs. However, the once invincible golden energy arrows, upon striking the backs of the crabs, erupted into bursts of radiant light without inflicting any harm. The crabs turned their gaze towards the two in the sky with a cold stare before continuing their relentless advance towards the moving house. Feng Cheng was not idle either. Swarms of ice butterflies took flight, swiftly catching up to the crabs, enveloping them in a frosty embrace. In an instant, two massive ice sculptures materialized amidst the island's underbrush. The crabs rendered immobile within, still posed to attack the ice butterflies. A faint ripple of energy emanated from the ice sculptures as the golden light on the crabs flickered, causing the ice to crack with a series of sharp sounds. In the sky, a fiery sword rune slowly took shape in Feng Cheng's palm, radiating blinding flames as it hurtled towards the crabs below. Boom! A dazzling explosion of fire erupted upon the ice sculptures, a dense mushroom cloud rising, while a wave of heat swept through the area, causing the surrounding vegetation to bow. Within the blaze, specks of golden light scattered, transforming into burning fragments of crab shells upon landing. Just as Feng Jing sighed in relief, a massive golden silhouette of a crab burst forth from the flames. Feng Cheng's fiery sword had only struck one of the crabs, while the other seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to escape. However, this crab bore the scars of battle. Having lost a third of its body, its remaining half charred and blackened, it swiftly darted towards the opposite side of the jungle, intent on fleeing back to the sea. Behind Feng Cheng, a pair of fiery wings materialized, while a duo of blazing wheels descended from the heavens, enveloped in intense flames, crashing violently into the wounded giant crab. Unable to withstand such a fierce impact, the crab was obliterated, its fragments scattering, and the air filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasted crab meat. Feng Cheng, with keen eyes, noticed a silver gleaming card suspended beside the dismembered carcass of the first giant crab, slowly rotating, as if the recent battle had not been in vain. He descended to the ground and picked up the card, discovering that the radiant silver surface depicted a luxurious yacht. This splendid vessel, with 3 levels, was intricately adorned with silver dragon scales, vividly lifelike, and at the prow, a majestic dragon head gazed into the distance. The reverse side of the card boldly presented the yacht's description: the Silver Dragon Yacht, capable of traversing vast oceans and plunging into the deep sea. Chapter 32, Physics and Poetry. Feng Cheng approached the seaside, channeling a surge of elemental energy into the silver card, releasing the Silver Dragon Yacht. In a flash of white light, a luxurious yacht over 30 meters in length materialized before them. The yacht's sleek lines and elegant design shimmered under the sun, the silver dragon scales glistening brilliantly. Feng Cheng and Feng Jing boarded the yacht, opening the cabin door to reveal 2 opulent bedrooms, each equipped with private bathrooms. The decor was minimalist yet exquisite, luxurious in its simplicity, with each room featuring a beautifully comfortable king-sized bed, complete with bedding and amenities. Directly facing expansive floor-to-ceiling windows was the breathtaking azure sky and sea, sunlight streaming through the glass and casting a warm glow upon the pristine linens, prompting Feng Jing to lie down, inhaling the delicate fragrance of the bedding, exclaiming, "Wow, the details are simply superb." The second level housed the control room, furnished with sofas and coffee tables, and surprisingly stocked with an array of wines and chilled juices. Feng Cheng approached the control panel, quickly familiarizing himself with the operation. One button allowed for a switch in navigation mode, transforming the yacht into a submarine. The third level featured an open deck adorned with a sunshade, lounge chairs, and a small swimming pool measuring 5 meters square. Feng Cheng located a card slot at the control panel, inserted his game coin card, and pressed the start button. The yacht trembled gently, its dragon scales shimmering with light, emitting a soft humming sound. He steered the yacht as it glided smoothly out to sea, gradually accelerating, slicing through the waves, with the dashboard indicating a maximum speed of 200 knots, equivalent to 370 kilometers per hour. Pressing the dive button, a faint blue energy shield enveloped the yacht, and as Feng Cheng pushed the control stick forward, the yacht's speed decreased, its bow tilting into the water. And soon the entire vessel submerged beneath the waves. The dragon-scaled yacht resembled a nimble fish, swiftly navigating through the ocean, with a powerful spotlight illuminating the path ahead. After exploring the ocean floor for a while, concerned for Xiong Ying's safety on the island, they returned to shore. That evening, Xiong Ying awoke, and indeed, she had experienced a breakthrough in her abilities, effortlessly condensing her third rune. Yin Ke has made significant progress in the mastery of his swordsmanship, achieving a preliminary level of proficiency. The Yin Ke sword has undergone a transformation, revealing a second form. In this state, the hilt of the sword sprouts several feather-shaped, dark red blades that entwine around Xiong Ying's right arm, resembling a suit of iron armor. The armor is elegantly shaped, with a subdued dark red glow, seamlessly integrating with the Yin Ke sword, bestowing upon Xiong Ying an air of gallantry. At this moment, the sword aura he unleashes is several times more powerful than before, extending over 2 meters in length, capable of severing trees from 10 meters away. A single strike suffices to deal with an ordinary golden crab. Xiong Ying's strength has nearly reached the first level of life essence, allowing him to finally navigate the wind and fire wheel for flight. Meanwhile, Feng Cheng and Feng Jing have adopted a vacation mindset, taking advantage of the weekend to spend over 20 days in the virtual realm, indulging in swimming, sunbathing, and cruising on a yacht, enjoying a life of comfort and leisure. The only regret is their inability to access the internet. Xiong Ying, gradually distracted by the novel experiences in the virtual realm, has channeled her heartbreak into diligent training, only occasionally joining Feng Jing for leisure activities. In private, Feng Jing confided to Feng Cheng that during her previous heartbreak, Xiong Ying would immerse herself in learning a foreign language, transforming her sorrow into motivation until she found a new boyfriend. Over 2 years, she has achieved considerable proficiency not only in English but also in Japanese, French, and Korean. One day, as Feng Cheng and Feng Jing were cozily lounging by the pool on the top deck of the yacht, Xiong Ying descended from the sky on her wind and fire wheel. "Sister, Chang'e, I just uncovered a scroll," Xiong Ying exclaimed, holding a small blue scroll. Showing no remorse for interrupting their moment, Feng Jing stepped out of the pool, took the scroll, and upon opening it, exclaimed in surprise, "It looks like a task scroll. But there are no task instructions." "Feng Cheng, take a look." Feng Cheng examined the scroll, which depicted a circular nautical map with a shimmering light point in the upper right corner, constantly flickering. In the center of the map was an image of a stone door, which remained motionless. "It resembles a task scroll. Perhaps the task will trigger once we reach the indicated location," Feng Cheng speculated after scrutinizing the scroll. "Then let us hurry and check it out," Xiong Ying urged. Feng Cheng nodded in agreement. He had already gathered 3 virtual entry cards for Coral Island over the past couple of days, allowing him to return to the real world instantly in case of danger, which greatly eased his mind. The exit from this virtual realm is conveniently located on his friend Xiao's territory. As the yacht sliced through the waves, the sea was serene, with the yacht's movement. The flickering light on the scroll drew ever closer to the position of the stone door. On the second level of the yacht, it was Feng Jing's turn to steer. While Feng Cheng and Xiong Ying relaxed on the sofa, savoring red wine and engaging in lively conversation, dressed in a black tank top and snug denim jeans, Xiong Ying sat cross-legged on the sofa, revealing her alluring figure to Feng Cheng. After getting to know her better, Feng Cheng realized that she was quite talkative, possessing a tendency to dominate conversations. Regardless of the topic, she could speak at length, leaving Feng Cheng little opportunity to interject. This is in stark contrast to the serene and enchanting demeanor observed when we first met. Speaking of Tagore's prose poetry, one cannot overlook his exquisite work, The Gift of a Lover. In one passage, it is written, Xiong Ying gently sipped her red wine and recited with deep emotion, "I dreamt of her sitting at the head of my bed, her fingers softly stroking my hair, composing a melodious symphony of affection. I gazed at her face, struggling to hold back tears, the silent torment overwhelming my slumber. Bursting forth like a shattered bubble, I sat up and beheld the shimmering Milky Way outside the window, akin to a tranquil world ignited by fire. At this moment, I wonder if she is dreaming the same dream as I." After expressing this in Chinese, she repeated it in English, leaving Feng Cheng awestruck, staring at her in astonishment. Such sentiments seem to be captured only by He Chi Feng in our country. He penned a poem titled Parting Feelings. You left without looking back, walking far away. Behind the autumn wind, I tenderly gathered a handful of crimson maple leaves. I spread them out gently against the wall illuminated by the autumn sun. Alongside hangs a memory. Do you still recall? Your gentle silhouette. Your soft voice still flows tenderly through the meadow, quietly flowing upon my heart. A line of distant wild geese, heedless of the withered reeds, carries away my profound longing, leaving a lake of autumn water, reflecting the deep blue of the long sky. Fangqing chimed in. The last two lines are quite evocative. Xiang Ying's beautiful eyes sparkled as she shook her head with a sigh, saying, in truth, my favorite poet is Gu Cheng. He has a poem titled Autumn in the South. After a while, Fangqing inquired, Ying, you must be studying Chinese language and literature? Xiang Ying shook her head, looking puzzled. No, I study applied physics. Fangqing chuckled awkwardly and said, then perhaps you could enlighten me about physics? He felt he had absorbed too much poetry today and needed to digest it. Xiang Ying finished her glass of wine and poured herself another half cup, saying, what significance does physics hold? Humanity has studied it for centuries, yet with the emergence of the virtual realm, everyone is left bewildered. Fangqing pondered for a moment and suggested, how about discussing your ex-boyfriends instead? You are insufferable. Xiang Ying shot him an exasperated glance. At that moment, Feng Jing, who was steering the yacht, turned around and exclaimed in frustration, you two stop chatting and look at what's happening. Chapter 33, The Bronze Mecha in the Vast Ocean. A colossal whirlpool emerged. The closer one approached the center of the whirlpool, the swifter the currents became. At this moment, under Feng Jing's control, the yacht had reached the periphery of the whirlpool, being drawn off course by the rushing waters. Observing the situation, Fangqing couldn't help but murmur, ah, the female driver. Feng Jing explained, I have no idea how this happened. I was just navigating and suddenly found myself in the whirlpool. Fangqing took over the controls. Discovering that the yacht's power struggled to break free from the whirlpool, instead gradually being pulled closer to its center. The whirlpool resembled a vast funnel, with the slope of the water's surface growing ever steeper. Fangqing released 3 fiery birds that soared into the sky, casting their gaze downward. Upon consulting the sea chart inscribed on the scroll, he discerned that their current location was alarmingly close to the center, with the light point nearly overlapping the central stone gate. Was it possible that the stone gate lay beneath the sea? Feng Jing observed the slanted waters outside the yacht, then turned her attention to Fangqing, awaiting his decision. It must be. Fangqing pressed the submersion button and maneuvered the yacht into the depths, where the current impeded their descent, forcing them to glide downwards at a sluggish pace. After approximately half an hour, the yacht reached the ocean floor, engulfed in darkness. The yacht's searchlight emitted a brilliant beam, illuminating the surroundings. Fangqing navigated the vessel free from the vortex's grasp, and soon beheld a colossal stone gate standing majestically amidst the water, or rather, an immense stone frame with murky waters filling its interior. A powerful undercurrent surged through the gate, stirring the surrounding sea, thus creating the massive whirlpool above. The closer they approached the gate, the more its grandeur became palpable. The yacht, positioned beside the gate, felt akin to a mere speck of dust before its imposing presence, instilling a peculiar sense of psychological pressure. After a brief contemplation, Fangqing resolutely steered the yacht downward into the dark current. In an instant, the yacht accelerated, swept along by the undercurrent, plunging into the stone gate. Once through, the vessel was carried forward by the current for some time before gradually breaking free. Fangqing turned the yacht around to glance back, but the stone gate had vanished from sight, and he had no idea how far they had been swept away. He picked up the scroll once more, only to find the sea chart had transformed dramatically, a stark contrast to its previous form. In this new depiction, they were situated not far from the center, where a pyramid-shaped symbol resided. Could it be a treasure map? Fangqing mused aloud, piloting the yacht back to the surface. Upon emerging, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The ocean was dotted with majestic, snow-white icebergs, countless in number, both near and far. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds, and snowflakes cascaded gently down. Feng Jing curiously surveyed the area, exclaiming in astonishment, it feels as though we have entered another realm. Xiaoying sneezed, remarking, it's so cold here, what just happened? Fangqing retorted, if you harness your elemental energy, you can ward off the chill. This temperature is trivial. Grasping her shrunken flame sparrow sword, Xiaoying channeled her energy and indeed felt a comforting warmth circulate throughout her body. Fangqing steered the yacht, deftly maneuvering around the icebergs, and after more than an hour of navigation, they spotted an island ahead. This island was adorned with towering mountains, their peaks capped with snow, while the slopes bore the remnants of dark brown soil and melting snow. The yacht docked, and the three disembarked, switching to their wind and fire wheels. The island's air was crisp, their breaths forming clouds of mist. Fangqing released over a dozen fiery birds to scout the island's conditions, ensuring their safety. Soon, one of the fiery birds relayed a vision, revealing a flat expanse at the island's center, dotted with orderly tents resembling a camp. Prominently situated on one side of this camp was a striking silver pyramid, unmistakably eye-catching. Beneath the pyramid, two factions were embroiled in fierce combat, their energies illuminating the surroundings with dazzling bursts of light. Before Fangqing could gain a clearer understanding of the situation, he witnessed a figure in a suit of armor akin to Iron Man suddenly fire a shot into the sky, immediately plunging his vision into darkness. One of the firebirds had disconnected. What was happening? Curiosity piqued. Fangqing commanded the remaining firebirds to approach while retrieving his dimensional entry card to validate a hypothesis that had formed in his mind. Indeed, when he infused the card with his energy, it remained unresponsive. Just as Fangqing had speculated, he had arrived in an entirely different dimension. Fangqing mused quietly, recalling the youth he had encountered in the wasteland town dimension. In this realm, the absence of law made one question the morality of others. Furthermore, judging by the individual's swift maneuvering, it was evident that their strength was formidable, and they were numerous. There are people on the island. Let us retreat to the sea, he signaled to Fangqing and Xiangying, turning back towards the shoreline. Simultaneously, over a dozen firebirds soared back to the vicinity of the pyramid, where they beheld a humanoid mech standing majestically in midair, brandishing an astonishingly long sniper rifle and systematically obliterating the firebirds one by one. No matter how deftly Fangqing maneuvered the firebirds to evade, they could not escape the precision of this sniper. With the abundance of firebirds, a variety of angles allowed Fangqing to discern the opponent's appearance, a bronze-colored humanoid mech towering over 3 meters, wielding a sniper rifle of similar length, its barrel resembling a cannon, intricately engraved with exquisite patterns. Eager to gauge this individual's prowess, Fangqing gestured and unleashed a flame sword. Initially diminutive, it rapidly expanded as it accelerated, the brilliance of its blade intensifying, leaving a long, luminous trail as it hurtled toward the bronze mech. Fangqing had chosen his angle with great cunning. Should the mech attempt to evade, the flame sword would find its mark upon the encampment below. Just as the bronze mech eliminated the last of the firebirds, a blinding flash of fire enveloped a light sword, hurtling toward it at an astonishing speed. In a heartbeat, the bronze mech crossed its arms, a series of intricate patterns glowing across its form, conjuring a circular energy shield that enveloped it entirely. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the air, reminiscent of a mighty thunderclap, resonating far and wide. The faction engaged in battle on the ground momentarily faltered, all members gazing skyward. A massive, intense fireball erupted in the sky, radiating an astonishing heat that warped the very air. From within the flames, a bronze figure surged forth, simultaneously raising its sniper rifle and aiming towards Fangqing's location. At the shoreline, as Fangqing readied his yacht, his expression shifted with alarm. He hastily instructed Fangqing and Xiangying to submerge beneath the waves while he summoned the wind and fire wheel, launching himself into the sky. With a swift motion, he conjured several six-pointed star-shaped flame shields before him. The hexagram flame shields whirled as they stacked upon one another, forming a formidable barrier. In the next moment, a bullet the size of a fist, glimmering with blue light, struck the flame shields with tremendous force, piercing through 8 layers before finally being halted. Fangqing cast a fleeting glance at Fangqing, who had already submerged into the sea, feeling a slight relaxation in his heart. Turning his attention to the distant bronze mech, which was lifting its gun in preparation to fire, he swiftly transformed into a streak of fire, soaring towards the metallic behemoth. The wheel of wind and fire spun frantically, propelling Fangqing to the zenith of his speed, leaving behind a serpentine trail of flames in the air. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the bronze mech, rendering it unable to shoot. The black gold long knife unleashed a torrent of blade light, akin to a river plummeting down a cliff, descending upon the mech's head. In response, the bronze mech ejected a massive alloy sword, meeting Fangqing's assault head-on, turning offense into defense. In mere seconds, the blades clashed hundreds of times in a flurry of movement. Fangqing employed his phantasmic technique, creating multiple afterimages. The black gold knife light resembled a long river, ensnaring the bronze mech within a tempest of blade brilliance from all directions. The mech could only withstand for a few breaths before Fangqing breached its defenses, each strike landing with precision, causing the intricate patterns on the mech's surface to flicker uncertainly, on the verge of being utterly obliterated. Stop! Suddenly, a commanding voice erupted from the bronze mech. Its visor retracted, revealing a square-jawed face. Instantly, the torrent of blade light dissipated, as if it had never existed. Unbeknownst to Fangqing, Dozens of ice butterflies had silently settled upon the mech's surface. Standing atop his wheel of wind and fire, Fangqing gazed down at his vanquished opponent. Of course, had this individual attempted to ambush him with a sniper rifle, he held no assurance of survival. Who are you, and how did you arrive in this virtual realm? The square-jawed man attempted to aim his weapon at Fangqing, but discovered that his arm had lost sensation. Looking down, he saw that his entire arm had been encased in ice. An ice crystal butterfly fluttered gracefully, landing upon his forehead. As a soldier, he immediately felt the chilling threat of death. Who are you? Fangqing retorted. The square-jawed man regarded him coldly, articulating each word with precision. I am Su Zifeng from the 525th Special Operations Brigade of the Chinese People's Liberation Army Marine Corps. We are on a mission. How did you get here? Wow. Fangqing exclaimed, taken aback. You are truly a soldier? He stared in astonishment at Su Zifeng. Su raised an eyebrow, too disinterested to repeat himself. Fangqing waved his hand, dispersing the ice butterflies clinging to Su's form, and chuckled. It's a misunderstanding. I came from another virtual realm, and I have no idea where this is. He quickly recounted the sequence of events in just a few sentences. Su Zifeng nodded in understanding and replied, Allow me to escort you back. This is a restricted area. Unauthorized entry is prohibited. Just then, two more bronze mechs approached from the horizon. Though their energy fluctuations were weaker than Su's, the two mechs quietly positioned themselves behind Su Zifeng and saluted him without uttering a word. Bring me 3 virtual realm access cards, Su Zifeng instructed. One of the mechs produced 3 cards and handed them over. A few minutes later, Fangqing, Fengjing, and Xiong found themselves in a corridor, accompanied by Su Zifeng. For Fangqing and Fengjing, who graduated from Binhai University, this corridor felt remarkably familiar. Isn't this the dormitory of Binhai University? Fengjing turned to survey their surroundings. Fangqing smiled and turned to Su Zifeng, saying, No wonder this is a restricted area. It all makes sense now. Thus far, the 5 major public virtual realms that had emerged in Binhai City had all been sealed off, with strict prohibitions against entry for anyone, save for a select few. Fangqing secretly speculated that the pyramid within the virtual realm they had just witnessed must harbor some significant secrets. Moreover, nearly everyone in Su Zifeng's group was clad in mecha armor. He had previously encountered similar mecha at Yunhai Supermarket. While the designs differed, they were likely not too dissimilar in function. The price of the mecha had left a profound impression on him, 50,000 game coins per unit, equivalent to 500,000 yuan. Could it be that they had seized a virtual realm supermarket? As Fangqing pondered this, he and Su Zifeng exited the dormitory building. At that moment, the female dormitory of Binhai University was encircled by a towering iron fence exceeding 5 meters in height, leaving only a single entrance, with soldiers stationed both inside and outside. Once downstairs, Su Zifeng took out his phone and made a call to report the situation. Shortly thereafter, a soldier approached with a laptop, requesting the identity card numbers of the 3 of them. After verifying their identities and taking their photographs, the process concluded. Apologies for the procedure, Su Zifeng remarked, casting a glance at Fangqing. You have quite the skill. Your close combat is impressive. Few I know could best you. You're too kind, Su. Your sniper rifle is formidable as well. Shall we exchange WeChat? Fangqing suggested, recognizing the potential value of establishing a connection with someone of Su Zifeng's military stature. Su Zifeng chuckled and replied, We can connect later. I will give you a call. All right, I look forward to it, Fangqing said with a composed smile, shaking Su Zifeng's hand before departing the enclosure. The scenery within Binhai University's campus remained vibrant, with boys donning basketball jerseys and girls flaunting their long legs, an exuberance of youth permeating the atmosphere. Yet, within 100 meters of the dormitory building, there was an eerie silence, starkly contrasting the lively exterior. As the 3 exited the campus, Fangqing hailed a rideshare vehicle. While waiting for the car, a high-pitched voice, tinged with jest, rang out. Fangqing. Turning his head, he spotted a familiar face waving from within a silver-gray Lexus parked not far away. It was Su Beishan. Fangqing's face lit up with surprise as he dropped his companions, Fengjing and Xiong, and strode towards him. Su Beishan, a fellow townsman and a year senior at Binhai University, had been an acquaintance of Fangqing's since their initial interactions on a forum prior to his enrollment. Upon arriving in Binhai, Su Beishan had consistently looked out for him, and the two had developed a bond akin to that of brothers. Though Su Beishan's family circumstances were modest, he possessed a tenacious spirit. Since Fangqing had met him, he had been engaged in entrepreneurial ventures, adhering to a philosophy that prioritized financial independence, believing that true freedom could only be attained through financial means. As long as one possesses wealth, even in the face of terminal illness, one can still create a wish list to fulfill before departing this world. Fangqing observed Su Beishan's various ventures, from selling clothing and stockings at a stall, to running a bubble tea shop, a printing shop, a small inn, and even a real estate agency that catered to college students seeking experiential opportunities such as distributing flyers and engaging in promotional activities. He had also developed an online platform for tutoring students and managed a convenience store that prided itself on timely deliveries within 59 minutes. Last year, upon graduating from university, it was said that Su Beishan opened a modest restaurant specializing in unique nutritious porridge. The two had not crossed paths frequently, leading to a gradual decline in their communication. Thus, it was a surprise to encounter each other once more at the school gate. Su Beishan sat leisurely in a brand-new silver-gray Lexus, a smile gracing his face as he watched Fong Chung approach, teasingly remarking, "Well, look who it is. Have you taken to playing the field lately?" With a suggestive raise of his eyebrows, he glanced at Fong Jing and Xiong Ying. "How have you been?" Fong Cheng offered him a cigarette. Su Beishan accepted it, lighting Fong Cheng's first before igniting his own. He tapped the cigarette pack and quipped, "Are you smoking Yuhuasher now? Have you been taken care of by a wealthy lady, perhaps even getting involved with her daughter? You're still the same, full of unhealthy thoughts." Fong Cheng retorted with a chuckle. "By the way, how's your restaurant doing?" Su Beishan laughed heartily, saying, "I've changed careers, my friend. I'm now mingling in the virtual realm." He then produced an exquisite gray business card, handing it to Fong Cheng. Upon inspection, Fong Cheng noted the embossed silver characters that read, "Winds do not rise without cause." The reverse side indicated, Binhai City Winless Virtual Mercenary Agency, Senior Partner, Level 3 of Life Essence, Su Beishan, Contact Information, Email. Just as Fong Cheng was about to inquire further, Su Beishan abruptly exited the car, circling around him to approach a striking female student. This young woman stood tall at approximately 175 centimeters, adorned in a short denim skirt paired with a white form-fitting shirt and white sneakers. Her figure was both graceful and alluring, her long, fair legs radiating a healthy sheen, emphasizing the delicate smoothness of her skin. Standing alongside her, Su Beishan, at 180 centimeters, exuded a handsome charm, creating a perfect pairing of talent and beauty. They embraced at the campus gate, sharing a kiss before interlocking hands as they made their way to the car. "Brother, give me a call later. I have to run for now." Su Beishan clapped Fong Cheng on the shoulder before entering the car with the female student and driving off into the distance. "Ah, the allure of beauty triumphs over friendship," Fong Cheng mused while toying with the business card in his hand. Su Beishan had once articulated that, as a man, particularly a young one, there were two paramount pursuits. First, achieving financial independence through one's own efforts, ideally alongside professional success and a certain level of societal recognition. Second, to experience a diverse array of beautiful women before settling down. It is indeed remarkable to consider how a university student, not born into wealth and with an average background, managed to achieve the impressive feat of charming 100 women solely through his charisma and appearance. Su Beishan had accomplished this. Fong Cheng once sought advice from Su Beishan, who revealed to him a three-word secret: do not be picky. Fong Cheng was skeptical, although Su Beishan's former girlfriends varied in appearance and physique. None could truly be deemed aesthetically unpleasing. Moreover, youth itself embodies a certain beauty, with the splendor and purity of adolescence capable of concealing numerous flaws. Additionally, Su Beishan had a penchant for long legs. Thus, during his sophomore year, he established a reputation at school by selling stockings, black, purple, white, and gray, boasting both quality and affordability. Leading in sales at Binhai University. Influenced by him, Fong Cheng's aesthetic preferences leaned towards legs and feet, followed by waist, hips, and bust, with the face coming last. Naturally, Su Beishan had once remarked that the most crucial aspect was, in fact, a woman's hair. The condition of a woman's hair could fundamentally indicate her quality of life and taste. This was essential. As Fong Cheng gazed at the words mercenary office, he couldn't help but chuckle. His friend Su Beishan was at it again. The following day, Fong Chung drove to a street located in the southeastern part of Binhai City. This was an old street, narrow and flanked by ginkgo trees that had stood for decades, alongside many pre-revolutionary buildings, predominantly in Japanese and German architectural styles, none exceeding 5 stories, exuding an exotic charm. Nowadays, the buildings lining the street housed numerous branded clothing boutiques, as well as several quaint coffee shops, tea houses, and restaurants. Fong Cheng parked his car in front of a 3-story building, where a sign reading Woofing Office hung above the entrance. Upon entering, he found a charming CAF on the first floor, complete with a reception area, several artistically styled sofas and coffee tables, and vintage chandeliers that lent the space a warm and tranquil ambience. At the reception stood a fair-skinned young woman with delicate features. Upon noticing Fong Cheng's arrival, she greeted him with a polite smile, her bright eyes sparkling with friendliness, as if they were already acquainted. "Hello, welcome to Woofing Mercenary Office. How may I assist you?" Her voice was soft and melodious, articulating each word with clarity, maintaining a perfectly balanced volume. Fang Qing replied, "I am looking for Su Beishan. I have an appointment with him." The young woman nodded, stating, "Mr. Su has already informed me. Please have a seat and enjoy a cup of coffee while I fetch him." After guiding Fang Qing to a nearby seat, she brought him a cup of coffee, complete with milk, sugar cubes, and a small tiramisu dessert. "Please hold on for a moment," she said, gracefully ascending the stairs with a slight sway of her waist. Leaning back on the sofa, Fang Qing idly shook his legs, staring at the polished mahogany floor, lost in thought. It had been a year since they last met. It seemed Su Beishan had realized his dreams and was embarking on a new journey towards greater heights. Memories of Su Beishan's relentless efforts to earn money during their school days flashed through his mind, momentarily causing him to drift away. "Hey, brother, you made it," Su Beishan exclaimed, smiling as he approached and took a seat. "Not much," Fang Qing shook his head. The two had already discussed much over the phone the previous day, and Fang Qing had a general understanding of the nature of the so-called mercenary office. After the emergence of the virtual realm, numerous demands arose, such as rescuing individuals, training companions, assisting with tasks, providing bodyguard services, and collecting rare artifacts, among others. Where there is demand in the market, corresponding services follow suit. Mercenaries, in essence, offer services. Fang Qing was also troubled about finding employment. Upon revealing to Su Beishan that he possessed the strength of the third tier of life essence, Su Beishan warmly invited him to join his firm to pursue wealth together. Currently, the firm comprises 9 individuals, including myself, along with 2 senior partners who, like you, are also at the third tier of life essence. Among the remaining 6, 5 are ordinary partners whose abilities do not match ours. The 6th is Xiao Wang, the administrative assistant responsible for financial matters and front desk reception. Su Beishan elaborated on the firm's structure. "Our business model is quite straightforward. One can either pursue clients independently or be assigned tasks from the firm. Generally, senior partners receive an 80-20 split, while ordinary partners are on a 60-40 basis. The partners take the lion's share, while the firm retains a smaller portion." "So, does that mean I'm a senior partner now?" Fang Qing inquired with a smile. Su Beishan affirmed, "Absolutely. I am the director of Wufeng Firm, and my word is final. Besides, your strength is sufficient." Curious, Fang Qing asked, "Why is it called Wufeng?" Su Beishan replied earnestly, "This reflects our service philosophy, meticulous and professional. In the virtual realm, one must adhere to a crucial principle: avoid recklessness. It is imperative to develop cautiously to ultimately emerge victorious." Fang Qing nodded in understanding. Chapter 35, The First Assignment. "My brother, allow me to show you our virtual realm," Su Beishan stated after a brief conversation. "The virtual realm?" Fang Qing was taken aback. Su Beishan smiled slightly and explained, "Do you think I established my business without a solid foundation? Who would dare open a mercenary firm in Binhai otherwise?" He led Fang Qing to the 3rd floor, where several elegant private rooms resided. One door bore a sign with the characters for Virtual Realm prominently displayed. Su Beishan opened the door and declared, "This is the core competitiveness of our Wufeng firm, and it forms the foundation for our future growth." With that, he stepped inside, followed closely by Fang Qing. As they entered, the scenery transformed into a dazzling blue sky and a blindingly white snowfield. The cold, moist air filled their lungs, refreshing their spirits. Before them lay magnificent, towering snow-capped mountains, draped in a pristine white blanket. From the heavens to the earth, everything was a canvas of purity. The two stood at the mid-slope of a snow mountain, where the terrain was flat and the slope gentle, encompassing a vast expanse the size of a football field. With a European-style villa featuring a red roof at its center, Su Beishan presented a virtual realm access card, saying, "This is the headquarters of our firm in the virtual realm. Typically, everyone hones their skills here, and if there are any assignments, Xiao Wang will come to notify us." Fang Qing took the virtual realm access card and inquired, "What kind of exotic beasts inhabit this place?" "Primarily snowmen," Su Beishan replied. "They are humanoid creatures formed from condensed ice and snow, adept at cold attacks, nothing particularly special." They entered the villa, where 4 men were gathered around a dining table, enjoying a meal. Su Beishan smiled and introduced Fang Qing to the group. Among the 4 individuals, one is a senior partner at the firm, named Yin Bin. He is of modest height, slender, with piercing eyes that convey a sense of competence. He is also a formidable expert at the 3rd level of the life element. The other 3 are ordinary partners, each possessing strength at the 1st level of the life element. Yin Bin shook hands with Fang Qing and, pointing at the food on the table, remarked with a smile, "They caught a snow mountain tiger in the Eastern Valley and have just made a soup with its tiger whip. Let's have a taste." Su Beishan exclaimed, "Wow, you possess such culinary skills? I must try it." Fang Qing was also invited to take a seat, where he was served a generous bowl of tiger soup. This bowl was quite large, resembling a small basin, containing chunks of meat about an inch in length, comparable in thickness to an adult's arm, looking quite substantial. So thick. Fangcheng found himself somewhat apprehensive as this was his first encounter with such a dish. Yinbin grinned and said, "That snow mountain tiger measured 3 meters in length and possesses strength akin to the third level of the life element. With such a size, how could the meat be delicate?" Noticing Fangcheng's hesitance, Su Beishan added, "This is a powerful tonic, completely wild. The elemental energy you cultivate in the virtual realm cannot be transferred to the real world, but the improvements in your physique can manifest here. You should indulge in it. We'll all be formidable lovers in the future." Yin Bin continued, "When Lao Gao returns, I plan to discuss hunting more snow mountain tigers with him. We can process the tiger bones and whips into small gifts for our clients, enhancing the quality of our firm's services." "Absolutely." Su Beishan gave a thumbs up and said, "Make sure to set aside a dozen for me." Laughter erupted among the group. Finally, Fangcheng took a sip and was instantly captivated by the flavor. Whether it was psychological or otherwise, he felt a warm current surge through his abdomen, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. 3 days later in the real world, Fangcheng had spent over half a month in the high-altitude snow mountain region, gradually becoming familiar with his colleagues at the windless mercenary agency. However, another senior partner at the firm had been occupied and remained unseen. Meanwhile, Feng Jing's work had finally been secured, and she officially began her position at the Bihai Province Investment Group. The two would leave for work during the day and return home in the evenings, enjoying a leisurely life together. Each night, Fangcheng would carve out time to concoct wind-fire wheels in the neighboring flame realm, intending to accumulate 100 pairs before delivering them to Gu Yinshu for conversion into profits. The long-desired financial freedom was gradually being realized, as the interest from his savings was sufficient to cover his daily expenses. Within the windless mercenary agency, Fangcheng shared a particularly cordial relationship with the receptionist, Xiao Wang. Her real name was Wang Dandan, a college graduate who had been working for over 3 years and, it was said, had been on numerous blind dates but had never had a steady boyfriend. Fangcheng, driving a BMW to work and being a senior partner at the firm, had aroused her interest, leading her to be exceptionally warm and approachable towards him. Unfortunately, having been accustomed to the beauty of Fengjing, his taste had been refined, and he was not easily swayed by Wang Dandan. One morning, upon arriving at the office, Wang Dandan greeted him with a charming smile. After exchanging a few light-hearted jokes, she mentioned, "Su is waiting for you in his office on the 2nd floor. He wants to see you." "What does he want?" Fangcheng inquired. Wang Dandan blinked, expressing uncertainty. "I don't know. Perhaps there is a business opportunity, as he seems quite pleased." Fangcheng ascended the stairs and entered Su Beishan's office, where the latter stood before a fish tank, feeding the fish. Several red parrots swam energetically, vying for food, while Su watched with great interest. "What brings you here?" Fangcheng inquired as he settled into the sofa and lit a cigarette. Su Beishan replied, "Brother, you've been here for a few days without making any progress. I can guide you through a business deal. We can split the earnings 50-50 after deducting the fees for the firm." Intrigued, Fangcheng asked, "What kind of business?" Su Beishan explained, "A company has commissioned us to escort one of their employees into the virtual realm to complete a task, with a hiring fee of 200,000. The virtual realm is located in the Binhai International Building, a public virtual space." Fangcheng expressed doubt. "Isn't access to public virtual realms restricted? Can we even enter?" Su Beishan chuckled. "This company has government ties. They primarily utilize the secrets of the virtual realm to develop various pharmaceuticals for military supply." Fangcheng couldn't help but smirk at the prospect of such a business opportunity, having been contemplating ways to expand his own ventures but finding no solutions. Su Beishan continued, "I do have some connections, and to be fair, our firm also has military affiliations. When are we heading to Binhai International?" Fangcheng exhaled a smoke ring, feeling a sense of anticipation for the impending business. Su Beishan replied, "Let's go right now. But first we need to visit the client's company to gain a deeper understanding of the situation. I'll have Xiaowang prepare the invoice." Dealing with state-owned enterprises has its drawbacks. Without an invoice, payment is withheld. It's utterly frustrating. The firm's business model typically required payment up front before services were rendered. Chapter 36. The Great Tree of the Canyon. The Binhai International Building is a well-established commercial office structure in Binhai City, having served as a landmark for a period over a decade ago. This 36-story edifice is now entirely transformed into virtual space. The building has been sealed off, surrounded by reinforced concrete barriers. Once a bustling hub for Binhai's white-collar workers, it now stands desolate. In the vicinity of Binhai International, there are several smaller office buildings. Fangcheng and Su Beishan arrived at one of them, The Binhai High-Tech Development Zone, Reda Biopharmaceutical Company, Limited, the commissioning party for this business endeavor. They were greeted by a vice president of the company, who signed the agreement with Su Beishin and collected the invoice from the finance department before leading them into a conference room. Inside the conference room sat two individuals, a man and a woman, both dressed in suits, sipping tea from disposable cups. Upon entering, Su Beishin joyfully exclaimed, "General Manager Wang, long time no see." The impeccably dressed General Manager Wang smiled with his eyes but not with his mouth, acknowledging Su with a brief handshake before returning to his phone. The woman beside him, however, regarded Su Beishin and Fong Chung with curiosity and offered a friendly smile. The vice president of Rueda commented, "Both Su and General Manager Wang are leading figures in the mercenary circle of Binhai. Having you here puts my mind at ease." Su Beishin cheerfully inquired, "General Manager Wang, might you introduce us to this lovely lady?" Before Mr. Wang could utter a word, a stunning woman clad in a fitted suit skirt introduced herself. "Hello, Mr. Su. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I am Yin Shaoling from Tianya Law Firm, and I look forward to your guidance. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your time at our firm. Currently, we are experiencing an imbalance in our gender ratio," Su Beishin remarked. Yin Shaoling chuckled. "It is not just your firm. There are few female mercenaries in any firm, in this day and age, who would willingly risk their life for money. Unless in search of excitement?" The vice president of Ruido Company added, "The employee you are escorting is a female colleague, which is why Mr. Wang arranged for Ms. Yin to accompany us, making the journey more convenient." Before long, an attractive woman with a tall and alluring figure entered the conference room. She wore a loose white shirt and fitted light blue jeans, complemented by black stiletto heels that clicked rhythmically against the floor as she walked, her long, shapely legs on display. "Let me introduce you to our esteemed head of the RD department, Minister Lu Xian, who is also the individual we are escorting this time. Minister Lu holds a medical doctorate from Johns Hopkins University and is a lecturer at Binhai Medical University. Please take a moment to get acquainted," the vice president announced. Lu Xian exuded a cool demeanor, her mature elegance imbued with a captivating allure. Fong Qing glanced at Su Beishin, recognizing that this type of beauty was precisely to Su's taste. As expected, Su Beishin unabashedly appraised Lu Xian and smiled, "With two beautiful women in our team, the journey will certainly be far from dull." At the Binhai National Building, after Ruido Company had completed the preliminary procedures, Fong Qing and his companions smoothly entered the building, guided by the security personnel to the 19th floor. As the five exited the elevator, they stepped into a virtual realm. According to the information provided by Ruido, this virtual world was called the Grand Canyon. Upon entering, Fong Qing quickly realized the vastness of this so-called Grand Canyon. Their entry point was perfectly situated upon a pile of rubble at the base of a cliff. Below the rubble, an endless expanse of towering coniferous forest stretched out, and in the distance, a cliff face loomed, obscuring much of the sky. This marked the opposite side of the canyon. Fong Qing turned to gaze upon the sheer cliff behind him, which soared into the clouds, its summit hidden from view. Although they stood on what was termed a rubble pile, the stones were of various sizes, with boulders as large as cars, and even house-sized irregular rocks stacked high, resembling a mountain leaning against the cliff. Looking down from the rubble pile, the sloping terrain extended several thousand meters, reaching the edge of the coniferous forest. The five of them, upon entering the virtual world, remained relatively close, each finding a footing on a massive stone. Their attire in the virtual realm varied. Fong Chung and Wang Sudong from Tianya Law Firm donned combat uniforms, while Su Beishin, who had never been seen in a suit in reality, sported a flamboyant purple ensemble with a pink shirt. Yin Shaoling from Tianya Law Firm wore a form-fitting black leather jacket that accentuated her curvaceous figure, gleaming in the sunlight. The returning female PhD, El Xian, donned attire befitting the real world but opted for a pair of black combat boots. Wang Sudong from Tianya Agency spoke in a grave tone, urging everyone to remain vigilant as they entered the virtual realm. They were to gather the necessary entry cards before undertaking their mission. As he spoke, he retrieved an object from his storage watch, revealing a humanoid energy mech towering over 2 meters, albeit slightly smaller than the one Su Zifeng had encountered in the virtual domain of the girls' dormitory at Binda University. The mech clicked open a human-shaped slot, and Wang Sudong stepped inside, the mech closing around him and illuminating intricate patterns across its surface. Meanwhile, Yin Shaoling adopted a serious demeanor, producing a bronze-colored automatic rifle from her storage watch. As she infused her energy into the weapon, the patterns on the rifle began to glow, preparing for any imminent confrontation. Su Beishin also brandished his weapons, 2 crescent-shaped axes that exuded a fierce aura. Observing his companions, Fong Chung unsheathed his black-gold longsword. With a gesture from Wang Sudong, he led the way down the rocky slope. Yin Shaoling approached El Xian. and the two women followed suit, with Fangcheng and Su Beishan bringing up the rear. The two men exchanged glances, their eyes conveying an unspoken depth of meaning as they admired the slender waists and shapely legs of the two women ahead. Though Yin Shaoling was shorter than El Xian, her figure was impeccably athletic, reminiscent of a fitness trainer, with her black, form-fitting leather attire accentuating her curves. El Xian, on the other hand, boasted long, elegant legs and an enchanting silhouette that was equally captivating. As the group descended the rocky slope and entered the forest, they were immediately struck by the towering trees that filled the canyon. Each tree was as large as a multi-story building, their straight trunks reaching skyward. Standing beneath these giants, they felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance, the sheer scale instilling a profound sense of pressure. At the forest's edge, El Xian unfurled a small blue scroll, inscribed with a map. Her task was to follow the map's directions to the base of a soul-stabilizing tower located at the opposite cliff of the canyon and to ascend to the 7th level of this tower. To reach the other side, they would have to traverse this vast sea of colossal trees. Chapter 37. The giant egg dwelling. As the five ventured deeper into the woods, they soon encountered the virtual realm's fearsome creatures, cannibalistic apes, a name bestowed by the initial group of explorers who entered the virtual world. These apes varied in height from 1 to 3 meters, resembling monkeys in physique and exhibiting remarkable agility. Their defining characteristics included crimson eyes brimming with ferocity and large mouths filled with razor-sharp teeth, capable of delivering an astonishing bite. The cannibalistic apes possessed long, sharp claws that enabled them to easily pierce tree trunks, allowing them to scale the colossal trees with the speed of ants, usually residing within the treetops until they descended to hunt. Before them stood a multitude of these apes, led by a 3-meter-tall alpha, charging wildly towards Fangcheng and his companions. Wang Sudong took the lead, swiftly drawing a broad-bladed greatsword from the back of the mech, gripping it with both hands as he surged forward. His formidable mech is astonishingly heavy, each step resonating with a powerful thud. The mech's immense strength is evident as the colossal sword unleashes a flurry of sword beams, effortlessly dispatching the oncoming man-eating apes. Yin Shaoling steadfastly guards Lu Xian, wielding her firearm with precision, swiftly eliminating the approaching beasts. Fangcheng observes that this young woman has a penchant for headshots. Her energy rifle fires bullets condensed from elemental energy, exhibiting remarkable lethality. Each shot that finds its mark on the ape's head results in an explosion akin to that of a watermelon. In the rear, Su Beishan, despite appearing somewhat unreliable, possesses considerable prowess. He brandishes a pair of crescent-shaped axes, executing a flamboyant style of axe technique that cleave through the charging apes as though they were mere vegetables, making his combat style the most visually captivating among them. Positioned on the opposite side of Lu Xian, his imposing figure instills a sense of security, ensuring that their defense remains impenetrable. Lu Xian stands quietly, her expression devoid of any panic as she patiently observes the four warriors, lost in contemplation. Fangcheng remains motionless, raising his hand to release over 30 ice butterflies. The approaching man-eating apes find themselves ensnared by these ethereal creatures, each one encased in ice, rendering them as silent sculptures. Among the group, he's the most serene in battle. Soon, tranquility envelopes the forest, including the ape leader, who is slain by the combined efforts of Wang Sudong and Su Beishan, resulting in a bounty of game currency. Yin Shaoling notes that nearly a third of the apes have been transformed into silent ice sculptures and remarks to Fangcheng, "You must practice a secretive technique. It seems you dispatched these apes with such ease. Quite impressive." "You are not lacking either," Fangcheng replies politely, collecting over 20 pieces of game currency that had dropped from the few remaining apes. With the current exchange rate at 1 to 100, each coin equates to $100, making them exceedingly precious and not to be squandered. The five continue onward, encountering several more groups of man-eating apes. Fortunately, they all prove to be skilled fighters, navigating through the perils of the dense jungle without incident. By the end of the day, apart from Lu Xian, who already possesses a pass for the virtual realm, they acquire 3 additional passes, leaving only Wang Sudong without one. As night descends, the sky, partially obscured by the towering trees, reveals a breathtaking expanse of shimmering stars, distinctly different from what one might behold on Earth. Among the group, it is apparent that Su Beishan and Wang Sudong have conferred on their plans beforehand. During the night, Su Beishan produces a mobile dwelling. This structure, viewed from afar, resembles a colossal egg crafted from aerospace-grade aluminum, hovering gracefully a foot above the ground, exuding a distinctly sci-fi aesthetic. This grand egg stands over 10 meters tall, its silver-gray surface subtly adorned with intricate patterns, suggesting additional functionalities beyond mere habitation. The lower section of the egg features a rectangular opening, descending to form a staircase. leading into a brightly lit interior that reveals a warmly arranged living room. Subation addresses the group. This dwelling comprises 3 levels. The first floor contains the living room, dining area, and kitchen, while the second and third floors are designated as bedrooms. Please make yourselves comfortable. After discussing with old Wang, we believe it prudent to keep watch tonight. El Xian softly remarked, I shall retire upstairs to rest. You all have worked hard. With that, she nodded to everyone and ascended the stairs. Subation called out to her retreating figure, Minister El, shall I call you when dinner is ready? El Xian turned her head and replied, no need. I have brought my own food. Subation shrugged. Yin Shaoling then suggested, I will keep watch with General Fong for the first half of the night. I have some questions regarding cultivation that I would like to discuss with him. General Fong, do you mind? Fong Chung shook his head, smiling warmly. Mutual learning leads to collective progress. Subation and Wang Sudong exchanged glances, the latter nodding in silence. Yin Shaoling rubbed her hands together, chuckling softly. I will prepare dinner. Let me show you my culinary skills. To their surprise, the food stored in this mobile dwelling included beef, said to be sourced from the snow-capped yaks of the virtual realm. Yin Shaoling also retrieved a bounty of potatoes, green peppers, garlic, and other ingredients from her storage bracelet, indicating she possessed a treasure trove of food supplies. The 3 men lounged in the living room, smoking and chatting, while Yin Shaoling busied herself in the kitchen. Before long, a fragrant pot of beef stew with potatoes was ready. After enjoying their meal with rice, Subation and Wang Sudong retreated upstairs to rest, leaving Fong Qing and Yin Shaoling to keep the night watch. The material of the giant egg was remarkably peculiar. From the outside, nothing could be seen within, yet from the inside looking out, it was as transparent as glass, affording a crystal-clear view of the surroundings. Fong Chung and Yin Shaoling each brewed a cup of tea and sat across from each other on the sofa, discussing matters pertaining to the virtual realm and the cultivation of elemental energy. During their conversation, Fong Cheng learned that Yin Shaoling had previously worked at the Binhai International Building, employed by a road surveying and design company. Upon entering the virtual realm, she encountered good fortune and, combined with her daring nature, her strength had surged far beyond that of her peers. She was among the first to obtain a virtual realm entry card and exit from it, having already reached the pinnacle of the first level of life essence when she departed. Later, through a friend's introduction, she joined Wang Sudong's Tianya mercenary agency, where her power underwent another breakthrough, elevating her to the status of a second-level life essence expert. Her elemental energy cultivation method was rather unremarkable, lacking any offensive techniques or attributes, with the direct benefits being enhancements in strength, speed, and agility. Consequently, all her offensive capabilities were concentrated in her energy rifle. According to her, she currently had enough energy to fire 100 shots consecutively. Perhaps this is fate. I used to love playing, and now that I am in the virtual realm, it feels like a professional match, Yin Shaoling jested. You should learn a form of close combat fighting, Fong Qing suggested. Yin Shaoling's eyes sparkled with mischief as she half-jokingly replied, why don't you teach me? I would like to take you as my master. Fong Chung replied earnestly, firstly, I do not take disciples. Secondly, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Chapter 38. The Great River Treasure Chest. Yin Shaoling's cheeks flushed slightly as she cautiously inquired, what is your tuition fee? I would like to see if I can afford it. Truthfully, Fong Qing found it somewhat difficult to maintain his composure in the presence of such a beautiful woman as Yin Shaoling. While she may not surpass Fong Jing in beauty, she was certainly not far behind, standing out as a rare gem among many. The difference between them lay only in their distinct charms. Instinctively, he could resolutely reject any notion of engaging with Wang Dandan, yet with Yin Shaoling, he found himself wavering. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a distant glimmer of red light in the forest, surging toward him like a tidal wave. The man-eating apes are coming. You must alert them, Fong Qing declared as he rose, his form flickering as he approached the door, pressed the button, and stepped outside. The night was engulfed in darkness within the canyon's woods, prompting Fong Chung to summon a firebird that soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. To his astonishment, he beheld countless man-eating apes swarming around the giant egg house, their numbers beyond reckoning. How can there be so many? He pondered, casting a glance at the giant egg and sensing a faint fluctuation of vital energy emanating from it, which caused him to furrow his brow. Without any visible action, countless fiery runes materialized before him, intertwining into a complex array that swiftly coalesced into a tome of flames. The flame book from the Divine Flame rune manuscript. Fong Chung turned to a page, gently touched it, and watched as that page of the flame book gradually dissipated. Immediately afterward, the sky erupted in a dazzling display of fire, summoning over 100 firebirds, their brilliance illuminating the area as if a sea of flames floated above. Next, Fong Chung flipped to another page and tapped it lightly. As that page vanished, 100 flame serpents emerged from the ground, their tongues flickering as they slithered like real serpents, encircling the giant egg. Unsatisfied, he tapped 3 more pages, releasing an additional 300 flame serpents to fortify the ground forces. This flame book was a creation he had meticulously refined during his leisure in the flame realm, now containing over 20 pages, with 15 dedicated to flame serpents and only 5 to firebirds. In the distance, the man-eating apes roared in fury, charging wildly toward him. Fangcheng stood immobile beneath the giant egg, his mind racing as he focused his energy, orchestrating the flame serpents to form a circular array around the egg. Viewed from above, this fiery serpent arrangement resembled a rune, a particularly challenging one to cultivate, known as the flame array. Although Fangcheng had successfully manifested this rune, his insufficient vital force limited its full potential. Eager to test the power of this rune, he unleashed it. Suddenly, the fire ring woven from the serpents blazed intensely, its glow becoming a striking crimson. With a resounding boom, a thin wall of flame materialized within the ring, encasing Fangcheng and the giant egg like a barrel. The man-eating apes, rushing from all directions, quickly closed in. The fastest among them collided with the firewall, creating a dent that momentarily disfigured the barrier. Yet, in the next instant, the glowing fire restored itself, rebounding the ape, which ignited in flames before it even hit the ground, turning to ash that scattered through the air. Undeterred, the other apes charged relentlessly against the firewall, repeatedly denting it but failing to breach its defenses. Yin Shaoling called out to Su Beishan and Wang Sudong, who, upon emerging, were greeted by the sight of the fluctuating dents on the firewall, reflecting the apes being repelled. Those lesser forceful apes, upon contacting the fiery barrier, were immediately engulfed in flames, frantically darting about in agony, soon reduced to mere ashes. Within this fiery ring, an aura of supreme majesty lingered, showing no mercy to any intruders. Fangcheng commanded the fiery birds from above to descend and attack, targeting the dense congregations of the apes. Explosions of flames erupted, transforming the forest into a sea of fire, even igniting several towering trees nearby, the inferno raging fiercely. Su Beishan and Wang Sudong exchanged glances, while Yin Shaoling watched in stunned silence. Even the undescended LV Xian observed the spectacle from her room in quiet contemplation. The firewall persisted for over 10 minutes before gradually dissipating. A significant number of apes perished in the inferno, while the survivors rolled on the ground, their bodies ablaze, writhing in pain, unable to rise. Wang Sudong, clad in his mech, approached a struggling ape and, with a swift stroke of his sword, cleaved it in two. Exclaiming in awe, such flames possess incredible power, capable of igniting the essence of vitality. Were it an ordinary fire, it might not have reached these vitality-endowed apes. Or if it did, they could extinguish it. However, Fangcheng's infernal force, cultivated through the 5 demons diagram, is different. This flame, upon contacting vitality, burns even more fiercely, akin to oil igniting. Coupled with the enhancements of the Flame God Rune manuscript, its potency is magnified. Su Beishan, noticing the scattered game tokens, approached and patted Fangcheng on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, could you temper your ferocity a bit? You're stealing the show. Please be mindful next time." Fangcheng chuckled, increasingly eager to witness the ultimate power of the flame formation. As he gathered the tokens, the count exceeded 1,000, marking a modest profit. Moreover, one ape had astonishingly dropped a dusty tome inscribed with the poetic title Clear Wind Returning Snow Steps. In addition, he discovered a card for exiting the virtual realm, which he promptly handed to Wang Sudong, ensuring that they could all retreat to the real world in times of peril. Finally, Fangcheng unleashed several fire serpents, which slithered towards the ignited areas of the forest, voraciously consuming the flames, serving as unparalleled extinguishing agents. The group then returned indoors. Once inside, Su Beishan discreetly pressed a button on the remote in his pocket, causing the array outside the giant egg house to dim and vanish without a trace. However, Fangcheng remained oblivious to this detail. A night passed without further discussion, and Yin Shaoling refrained from mentioning her desire for mentorship, nor did any more apes intrude. In the latter part of the night, Fangcheng ascended to find an empty bedroom, closed his eyes in meditation, and remained undisturbed until dawn. Since Fangcheng had demonstrated extraordinary prowess, the number of apes in the forest seemed significantly diminished. The 5 of them traversed for 3 consecutive days without encountering another large troop of apes. On this day, they emerged from the dense woods to confront a vast river, its turbulent waters blocking their path. This river, wider than the Yangtze in reality, surged with ferocity, and upon gazing across to the towering cliffs opposite, the grandeur of the landscape became even more pronounced. Didn't the information state that this was a dry riverbed? Yin Shaoling questioned, perplexed. After the government took control of the coastal international building, they conducted identity registration for those who survived from the virtual realms and compiled information on the various virtual domains. The data obtained by Feng Qing and his companions earlier described the riverbed at the center of the Grand Canyon virtual realm. But it starkly contrasted with the scene before them. Elxian remarked, "This should be a seasonal river. When I visited here previously, there was no water." Subation rubbed his hands together, eager to try, exclaiming, "Then we must make do with the resources at hand and fashion a boat from timber." Feng Cheng looked at him, momentarily speechless. This fellow was entirely reminiscent of someone embarking on a leisurely outdoor adventure, lacking any semblance of a professional mercenary. In Chapter 39, titled The River Treasure Chest 2, Feng Cheng, adopting a modest demeanor and preferring to keep his wealth concealed, refrained from unveiling his yacht. Furthermore, this was his first venture into business. Unless utterly desperate, it was prudent not to reveal all his cards. Additionally, he discerned that Su Beishan was keen to impress Elxian, and a conspicuous yacht would somewhat dampen Su Beishan's enthusiasm. Su Beishan forged ahead, locating a small tree with a diameter of approximately 7 or 8 meters. Gripping his crescent-shaped axe with both hands, he transformed into a suited marauder and struck the trunk with great vigor. The blade gleamed as it sliced into the tree, sending silver shards flying, embedding itself a third of the way into the trunk before gradually dissipating. Su Beishan swung the axe 3 times in quick succession, and the tree crashed to the ground, creating a sizable crater upon impact. Wang Sudong stepped forward, wielding a massive sword to assist, and soon Feng Cheng joined them. The trio labored for over half an hour, ultimately crafting a rudimentary dugout canoe. After leveling both ends of the trunk, they shaved off a third of one side and carved a groove into it. The entire canoe measured nearly 20 meters in length, resembling a proper vessel. Among the three, Wang Sudong possessed the greatest mechanical strength and single-handedly pushed the canoe into the water. The group boarded the wooden craft, with Wang Sudong at the bow, Su Beishan in the middle with Yan Shaoling guarding Elxian, and Feng Cheng at the stern. The trio channeled their energy, causing the canoe to glide over the surface of the water, swiftly making its way to the opposite shore. In no time, Su Beishan shouted, "Be careful. There is something in the water." No sooner had his warning been issued than a dark shadow shot up from the depths, lunging towards Su Beishan. Remaining calm under pressure, Su Beishan brandished his crescent axe, swiftly severing the shadow into several pieces, which fell onto the boat. "Ah!" Yan Shaoling exclaimed, unable to suppress her shock. The shadow turned out to be a massive, dark brown worm, the thickness of a bucket, covered in bony spines, with a grotesque mouthpart that was quite repulsive. Even after being slain by Su Beishan, the creature continued to writhe, causing psychological discomfort for Yan Shaoling. Su Beishan used the axe's blade like a shovel to discard the creature's carcass, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "How can there be more?" Feng Cheng also sensed over a dozen energy fluctuations approaching rapidly from upstream. He drew his black gold longsword and unleashed a swarm of ice butterflies, half of which danced around him, while the other half soared to form a protective barrier approximately 3 meters away from Elxian. In a swift moment, the wooden boat jolted violently, the energy transmitted by the 3 individuals in the river being dispersed by several other forces. The boat promptly lost its control, spinning chaotically in the water, drifting downstream with the current. Concurrently, 7 or 8 larger monstrous bugs sprang onto the vessel, lunging towards the trio. With mandibles agape, the lower halves of the creatures remained stationary, while their upper bodies moved with lightning speed. Su Beishan wielded his dual axes, creating a crescent-shaped flurry of strikes to shield Elxian. The attacking monstrosities, brimming with energy, twisted and dodged, evading Su Beishan's axe shadows. However, Yan Shaoling found herself in peril. Despite firing several shots, she failed to breach the defenses of the creature, which closed in on her, its mandibles poised to consume her. In a frantic bid for survival, she raised her energy rifle to block the creature's maw, yet its force overpowered her, and she was knocked to the ground. Another monstrous bug rushed in, vying for the meal. Over a dozen ice butterflies immediately descended upon the 2 creatures, hesitating momentarily before refraining from detonating. Not far off, Feng Cheng's blade flickered as it encircled one of the attacking bugs. Several ice butterflies landed, instantly freezing the creature in place. With a decisive stroke, he severed it, then swiftly appeared beside Yan Shaoling. With a powerful kick, he sent the bug reeling backward, and in a swift motion, he grasped Yan Shaoling's arm, pulling her to safety. In the next instant, the ice butterflies on the 2 bugs exploded, releasing an icy chill that encased them in frozen sculptures. Following this, a swift arc of blade light sliced through, dividing the 2 creatures into 4 segments. Meanwhile, Su Beishan had somehow wrapped his arm around Elxian's slender waist. Maneuvering while wielding his crescent axe with one hand, entangled in combat with 2 monstrous bugs, Elxian furrowed her brows. not only fearful of the creatures, but also vexed by Su Baishan's audacity to take advantage of the situation. At the bow, Wang Sudong wielded his colossal sword, valiantly battling 3 monstrous bugs amidst imminent danger. Among these, one creature was particularly massive, measuring a meter in circumference. And even Wang Sudong's energy-powered mech struggled to gain the upper hand against it. The energy emanating from this gigantic bug far surpassed Wang Sudong, who was at the 3rd level of life energy. Seeing the dire situation, Fang Cheng waved his hand, summoning 100 ice butterflies that fluttered toward Wang Sudong. The remaining ice butterflies surged towards the 2 bugs confronting Su Baishan. Yin Shaoling, still shaken from earlier, managed to prop herself up with her rifle, but soon found her legs giving way again, collapsing back to the ground. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the wooden boat was struck by a tremendous force, violently tossing it from the water and splitting it in 2. Another monstrous bug erupted from the bottom of the vessel, its mandibles wide open, lunging toward Yin Shaoling. Damn it! Fang Cheng couldn't help but curse as a pair of fiery wings swiftly formed behind him. He seized Yin Shaoling, and with a powerful flap of his fiery wings, soared into the sky, narrowly evading the gigantic bug's assault. Below, Su Baishan and El Xian stood on one half of the broken boat, while Wang Sudong remained on the other half. In the river, only 2 massive bugs remained. The others had either been frozen and sunk by the ice butterflies or slain by Su Baishan and Wang Sudong. The 2 remaining colossal creatures prepared to continue their assault when suddenly, streaks of flame descended from the sky, targeting each of the monstrous bugs. Amidst the flickering flames, the windfire wheels spun rapidly, emitting a long, haunting wail. Boom, boom. 2 monstrous insects were swiftly knocked into the river, and soon 2 pairs of windfire wheels soared from the water's surface, landing before Su Baishan and Wang Sudong. Quickly ascend, Fang Cheng called out. Both men, being astute, understood the mechanism after a mere touch of the windfire wheels. They infused their energy and, as if extending their limbs, took to the skies upon the wheels. The river churned violently as 2 giant insects reared their heads, unleashing a stream of black liquid towards Fang Cheng. How troublesome! Fang Cheng, since his entrance into the virtual realm, had never encountered such a formidable creature, and a wave of irritation surged within him. He too mounted a pair of windfire wheels, tossing Yin Shaoling to Wang Sudong, then transforming his form into a streak of fire, appearing on the river's surface, unleashing a dazzling arc of blades. The heavenly river blade technique. Layer upon layer of blade light converged like a tide, slicing horizontally. The monstrous insects shimmered with a dark glow, twisting and dodging, deflecting some of the blade light, yet sustaining numerous wounds, prompting them to retreat into the depths of the river. With a cold snort, Fang Cheng pointed, and a swarm of icy butterflies danced around the creature, falling and exploding. As the chilling mist dissipated, a large piece of floating ice emerged on the river, upon which stood a twisted ice sculpture of the monstrous insect, its dark brown body glimmering with eerie blue ice crystals. Beside the creature, a bronze treasure chest quietly surfaced. Chapter 40. The Armored Destruction. Fang Cheng collected the treasure chest, soared into the sky to join Su Baishan and the others, and flew towards the opposite bank. Gazing down from the sky at the mighty river below, a different vista unfolded, showcasing its vastness, stretching endlessly, even with the speed of the windfire wheels. It took them the duration of a meal to reach the opposite shore. Upon landing, Su Baishan remarked, "We should have just flown directly over. It would have been much faster." El Xian suggested, "Let us stick to the ground. Flying back and forth in the sky is quite inconvenient and poses a risk of encountering other airborne creatures." Fang Cheng smiled silently. He was indifferent, but he sensed Su Baishan's ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Wang Sudong bluntly inquired, "Fang, are you selling these windfire wheels?" Fang Cheng nodded yes. 300 game coins, or 30,000 RMB for a pair. Wang Sudong was taken aback. "Do you have many?" "Indeed, I crafted them myself." As soon as Fang Cheng's words fell, he felt the 4 of them gaze at him with peculiar expressions, especially Yin Shaoling, whose sparkling eyes held a deeper meaning. Though she said nothing, Wang Sudong said, "Then I will purchase 3 pairs." Fang Cheng acknowledged with a sound, and took out 2 pairs of windfire wheels from his storage watch. After Wang Sudong put them away, he remarked, "It's inconvenient to settle in game coins. I'll transfer the money to you once we're out." "That works," Fang Cheng replied with a smile. Beginning to relish this commerce, the sensation of selling his creations for real gold and silver was indeed delightful. Su Baishan added, "Brother, reserve 5 pairs for me. We shall discuss further later. Speaking of which, that was truly perilous. Had it not been for you, we would have had to abandon our endeavor." Fang Cheng quickly grasped his intent. Had he not intervened in that critical moment, their only option would have been to use their entry cards to return to the real world. This endeavor is destined to culminate in failure. The 5 individuals pressed onward, and after several days of travel and adjustment, their pace had significantly quickened. Among them, the one with the least robust constitution was undoubtedly Elsu-in. Although she possessed the same foundational energy cultivation as the others, her physical prowess was only marginally superior to that of an ordinary person, making her struggle to master even the wind and fire wheels. As evening approached, a gust of wind suddenly swept through the forest, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, and thunder rumbled ominously. In no time, raindrops the size of ping-pong balls descended from the sky like countless bombs. The forest floor quickly transformed into pools of water, which soon morphed into a torrential flood, converging towards the great river in the heart of the canyon. Su-Bshin produced a giant egg-shaped shelter, and once everyone entered, it floated upwards, suspended more than 10 meters above the ground, remaining utterly still. After their meal, it was Su and Wang's turn to keep watch for the latter half of the night, allowing Feng and the others to rest. Upon entering his bedroom, Feng first sat in quiet meditation to cultivate his energy, restoring his body to its optimal state. He then retrieved the bronze treasure chest he had acquired that day from his storage bracelet and opened it. Outside, the distant rumbling of thunder was faintly audible. While the room was brightly lit, tranquil, and comfortable, the treasure chest lay incongruously upon the carpet beneath his bed. Inside the chest were metallic foil sheets, each the size of a piece of paper, inscribed with intricate patterns and text. Feng took out a foil sheet and casually returned the treasure chest to his storage ring. Both sides of the sheet contained content, and upon examination, he was filled with immense joy. The information inscribed on the foil detailed a method for forging a weapon known as the destructive armored gauntlet. This gauntlet possessed 3 prohibitions and a total of 27 runes. Besides its formidable defensive capabilities, the gauntlet also served a crucial function, enhancing the wielder's offensive power. The first prohibition could amplify the user's attack power threefold. The second prohibition could further increase it by 3 times on top of the first. The third prohibition followed suit. In summary, if the gauntlet were successfully forged and the 3 prohibitions harmonized, the user's attack power could be augmented by an astonishing 27 times. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "The door is unlocked. Please come in," Feng called out. The door to the bedroom creaked open, revealing Yin, clad in a moonlight-hued silk nightgown. She appeared to have just bathed, her hair elegantly styled, exposing her slender, alabaster neck. Her complexion radiated a delicate rosy hue, smooth and refined. Feng's gaze lingered for a brief moment on her neckline, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. Outside, the tempest raged, while soft light illuminated the interior, creating an intimate atmosphere between the two. "Is there something you need at this late hour?" Feng inquired, placing the foil sheet back into his storage bracelet and clearing his throat. Yin perched herself at the foot of the bed, her body nearly brushing against Feng's feet. Casting a sultry glance in his direction, she said, "I would like to discuss a matter with you. For the latter half of the night, could we take turns keeping watch? May I stay with you for a while during the first half? I've been afraid of thunder since I was a child. Are you not concerned about what others might say? Isn't it possible to stay with Elsu-in?" Feng replied, somewhat puzzled. Yin responded, "Elsu-in is a client, and I must keep watch during the latter half of the night. It would be inconsiderate to disturb her rest." Having said that, she playfully smacked Feng Chung on the calf and chided, "Hey, are you even a man? You hesitate over such trivial matters." Feng Chung, not one to easily accept defeat, retaliated with a kick to her pert backside, retorting, "If you wish to speak, then speak. Why resort to violence?" Yin Shaoling, with a huff, replied, "I was merely joking with you. Is there any need to be so forceful?" With an air of familiarity, she indignantly pinched the soft flesh at Feng Cheng's waist, twisting it as if turning the handle of an old-fashioned washing machine, instantly causing him to pivot 180 degrees. "Ouch, that hurts," Feng Chung exclaimed, seizing her arm and pulling it away. Yin Shaoling gazed at him with a half-smile, suddenly lowering her head to bite his arm. In such a predicament, Feng Cheng felt it inappropriate to employ his power. He pushed her away while retracting his arm. Yin Shaoling breathed softly, "You can either let me have a bite, or permit me to rest here. Choose one." Feng Cheng chuckled derisively, about to say that aside from that specific area, he would never willingly allow her to bite him, when suddenly a knock echoed at the door. "Is President Feng resting? This is El Xian. I would like to discuss something with you." The sweet voice of El Xian drifted in from outside. "Don't let her know," Yin Shaoling remarked as she swiftly slipped off the bed and quietly concealed herself in the wardrobe. Feng Chung composed himself and opened the door, only to find El Xian standing there, her vivacious figure clad in jeans and a loose t-shirt. Noticing Feng Chung in his pajamas, she offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry to disturb your rest, President Feng." "Not at all," I haven't slept yet, Fangcheng replied, inviting Elxian into the room, leaving the door ajar. Elxian took a seat on the single sofa by the window, her legs elegantly crossed. She got straight to the point. President Fang, I am here to discuss a transaction with you. That fire wheel you crafted today was indeed your own handiwork, wasn't it? Fangcheng remained noncommittal, contemplating that without the fire wheel, these two women would not have sequentially entered his bedroom tonight. In the realm of reality, people revolve around money, bustling through life. In the virtual world, it is perhaps resources that hold sway. By mastering resources, one naturally gains leverage. Elxian continued, given the current state of the virtual world, no one has managed to defeat monsters and obtain such a multitude of high-level equipment in one go. You must have learned the secret techniques of crafting. In the current vernacular, you would be termed a craftsman. Fangcheng laughed heartily. You speak as if we were playing a game. Elxian, with a serious demeanor, countered. Before you, I knew another craftsman, and it is said that associations for craftsmen have already been established in the Imperial City and the Demon City. As for myself, I belong to the category of pharmacists, according to current classifications. Fangcheng nodded, inquiring, what transaction did you refer to earlier? Suddenly, Elxian produced a glass vial the size of a finger from her storage watch, filled with a deep blue liquid. With a composed demeanor, she remarked, President Fang, you are still at the third level of life essence, correct? Given that you've slain numerous exotic beasts recently, have you felt a noticeable increase in your power? After a moment of contemplation, Fangcheng shook his head. I hadn't truly noticed until you mentioned it. My power doesn't seem to have grown much. Elxian explained. According to our research, the third level of life essence represents a threshold in power cultivation, marking the transition from quantitative to qualitative change in one's energy. The key to transcending from the third to the fourth level lies in the comprehension of the technique, rather than merely the growth of one's elemental energy. Fangcheng inquired, do you mean that at this stage, it is exceedingly difficult to induce the fourth transformation of the primal rune through the nurturing of elemental energy? A deeper understanding of the primal rune is essential? Precisely. Elxian nodded, her slender fingers toying with a vial of azure potion. Fangcheng asked, what is this? This potion is a product of my previous mission, known as the Frost Elemental Boundary Breaking Water, designed to assist those cultivating frost elemental energy in breaking through their realms, Elxian replied with a slight smile. Fangcheng realized. So, the transaction you mentioned, Minister L, pertains to this. Indeed, our company invested considerable effort to gather the materials necessary for crafting this potion, and I failed over 10 times before achieving success, Elxian explained. Fangcheng nodded. Then, how shall we conduct this transaction? Elxian proposed. How about this potion in exchange for 10 pairs of wind and fire wheels? At most, 3 pairs, Fangcheng interjected, raising 3 fingers. Elxian was taken aback, laughing. President Fang, you truly are a skilled negotiator. Do you have any idea how much effort we expended to create this potion? Fangcheng replied. My wind and fire wheels did not come by chance either. 8 pairs. If you disagree, we can discuss it another time. Elxian countered, at most 4 pairs. I have a friend who possesses a batch of potions, and they are sourced from the Void Realm. I will inquire if he has similar potions. Elxian furrowed her brows, saying, even if he does, they may not suit your elemental affinity. This frost elemental boundary breaking water is particularly harmonious with your elemental energy. How about 7 pairs? You, being a man, should grant some leniency to this little woman. Fangcheng shrugged, stating, you might as well seek others. I will look for a more generic boundary breaking potion, which I can likely acquire for a minimal amount of game currency. A flicker of annoyance crossed Elxian's face as she retorted, then just name a number, let us not waste our breath. Consider this. If you miss out on this potion, your ascension to the third level of the life element will be significantly delayed. Fangcheng scrutinized the potion and declared, then it shall be 5 pairs of wind and fire wheels. This transaction is settled. Without uttering a word, Elxian stood and began to walk out. However, upon reaching the door, she turned back and said, 5 pairs it is. We have time ahead of us. Fangcheng retrieved 2 pairs of wind and fire wheels and stated, this is a down payment. Should the effects prove unsatisfactory, the remaining balance will not be paid. Elxian replied, you will understand the effects once you use it. Fangcheng inquired, is it to be consumed directly? Elxian chuckled, if it proves ineffective, do not blame me. It is meant for intravenous injection. With that, she produced a syringe from her storage watch. Fangcheng gasped, such items exist in the Void Realm? Elxian filled the syringe with the potion, glanced at Fangcheng, and pointed to the bed, saying, stop dawdling, lie down, and I shall administer the injection. Fangcheng's eyelids twitched slightly, but he ultimately complied and lay on the bed. Elxian approached, lifted his trousers, pressed her cool fingers against him, and then swiftly administered the injection, causing Fang Cheng's gluteal muscles to tense instantly. A surge of icy power suddenly emanated from his backside, causing Fang Cheng's internal energy to autonomously circulate. Upon contact with this chilling force, an unusual sensation welled up within him, deepening his comprehension of the elemental runes of the ice demon within the five demons diagram. As El Xian stowed away her tools and turned towards the door, her gaze inadvertently flickered towards the wardrobe as she remarked, "It would be wise for you to meditate and focus your mind for a while, avoiding any vigorous activity." Once the door was shut, the wardrobe slowly creaked open, and Yin Shaoling tiptoed out, her captivating eyes fixated on Fang Cheng's rear, playfully inquiring, "Did she administer an injection?" Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Fang Cheng replied, "I need to practice for a bit. Feel free to do as you wish." Yin Shaoling climbed onto the bed from the other side, burrowing under the covers, her head peeking out as she said, "No worries, you practice. I shall wait for you." In the early morning, as the heavy rain began to subside, the air was infused with the refreshing sense of damp earth and foliage. At the edge of the forest, beneath the cliffs on the opposite side of the canyon, a group of individuals was engaged in combat with over 20 man-eating apes. Under the leadership of two experts at the third level of life essence, they formed a protective circle around a young man, clearly concerned for his safety. The young man appeared to be around 25 or 26, tall and handsome, with a fair visage adorned with a subtle smile. Clad in bronze battle armor, he occasionally conjured a sphere of lightning to strike the apes. Before long, they concluded their skirmish and, after a brief walk along the cliffside, beheld a magnificent edifice. It was a colossal octagonal bronze tower, soaring to a height of 200 zhong, rivaling the tallest skyscraper in the Demon City. This bronze tower comprised 99 levels, each tier exhibiting distinct eaves and windows, half concealed within the cliff and half exposed to the open air, as if it had sprouted from the rocky precipice itself. "We have found it. This is the Soul Suppression Tower." The group erupted in cheers. 3 days later, Fang Cheng and his 4 companions arrived at the Soul Suppression Tower. Standing beneath the tower, they gazed upward in awe, feeling insignificantly small, akin to 5 ants beneath a towering tree. "Let us proceed. Our task is to ascend 7 levels." Su Baishan's 2 giant axes clashed, resonating with a metallic clang as he strode confidently up the steps towards the entrance of the magnificent tower. Yin Shaoling remained by El Xian's side, her steps light and agile, her movements imbued with an aura of subtle profundity, graceful and rhythmic. During this time, she had practiced the wind and snow step technique that Fang Cheng had gifted her, achieving commendable progress. Wang Sudong and Fang Cheng brought up the rear, leisurely entering the Soul Suppression Tower. The first floor of the tower featured an octagonal hall the size of a football field, constructed entirely of stone, with the floor, walls, and ceiling seamlessly integrated, as though carved from a single massive stone. At the center of the hall, a circular magical array adorned the ground, comprised of 9 concentric circles intertwined with peculiar lines and runes. In the center of the array, a single character was inscribed, 1. As Fang Cheng and his companions stepped into the hall, the intricate magic array was automatically activated within mere seconds. A brilliant light erupted from the array, and one after another, 99 beams of white light surged forth from the ground, scattering throughout the hall. Once the white light dissipated, it revealed a multitude of puppeteered cats, each measuring over a meter in length and crafted entirely from black wooden material, with their tails held high and their paws delicately tapping. These feline puppets approached Fang Cheng and the others, their pairs of yellow-brown eyes gleaming with a dazzling radiance, devoid of any expression. Bang! Yin Shaoling pulled the trigger, and with a single shot, she blew the head off one of the nearby puppeteered cats. As wooden shavings flew, the headless feline collapsed to the ground. The remaining puppeteered cats appeared to be provoked, opening their mouths to emit a sharp meow, unleashing a thick beam of white light towards the group. Su Baishan swiftly turned, appearing beside El Xian like a whirlwind, and wielding his crescent-shaped axes, he sliced through the air, deflecting all incoming beams of light. Yin Shaoling, with her long and graceful legs, moved with an enchanting fluidity, skillfully dodging the beams while firing her weapon, eliminating the puppeteered cats with remarkable precision. It wasn't long before they discerned the capabilities of these puppeteered cats. Apart from their ability to emit white light, their strength was akin to that of the horned flame sheep Fang Cheng had encountered in the Prairie Illusion realm. The white light emitted by the puppeteered cats constituted a form of elemental attack, capable of creating large craters upon impact with the ground. While Fang Cheng, Wang Sudong, and Su Baishan managed well, it was certain that El Xian and Yin Shaoling would suffer greatly if struck. Fang Cheng moved with ethereal grace, his figure flickering amidst the feline throng, effortlessly navigating through their ranks as if in a dance. In approximately 10 minutes, Not a single puppeteered cat remained standing in the hall. With the final feline's fall, the central magic array illuminated with a dazzling white light. Intricate patterns glowed, and countless runes began to hover and swirl within the array. The five stood at the center, feeling a disorienting sensation as an invisible force enveloped them, lifting them upward. As they passed through a thin membrane, they found themselves in a new hall, where at the center of the array was inscribed the character. Feng Qing mused internally, this must be the second level. Before they could fully comprehend their surroundings, the patterns on the ground glowed once more, emitting another series of white light beams. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed 99 of them. As the white light settled, there stood 99 puppeteered dogs. Su Beixin grinned widely and said to El Xian, "This reminds me of the animal chess I played as a child, with lions, tigers, leopards, wolves, dogs, cats, and mice." Wang Sudong cautioned in a grave tone, "Do not underestimate them. The puppeteered dogs on this level are stronger than the cats below." Su Beixin replied confidently, "Rest assured. I will protect Minister L. You all should unleash your attacks." Feng Cheng couldn't help but shake his head. Throughout this time, Su Beixin had been overly attentive to El Xian, yet it seemed his efforts bore no fruit, let alone any significant progress. This formidable knight, known for his prowess in slaying hundreds, had finally encountered a setback. Feng Qing, without uttering a word, swiftly moved his form, wielding his black gold long knife with an elegance that required no intricate techniques. He opted for the simplest and most direct slashing motions, driven solely by the pursuit of speed, cutting through the throng of puppet dogs with reckless abandon, swiftly taking down a considerable number of them. These puppet dogs were not devoid of intelligence. Some scattered in all directions, barking loudly while unleashing beams of white light to attack the group. Others congregated together, their mouths agape as a dozen beams of blinding white light converged into a thick torrent, hurtling towards them. Yin Shaoling, with a sheen of perspiration glistening on her smooth forehead, found herself in a precarious situation, unable to draw her weapon in time as she evaded the oncoming attack. Appearing somewhat flustered, she bit her luscious red lips and cast a sidelong glance at Feng Qing before making her way toward him. Suddenly, a beam of white light zipped by her side, grazing her calf, causing her to gasp involuntarily and lose her balance, tumbling to the ground. In an instant, 5 or 6 puppet dogs surrounded her, their jaws wide open as they lunged for her legs. A few ice butterflies danced down, promptly freezing the puppet dogs into icy sculptures, which then shattered into countless fragments. Just then, a figure appeared beside Yin Shaoling, swiftly helping her to her feet. "How careless of you," Feng Cheng remarked with a furrowed brow. Yin Shaoling shot him a glare and replied, "You know I am not adept at close combat. You show no concern for my well-being. How ungrateful, considering I even gave you that." She hesitated, not finishing her thought. Scratching his head, Feng Cheng replied, "I merely wish for you to practice your footwork. Such opportunities are rare." Yin Shaoling retorted, It seems to me that you simply find it troublesome." As they conversed, dozens of ice butterflies began to swirl around them, fluttering gracefully and scattering, each one descending upon a puppet dog and freezing it instantly. Within mere moments, the grand hall fell eerily silent, a chilling aura enveloping the space as the puppet dogs stood motionless in various poses. Su Beixin, feeling rather bored, cast a glum glance at Feng Cheng before striking his dual axes together, unleashing a wave of sound that radiated outward. The ice butterflies and puppet dogs shattered into crystalline fragments upon impact. "I shall practice my ultimate move another day," Su Beixin called out to Feng Cheng, a defiant expression on his face. Lu Xian, observing the injury on Yin Shaoling's leg, extended a snow-white finger and released a beam of green light that landed on her leg. In the next moment, Yin Shaoling felt the pain dissipate, as the muscle damaged by the force of the attack began to heal gradually. Lu Xian smiled sweetly at Yin Shaoling, her expression hinting at deeper implications. The array in the center of the hall illuminated once more, and the 5 ascended to the 3rd level. This indeed confirmed Su Beixin's conjecture, as the newly emerged puppet beasts were unequivocally wolves among the menagerie of lions, tigers, leopards, dogs, cats, and mice. Everyone could distinctly sense that the puppet wolves on this level were considerably more formidable than those encountered in the previous 2 levels. Even Su Beixin, typically nonchalant, bore a more serious demeanor. Chapter 43. The rescue of the wealthy heir. Encountering these puppet beasts under ordinary circumstances would have been a different matter altogether. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the group had ascended 2 levels of the Soul Tower, vanquishing nearly 200 puppet beasts in the process. Their relentless combat left them with little time to recuperate their vital energy, only to encounter even more formidable puppet beasts. They were not merely facing a test of their cultivation, but also grappling with immense psychological pressure. Just envision the scenario. This was merely the 3rd level, with 4, 5, 6, and 7 levels still to come. Each level presented increasingly powerful puppet beasts, amplifying the mental strain considerably. Within Fangcheng's Dantian, the ice magic primal runes trembled, unleashing a surge of pure vital energy. Transformed through the ice butterfly rune's secret techniques, this energy manifested as a flurry of ethereal ice butterflies, which took the initiative to assault the puppet wolves. Wang Sudong and Yin Xiaoling swiftly joined the fray, while Su Beixian shielded Lu Xian, deftly maneuvering within the hall's center to eliminate the oncoming puppet wolves. A silent consensus emerged among the group to resolve the battle swiftly. Half an hour later, the central formation of the hall was reactivated, and the 5 vanished from their original location, reappearing on the 4th level. Here, the puppet beasts took the form of sleek, 2-meter-long leopards, their vital energy fluctuations vastly surpassing those of the beasts from the previous 3 levels. Yin Xiaoling found her energy bullets required 2 consecutive shots to pierce their skulls. Su Beixian struggled to protect Lu Xian, prompting him to switch guardianship to Fangcheng. Since receiving an injection from Lu Xian, Fangcheng's comprehension of the ice magic primal runes had deepened remarkably, allowing him to master the ice magic vital energy with increasing finesse, reminiscent of returning to the source. At this moment, he unleashed his vital energy with full force, as the ice butterflies danced through the air, evading the white light emitted by the puppet leopards while collaborating with Su Beixian and Wang Sudong to maintain a commendable kill rate. Under the impetus of his concentrated vital energy, the ice magic primal runes quivered slightly, their radiance swirling as some patterns within the runes gradually transformed into entirely new designs. Suddenly, Fangcheng let out a low cry, a surge of cold energy enveloping him, causing the ambient temperature to plummet. Lu Xian gasped in astonishment as a layer of azure ice spread from beneath Fangcheng's feet, prompting her to hastily lift her foot to avoid it, her beautiful eyes betraying her astonishment. The boundless energy of heaven and earth poured into Fangcheng like a river flowing into the sea, subsequently transformed into pure vital energy. At this moment, the space within his Dantian expanded tenfold compared to before, voraciously absorbing vast amounts of heavenly and earthly energies, continuously feeding both the flame and ice magic primal runes. The space within his Dantian hovered between reality and illusion, akin to a mustard seed within a vast universe. Although a part of Fangcheng's body, it seemed capable of infinite expansion, absorbing boundless vital energy. However, each expansion of the Dantian space required a peculiar force generated during the metamorphosis of the primal runes. Consequently, with each transformation of the primal runes, the Dantian would expand, enhancing his strength in the process. At this fortuitous juncture, Fangcheng triggered the 4th transformation of his ice magic primal runes, boldly stepping into the realm of the 4th level of life essence. Immediately after his breakthrough, he struggled to contain his newfound power, nearly injuring Lu Xian in the process. On the 4th level of the Soul Tower, the only remaining puppet leopard, its limbs severed and its head ensnared by a rope, writhed helplessly on the ground, unable to open its mouth. Regarding this rope, it is a trophy that Fangcheng acquired in the virtual realm of the desolate town. Once infused with a surge of primal energy, the rope gains the ability to fly and entwine autonomously, moving with the grace of a serpent, akin to the manipulation of the wind and fire wheel. The remaining puppet leopard prevented the activation of the formation, thereby thwarting the teleportation of the 5 individuals to the next level. Seizing this opportunity, Su Beixian and Wang Sudong took a moment to rest. Meanwhile, Fangcheng silently concentrated on refining the ice butterfly runes. His enhanced strength had significantly increased the number of runes he could refine, now reaching an impressive 500. After a meal's duration, Fangcheng retracted the rope, and Su Beixian cleaved the puppet leopard with a single stroke, allowing the group to ascend to the 5th level. The circumstances on this level differed from the previous ones. In one corner of the hall stood 3 men, encompassed by a pale yellow tetrahedral barrier, while around them loomed puppet giant tigers over 3 meters long, relentlessly assaulting the fragile barrier, creating a perilous situation. Among the trio, the central figure possessed a fair complexion, striking features, and a tall, handsome stature. The other 2 exhibited a cultivation level of the 3rd tier of the life source realm, but appeared somewhat fatigued at that moment. As Fangcheng and his companions ascended, the central formation activated, releasing 99 beams of white light that transformed into puppet giant tigers upon landing. Without hesitation, Fangcheng employed the ice butterfly secret technique, summoning over 300 ice butterflies that gracefully alighted upon the puppet giant tigers. Before these formidable beasts could unleash their fury, they erupted in a violent explosion, enveloping the hall in a chilling embrace, with flurries of snow swirling throughout. The puppet giant tigers, unable to resist, were instantly frozen into lifelike ice sculptures. Simultaneously, a significant number of the puppet tigers attacking the trio in the corner were also encased in ice, leaving only one still roaring fiercely, directing a searing white light toward the pale yellow barrier. Wang Sudong suppressed his astonishment and swiftly approached, severing the limbs of the final puppet giant tiger before silently stepping aside, glancing at Fang Qing, ready to heed his instructions. Su Beishan, using his crescent moon giant axe, touched one of the ice sculptures and exclaimed, "My goodness, Qing, have you broken through to the fourth tier of the life source realm?" Yan Shaoling also marveled, "Impressive. It seems I can only coast along now." The individuals within the barrier emerged, their eyes betraying their shock and amazement as they passed by the ice butterflies. The young man approached Fang Qing and his companions, smiling as he said, "Thank you for your assistance earlier. Are you also here on a mission?" On Fang Qing's side, Su Beishan, being the most adept at social interactions, chuckled and replied, "Indeed, we are mercenaries from the Windless Mercenary Company. I am Su Beishan. A pleasure to meet you." "A mercenary company?" The young man's eyes brightened, and he stepped forward to shake Su Beishan's hand. "I've heard about you from a friend. There's someone named Gao Han among you. He's quite capable." Gao Han is a local dialect term in Binhai, akin to a commendation for a skilled individual. "Haha. Gao Han is my older brother. What do you go by?" Su Beishan inquired, pleasantly surprised to encounter an acquaintance. The young man smiled slightly and introduced himself, Long Xingchang. "And this is Luan Ming." Su Beishan's expression shifted as he asked, "Is Luan Inan your father?" "Indeed." The young man nodded affirmatively. Su Beishan was momentarily taken aback, his face instantly brightening with a radiant smile that evoked the warmth of spring. He turned to Fang Qing and said, "Cheng'er, this is young Master Luan Ming, the heir of Chairman Luan from Long Xingchang Group." Long Xingchang is the largest privately owned listed company in Binhai, with a market value exceeding 10 billion, a true scion of wealth. Fang Qing regarded the young man thoughtfully, realizing the reason for his fair complexion. Luan Ming, glancing at Fang Qing, remarked, "My friend, what was that remarkable move you executed earlier? Quite impressive." Chapter 44. The Index of Vital Energy Intensity. After exchanging a few words, Fang Qing learned that Luan Ming, like Lu Xian, had come to the Soul Tower to undertake a task. However, his destination was the 8th floor. He had obtained the mission through a friend's introduction and had hired a mercenary agency, leading a group into the Great Canyon's virtual realm. Unfortunately, during their ascent, many encountered peril and had to use their exit cards to return to the real world. Now, only 2 individuals at the 3rd level of vitality remained by his side. Had Fang Qing and his companions not arrived, they would have succumbed soon as well, ultimately returning to reality. Within the virtual realm, the location of return to reality remains the same for subsequent entries, along with its conditions. For Luan Ming, once he exited the virtual realm, accomplishing his task again would be exceedingly challenging. Before long, Luan Ming grasped the situation of Fang Qing's group and proposed, "In that case, how about I temporarily hire you? Mr. Fang, the remuneration is negotiable. I can offer 200,000 for your assistance in completing my task." Su Beishan glanced at Lu Xian, who shrugged and replied, "As long as it does not interfere with your contractual obligations to the company, I have no authority to impede your actions." Fang Qing nodded in agreement. "Then I accept. I too wish to see what the 9th floor has in store." Among those present, Fang Qing's strength was unparalleled, and his declaration met no opposition. After a brief respite, they vanquished the last of the puppet leopards and ascended to the 6th floor of the Soul Tower. This floor's hall shimmered with white light, and in an instant, a multitude of luminous figures emerged, transforming upon landing into imposing puppet lions, each over 3 meters in length. One of Luan Ming's mercenaries, donned in unique alloy glasses, surveyed the surroundings, data streaming past his eyes, and reported, "There are a total of 198 puppet masters, each possessing an energy intensity index of around 20, equivalent to the combat capability of a 1st-level vitality, approximately 30 stronger than the puppet leopards on the 5th floor." Fang Qing and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Yet before they could converse further, nearly 200 puppet masters launched their assault. Fang Qing turned to Su Beishan and the 2 mercenaries beside Luan Ming, instructing, "You focus on defense. I will handle the offense." With that, he brandished his long knife, and in a blur, his form vanished, leaving behind only a streak of black gold blade light, which suddenly surged, transforming into a torrent of blades that charged into the throng of puppet lions. This marked Fang Qing's inaugural full display of the Tianhe blade technique before others. The Tianhe blade technique consists of 99 forms, intricate and profound, ranking among the most formidable of Fang Qing's myriad techniques. At this moment, he exerted his full strength, and the piercing brilliance of the blade emanated an icy aura. Wherever the blade's river flowed, the puppet lion was swept away like a fragile toy by a surging torrent, shattered into countless fragments. The Blades River encircled El Xian, Wan Ming, and others, clearing a vast space. In the distance, the white light shot forth from the puppet lion was entirely blocked by Su Baishan, Wang Sudong, and their companions. Su Baishan wielded his double axes, deflecting wave after wave of white light, yet he could not help but call out loudly, "Hey, buddy. Could you check the intensity index of my elemental power right now?" The mercenary beside Wan Ming maintained a pale yellow tetrahedral barrier with hand seals, keeping all the white light at bay. Unlike Su Baishan's frantic movements, he glanced at Su Baishan calmly and replied, "You are at 83. 83? Su Baishan exclaimed in surprise, raising his chin to point at Wang Sudong, asking, "What about him?" The bespectacled man replied, 79. You both are at the third level of life essence, and the maximum index for this level should be 99. Su Baishan joyfully remarked, "So, it seems I am not far from a breakthrough." Seizing the moment, he inquired, "What about Fong Cheng's index?" The bespectacled man looked at Fong Cheng, a hint of envy crossing his face as he stated, "His elemental power intensity index fluctuates between 1027 and 1039, likely due to the combat techniques he employs." "Wow," Su Baishan exclaimed, then glanced again at the Blade River wreaking havoc among the puppet lions, falling silent. Yin Shaoling could not help but glance at El Xian, a flicker of intrigue in her eyes, her mind racing. Just then, El Xian also looked her way, and their eyes met. Yin Shaoling offered a warm and friendly smile. Among so many, only she understood how Fong Cheng had become so formidable in just a few days. Others pondered the stark contrast between the third and fourth levels of life essence. In less than 10 minutes, the battle abruptly ceased, the Blade River retracting to reveal Fong Cheng's figure. The array on the ground surged with brilliance, and with a flash of white light, everyone found themselves on the 7th floor. Here, the puppet beasts were towering puppets resembling elephants, standing 3 meters tall and over 5 meters long. These puppet elephants have an elemental power intensity index of 33. "Mr. Fong, be careful," the bespectacled man called out to Fong Cheng. "Thank you," Fong Cheng replied, and continued to employ the heavenly river blade technique, charging into the herd of elephants. Drawing from his experiences in the previous levels, he had a fundamental understanding of these puppet beast structures. As long as he destroyed the core within, he could slay them. Utilizing the heavenly river blade technique as his main focus, complemented by the phantom body technique and thunderclap ghost hand, he achieved peak levels in mobility, attack speed, and striking power. The overwhelming superiority in elemental power allowed him to navigate through the stronger puppets with ease, finishing the battle in nearly the same amount of time as in the 6th level. He left the last puppet elephant standing. El Xian took out a blue scroll, and the characters upon it shifted, soon revealing a lengthy article exceeding 1,000 words, richly detailed with illustrations. Among the crowd, aside from Wang Sudong, everyone else craned their necks, curious about the commotion and the nature of the task reward. Unfortunately, Lu Xian only took a brief glance and deliberately guarded against the prying eyes of the bespectacled man from Wan Ming's side. The enchanting female doctor and alluring lecturer smiled radiantly, saying, "This is a recipe for a medicinal pill known as the Vitality Pill. I shall refrain from elaborating on its specific effects." Haha. It was evident that she was in high spirits. She nodded in acknowledgement to Fong Cheng and Su Baishan, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you all for assisting me in completing this task. I shall not linger here any longer." Wan Ming interjected, "Lu, before you leave the real world, let us not forget the bond we forged while exploring the Soul Tower together. How about I treat everyone to a meal once we all exit?" Lu Xian's gaze briefly swept over Su Baishan and then Fong Cheng, replying, "Perhaps another time. I have other matters to attend to." With that, she activated her dimensional exit card and departed from the Soul Tower. Fong Cheng turned to Su Baishan, saying, "You should head back as well. Wan and I will ascend a couple more floors and return shortly." Su Baishan nodded, patted Fong Cheng on the shoulder, and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You did well. But do keep safety in mind. I'll be waiting outside for you." Yin Shaoling flashed a charming smile at Fong Cheng, her form gradually dissipating as she chose to return to reality. Chapter 45, Keeping in touch on the 8th floor of the Soul Tower, upon the arrival of Fong Cheng, Wan Ming, and 2 mercenary experts, the array on the ground emitted an even more intense white light, and 99 beams of light shot forth, landing to transform into towering puppets resembling monkeys, each over 2 meters tall. The material of these puppets was peculiar, neither entirely metallic nor wooden, radiating a unique luster. They possessed elongated limbs, broad hands and feet, and their amber eyes sparkled with extraordinary life, appearing more like authentic beings than the puppets from previous floors. The bespectacled man was the first to report, quantity, 99. Energy intensity index, 56. They possessed the strength of a second-level life essence. "Mr. Fong, Wan, we require your protection. Lu Feng and I may not last long, and might have to use the dimensional exit card at any moment. No sooner had he finished speaking when the puppet monkeys lunged forward with astonishing speed. These puppets brandished dark, heavy clubs, aiming to strike down upon the group. Feng Cheng swiftly grasped Wan Ming's arm, his figure flickering as he evaded the encirclement of the puppets and reappeared at a distance. With a wave of his hand, over 300 ice butterflies elegantly took flight, forming a cloud of butterflies to shield them. The puppet monkeys charged forth, but all were halted by the ice butterflies, frozen in place. However, due to their formidable strength, it often took 3 to 5 ice butterflies to immobilize a single puppet monkey. The puppets displayed their fearsome might. Leaping several meters high, and under their savage assault, the butterfly cloud visibly diminished at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, more puppet monkeys cleverly circumvented the butterfly cloud, launching flanking attacks. Observing the bespectacled men who had retreated to reality in less than a minute, Feng Cheng sighed inwardly and summoned the Book of Flames with a wave of his hand. He swiftly turned to 10 pages, and in an instant, 1,000 fiery serpents materialized around the two, launching into a frenzied assault against the remaining puppet monkeys. Centered around Feng Cheng and Wan Ming, it was as if a fiery ring spread forth, swiftly transforming into a raging inferno. Stand still, Feng Cheng instructed Wan Ming, his form flickering as he morphed into an ethereal shadow, encircling Wan Ming with remarkable speed. Every puppet beast that dared to breach the defenses of the ice butterfly and the flame serpent was swiftly decapitated as if they were mere vegetables. However, this meant he had to remain vigilant in protecting Wan Ming, leaving him with little opportunity to actively vanquish the puppet beasts. Fortunately, as time progressed, the number of puppet beasts in the hall continued to dwindle. After approximately half an hour, the last puppet beast slowly collapsed before Feng Cheng. A peculiar thought infiltrated Feng Cheng's mind, inquiring whether they should continue ascending the tower. Feng Cheng glanced at Wan Ming, who was gazing with delight at the contents of the mission scroll, finally snapping back to reality after a moment and exclaiming, "At last, it's accomplished. Thank you immensely for your assistance, Feng." "It was merely routine," Feng Cheng replied. "Shall we depart from the Soul Tower?" He inquired. "Did you sense that thought?" Wan Ming nodded. "Yes, I did. There are 2 options. One is to leave the Soul Tower, and the other is to continue upstairs. Let us exit then," Feng Cheng stated, and with a flicker of his mind, he vanished from sight. Wan Ming surveyed the surroundings, chuckled, and followed suit, disappearing as well. On the first floor of the Beihai International Building, due to the time discrepancy between the virtual realm and the real world, Su Baishan and his companions had scarcely exited the elevator when they noticed the 2 mercenaries hired by Wan Ming stepping out as well. Shortly after, Feng Cheng and Wan Ming emerged from another elevator. With the advent of the virtual realm, elevators within public virtual spaces became a focal point for research, as each elevator's interior resembled a parallel spacetime. For instance, if 100 individuals were to simultaneously return from the same virtual realm, each would appear individually in elevator number 1, resulting in the birth of 100 parallel elevator realities in that fleeting moment. Thus, it has been said that the virtual realm first shattered humanity's understanding of space and time, followed by the fantastical, sci-fi, and magical world systems. Feng Cheng's inaugural business venture with the Windless Agency was indeed propitious. From this undertaking, he personally received a commission of 80,000 yuan. After deducting the agency's share, Wan Ming netted 160,000 yuan, totaling 240,000 yuan. In the real world, this amount equated to a year's earnings for high-ranking professionals in Beihai City. Upon exiting the building, Wang Sudong, Yin Shaoling, and El Xian exchanged WeChat contacts with Feng Cheng, with Wang Sudong promptly transferring 90,000 yuan via WeChat to settle the payment for the fire wheel. The personnel from Rue Tua Company took El Xian away, while Wan Ming led the remaining individuals to the nearby Crown Plaza Hotel for drinks. Although typically reserved, Wang Sudong was quite adept at networking and resource expansion, particularly when dealing with significant clients like Wan Ming. Su Baishan, on the other hand, quickly forged a brotherly bond with Wan Ming, sharing laughter and camaraderie. The Crown Plaza Hotel, a 5-star establishment by the sea, awaited them. At the pinnacle of the hotel lies a rotating restaurant, adorned with opulent and grand decor. Within its confines, there are no walls, only a continuous ring of floor-to-ceiling glass. Seated at a table by the window, one can gaze upon the entire coastal city and the vast, boundless ocean. The restaurant rotates gently at a pace of 1 complete circle per hour, rendering the motion imperceptible to its patrons. The restaurant manager, a striking woman clad in a tailored suit, awaits by the elevator alongside 2 young and beautiful waitresses. Shortly thereafter, the elevator doors open, and Luan Ming emerges with Su Baishan and Feng Cheng, among others. The elegant manager approaches with warmth, inviting everyone to settle into a private room. In hushed tones, Su Beixian introduces Fong Qing, remarking that this hotel is one of the Wan family's enterprises. Fong Qing nods. After frequent interactions with individuals of similar age from affluent backgrounds, he has grown somewhat indifferent. Within the private room, Wan Ming occupies the seat of honor, with Fong Qing to his left and Su Beixian to his right, followed by Wang Sudong and others. Yin Xiaoling intentionally, yet subtly, positions herself beside Fong Qing. The charming manager, with a radiant smile, discreetly directs the waitstaff to serve hot towels and tea, while she herself retrieves a jigger and pours several small vessels of exquisite Fei Tian mitai, carefully distributing them among the guests. Yin Xiaoling interjects, exclaiming, "Oh dear. I cannot drink white liquor, just some tea will suffice." Wan Ming casts a knowing glance at the manager and cheerfully suggests, "Then let us open a bottle of red wine for our esteemed teacher Yin. Please uncork the bottle I brought the other day." The manager nods and gracefully exits. Yin Xiaoling adds, "Mr. Wan, I easily become intoxicated with red wine. Please do not mock me if I succumb." Wan Ming glances at Fong Qing and quips, "But we have Mr. Fong here. If you become inebriated, he can escort you to the presidential suite downstairs for a restful night." While this appears to be lighthearted banter, it is evident that the second-generation elite are astutely discerning the unique rapport between the two. Fong Qing chuckles, "It's amusing. I have yet to experience a stay in a presidential suite, but this evening I must decline as I need to return home." Amidst their jovial exchanges, exquisite dishes are presented at the table. Wan Ming encourages everyone to commence dining, leading to a lively exchange of toasts, each person taking turns to raise their glasses, followed by casual sipping. Often, it is within such convivial atmospheres that bonds are forged, dissolving the initial unfamiliarity and distance, gradually fostering closeness. The jigger holds approximately 2 liang, and as the gentlemen at the table consume 3 vessels each, the effects of intoxication begin to manifest. The typically reticent Wang Sudong transforms into a chatterbox, first lamenting life's tribulations and career challenges with Su Beixian, and then frequently toasting Wan Ming. For every glass Wan Ming downs, Wang Sudong indulges in 2, ultimately exhibiting bravado by pouring half a vessel directly into his mouth. Su Beixian, possessing remarkable tolerance, observes Wan Ming's intent to cultivate a connection with Fong Qing and thus diverts much of his attention to the 2 mercenaries Wan Ming had previously invited, quickly forming camaraderie among the 3. One of the bespectacled men, however, struggles with his tolerance, turning red after his 3rd vessel. Leaning back in his chair with a pensive expression, remaining silent except for the occasional nod in response to Su Beixian and the others' conversations, Xiaoling, despite claiming her poor tolerance for alcohol, graciously toasted each guest at the banquet and exchanged phone numbers with a few. It was not until past 10 in the evening that the festivities finally drew to a close. Lu Ming, somewhat inebriated, arranged for a hotel car to take Fong Qing and Xiaoling home separately. He also instructed the attractive manager to summon 4 young and beautiful waitstaff to assist Su Beixian and Wang Sudong down to the lounge for some rest. Only then, accompanied by the beautiful manager, did he depart the restaurant. In the hotel's lobby, 2 sleek black Mercedes awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Fong Qing and Xiaoling emerge, the attendants promptly opened the car doors. As they shook hands to bid farewell, Xiaoling smiled and remarked, "Let us keep in touch." "Yes. Do not hesitate to reach out if you require my assistance," Fong Qing replied, escorting her into the car and personally closing the door. At that moment, a WeChat message from Fong Jing arrived. Chapter 46. Farewell. Yan'an. Just as Fong Qing exited the virtual realm, he sent a message to Fong Jing. Her recent WeChat inquiry was merely to check if he had finished drinking, what time he would return home, and to remind him to take it easy. Fong Qing replied that he was on his way back, then boarded the car, providing the driver with the address, before closing his eyes to rest. Before long, the vehicle came to a steady halt at the community entrance. Feeling slightly dizzy, Fong Qing staggered inside, and upon opening the door, he noticed a pair of exquisite black high-heeled shoes at the threshold, clearly not belonging to Fong Jing. Stepping into the living room, he spotted a woman clad in a purple silk nightgown, seated on the balcony's single sofa, typing on an Apple laptop resting on her lap. Fong Jing was engrossed in a book on the living room sofa. Noticing Fong Qing's return, she furrowed her brows slightly and remarked, "How much did you drink?" "You reek of alcohol." Fong Qing pointed toward the woman on the balcony and inquired, "Who is she?" "She is the neighbor I mentioned before. She just returned from the United States this afternoon and has nowhere to stay. I told her to make herself at home. Now quickly, go take a shower and change your clothes," Fong Jing urged, pushing him toward the bathroom. After showering and changing into a t-shirt and shorts, Fong Qing greeted the female neighbor. While she was of average appearance, her figure was striking, complemented by a pair of rimless glasses that lent her an air of intellectual beauty. Feng Jing briefly introduced the two, then turned to Feng Cheng to discuss. Sister Ren plans to report her property to the Virtual Realm Management Bureau tomorrow. According to current policies, she can be allocated a house with 15 times the area. However, once the Bureau takes control of this area, our daily comings and goings will be less convenient. I'm considering selling the house and finding a new one. Feng Cheng scratched his head, pondering the fiery domain in the opposite room, which was not only teeming with vitality, but also rich in ores, making it an ideal resource for crafting the wind-fire wheels. His entire business hinged upon this virtual realm, and if the government were to take over, the production of the wind-fire wheels would cease unless he could secure another stable source of ore. How about I purchase this property at the government's compensation rate? Feng Cheng suggested. Sister Ren smiled softly, closed her laptop, and said, I heard from Xiao Feng that you have made some gains in the virtual realm at my home. However, I advise you to refrain from delving too deeply into this domain. The uncertainties within are far too numerous. A single mishap could cost you your life. Therefore, I have decided to submit it to the government. This is not a matter of money. Feng Jing nodded in agreement, affirming, Sister Ren speaks wisely. In truth, I too would prefer that you do not remain in the virtual realm any longer. What if something unfortunate were to happen? Feng Qing, feeling slightly inebriated and mentally sluggish, found himself at a loss for words to persuade Sister Ren. He attempted to delay the situation, saying, Could we postpone the submission for a few days? Sister Ren replied, I'm afraid that once I have made a decision, it is difficult to alter. I dislike dragging things out. Had I not been concerned about affecting Xiao Feng's rest tonight, I would have already contacted the virtual administration. Feng Qing nodded, refraining from further discussion. He called over Feng Jing and whispered, I will head to the Flame Realm tonight to gather some ores. Be careful, she replied, understanding his intentions, gently squeezing his hand. The following morning, Feng Jing went to the Flame Realm to summon Feng Cheng back. Fortunately, Feng Qing had exchanged his watch at Yuhai Supermarket for one with a larger storage capacity, allowing him to store enough ores to forge over 300 pairs of wind and fire wheels during that final night. With these ores, his business with Gu Yenshu could be sustained for some time. Now that he had accumulated a modest fortune and made some quick earnings recently, he found himself less urgent about finances than before. He contemplated that he should seize the opportunity to explore the Bronze Metro Station's virtual realm when he had time. Shortly after Sister Ren finished her call, 5 uniformed staff members arrived at her door within a mere 10 minutes. 3 of them proceeded directly to the Flame Realm, while the other 2 presented a stack of forms for Sister Ren to sign and register. The virtual administration operated with remarkable efficiency. After addressing Sister Ren's matters, they conferred with Feng Jing and Feng Cheng, also requisitioning Feng Jing's home and compensating her with a fully furnished 200-square-meter apartment in the Bin Hai Pali Watanju community. Feng Jing's original residence was 150 square meters, and based on the area calculation of 15 times, she should have received a 225-square-meter home. Consequently, the difference was settled in cash, with 630,000 transferred directly into Feng Jing's account. That day, Feng Cheng, Feng Jing, and Sister Ren went to Watanju to select a new home. Subsequently, Feng Cheng contacted a moving company to transfer all of Feng Jing's belongings. After the arrangements were completed, the day had grown late. The two reclined on the sofa of their new home, each holding a mobile phone, enveloped in a serene atmosphere. Feng Cheng shared 2 photographs on his social media, one of himself enjoying coffee on the first floor of the Windless Mercenary Office, taken by Wang Dandan, and another of the quaint building itself, captioned, Recently joined the Windless Mercenary Office, honored to be one of the senior partners. I am a practitioner of the 4th level of the life essence, proficient in the arcane arts of fire and ice, as well as adept in melee swordsmanship and agility, possessing considerable prowess. Moreover, I have garnered extensive experience in exploring the virtual realm, having vanquished over 10,000 various exotic beasts. I am committed to providing competitive and reliable solutions to virtual issues and mercenary services for a broad clientele. My contact number is 13313501. Once I posted this on my social media, it quickly garnered a flurry of likes and comments. The first comment came from Su Beishan. The Windless Mercenary Agency is a leading provider of technical solutions for virtual mercenary affairs in the country. We are dedicated to offering our clients high-quality, efficient, and safe mercenary services. Xiaoying shared. Brother-in-law is so handsome. Gu Yenshu. A thumbs up? Yin Xiaoling. The photo could have been better. The lighting is too dim. Zhou Yanan. Haven't seen you in a few days. You've become so formidable. Wang Sudong. Thumbs up. El Xian. The coffee is delightful. Let us go out for coffee someday. Wang Dashuai. You're incredible, brother. I've shared your post. Su Beishan replied to El Xian. Welcome, beautiful doctor. I shall personally grind the coffee beans for you. Xiao Luobing. Mr. Fong. Will you be available tomorrow? I have matters to discuss. In the blink of an eye, the likes and comments surpassed 100. Fang Cheng noticed the comment from Xiao Luobing, the president of Luobing Company, and replied, President Xiao, I have no plans for tomorrow. Shall I visit your company to meet you? President Xiao responded, All right. Let us meet tomorrow at 9 in the morning. I will await your arrival. The following day, Fang Cheng arrived at Luobing Company. As he arrived more than 10 minutes early, and with President Xiao yet to arrive, he was led by the receptionist to the company's VIP room to sit and enjoy tea while waiting. Before long, the sound of crisp high heels echoed down the corridor. Shortly thereafter, the door to the VIP room swung open, and Zhou Yanan entered, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Chapter 47. Company consultant Zhou Yanan was clad in a light apricot gray suit, the form-fitting skirt accentuating her shapely figure, while beneath it lay her long, straight, exquisite legs. Smooth and fair. After a few days apart, Zhou Yanan's charm remained undiminished. Good morning, Teacher Fang. I just heard from the front desk that you were here. And I couldn't resist coming to see the legendary master of the 4th level of life essence, Zhou Yanan said with a cheerful smile. Fang Cheng replied, You seem to be doing well lately. Zhou Yanan nodded, glancing towards the entrance. Not too bad, though I lack someone to enjoy a drink with. Drinking alone feels rather dull. What about you? Have you changed your residence? I visited your neighborhood a couple of days ago, but you were not home. Fang Cheng, pondering for a moment, replied candidly, I am now cohabiting with my girlfriend. Zhou Yanan's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal as she smiled lightly. So you have a girlfriend? Fang Cheng explained, I only started dating her recently, though we have known each other for some time. She must be quite beautiful then. Zhou Yanan asked, her captivating gaze fixed upon Fang Cheng. She yes, all right, Fang Cheng responded. Zhou Yanan, with a knowing smile, gazed at Fang Cheng for a moment. Then sighed, so this is the reason you haven't replied to my WeChat messages. Just as Fang Cheng was about to concoct an excuse, Zhou Yanan suddenly chuckled lightly. Regaining her spirited demeanor, if you don't mind, let us continue to interact as normal friends. Let us not mention the past. Fang Cheng nodded. Yet the atmosphere remained somewhat awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, a young lady from the front desk approached, informing him that General Manager Qiao had arrived and requested Fang Cheng to join him in his office for a detailed discussion. Half an hour later, within the confines of General Manager Chao's office, Fang Cheng began to comprehend the purpose of Chao's visit that day. It turned out that General Manager Qiao had returned from the virtual realm only a few days prior and had already established a strategic layout for the company in that domain, assembling a team to venture into the virtual world and develop commercial resources. Their primary target was the Coral Island virtual realm, from which they intended to use this entry point to eventually expand their influence into other virtual realms within the Bronze Metro. Recently, they had discovered an island in the Coral Island virtual realm, which was home to a peculiar creature known as the Blue Shark. General Manager Qiao led his team in hunting this beast, collecting its skin to craft combat attire. The process of creating such attire was not particularly complex. It resembled modern tight-fitting sportswear, designed to be snug, lightweight, and elastic, thus allowing for comfortable movement. Moreover, given their expertise as a professional clothing company, the resulting garments were even more exquisite and aesthetically pleasing, imbued with a sense of design. The skin of the blue shark possessed remarkable defensive qualities, being incredibly tough and resistant to wear. Fortuitously, someone on Qiao's team had mastered the art of array inscriptions within the virtual realm, and they endeavored to inscribe these arrays onto the attire, achieving unexpected success that endowed the garments with enhanced defensive capabilities. They even incorporated functions such as heat resistance, waterproofing, and cold protection. Subsequently, leveraging his network, General Manager Qiao connected with several talents from the virtual realm to develop suggested magical tools, thereby accelerating the production of the combat attire and gradually establishing a production line that began to take shape, capitalizing on the population influx within the Bronze Metro virtual realm. The sales of these combat attires appeared promising. However, at that juncture, they encountered another challenge. During the first month of their arrival at Blue Shark Island, a colossal tree bore fruit the size of basketballs, with the largest exceeding a meter in diameter. Upon falling, these fruits transformed into trants that attacked anyone in sight. These trants were imbued with electric energy and exhibited a volatile temperament, displaying ferocity in battle that inflicted substantial losses upon General Manager Qiao's team. After a grueling struggle to eliminate these trants, Qiao resolved to fell the towering tree to prevent further fruiting. However, a peculiar phenomenon occurred when they attempted to cut it down. It appeared as if the tree absorbed the force of their attacks, growing even larger with each strike. Astonishingly, when a skilled individual swung an axe, the tree visibly expanded before their eyes. As a result, a month later, the trance spawned from the tree bore even greater power. After several encounters, Chiao's team found themselves overwhelmed, and normal production on Blue Shark Island was severely disrupted. As the relentless onslaught of treants became a source of great concern for General Manager Chiao. Reports indicated that the strength of these treants had surpassed the third level of life essence. Had Chiao not initially focused his efforts on attacking the tree itself, the treants would not have evolved to their current formidable state. Before Fang Cheng lay a contract drafted by the company's legal department at General Manager Chiao's behest. The contract essentially reads as follows. First, Luobing Company has engaged Fang Cheng as a consultant, with an annual consultancy fee of 500,000 after tax. Second, Fang Cheng is required to visit Luobing Company every 3 natural days in the real world, equivalent to 1 month in the virtual realm, to assist in eliminating the tree men on Blue Shark Island. Third, Fang Cheng is also tasked with providing counsel on significant decisions and offering training services to the company's staff, among other responsibilities. Mr. Fang, I have numerous entrepreneurial friends, and once our collaboration commences, I shall introduce them to you, thereby securing additional consulting firms for you, Mr. Chiao remarked with a smile. Exuding a friendly demeanor that epitomized the essence of a businessman, Fang Cheng reciprocated with courteous words, stating, Mr. Chiao, this is not our first collaboration. Even if you do not officially employ me as a consultant, I am inclined to assist you. From this moment onward, your affairs shall be my concerns. At times, Fang Cheng pondered how many words were uttered insincerely, yet they flowed naturally, as if they were a societal formula that dictated speech in such contexts. The key lay in the performance of individuals. Some appeared perfunctory, while others exuded genuine sincerity. Upon signing the contract, Mr. Chiao rose and said, henceforth, I shall have Yan'an liaise with you directly. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to communicate with her. Indeed, I will exert every effort to serve our enterprise well, Fang Cheng replied with a smile. Mr. Chiao summoned Zhou Yan'an and instructed, Yan'an, please escort Mr. Fang to the 3rd floor to select an office, adhering to the standards of a vice president. Ensure he is provided with everything he may need. Zhou Yan'an jested. Mr. Fang, our vice presidents are accompanied by assistants. Shall I arrange for one for you as well? I assure you, she will be young, beautiful, and highly educated. That would be unnecessary, as I do not often work here, Fang Cheng replied nonchalantly. After bidding farewell to Mr. Chiao, Fang Cheng followed Zhou Yan'an to the 3rd floor, where they selected a spacious office of over 50 square meters. The office was furnished with a complete set of high-end solid wood desks and chairs, bookshelves, sofas, a tea table, and a display cabinet. The only thing lacking was wall decorations. Zhou Yan'an opened a door at the back of the office, casting a glance at Fang Cheng, and introduced. Vice President's offices are equipped with a small lounge area, complete with a private restroom. Upon entering, Fang Cheng found a small bedroom, furnished with a new single bed measuring 1.5 meters wide, along with a wardrobe and a tea table beside the bed. Opposite was a glass partition leading to a bathroom. Zhou Yan'an languidly sat on the bed, crossing her long, slender legs and playfully swaying her high heels, saying, Mr. Fang, Luobing Company is now your consulting firm. You must come often. Chapter 48. The thunderous giant tree. The entrance to the virtual realm of Luobing Company, once Mr. Chiao's office, has been transformed into a separate room, now equipped with a high-security smart door that requires fingerprint and iris recognition for access. After lingering in the office for a considerable time, Fang Cheng and Zhou Yan'an finally entered the virtual realm of Coral Island. The island was now teeming with more people than before, adorned with various mobile homes along the beach, where men and women in swimwear roamed, reminiscent of a holiday paradise. 2 individuals arrived at the seaside, where Zhou Yan'an retrieved a speedboat from her storage watch and, with Fang Cheng aboard, headed straight for Blue Shark Island. Zhou Yan'an skillfully maneuvered the vessel, while Fang Cheng sat behind, relishing the sea breeze and quietly admiring the beauty of both the enchanting woman and the picturesque ocean view. In the virtual realm, Zhou Yan'an donned a dark blue, form-fitting leather vest and matching tight pants. Under the sunlight, the leather reflected intricate patterns of deep blue, which, upon closer inspection, revealed subtle fluctuations of elemental energy, indicating that they served more than mere decorative purposes. However, Fang Cheng's attention was not drawn to these patterns. The snug and elastic leather attire accentuated Zhou's slender waist and curvaceous figure, showcasing her exquisitely defined legs, leaving no room for critique, even from the most discerning eye. Notably, her short vest only covered the upper part of her torso, exposing her snow-white, delicate abdomen, radiating youthful vitality, with her round and charming navel clearly visible, stirring one's heart. She wore a pair of combat boots, and a dagger was secured to her thigh with a belt, reminiscent of a cinematic femme fatale. Is this what your company produces? Fang Cheng inquired. Adjusting her hair, Zhou Yan'an replied, Indeed, It rivals the combat attire found in the virtual realm. Feng Cheng shrugged and remarked. While it does not fall short, it resembles more of a gym outfit, likely lacking in practicality. Zhou Yanan chuckled softly. We have two product lines. One focuses on practicality, primarily for men's clothing, while the other embraces fashion, primarily for women's wear. After all, the virtual realm is predominantly a battleground for men. Feng Cheng chuckled in realization, understanding that their concept of fashion was indeed intertwined with combat, akin to the trend of camouflaging uniforms in reality. Zhou Yanan continued. Our progress in the practical line has been slow, and our future focus will lean more towards the fashion line. After approximately 40 minutes, an island emerged on the horizon, crowned by a lush, verdant hill. From a distance, Feng Cheng noticed an extraordinary tree towering at the hill's summit. This tree was remarkably tall, its entire surface black, and its canopy resembled a swirling mass of dark clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of azure lightning, with the distant rumble of thunder echoing through the air. Surrounding the island, over a dozen similar speedboats patrolled, their occupants relentlessly attacking the sea creatures, occasionally pulling up a breathtaking blue shark with nets. Lining the shore were a series of quaint wooden cabins, accompanied by a wooden walkway leading from the beach to the hilltop. Let me take you to see the thunder giant tree, Zhou Yanan said as she halted the speedboat and led Feng Cheng up the hill along the wooden path. The hillside was adorned with lush green grass, resembling a tender green carpet spread across the gently sloping terrain, evoking a sense of tranquility with every step. At the summit stood a magnificent tree, its trunk exceeding 10 meters in diameter, with branches and leaves all black, its dense crown flourishing with foliage. Standing beneath the ancient tree, one can distinctly observe the flickering electric arcs dancing upon its leaves, intertwining like delicate spider webs, pulsating with a resonant hum. A profound essence of vitality envelopes this colossal tree, reminiscent of an invisible vortex that encircles it. From this vantage point, overlooking the sandy shores and the azure expanse of the distant sea, one cannot help but marvel at the enigmatic and ever-changing nature of this realm. Zhou Yanan elucidated. This colossal tree, impervious to severance, possesses the remarkable ability to absorb all forms of attack, transforming them into energy for its own growth. In the event of a torrential downpour, it also harnesses the lightning from the clouds to further its development. Feng Cheng gazed upwards, noticing some fist-sized black fruits nestled within the crown, and inquired, are those the fruits capable of transforming into tree men? Can they be harvested now? Zhou Yanan shook her head. Any force that comes into contact with the trunk is absorbed by it. Initially, this tree was merely 2 meters in girth, but its growth to such an immense size is largely due to our incessant attempts. Thus, we dare not provoke it any further, lest the fruits it bears become increasingly formidable. Understanding this, Feng Cheng scrutinized the mighty tree, contemplating, given the abundance of lightning essence here, it may be an opportune moment to practice the thunder magic from the 5 demons diagram. Thus far, he had mastered the fire magic and ice magic, but due to limitations in his elemental energy cultivation, he had not been able to spare enough energy to condense the other 3 fundamental runes. However, after breaking through to the 4th level of life essence, his elemental energy surged, allowing him the capacity to condense an additional rune. The remaining 3 fundamental runes were thunder magic, wind magic, and shadow magic. Feng Cheng decisively chose the thunder magic. How long until the next harvest? Feng Cheng inquired. Zhou Yanan glanced at her watch and replied, approximately 10 days in this realm. Feng Cheng nodded and remarked, then I shall dedicate this time to training here. Zhou Yanan instantly responded, since I have nothing else to do, I will accompany you in your training. 9 days later, Feng Cheng sat cross-legged on the grass beneath the colossal tree, having already formed the 3rd fundamental rune within his dantian, which underwent 3 transformations in rapid succession. Rivaling the fire magic rune, this thunder magic rune, resplendent in deep blue and resembling lightning, shimmered with an ethereal quality, becoming increasingly fervent under the nurturing energy within Feng Cheng's dantian. The rapid progress was attributed not only to the abundant vitality surrounding the tree, but also to Feng Cheng's discovery of another training technique. After a brief rest, he approached the tree, placing his hand upon its dark, rough bark. With a crackling sound, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, surged down from the depths of the canopy, coursing down the trunk to the point where Feng Cheng's palm met the tree, before fully merging into his being. A dazzling display of lightning enveloped Feng Cheng, crackling and popping, making it difficult to behold. This lightning, in its highly concentrated form, coursed through Feng Cheng's body, following the energy flow of the 5 demons diagram, circulating around him before ultimately transforming into elemental energy, converging in his dantian. With his hand resting on the grand tree, he stood immobile, continuously refining the thunderous essence. Above his head, the canopy of trees was laden with immense fruits, heavy and seemingly poised to fall at any moment. Chapter 49. The Purple Radiance Thunder Dragon. An inexplicable sensation surged within Feng Cheng's mind. From the colossal, thunderous tree above, a sudden storm of lightning erupted. As numerous black fruits, each about a meter in diameter, plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash, sending arcs of electricity cascading down the mountainside in all directions. Feng Cheng retreated gracefully, surrounded by hundreds of ice butterflies that fluttered toward the black fruits, settling upon them, one by one. The ice butterflies transformed into a pale blue mist, enveloping the black fruits in a freezing embrace, rendering them immobile. Within Feng Cheng's perception, 13 waves of elemental energy erupted explosively, illuminating the surroundings with flashes of lightning. 13 black fruits sprang forth, shattering the ice butterfly's enchantment. Twisting and morphing into towering tree beings, each over 2 meters tall with robust limbs. Among the hundreds of black fruits scattered across the mountainside, only these 13 successfully broke free from Feng Cheng's icy grasp, while the remainder lay frozen in place. Indeed, there were tree beings of the 4th tier of life essence. Feng Cheng's gaze swept over the largest among them, unfazed as he retrieved a black gold long knife from his storage bracelet. The 4th tier tree being, towering above, pointed a finger at Feng Cheng, prompting the other 12 tree beings to charge at him with ferocity. Before they could close the distance, the tree beings swung their fists, with arcs of electricity crackling around them, converging with great force toward Feng Cheng. In a swift motion, Feng Cheng blurred, leaving behind phantoms, his blade erupting in a torrent of light as he navigated among the tree beings, targeting the leader. The slightly weaker tree beings stood frozen, and within moments, they collapsed, severed in two. The tree being leader, expressionless and surrounded by crackling lightning, moved with astonishing speed, engaging Feng Cheng in battle. Exchanging dozens of blows in the blink of an eye, Feng Cheng, relying on his Thunder Phantom technique, wielded his knife with fluid grace, creating a relentless wave of slashing strikes. The tree being leader retaliated with electrifying punches, fierce and thunderous, clashing with Feng Cheng for over 10 minutes, demonstrating strength that was surprisingly on par with Feng Cheng's own. However, armed only with bare fists against a sharp blade, the leader soon found itself at a disadvantage. Splinters flew through the air, and before long, Feng Cheng had stripped the leader's arms bare, seizing the moment to deliver a decisive blow to its neck. As the leader fell, a small black scroll materialized beside it, crackling with arcs of electricity and emitting a sizzling sound. Feng Cheng, harnessing the power of the Thunder Demon Source rune, was undeterred by the electrical forces, picked up the scroll, and upon opening it, discovered an extraordinary technique titled, The Art of the Purple Radiance Thunder Dragon's Descent. After a cursory examination, Feng Cheng learned that this technique involved deploying a special formation of thunderous elemental energy to summon the projection of a dragon deity from the vast realms above, unleashing unparalleled destructive power. It bore a remarkable similarity to the flame array described in the fire deity's rune journal. After collecting the game currency dropped by the tree being, he exited the virtual realm, returning to reality, and planned to re-enter 3 days later, when the colossal thunder tree would bear fruit once more. As Feng Cheng's vehicle came to a halt in front of the windlass office, he spotted Su Beishan gently holding the hand of LV Xian as they emerged from the entrance. Upon noticing Feng Cheng, they did not approach to greet him. Su Beishan merely smiled, while LV Xian waved before they both entered their Lexus and drove away. Feng Cheng couldn't help but chuckle to himself as he stepped into the office, where he found Wang Dandan tidying up coffee cups. He inquired, "Are they just arriving together?" Wang Dandan replied, "Since I joined, this is already Su's third girlfriend." "Oh, men." Feng Cheng smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and ascended to the exclusive virtual realm of the office, seeking a space to practice his divine descent technique. Within the scroll of the Purple Radiance Thunder Dragon's secret art, Feng Cheng glimpsed a fragment of the power system of the virtual realm, akin to observing a leopard through a narrow tube. Beyond countless virtual realms, deities still existed. This session of cultivation did not take long. Feng Cheng manifested the Thunder Yuan force, sketching a circular magic array in the void before him. The array was composed entirely of lightning, with electric arcs dancing and shimmering, appearing unstable yet remaining intact. In an enigmatic manner, the array drew upon Feng Cheng's Yuan force, transmitting an intangible power that traversed the void, reaching heights beyond his perception. Moments later, the array blazed with brilliance as a 5-clawed dragon, entirely composed of purple thunder energy, emerged from within. This summoned Purple Radiance Thunder Dragon was as thick as a water barrel and stretched 5 to 6 meters long, radiating an astonishing wave of Yuan force. Hovering above Feng Cheng, after soaring around in the air for several laps, the dragon circled above him, observing him silently. Fong Chung had encountered many depictions of dragons online and in films, but witnessing one up close was a first. Ancient texts flooded his mind with descriptions of dragons. Antlers like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, abdomen like a mythical creature. Scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, and ears like an ox. This electric dragon was vividly lifelike and extraordinarily agile. Yet it consumed Fong Chung's yuan force with each passing moment. With his current strength, he could only sustain the dragon for less than 3 minutes before it gradually dissipated. The two, one man and one dragon, locked eyes for 3 minutes without uttering a single word. In the following days, with no new business, Fong Cheng spent his working hours in the virtual realm, devoting half his time to cultivating yuan force and the other half to refining the wind-fire wheel and the destruction armored gauntlet. Su Baishan and Yin Bin had posted recruitment information online, seeking about 10 interns, assigning 2 to 3 to each partner of the firm. Fong Cheng participated in the interviews for the interns but found none to his liking. Conversely, Yin Bin selected 5, securing the majority, while Su Baishan chose 2. With the remaining candidates taken by other mercenaries within the firm, aside from the perpetually mysterious Gao Han, who had not made an appearance. Yin Bin had the most business dealings. He was hailed as the daredevil of the windless office, tirelessly acquiring projects to amass wealth. With rumors suggesting that his girlfriend was a local from Binhai, who would only consider marriage once he had secured a house and car. One day, after handling the Thunder Tree Man at the Luobing Company, Fong Cheng exited the virtual realm and fortuitously encountered General Qiao. Invited by the latter to his office for tea, during their casual conversation, General Qiao divulged a plethora of insider information regarding the current situation. The most astonishing revelation was that someone within the country had already transcended the Fate Origin level and entered the Fate Soul stage. It is noteworthy that, as per current rumors circulating online, the highest-ranking individuals globally have only reached the 8th level of Fate Origin. Fong Chung was uncertain about the veracity of General Qiao's information. Yet one fact remained clear. There are 9 levels within the Fate Origin phase, and beyond these lies the Fate Soul stage. This narrative seemed reminiscent of the tales spun in online novels. Allow me to recommend a business opportunity to you, General Qiao, Fong Cheng suggested. With a smile, General Qiao picked up his mobile phone and forwarded a message. Upon inspecting it, Fong Cheng discovered it was an offer to hire a master proficient in ice elemental energy. Located in Qingdao City of Bihai Province, which was not far from Binhai. General Qiao elaborated. This information comes from a friend of mine engaged in foreign trade. His son works at the Provincial Virtual Management Office and is reportedly on the brink of becoming a deputy director. Fong Cheng was momentarily taken aback. General Qiao's friend's son could not possibly be over 30 years old, and the Provincial Virtual Management Office was a notable deputy ministerial entity, ranking higher than departments such as the Transportation Bureau, Housing Bureau, and Human Resources Bureau. The Provincial Virtual Management Office directly reports to the National Virtual Management Bureau, making it one of the most strategically significant organizations today. If General Qiao's friend's son ascended to the role of deputy director, his connections must be remarkably formidable. General Qiao continued, my nephew is a genius, much like you, General Fong. He has already attained the 7th level of Fate Origin and ranks among the top 10 in all of Bihai Province. Fong Chung reflected, I cannot truly compare myself to him. He is a genius, whereas I can only be considered talented at best. General Qiao smiled gently, I have met him. And in terms of innate ability, you both are quite similar. His advantage lies in the profound resources available to him, facilitating his cultivation of elemental energy, unlike you, who must rely solely on your own efforts. Indeed, it seems I must intensify my training. The world is filled with experts, and without diligence, I risk being left behind. Fong Chung remarked. Pouring a full cup of tea for Fong Chung, General Qiao continued. My old friend has invested heavily to invite a master to assist his son in amassing resources in preparation for his breakthrough into the Fate Soul stage. He possesses a private virtual realm, named Antarctic Heaven, where a substance known as Ice Soul Crystal can be found. He is currently offering 5,000 yuan per piece for these crystals. If you are uninterested, perhaps you could check if anyone in your establishment specializes in ice elemental energy. At that moment, Fong Chung immediately thought of Yin Bin. Chapter 50. Ice Soul Crystal. Yin Bin practiced a technique known as the snow-filled universe method, which Su Baishan had praised on numerous occasions. Upon returning to his office, Fong Cheng relayed the situation to Yin Bin, who became instantly intrigued. Although he did not overtly display his enthusiasm, instead, he spoke in a deliberative tone. We could first visit to assess the opportunity. If this venture proves viable, we might consider shifting our focus there for a thorough engagement. Fong Cheng replied, then I shall accompany you. I too wish to explore the virtual realms of other cities. The two arranged for Wang Dandan to book high-speed train tickets, and within an hour, they arrived at the Qingdao high-speed train station, promptly hailing a taxi to the entrance of General Chao's friend's private virtual realm. On a seaside hill on the outskirts of Qingdao City, a series of villas stand in an orderly yet picturesque arrangement, nestled amidst lush greenery, creating a serene and pleasant atmosphere. Fang Cheng and Yin Bin arrived at one of the villas, checked the door number to confirm they were at the right place, and proceeded to knock on the door. Shortly after, the door swung open, revealing a young man dressed casually, who coldly inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Fang Cheng replied, "We are seeking Mr. Yuan," referred by a friend, who mentioned he acquires ice spirit crystals. The young man's demeanor shifted slightly as he nodded and said, "Come in. Are you both locals of Qingdao or from elsewhere?" Yin Bin responded, "We represent the Binhai Windless Mercenary Agency." The villa's living room was spacious and uncluttered, furnished only with a few desks and chairs, along with a laptop and a printer nearby. The young man retrieved 2 sheets of A4 paper and handed them to Fang Cheng and Yin Bin, stating, "Here is a contract. Please sign it before entering the virtual realm. Since you were referred by acquaintances, I want to elaborate further. Once inside, exercise caution. We disclaim responsibility for any mishaps that may occur." Fang Cheng glanced at the agreement, which primarily contained disclaimers, with the final clause stipulating that Party A would purchase ice spirit crystals at a price of 5,000 yuan, with no limit on quantity. Yin Bin boldly signed his name and inquired, "Do you have any information about the ice spirit crystals? It would help us save some time once we are inside." The young man chuckled, replying, "What information could there possibly be? Once you enter the virtual realm, just look for the massive ice blocks. The ice spirit crystals are contained within." After Fang Cheng signed as well, the young man produced an ink pad for them to affix their fingerprints before leading them upstairs. At the door of a bedroom on the 2nd floor, the young man opened the door and wished them, "May you both have smooth sailing and abundant fortune." Yin Bin grinned and stepped inside, followed closely by Fang Cheng. As the cold wind struck them, they were immediately enveloped in a blinding expanse of white light. Fang Cheng squinted at his surroundings and suddenly understood why this virtual realm was called Antarctic Heaven. The endless ice plain stretched immaculately to the horizon, blanketed in thick snow, while the sky above was an exquisitely deep blue, with sunlight pouring down unobstructed, illuminating the world with a crystalline clarity. In that moment, the two stood on the vast ice field, akin to inconspicuous ants. The air was filled with a biting chill, piercing to the bone. However, Fang Cheng's ice demon Yuan power flowed naturally within him, harmonizing with the external cold, rendering him unperturbed. Yin Bin, possessing a unique cultivation technique, exhibited snowflakes swirling around him, creating an illusion both ethereal and tangible, which was quite amusing. Fang Cheng then realized why only those adept in ice-type Yuan power could endure this realm. Others would have to rely on their own Yuan power to fend off the external cold, which would inevitably deplete over time, likely forcing them to abandon their endeavors and return to the real world. Yin Bin produced the windfire wheel he had purchased from Fang Cheng a couple of days prior, soaring into the sky to survey the surroundings, and called out to Fang Cheng, "Chenger, I see some ice blocks over there. Shall we take a look?" Fang Cheng, having approached Qingdao with a mindset of leisure, had no particular plans and thus hopped onto the windfire wheel, joining Yin Bin as they transformed into 2 streaks of fire, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. On the icy expanse, towering transparent ice blocks, reaching several yards high, lay scattered across the ground, reflecting a crystalline brilliance under the sunlight. 2 streaks of fire descended from the heavens, one of which manifested into a figure that burst forth, crashing down with a powerful punch onto a massive block of ice. Boom! The force of the blow shattered the ice into fragments, sending a gust of cold wind swirling, while snowflakes danced gracefully in the air, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. "What a remarkable display of martial prowess!" Fang Cheng exclaimed in admiration. Yin Bin's punch was indeed formidable. The explosive power contained within it was a stark contrast to his slender physique, performing several acrobatic flips in midair. Yin Bin landed gracefully and flashed a grin at Fang Cheng, raising an eyebrow and teasingly asking, "Are you reminded of that descending fist technique?" Fang Cheng, upon touching down, voiced his confusion. "Isn't it the palm technique that descends from the heavens, like the Buddha's palm from Stephen Chow's film, Kung Fu?" Yin Bin, brimming with pride, responded, "My technique is called cannon fist. It was originally named missile fist, but due to potential misunderstandings, I decided to rename it." "Wait, you created your own fighting style?" Fang Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. Yin Bin, with an air of feigned sophistication, replied, "What's the matter? Is it hard for you to accept?" Fang Cheng, feeling a bit flustered, noted that although Yin Bin was only a few years older, the more they interacted, the more he sensed a humorous side to his companion. Amidst the shards of ice scattered around, Yin Bin discovered a fist-sized, translucent gem radiating an aura of extreme cold, stating, "I believe this is the ice Solxian crystal we have been searching for." Fangqing nodded in agreement. The concentration of ice essence is indeed intense. It must be the ice Solxian crystal. Remarkable business. Yin Bin carefully stowed away the crystal and calculated, at 5,000 each, 10 would total 50,000. 100 would be 500,000, and 400 would amount to 2 million. My goodness, I am on the verge of achieving financial freedom. 400? How long will it take to find that many? Fangqing surveyed their surroundings, noting the evenness of the ice field. During their journey, he hadn't spotted any other colossal ice formations. Yin Bin, grinning widely, replied, "Hard work leads to wealth. If this venture succeeds, I'll be able to marry." "What do you mean by that?" Fangqing inquired. Yin Bin explained, "In my hometown, conditions are modest. I have a girlfriend, and it's time to discuss marriage. Unfortunately, my future mother-in-law insists on a full cash payment for a house and car before she will allow her daughter to marry me. I've saved over 600,000. With another 2 million, I could secure both a home and a vehicle. When that happens, I'll be inviting you all to the wedding feast." Fangqing shook his head in disbelief. If it weren't for the emergence of the virtual realm, it seems this marriage would likely have fallen through. Yin Bin chuckled, "Indeed. You haven't seen my mother-in-law. She is more difficult than a ghost to deal with. Upon realizing my family farms, she practically wanted me to vanish. Which is why she imposed such stringent conditions. What is wrong with buying a house on a mortgage?" Fangqing mused. "It seems that the current virtual realm is a sustainable and profitable venture. As long as we persist, earning over 2 million should not pose a significant challenge." Chapter 51. Cannon Fist. The boundless Antarctic virtual realm sprawled endlessly, resembling a vast expanse of smooth ice, dotted occasionally with protruding icebergs. Within those massive ice formations undoubtedly lay the coveted ice Solxian crystals. On the second day of their expedition in Antarctica, Fangqing and Yin Bin decided to split up for their respective missions. The likelihood of encountering a massive ice block was exceedingly rare whenever one appeared. It was typically a solitary piece. Thus, traveling together would squander opportunities. This marked the first occasion since Fangqing joined the windless agency that he had the chance for an extended, intimate dialogue with Yin Bin. As two men on a work trip in the desolate, frigid wilderness, they each revealed their innermost thoughts. Yin Bin hailed from a remote village in the central region of Bihai province, where access to the county seat necessitated a 2-hour bus ride. The villagers generally lived in poverty, and Yin Bin was regarded as the beacon of hope for his family. After 10 arduous years of study, he succeeded in gaining admission to a university. Although it was merely a modest second-tier institution, he stood among the few university students from his village and was the most educated individual in a lineage of farmers. During his university years, he entered into a relationship with a local girl from Bihai. After graduating, they both secured jobs in the city. His girlfriend landed a position in a public institution, while he became a civil servant working in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. After 2 years of employment, they reached a point where discussions of marriage became inevitable. However, Yin Bin's salary as a civil servant was insufficient even to save for the down payment on a house in Bihai, let alone afford a full purchase. Just as he contemplated leaving the bureaucratic system to seek his fortune, the virtual realm emerged. At that time, he and his girlfriend were enjoying a movie at the Wanda Plaza in Bihai when they were suddenly drawn into the virtual world. In that realm, he not only mastered the elemental force early on and obtained an entry card for his girlfriend and himself, but he also encountered an extraordinary stroke of fortune. He devised a unique martial art known as the Cannon Fist. According to Yin Bin, within the virtual realm of Wanda, he encountered a peculiar beast resembling a ball, which moved solely by bouncing. It was not aggressive. Rather, it emitted azure bubbles from its mouth. Anyone touched by these bubbles would fall into a deep slumber, ranging from several hours to days, filled with bizarre dreams. In one such dream, Yin Bin beheld a towering, uninscribed stone tablet above a sea of clouds. From this monument, he gleaned inspiration from a martial art he had greatly admired in online novels, adapting it into a tangible practice through the lens of his cultivation of elemental force. Upon awakening, he brought this newfound martial art back with him. However, when he attempted to evolve other martial arts from different novels, he found himself utterly confounded, akin to a primary school student grappling with university-level mathematics, completely at a loss. It seemed that only within that specific dreamscape could he harness the requisite depth, accumulation, and inspiration to achieve such breakthroughs. Regrettably, that extraordinary beast was slain by fellow travelers who had accompanied him. Before Fangqing and Yin Bin parted ways, Yin Bin imparted this martial art to him. A few days prior, colleagues at the agency had approached Fangqing to purchase the Windfire Wheel, offering game currency or cash in exchange. As Yin Bin's funds were managed by his girlfriend, He found himself financially constrained, prompting Fang Cheng to extend credit to him. Although Yin Bin felt somewhat guilty about this arrangement, the allure of the wind fire wheel's capabilities was irresistible. Seizing this opportunity, he shared his martial art with Fang Cheng, thus repaying the favor and deepening their friendship into a brotherly bond. However, Yin Bin's character is indeed commendable. He possesses an amiable disposition and enjoys a wide circle of friends. Although his family background is modest, his optimism, open-mindedness, affability, diligence, and a hint of playful charm easily endear him to others. The only significant obstacle in his life is his mother-in-law. Fang Cheng jokingly remarked that if he were in Yin Bin's position, he would consider ending the relationship. Yet, Yin Bin spoke of the deep bond he shares with his girlfriend. Cultivated over many years, they have grown inseparable in their lives, making the idea of parting seem trivial. On a frigid night in Antarctica, the stars twinkled overhead, and the cool moonlight bathed the icy expanse in a serene glow. Fang Cheng sat in the living room of his mobile dwelling, diligently contemplating the intricacies of the cannon fist technique. The essence of this martial art can be distilled into a single word: explosion. When the force of vital energy coalesces into a punch and is unleashed, it detonates violently. Should this force penetrate an opponent's body, it would erupt from within. Yin Bin's cannon fist conceals a total of 18 layers of explosive force, meaning a single punch can detonate up to 18 times. Yet, even as the founder of this technique, Yin Bin has only mastered the third layer, allowing for 3 detonations. Nevertheless, even at this level, the technique's potency is formidable. Fang Cheng, in his initial practice of the cannon fist, has only managed to achieve the first layer. Subsequently, he retrieved a mechanical arm, measuring over a foot in length, from his storage bracelet. This mechanical arm, forged from dark red metal, bore the appearance of a component extracted from a mech suit, yet it was meticulously assembled by Fang Cheng according to the crafting blueprints for the destruction armored gauntlet. The arm resembled an elongated mechanical glove, which, when donned, allowed for free movement. Upon channeling vital energy into it, the inscriptions on the gauntlet would activate, enhancing its capabilities. In recent days, Fang Cheng has been refining this gauntlet. The first restriction within it has nearly reached a state of stability. He anticipated that after tonight's ritual, he would successfully complete the crafting of this gauntlet. The night passed without incident. Upon emerging from his mobile dwelling the next day, Fang Cheng beheld, under the morning sun, a towering ice giant, over 3 meters tall, laboriously chiseling the ice surface with its enormous fists. This ice giant resembled a magnificent ice sculpture, with a shimmering ice blue rune pulsating at its chest, emanating waves of vital energy. Curiosity piqued, Fang Cheng approached the giant, observing as it created a substantial pit, and then seized a stream of white light from within, hastily consuming it. This white light, imbued with a chill, merged into the rune at the giant's chest, causing it to glow more brightly. Doesn't that resemble an ice soul crystal? Fang Cheng mused to himself. Noting the striking similarity between the white light and the ice soul crystal, though the former lacked its purity. After devouring the white light, the ice giant turned to regard Fang Cheng with curiosity. After a brief contemplation, it swung its massive fist toward him. Fang Cheng remained motionless, and with his right hand clad in the destruction armored gauntlet, he countered with a punch of his own, the inscriptions on the gauntlet flickering to life as he struck the center of the ice giant's colossal fist. With a thunderous explosion, half of the ice giant's body shattered, ice shards scattering in all directions as it collapsed into the massive pit it had created. 3 game coins quietly materialized beside it. Chapter 52, He Fei Fei Crack. A colossal block of ice burst apart into disc-sized fragments, flying far and wide, some even reaching a distance of 100 meters. Fang Cheng withdrew his fist, his figure flickering like a shadow as he evaded the flying ice, retrieving a fist-sized, pale blue gem. This marked the 38th ice essence crystal he had collected, valued at 190,000 yuan. In the realm of reality, a single day equated to 10 days in the virtual world. He had spent 10 days in the Antarctic sky, consistently uncovering 3 or 4 ice essence crystals each day. The process of shattering the ice blocks to procure the crystals was remarkably brief. With his current level of elemental power and the enhancement from his destruction armored gauntlet, he could destroy a massive block of ice with a single punch. Yet, the quest for these giants of ice was exceedingly tedious and protracted. At times, he would find himself fruitless for 5 consecutive hours, endlessly searching across the monotonous expanse of the icy plains, which was enough to induce a sense of unease. During those days, the only reprieve came each morning when he encountered ice giants excavating the ice. These giants, mysterious in origin, appeared every morning across the frozen landscape, breaking through the ice layers in search of that elusive white glow. After effortlessly hunting down over 100 ice giants, Fangqing finally acquired the virtual world access card. With that, his interest in lingering in the Antarctic sky waned. The place was too arduous, and he longed for the comforts of the seaside. No amount of earnings seemed sufficient. Just enough to get by was all he desired. How could he liquidate these ice essence crystals? Fangqing mused, pondering the complexities of trading virtual world items, uncertain of how the legendary Yuan would orchestrate the arrangements. Utilizing the access card, he returned to his villa. Descending the stairs, he found a young man seated in a chair, absorbed in his phone, the screen showcasing a stunningly attractive woman, fashionably dressed, striding down the street with long, graceful legs and a captivating smile. After watching the clip multiple times, the young man swiped to enter another short video, employing a similar filming technique, merely featuring a different street and another glamorous woman. Clearing his throat, Fangqing's presence finally registered with the young man, who glanced up and inquired, "Is there something you need?" "I have come to settle the ice essence crystals," Fangqing replied. "Oh, follow me," the young man responded, setting his phone aside and leading Fangqing to the door of a room on the first floor. With a smile, he asked, "You've only been gone for a day. How many ice essence crystals could you possibly have found to be in such a rush to settle?" Fangqing's expression shifted as the young man opened the door. He sensed a surge of elemental energy. This room was yet another portal to the virtual world. Within a single villa, there were two entrances to the virtual realm. "Come in," the young man invited, stepping into the virtual world, with Fangqing closely following. After a moment of disorientation, Fangqing's eyes brightened as he beheld a vast sea of clouds before him, resembling a celestial paradise. Not far from the cloud sea stood a massive, square, pure white structure under the azure sky, his familiar Cloud Sea supermarket. "Is there truly a Cloud Sea supermarket here?" Fangqing exclaimed in astonishment. The young man chuckled and remarked, "Is it really that strange? There are now no fewer than 1,000 Yunhai supermarkets appearing nationwide. I heard you have one in Binhai as well." Fangqing replied, "I've been to the Yunhai supermarket in Binhai. I wonder if the products there differ." The young man shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter whether they differ or not. This Yunhai supermarket is closed off to the outside world. Only General Manager Yuan can bring people in. Now, let us see the ice soul crystals." Fangqing produced 38 ice soul crystals, causing the young man to be momentarily taken aback. "So many? What, are there going to be fakes?" Fangqing chuckled, expressing his growing interest in the Yunhai supermarket. Though regrettably, the proprietor, General Manager Yuan, did not allow public access. The young man meticulously examined each ice soul crystal before storing them all in his dimensional watch, and his gaze towards Fangqing shifted significantly. "Bro, why didn't you stay inside for a few more days? With your strength? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say you could earn a fortune here. General Manager Yuan is purchasing ice soul crystals in bulk." Fangqing replied, "I'll come back when I have time. This visit was mainly to accompany my friend. To be honest, I find the environment inside a bit overwhelming." The young man gave a thumbs up and said, "You're impressive." Upon returning to reality, the young man registered the transaction on his computer and promptly transferred 190,000 to Fangqing's bank card, completing the deal. On the high-speed train back to Binhai, Fangqing received a call from Xiong. "Brother-in-law, I need a favor." Hearing Xiong Ying's sweet voice, Fangqing relaxed completely and responded with a smile, "What is it?" "I'll do my best to help," Xiong Ying explained. "A particularly close classmate of mine has seen your online internship recruitment ad. She wants to intern at your office. Would that be convenient?" "A girl?" Fangqing frowned at once, considering the risks involved for young women in mercenary work. Xiong Ying said, "Brother-in-law, if it's too much trouble, let it go. I'll inform my classmate." After a moment of contemplation, Fangqing suggested, "How about this? Let her come in for an interview first, and I'll assess the situation. If necessary, I'll personally guide her." "Really? That is wonderful." Xiong Ying's voice rang with a melodious laugh, and she added, "With your assurance, I feel much more at ease. Otherwise, I would have felt awkward telling my classmate." Fangqing shook his head and asked, "By the way, how's your training in the Yin-K sword refining technique going?" Xiong Ying complained, "Don't even mention it. Ever since returning from Binhai, I haven't had time to venture into the virtual realm. When I do have time, I'll come find you and my sister." Fangqing advised, "For now, it's best not to venture into the virtual realm lightly, considering the risks involved." At Binhai University, in the girls' dormitory, Xiong Ying lay on her bed with her legs crossed, her delicate white feet swinging playfully. Her toes, round and adorable, curled up, and the skin on her instep was smooth and fair, revealing faint traces of blue veins. A gentle smile graced her lips as she said, "All right, brother-in-law. I won't chat for long. I'll have my classmate's sister add you on WeChat, so please accept her request." After hanging up, a round-faced girl from the lower bunk leaned in and asked, "Ying Ying, did it work out?" Xiangying nodded and replied, "My brother-in-law agreed, so don't worry, Lulu." In the dormitory, another girl could not help but chuckle as she remarked, "Ying, Lulu's sister is quite the beauty. Are you not worried that your brother-in-law might be swept away?" Xiaoying rose from her bed and began practicing yoga, striking a downward dog pose, and replied, "Fei Fei is indeed lovely, but my sister is no less so. Besides, my sister and brother-in-law share a deep bond." The round-faced girl named Lulu joined in the jest, saying, "But I have heard that men often find wildflowers more appealing than the flowers at home." Xiaoying retorted in exasperation, Lulu, I was only trying to help you. You are burning the bridge after crossing it." Lulu, standing on the edge of the bed, leaned over to pat Xiaoying playfully on her backside and laughed. "Look how flustered you are. No wonder they say a sister-in-law is half of a brother-in-law something. You wouldn't have gone that far with him, would you?" Another girl in the dormitory brightened up and exclaimed, "Oh, I just had an inspiration. I must write a short story titled Brother-in-Law, Hold Me." Lulu replied with a teasing tone. When the golden wind meets the dew, it surpasses countless moments in the world. Flushed with embarrassment, Xiaoying got up and began to frolic with her roommates. Yet her mind involuntarily conjured numerous tantalizing images, even contemplating what it would feel like if such a scenario were to unfold. On the high-speed train, Fong Qing had just hung up the phone when he received a WeChat friend request. "Hello, Teacher Fong. I am Fei Fei, introduced by Xiaoying." Upon clicking on her profile, he was greeted by the sight of a tall girl clad in a white dress, standing barefoot on the beach. With the sea breeze billowing her dress, emanating an aura of youthful beauty, he exited the photo and amiably accepted the request. Chapter 53. Resurrection Coin. Shortly after accepting Fei Fei's WeChat request, she sent him a message. "Hello, Teacher Fong. It's a pleasure to meet you. When will you be at the office? Can I come for an interview?" Fong Chung replied, "I will return to the office in an hour." She responded cheerfully, "Great. I will tidy up and head over." Fong Chung, adopting a composed demeanor, recognized the importance of maintaining a sense of authority as he would be guiding this in turn. Despite being only a year older than her, an hour later, he arrived punctually at Woofing Law Firm. As soon as he entered, he spotted a stunningly attractive girl with short hair seated on the sofa, a cup of coffee placed on the table before her. Upon noticing Fong Chung, her eyes brightened, and she greeted him with a radiant smile. "Hello, Teacher Fong." She rose gracefully, extending her hand. "You are even more handsome than in your photos." As Fong Chung shook her hand, he realized she was quite tall, standing at least 1.75 meters, just half a head shorter than him. Dressed in a white fitted tank top and light blue denim shorts, her long, straight legs were strikingly beautiful. In that moment, Fong Qing thought to himself that she was a perfect 10, momentarily taken aback by her allure, but he quickly regained his composure. "Come to my office." He nodded and led Fei Fei upstairs to his office. Fei Fei, somewhat reserved, greeted Wang Dandan at the front desk before following Fong Chung upstairs. In the office, Fei Fei handed over her resume. Upon glancing at it, Fong Chung discovered that this long-legged beauty was his junior from Binhai University, a year below him in the foreign language college. "Please introduce yourself briefly," Fong Chung suggested, his gaze lingering on Fei Fei's exquisite and attractive face. Recently, he had encountered many beautiful women, including Feng Jing, Zhou Yanan, Xiong Ying, Yan Xiaoling, and El Xian, each a paragon of beauty. Yet Fei Fei was undoubtedly the most astonishing among them. In fact, she could be regarded as the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in reality. Her beauty was understated, akin to a blossoming flower, pure and breathtaking, devoid of pretense and flamboyance, exuding an essence of natural elegance. Fei Fei nodded, straightened her posture, and began her self-introduction. "My name is Fei Fei, hailing from Hunan Province. I am currently a senior in the English Language and Literature program at Binhai University. During my time at university, I have passed the TM-8 exam and the TOEFL exam, and I have also self-studied a second foreign language, Korean. As for my personality, I am quite cheerful and optimistic, able to get along harmoniously with friends and family. I am also the president of the student council at the Foreign Language College. My interests are varied. I enjoy reading, watching films, traveling, and photography." Fong Chung smiled and interjected, "All right, let us skip the formalities. We are a mercenary agency. You are here to apply for an internship as a mercenary. Tell me why you wish to become a mercenary." Fei Fei pondered for a moment, her pearly white teeth lightly biting her lip, her beautiful eyes fixed on Fong Qing as she said, "Mr. Fong, may I share my genuine thoughts?" Fong Qing nodded, encouraging her to continue. Taking a deep breath, Fei Fei began, "What is the meaning of life? Perhaps we have all pondered this question at some point. I used to believe that life was merely a form of biological evolution in nature, an objective phenomenon. Our human existence, in the grand scheme of nature and the universe, is but a manifestation of material movement and change. Feng Qing was taken aback, not expecting He Fei to delve into such profound existential themes. She continued, in other words, life holds no significance for each individual human being. As insignificant beings, our contemplation of life's meaning is, in itself, a futile and valueless endeavor. However, with the emergence of the virtual realm, humanity has gained the power to alter the evolution of our existence. We possess the potential to explore and even change the very essence of life. Feng Sheng thought to himself, is it really necessary to discuss such matters for an internship interview? He Fei brushed her short bangs aside, revealing her smooth, fair forehead, and softly remarked, our entire female dormitory has transformed into a virtual realm. I have learned a unique skill within this space. After practicing this skill, I experienced a profound shift in my perception of life, transcending and elevating my previous understanding. It has opened up a vast horizon for me, as if I have broken free from certain shackles and attained liberation. Feng Qing pondered over He Fei's words and nodded. The natural laws of the past seem to be nothing but shackles, from which humanity cannot escape the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death. He Fei's beautiful eyes sparkled as she said, thus, I aspire to explore the limits of life. Only by becoming a mercenary can I delve into the boundless virtual realm, experience the pinnacle of existence, rise above life itself, and grasp the true essence of living, ensuring that my life is not lived in vain. Feng Sheng mused for a moment and remarked, I never imagined that students from the foreign language department would possess such profound thoughts. However, I have one question. What if you encounter danger in the virtual realm and lack a virtual entry card? If you were to perish there, have you considered the consequences? Not just for yourself, but think of your family and friends. Have you contemplated their feelings? Remember, your existence is not solely for your own sake. He Fei smiled gently, her lips curving into delicate dimples, and replied, I have considered this. However, I have obtained a resurrection coin in the virtual realm, granting me a chance to rise again after death. Therefore, I wish to seize this opportunity to truly live, even if it is as fleeting as a firework. A resurrection coin? Isn't that something found only in the void arena of the virtual realm? Feng Qing inquired curiously. He Fei responded, I discovered it in the virtual realm of our dormitory. I cannot explain why, but it is indeed a resurrection coin. The instructions are quite clear. Upon death in the virtual realm, one will automatically return to the real world, and upon re-entering the virtual realm, everything resets. Feng Qing snapped his fingers and said with a smile, very well, accompany me into the virtual realm. I shall examine the resurrection coin. If all is well, you may become my intern. Yes, certainly. He Fei replied with a gentle smile, rising gracefully, with her legs together. There was not a hint of a gap between them. The two entered the exclusive virtual realm of the Windless Agency, where He Fei donned combat attire, showcasing her peak strength at the first level of life essence. She curiously surveyed the snow-capped mountains and highlands around her, exclaiming, it has been a long time since I entered the virtual realm. Had they not taken over our dormitory's virtual realm and forcibly expelled us, I would have already made a breakthrough. With that, she retrieved a gold coin and an instruction card from her pocket and handed them to Feng Qing. After examining them for a moment, Feng Qing returned the resurrection coin and said, very well, from now on, you shall accompany me. He Fei possesses a solid foundation and the potential of a cultivation enthusiast. As her strength improves, she will be able to assist him with numerous tasks, allowing him to earn effortlessly. Chapter 54. The transformation of the sun-eating fire ape. The technique He Fei acquired in the virtual realm is called sun-eating fire ape transformation. This technique contains a single original rune, yet its power is immense, with boundless potential. Since Feng Qing has decided to take He Fei along, he thoroughly assessed her strength. She did not disappoint him, although she possessed only the strength of the first level of life essence. Her offensive capabilities and combat awareness were sufficient to directly challenge skilled opponents at the second level. Feng Qing imparted Yin Bin's cannon fist technique to her and equipped her with a pair of windfire wheels and destruction gauntlets, significantly enhancing her prowess. You currently lack practical combat experience. I shall take you to a virtual realm for some practice. Feng Qing was immensely satisfied with He Fei, leading her to his former rental apartment before entering the Copper Subway virtual realm. Without hesitation, he purchased 2 tickets to the wasteland town and boarded the subway. Throughout the journey, although He Fei was filled with curiosity, she remained composed, either utilizing the precious time to cultivate her vitality or inquiring about the nuances of energy cultivation from Feng Qing. Before long, they arrived at the wasteland town station. As they exited, Feng Qing was flooded with memories of events that transpired here, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. It was where he had taken a life for the first time. Let us go, he exclaimed, stepping onto his wind-fire wheel and soaring into the sky, racing forward. Ifeifei hurriedly followed, her long legs adeptly maneuvering the windfire wheel, leaving a trail of flames in her wake. The two flames streaked across the sky. And after soaring for over 40 minutes, Fangqing spotted a larger town amidst the desolate Gobi below. This town spanned nearly 3 kilometers. Its buildings constructed from earthy yellow stones, with the tallest structure reaching no more than 5 stories. A black asphalt road cut through the center of the town, extending to the horizon. Within the town, hordes of zombies meandered aimlessly through the streets and alleys, resembling a swarm of ants when viewed from above. Fangqing descended to a height of about 10 meters above ground, halting midair, and pointed below, saying, "Feifei, descend and practice by eliminating 100 zombies." "Understood, boss." Feifei replied cheerfully. With that, she dove swiftly, and just before reaching the ground, she bent her legs and leapt off the windfire wheel. The 2 wheels, under her control, blazed with intense flames, tracing a graceful arc as they descended upon a cluster of zombies. With a thunderous crash, flames erupted. The zombies scattered in panic like startled sheep. The windfire wheels created 2 large craters, resulting in the demise of numerous nearby zombies. Ifeifei, adorned with her destruction-armored gauntlet, strode confidently towards the zombies, exhibiting no fear despite being a girl. One zombie, sensing the vitality of this robust human, opened its decayed mouth wide and lunged at Ifeifei with claws bared. She skillfully sidestepped the attack, reminiscent of a talented basketball player maneuvering past an opponent, and then swiftly turned to deliver a punch that struck the zombie squarely in the back. The patterns on her arm gauntlet flickered to life, and the zombie's body was instantly pierced through, creating a gaping hole. Immediately after, a surge of searing, transparent energy erupted from within the zombie, akin to an unvoiced explosion. Bang! The zombie's body, having been punctured, erupted into a shower of fragments, which quickly transformed into wisps of black ash, dispersing into the air. From above, Fangqing observed the scene, nodding in approval. The sun-eating fire ape transformation energy that Ifeifei had cultivated was undoubtedly powerful, rivaling even his own inferno demon energy. Without pausing, Ifeifei moved on to confront another zombie. As she approached the zombies, she deftly maneuvered left and right, evading direct attacks, and unleashed a powerful punch that obliterated the undead. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads, 4 heads, 10 heads. Fangqing silently kept count, while Ifeifei grew increasingly adept, her strikes becoming more fluid and confident. Each zombie fell before her single blow. This delicate and charming young lady, amidst a horde of zombies, resembled a tiger among sheep, effortlessly dismantling the group with overwhelming force. 72, Fangqing murmured, standing on the road of the quiet town. Ifeifei found herself in a serene environment devoid of any zombies. The entire block had fallen silent, aside from the windblown sand and game coins scattered on the ground. Only wisps of black ash remained, drifting away. Suddenly, Ifeifei let out a spirited shout, leaning down to strike the asphalt with her fist. Instantly, a massive crater with a diameter exceeding 3 meters formed, spiderweb-like fissures radiating from it, and streams of azure flames surged forth, curling elegantly into the air. A surge of energy within Ifeifei collided with a threshold, causing her power to swell dramatically, radiating a heat akin to that of a small sun. "Boss, I have broken through to the 2nd level of vitality," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with 2 charming dimples as she beamed at Fangqing. Fangqing nodded, imparting wisdom. "In the future, remember to collect game coins after defeating beasts. Given the current market, each coin is worth $100. If you can find other valuable items, that would be even better." Yes, I will remember," Ifeifei replied, her demeanor that of a diligent student. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Fangqing, unwavering in her attention. "There are still 28 zombies remaining. Once we finish, I will teach you a technique for movement," Fangqing added with a smile. Ifeifei's eyes sparkled with joy, and she bit her red lip in excitement, saying, "Thank you, boss." With that, she began gathering the game coins on the ground and then soared into the air with the grace of a whirlwind, seeking out more zombies to hone her skills. The two spent several days in the wasteland town within the virtual realm, until evening fell in the real world, at which point they returned to the Ice Forest subway station, exiting the virtual landscape and parting ways. During this time, Fangqing imparted a shadowy movement technique to Ifeifei, transforming her into a lethal human weapon, systematically eliminating every zombie in the town. The following day, they sought out another town to continue their training. From that point onward, Fangqing no longer had to worry about Ifeifei. Instead, he focused on his own cultivation, enhancing his flame demon foundational runes to the 4th level of vitality in just 7 days within the virtual realm. He also specialized in the thunder demon foundational runes, mastering the purple radiance lightning dragon god descent technique. Meanwhile, as Fei continued to slay zombies, her battle experience rapidly accumulated. In addition to game coins, she collected various treasures such as storage watches, mobile homes, and portable wardrobes, unknowingly amassing a comprehensive collection. Furthermore, she acquired a full suit of alloy battle armor, composed of thousands of tiny black alloy plates resembling fingernails, perfectly conforming to her skin like a second skin, light as air and utterly unrestricted in her movements, accentuating her figure exquisitely. This alloy armor possessed an additional remarkable feature. It accelerated the user's energy recovery rate. Once clad in this armor, Fei transformed into an unyielding machine of slaughter, unstoppable in her relentless path. Chapter 55. Death's Elegy. As the fierce western wind scattered the faint footprints of the townsfolk, the sun descended, casting the world in the silhouette of a grand tapestry. Fangcheng and Fei stood at the edge of the twilight town, where the evening glow painted a vibrant picture. The town, cold and desolate, evoked memories of a poignant poem. Fei, tall and graceful, exuded an aura of sharp menace. Her brows and eyes reflected a maturity that had stripped away much of her youthful innocence, replaced instead by a fierce determination. Fangcheng was deeply struck by her transformation. "Boss, there's only one zombie left in the town, and I wish to give it a try," Fei declared, her right hand clad in the destructive gauntlet. Eager for action, through their trials together, she had gained a profound understanding of Fangcheng's strength, which only deepened her respect for him. Fangcheng replied, "This zombie is at the 4th level of life source. I doubt you can take it down." With a slight smile, Fei responded, "Even so, I must attempt it. If I truly cannot prevail, you must come to my aid, boss." After a moment's contemplation, Fangcheng conceded, "It is worth a try." As novels often suggest, life and death situations may unlock hidden potential. I shall stand by your side. The two ventured into the town and soon located the formidable zombie, which had recently advanced to the 4th level of life source. The other zombies, including several at the 3rd level, had already fallen prey to Fei's prowess. This particular zombie, however, had achieved a breakthrough amidst battle, encasing itself in a grotesque cocoon of flesh and blood, impervious to Fei's relentless assaults. Seeking guidance, Fei returned to Fangcheng, who, with a brief concentration, confirmed the zombie's new strength. At that moment, the creature loomed atop a small building, its over 3-meter frame grotesquely distorting the human form. Its arms and thighs were as thick as barrels, and its musculature resembled forged steel, resembling a towering iron sentinel. Its bald head bore dark red skin, and a glimmer of clarity flickered in its eyes, unlike the typical mindlessness of a zombie. As Fangcheng and Fei approached, the creature refrained from attacking, instead fixating its gaze upon Fangcheng, as if pondering something profound. Fangcheng halted, and with a flick of her left hand, Fei summoned 2 flaming wheels that materialized before her. With a graceful leap, she landed upon the wheels and surged towards the zombie, a trail of fire marking her swift advance. She unleashed a powerful punch. Unperturbed, the zombie raised its hand, fingers outstretched, to block the iron fist. A muffled thud echoed as the ground beneath the zombie crumbled, fissures spiderwebbing outward until the structure collapsed with a thunderous crash, clouds of dust billowing forth. Fei, propelled by the wheels, deftly flipped backward, her long legs adjusting to stabilize her form. The zombie, however, rocketed upward like a cannonball from the debris, its massive hand reaching for Fei's slender waist. With keen combat instincts honed through experience, Fei twisted her waist and countered with a horizontal strike, her fist colliding with the zombie's hand. The two forces separated violently, a muffled explosion emanating from within the creature's body, which then plummeted to the ground. Fei coughed up blood, struggling to maintain her balance as she tumbled several times in midair before regaining her composure. As the zombie crashed to the earth, it seized a chunk of concrete and hurled it toward her. The wind howled as Fei narrowly evaded, only to be bombarded by 4 or 5 more fragments. She continuously evaded, ultimately shattering the last fragment with a powerful fist, yet her form staggered once more. In that fleeting moment, a sudden fissure opened in the grotesque hand of the zombie, from which a tentacle emerged. This appendage struck with the swiftness of lightning, ensnaring Fei's slender ankle in the blink of an eye, covering a distance of over 10 meters. A bizarre smile crept across the zombie's hideous visage as it seized the tentacle and yanked fiercely, dragging Fei down. With a thunderous crash, she plummeted like a meteor onto the road, creating a substantial crater upon impact. In the distance, Fangcheng was poised to intervene when Fei's delicate voice rang out. "Do not assist me." He hesitated momentarily, only to witness Fei springing from the pit with an ethereal grace, her fist striking the zombie's right knee with tremendous force. Under the setting sun, accompanied by the flickering patterns of her destructive armament, The lower half of the zombie's right leg erupted under her blow. The creature let out a deafening roar, its back splitting open with 4 gashes, from which 4 tentacles surged forth like living beings. Swiftly ensnaring He-Fei-Fei's legs and arms. Tentacles, as thick as a water cup, coiled around her slender, shapely legs and arms, hoisting her into the air, stretching her into a large letter. The zombie raised its hand, the tentacle in its palm winding around her waist, slowly constricting upward, seemingly toying with her as it allowed her to experience the terror of impending death. Dust clung to He-Fei-Fei's fair face, and a streak of crimson blood marred her lips, while the black metallic armor enveloped her graceful form, reflecting a subdued glow in the twilight. She noticed Fang Qing silently appearing behind the zombie, yet the creature remained oblivious. Her gaze met his, and she slowly shook her head. Fang Qing was taken aback. Even in such dire circumstances, she still insisted on holding on. He observed her resolute stubbornness, yet remained unaware of her reasons for such defiance. Just as the tentacle was about to encircle her neck, He-Fei-Fei suddenly cried out, her voice hoarse, breaking at the end. A faint, glass-like flame erupted around her, sizzling as it engulfed the tentacle, emitting thick black smoke and a foul odor. In mere moments, the tentacle shattered inch by inch, and with her right arm freed, she delivered a powerful blow to the zombie's bald head. Its enormous cranium exploded, but He-Fei-Fei was unable to regain her footing, collapsing onto one knee. Fang Qing rushed to support her, frowning. Why must you be so headstrong? He-Fei-Fei coughed up a mouthful of blood, gasping, Boss, I just absorbed a surge of vital energy. Had I not been so severely injured, I could have broken through to the 3rd level of the life origin. You should return to recuperate, he urged. Noticing her instability, Fang Qing effortlessly lifted her in his arms. Her long, delicate legs dangled limply from his embrace, lacking any strength. Nearby, a silver box materialized quietly. Without even glancing at its contents, Fang Qing stowed the box away, then turned and soared out of the small town on the wind and fire wheels, seeking a secluded spot where he released a mobile dwelling and entered within. He-Fei-Fei's injuries were grave, yet fortunately this was the Void Realm, where the vital force possessed remarkable properties, allowing for gradual healing, preventing further deterioration. Fang Qing gently placed He-Fei-Fei on the bed in the bedroom, then retrieved a damp towel for her to wipe her face. At that moment, He-Fei-Fei's delicate features appeared somewhat pale and haggard, evoking a sense of tenderness in those who beheld her up close. You should rest and recover from your injuries. Once you regain your strength, you will likely be able to attempt a breakthrough to the 3rd level of the life source, he said, setting a silver box on the bedside. Take a look at this later. I have a feeling it is something remarkable. He-Fei-Fei nodded softly, replying, Thank you, boss. Their eyes met for a brief moment of silence before Fang Qing rose and exited the room. The following day, Fang Qing awoke early, greeting the morning sun as he practiced the Heavenly River Sword technique from the 1st to the 98th form repeatedly. The glimmer of the blade flowed around him like water, eventually culminating in a singular river of blades flowing before the house. Regrettably, he had yet to grasp the essence of the 99th form. The Heavenly River Sword technique was intricate and profound, yet its most refined aspect resided in this final move. The preceding 98 forms served as a foundation and an introduction to this ultimate technique. Only by thoroughly mastering the earlier forms could a practitioner enter the sanctuary of swordsmanship and ultimately create a signature move that was uniquely suited to themselves. Despite practicing the Heavenly River Sword technique for such an extended period, Fang Qing struggled to find the feeling for the final strike. Resorting to a stroke of luck by dedicating time each day to practice a few forms in search of inspiration, he was deeply moved by He-Fei-Fei's determination to fight for survival the previous day, even pondering whether he would need to emulate her resilience to master the last move of the Heavenly River Sword technique. However, it must be noted that He-Fei-Fei possessed a revival coin, whereas he did not. Excellent sword technique. A melodious voice echoed from the doorway. Fang Qing ceased his practice to see He-Fei-Fei standing there, adorned in a pristine white shirt and an apricot gray pleated skirt. She had rolled up the sleeves of her shirt, revealing her fair, delicate arms. Below her skirt, a pair of gracefully elongated legs were visible, complemented by a pair of artistically styled canvas shoes. Her attire starkly contrasted with her fierce appearance from the previous day when she had fought valiantly against zombies. Now, her aura was much softer and more composed, no longer radiating an overt sharpness. Fang Qing sensed that her innate energy remained feeble, yet she was now capable of normal movement without significant hindrance. Rest for one more day, and tomorrow I shall take you to another virtual realm where we have business to attend to. We must go there every 3 days in the real world, he stated, sheathing his black gold blade. He-Fei-Fei nodded in agreement, then unexpectedly produced a pair of silver revolvers from her storage watch, smiling as she said, Boss, Allow me to gift you a gun as a token of my gratitude for your guidance during this time. Fong Cheng's expression shifted slightly. Is this from the silver box from yesterday? Yes. In addition to the 2 revolvers, there is also a note. Take a look, He Feifei replied, presenting him with an exquisite piece of stationery. The note contained only a brief passage, which Fong Cheng read in under a minute, revealing a method for refining the pair of revolvers. These guns, known as the Death is Owed, could be empowered with innate energy according to the instructions on the note, unleashing their true potential. These 2 firearms each possess 8 formidable restrictions, making them the most heavily constrained weapons that Fong Cheng has encountered thus far. Once the ritual of refinement is complete, one can condense their elemental energy into elemental bullets, allowing for unrestrained firing within the range of their own power. According to the aforementioned, any fire attribute energy can be utilized for this ritual. As fortune would have it, you cultivate fire attribute energy as well. So let us each take one. He Feifei placed one of the guns into Fong Cheng's hands and then turned back toward the house, her skirt fluttering gracefully, a faint and delicate fragrance lingering in the air. Fong Cheng gazed at her retreating silhouette, inadvertently recalling the scene from the previous evening when he had carried her back. His heart inexplicably pricked as if by a playful kitten's paw. Chapter 56. The Age of the Virtual Realm. Standing at the exit of Coral Island, Fong Cheng surveyed the beach, where the number of people had noticeably increased. Clad in swimsuits, they frolicked in the sea or lounged on the sand, exuding a sense of leisure and ease that surpassed reality itself. He Feifei inquired, "Is this Coral Island?" Fong Cheng nodded, replying, "The scenery here is quite pleasant. Don't you think?" These individuals are likely locals, having spent many years by the real beach and waves, ultimately drawn by the allure of this place. He Feifei smiled gently and remarked, "Not entirely. The time ratio here is 10 to 1. They may be too weary in reality, finding respite only here." The 2 strolled along the beach, seeking a relatively secluded spot, before leaping into the air on their windfire wheels. Fong Cheng oriented himself and, with He Feifei in tow, set off directly for Blue Shark Island. By chance, the colossal thunder tree on the island still had half a day before it would bear fruit. And with He Feifei still recovering from her injuries, Fong Cheng single-handedly dealt with the tree people. After concluding his tasks on Blue Shark Island, he found himself with 30 days of leisure in the virtual realm and contemplated departing to the Windless Agency to see if new opportunities awaited. He Feifei sat on a verdant hillside, her arms wrapped around her knees, gazing at the distant horizon where sea met sky. "Boss," she said, "may I stay here for a while?" Fong Cheng was taken aback and asked, "Do you enjoy it here?" She nodded, saying, "Yes, I feel quite at home. Before long, I shall restore my elemental energy and break through to the 3rd level of the Fate Origin. At that point, you need not return, as I will handle the Thunder Tree people on your behalf." Fong Cheng replied, "Very well. I shall return in 3 days to check on you. If all is well, this business will henceforth be yours to manage, and I shall grant you a commission of 30%. Though customary practice might deem such a high commission for an intern excessive, He Feifei was on the cusp of becoming a 3rd-level master, comparable to a senior partner at the Windless Agency, making it only reasonable to offer her such a sum. Embracing the prospect of earning effortlessly, Fong Cheng did not dwell on it further. However, He Feifei seemed indifferent to monetary matters, merely smiling in agreement. That evening, a gentle rain began to fall. Fong Cheng parked his car by the roadside, beside a towering edifice clad in glass. This building boasted over 30 stories, with dozens of neon lights cascading from the rooftop to the ground, shimmering in the hazy twilight rain, creating an ethereal and dreamlike ambience. Atop the building, 4 prominent characters could be discerned from afar by 2 Group. The full name of the Bitu Group is the Beihai Provincial Investment Group, a behemoth among the 33 state-owned enterprises under the jurisdiction of the Beihai Provincial State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Several past chairpersons of this entity have ascended to the Standing Committee of the Beihai Provincial Party Committee, serving as mayors or high-ranking officials in the provincial capital. After stepping out of the car in the rain, I lit a cigarette, inhaling the fresh, slightly cool air. Shortly thereafter, a blue Mercedes-Benz 200 gracefully emerged from the underground garage, coming to a halt beside me. As I extinguished my cigarette and settled into the vehicle, I noticed Feng Jing, dressed in a light gray professional suit and black stockings, had resumed her poised demeanor as a career woman, with a smile preceding her words. She reached out to brush the raindrops from my hair, asking, "What prompted you to pick me up today? Is the sun rising from the west?" "I'll come to pick you up every day," I replied with a chuckle. Feng Jing laughed softly. "You're quite the charmer, but I do enjoy hearing that. However, we won't be heading home just yet. I'm taking you somewhere." Curiosity piqued, I inquired, "Where to?" With a playful blink, she replied, "You'll find out when we arrive." As the car navigated through the rain-soaked streets for over 10 minutes, we eventually entered a rather old-looking residential complex. Despite its age, the courtyard was impeccably clean and tidy, and the doorman diligently checked the vehicles coming and going. Feng Jing produced a pass to gain entry. "Are we meeting your parents?" I asked. Parking the car beneath a building, she glanced at me and teased, "Feeling shy?" Her words struck a chord, and I felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, I had been cohabiting with her for quite some time, yet I was making my first visit under such hasty circumstances. Feng Jing playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and explained, "My mother called me this afternoon, expressing a desire to meet you. Initially, I intended to decline, but seeing you smoking in the rain was just too handsome to resist bringing you along. I managed a wry smile. You can't spring this on me without any preparation." She patted my shoulder reassuringly. "Just stay calm." As we exited the vehicle and made our way upstairs, I voiced my concern. "Is it really appropriate to visit without bringing anything?" "It doesn't matter. They're not particular about such things," she replied. We took the elevator to the 9th floor, where Feng Jing expertly retrieved a set of keys from her bag and unlocked the door, calling out, "Mom, I'm back." Standing at the threshold, I observed as she removed her high heels and slipped into a pair of house slippers, then offered me a pair from the shoe cabinet before I could change. At that moment, a middle-aged couple emerged from the kitchen, their expressions filled with curiosity as they regarded the young man changing his shoes in their home. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie." I greeted them with a smile. Feng Jing's parents paused momentarily, then quickly regained their composure, both breaking into smiles. Her mother warmly welcomed me, saying, "You must be Xiao Feng. Please, come in and have a seat." Soon after, the four of us settled on the sofa. While Feng Jing's parents scrutinized me with keen interest, I too took in the couple before me. Feng Jing's father had a round face, slightly plump, wearing glasses that enhanced his scholarly yet composed demeanor, his gaze sharp and discerning. Feng Jing's mother, a striking beauty in her youth, still exuded an air of elegance and tranquility in her early 50s. Feng Cheng sat upright on the soft sofa, fielding a barrage of over 10 questions from Feng Jing's mother. With a smile, Feng Jing nestled against her father, remaining silent while pouring tea for Feng Cheng. Feng's mother remarked, "I truly envy the youth of today. Back when I was a student alongside Feng Jing's father, we both studied accounting. After graduation, he joined the bank while I went to the provincial construction company. It has been over 20 years in the blink of an eye. You two are still young, and we deeply respect Xiao Jing's choices. However, I suggest you spend more time together. Once you have established a solid foundation of mutual feelings and understanding, then consider entering the fortress of marriage." Feng Cheng nodded in agreement. On their way here, he had learned from Feng Jing that her mother was the financial director of the Beihai Provincial Construction Group's third company, and her father was the president of Beihai Bank. Both were leaders in state-owned enterprises, wielding considerable social influence. Particularly, Feng's father had seen rapid development at Beihai Bank over the past 5 or 6 years, gaining momentum and influence that even surpassed that of the Provincial Agricultural Credit Cooperative. Feng's father, who had been relatively quiet, suddenly asked, "Xiao Jing mentioned that you are doing remarkably well in the virtual realm, earning several million in just over a month. Could you share your perspective on the virtual world?" Feng Cheng was taken aback by this unexpected question. After some contemplation, he responded, "Just as the internet transformed the world 2 decades ago, ushering humanity into the information age, the next 20 years will undoubtedly herald the era of the virtual realm, bringing about profound changes in human society." Feng's father nodded thoughtfully, expressing a hint of nostalgia. Who will be the trailblazers of the virtual era? Chapter 57. Virtual Realm Development Company. After dinner, Feng Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to excuse himself and make a discreet exit. However, Feng's father, lighting a cigarette, said, "Xiao Feng, why not stay with us tonight? Tomorrow, a friend of mine is taking your aunt and me to explore the virtual realm, and you and Xiao Jing can accompany us." The virtual realm? Feng Cheng was somewhat astonished. It was unexpected for high-ranking officials like Feng Jing's parents, who had not initially engaged with the virtual realm nor sought to change their fates through it, to take such a risk. Feng Jing's mother explained, "A former friend of your uncle is now leading the Beihai Virtual Realm Development Company. They have a project ready for us to experience firsthand." She added, "It's located on the 3rd floor of the Wanda Plaza." Feng Jing interjected, "The public virtual realm. Is this Beihai Virtual Realm Development Company also a state-owned enterprise?" Feng's father confirmed, "Yes. It is a new company established jointly by the Beihai Virtual Administration and the Finance Bureau. Your uncle Qian has been appointed as the chairman there." Feng Cheng inquired, "Uncle, did they mention what kind of project it is?" Feng's father replied, "I heard it's a tourism project, showcasing beautiful landscapes in the virtual realm with relatively low risks. They are primarily focused on developing tourist resources." Feng Cheng realized, It seems the government will gradually loosen restrictions on public virtual realms. Feng's father added, aside from a few that hold special strategic significance. Other virtual realms will be open to the public after ensuring safety. Feng Cheng nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a positive development. In the evening, Feng Jing initially intended to bring Feng Cheng to her room for some rest, but was instead redirected to the guest room by her mother, who desired to sleep with her daughter. Ignoring Feng Cheng's various discomforts and awkwardness, they managed to endure until the following morning. After breakfast, the four of them descended the stairs and boarded a Buick 8 business vehicle, heading straight to Wanda Plaza. Surrounding the plaza were towering walls exceeding 5 meters in height, with security personnel stationed at the entrance. Upon arrival, Feng Fu made a phone call, and soon a middle-aged man with a square face emerged. "Here comes Xiao Yuan." The middle-aged man greeted Feng Fu with a warm handshake. It was then that Feng Cheng learned Feng Jing's father was named Feng Xiao Yuan. Feng Xiao Yuan introduced. "Lao Qian, this is my daughter Jing's boyfriend, Feng Cheng. He works at a mercenary agency and possesses a strength at the 4th level of life essence. Xiao Feng. This is Uncle Qian, Qian Pin Shi. We have known each other for over 20 years. Hello, Uncle Qian." Feng Cheng stepped forward to shake hands. Qian Pin Shi chuckled. "Xiao Feng is truly accomplished at such a young age. The most capable individuals under my command barely reach the 5th level, and there are not many at the 4th. Would you be interested in working with me?" Taken aback by the directness of the inquiry, Feng Cheng quickly replied, "Uncle Qian, you flatter me. Currently, I am co-managing a firm with a few friends, so I cannot leave just yet. I truly appreciate your kind offer. No worries, we can still collaborate." Qian Pin Shi smiled, then turned to Feng Jing. "Xiao Jing, you look more beautiful than ever. Not only have you become prettier, but you've also found quite the catch." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, they followed Qian Pin Shi into the plaza. The first floor, leading to the elevators, was undergoing renovations, featuring numerous pathways and security checks. 2 staff members in uniforms approached, with one taking on the role of a guide, creating an atmosphere akin to an official inspection. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Qian Pin Shi gestured invitingly. "Xiao Yuan, experience the wonders of the virtual realm." Feng Xiao Yuan chuckled heartily, and the two stepped out of the elevator. Feng Jing, linking arms with her mother, followed closely behind, with Feng Cheng trailing after them. A refreshing scent of verdant foliage enveloped them as Feng Jing's family and Feng Cheng arrived on a high mountain meadow. The summit offered a gentle terrain, a vast expanse of grassland unfolding beneath the azure sky, while below lay expansive groves of poplar trees. In the distance, the undulating mountains cradled shimmering lakes, their surfaces reflecting the clouds above, painting a picturesque landscape. With the arrival of Feng Xiao Yuan and his wife, 2 bronze treasure chests appeared on the grass. With the enthusiasm of unboxing a package, Feng Jing joyfully opened the chests, revealing 2 scrolls of cultivation techniques. Feng Xiao Yuan, however, showed little interest, preferring instead to leisurely appreciate the beauty surrounding him, inhaling the purest air of nature. "Just thinking that time here flows 10 times slower than in reality allows me to completely relax, almost as if I have returned to my childhood," Feng Mu mused. "The aura of the earth here is rich," Feng Cheng remarked, "especially in this virtual realm where a sense of tranquility, lightness, and naturalness prevails, with the life force resembling an invisible, colorless drizzle, evenly distributed throughout the universe. Indeed, it is a remarkable place," Feng Xiao Yuan concurred. "But where are Lao Qian and the others?" Feng Jing smiled and explained, "They must have returned to the same spot where they last exited the virtual realm. This is our first visit, so our location is rather arbitrary. If we had taken the same elevator, we might have ended up scattered randomly." Feng Xiao Yuan nodded, casting a glance at Feng Cheng, and said with a smile, "Then it falls upon you, Xiao Feng, to take extra care and ensure safety." Feng Cheng nodded, but suddenly his expression shifted as he gazed toward the left rear, exclaiming, "Uncle Qian and the others are coming." In the distance, a small black dot gradually expanded, transforming into a massive object resembling a house, entirely enveloped in a deep green hue, seemingly woven from countless strands of verdant grass into a spherical lantern. At the top center of this grass lantern, a large white flower bloomed, its snow-white petals spinning rapidly like helicopter blades, a sight both enchanting and surreal. The grass lantern descended slowly near Feng Cheng and the others, revealing a side door through which Qian Ping Shi emerged, accompanied by 2 staff members. Both wore the alloy glasses that Feng Cheng had previously observed, their lenses occasionally displaying streams of data. Feng Cheng mused inwardly on the glasses' detection capabilities, confirming his earlier suspicions. The staff produced 4 virtual realm entry cards and guided Feng Xiao Yuan and his wife in the preliminary cultivation of Yuan power. ensuring that everyone was prepared to exit the virtual realm at a moment's notice should danger arise. Qianpingshi then proposed a wilderness trek, suggesting they journey from the mountaintop to the lake below. Naturally, Feng Shuyuan agreed, and the younger generation, Feng Cheng and Feng Jing, could only follow behind the adults. As the day unfolded, the group engaged in hiking, camping, fishing, and picnicking, fully embracing the spirit of adventure. According to Qianpingshi, the exotic beasts within this virtual realm consisted primarily of wild animals, most of which posed no threat. They had already cleared a 100-kilometer radius in the surrounding area of any wild creatures. The original concept for this project was proposed by an employee of the Virtual Realm Development Company, who had discovered a type of thorn seed capable of rapid growth and reproduction. Once these thorns were allowed to grow along predetermined paths and within set boundaries, they formed towering walls of vegetation exceeding 10 meters in height, effectively encircling a vast area with a diameter of 100 kilometers. Within this enclosure, humans could roam almost undisturbed. The location where Feng Qing and the others entered the virtual realm was situated in the southwestern part of this massive enclosure. In the future, this enclosed area will be officially open to the public. Currently, the planning, design, and infrastructure development of the entire enclosure are being conducted using the resources and conditions inherent to the virtual realm, emphasizing ecological sustainability and environmental protection. Chapter 58. The abyssal adventure. Feng Shuyuan had only spent 2 days in the virtual realm before choosing to return to the real world. Feng Cheng and Feng Jing also resumed their respective duties at work. The windless office had grown significantly quieter, with the increasing volume of virtual realm business. The staff were often preoccupied outside. Even Su Baishan made infrequent appearances. Wang Dandan sat idly at the front desk, engrossed in her phone, browsing for beautiful clothes on a shopping website. Noticing Feng Cheng's arrival, she curiously inquired, "President Feng, where is that beautiful intern of yours? She is cultivating in the virtual realm. Why? Is there something you need?" Feng Cheng replied. Wang Dandan shrugged and remarked, "It's nothing, just expressing concern for a beauty. By the way, General Su has left a treasure chest for you in the virtual realm. He wants you to take a look upon your return. Here is the note he left for you. Doesn't he use WeChat?" Feng Cheng replied, somewhat speechless, as he accepted the note. The message read, "Dear brother Feng Cheng, as you read this letter, I am with you in spirit. Recently, I stumbled upon a treasure chest in the virtual realm, containing a talisman, an invitation to the abyssal great adventure. There are only 100 such talismans in the vast virtual world. I have been quite busy lately and feel my abilities are insufficient to seize greater benefits from this event. Therefore, I present this talisman to you, my brother. Do not let me down." Seriously, can't he communicate properly? Feng Cheng thought to himself after reading the note. He then arrived at the dedicated virtual realm of the Windless Agency, entering the headquarters villa, where he indeed found a bronze treasure chest in the living room, secured with a stone inscribed with his name. It seemed General Su had resorted to using a stone as a makeshift writing tool due to the lack of paper and pen in the virtual realm. Feng Cheng opened the treasure chest and retrieved the talisman, entirely black and approximately 1 foot long. The surface of the talisman was adorned with eerie dark red symbols, and an overwhelming stench of blood emanated from it. Staring at the symbols for too long conjured unsettling illusions of being submerged in a sea of blood. Inside the bronze chest, there was also an instruction card. After reading it attentively, Feng Cheng discerned the true purpose of the talisman. It was called the Abyssal Great Adventure Talisman, capable of opening a spatial passage to the abyssal virtual realm at a future point in time. Within that realm, countless demons resided, and those entering with the talisman were required to slay 1,000 demons within 7 virtual days to earn rewards. A total of 100 adventure talismans were issued for this event, and those who ranked among the top 10 in demon slaying would receive additional rewards. Furthermore, the talisman could be shared, allowing the activated user to bring an additional person into the abyssal virtual realm. At the bottom of the instruction card was a countdown. In 30 virtual days, the adventure talisman could be activated in any virtual realm to enter the abyss. Naturally, Feng Cheng was eager to explore the abyss, for Feifei's experience had taught him that a life of ease and tranquility seldom leads to breakthroughs in cultivation. Only through high-intensity battles could one achieve substantial progress in their energy cultivation. 3 days later, on Blue Shark Island, the thunder giant tree bore fruit once more. As the fruits rolled down the mountainside, they transformed into thunder tree men rushing downhill. Hundreds of ice butterflies danced gracefully, pursuing the tree men and freezing them in their tracks. Only a dozen or so tree men with strength above the 3rd level of vitality could break free from the ice, while the rest were reduced to mere ice sculptures. A tall figure stood atop the mountain, with long legs and a silver revolver in hand, suddenly firing. Bang! A slender beam of light flashed momentarily. One of the tree men bore a bullet hole the size of a fingernail in its forehead, from which a vibrant, glazed flame began to overflow. In the next moment, the elemental force within the tree creature ignited like grease, enveloped by flames that swiftly spread from its neck down through its limbs. The flames, silent yet voracious, consumed the creature's essence. In but 3 or 5 breaths, the tree being struggled and collapsed to the ground, its form reduced to ash, scattering with the wind. A requiem of death. Bang, bang, bang. Ifeifei fired her weapon repeatedly, each shot bringing down another tree creature, which, in its struggle, burned through all its elemental force, losing its tether to this illusory realm and fading into oblivion. At this moment, Ifeifei radiated an overwhelming aura, her elemental power having ascended to the 3rd tier of life essence, rivaling seasoned masters like Su Baishan and Yin Bin. Fangcheng leaned against the mighty thunder tree, observing his exquisite apprentice clad in form-fitting alloy armor dispatch the tree creatures with grace, a sense of aesthetic pleasure washing over him. From a purely male perspective, what captivated Fangcheng most about Ifeifei was not her long, elegant legs, nor her ample bosom or her delicate, fair visage. Rather, it was the almost perfect curve of her waist and hips. Below her slender waist, a graceful arc swelled, both pert and round, resembling a peach, nearly flawless. This accentuated the vitality and strength of her long, straight legs. How many reclusive men would be enraptured by this sight? Fangcheng mused. Ifeifei soon concluded the battle, sheathing the requiem of death in a leather holster at her waist, reportedly custom-made at a leather workshop on Blue Shark Island. The bullets of the requiem had the effect of igniting elemental force, proving quite powerful. Have you tried it, boss? She inquired as she approached Fangcheng. He shook his head, contemplating before replying, Fei, I have a proposition for you. I wonder if it piques your interest? Upon hearing the words abyssal adventure, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, she agreed. Fangcheng smiled. Then let us find an island to cultivate for a few days. And when the time is right, we shall enter the abyss directly from here. Ifeifei had no objections. The pair rode the Windfire wheel, traversing the sea several hundred miles from Blue Shark Island until they discovered an uninhabited isle, where they set up a mobile dwelling for temporary accommodation. During this time, Fangcheng diligently practiced the 5 demonic diagrams, and the Thunder Demon Source runes reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier of life essence, on the verge of a breakthrough to the 4th tier. If he could achieve this breakthrough ahead of time, it would greatly benefit their forthcoming journey into the abyss. Days later, the abyssal adventure talisman before Fangcheng suddenly stirred without wind, rising and emanating circles of black radiance. The time had come. He summoned Ifeifei, stowed away the mobile dwelling, and infused the talisman with a surge of elemental force. Instantly, the abyssal adventure talisman transformed into a dense black mist, engulfing the two of them. Within the obscuring haze, Ifeifei quietly reached out, grasping Fangcheng's hand, and they felt a dizzying whirl as they landed upon solid ground. On the deserted isle, the black mist collapsed, vanishing along with Fangcheng and Ifeifei, restoring the island as serene and picturesque scenery. Chapter 59, Demon Hunters. In the abyssal illusionary realm, Fangcheng and Ifeifei stood upon a massive, gray-brown boulder. The colossal rock towered hundreds of meters high, with a diameter spanning several kilometers. Yet it was a singular piece of stone. Beneath this monolith lay an expansive, boundless plain, flat and desolate, shrouded by dark crimson clouds that roiled ominously in the sky. Streaks of blood-red lightning danced through the tumultuous cloud cover, accompanied by a deafening roar that reverberated across the land. On the ground, numerous tornadoes ferociously tore through the atmosphere, each accompanied by a dense shroud of black mist. Fangcheng, with keen intuition, sensed the myriad fluctuations of elemental energy within the fog, interwoven and dense. Is this the abyssal void? Ifeifei gazed around, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. It must be correct. Suddenly, Fangcheng felt a stirring within him. He retrieved the instruction card for the abyssal adventure talisman from his storage watch, which displayed a sequence of numbers: 00100000, 002, 000003001, 1000000. This series of digits extended up to 100, with the 39th number highlighted in red, while the others remained white. This indicated the 100 groups of individuals entering the abyssal void, and they were number 39. The latter number likely corresponded to the count of demons hunted. The two discerned the significance of the numbers on the card, noting that several groups had already commenced their demon hunts, their numbers rapidly escalating. Ifeifei pointed towards the nearest tornado. Boss, shall we begin our endeavor? Indeed, let us first observe. Fangcheng nodded, and the two mounted their windfire wheels, swiftly approaching the tornado's vicinity. Before them, the tornado spiraled violently, churning the black mist that erupted outward, unleashing a torrent of grotesque beasts. These creatures possessed powerful limbs, their heads resembling that of crocodiles adorned with gaping maws, and two twisted horns atop their skulls. Their bodies were devoid of skin or fur, flesh laid bare, seemingly composed of countless independent chunks of meat that writhed and transformed, sprouting various fleshy tendrils that intertwined and entangled with one another. These must be the demons, Ifefe murmured, her gaze fixated on the chaotic surge of demons spilling from the tornado, racing across the wilderness, clashing and devouring one another, her expression gradually turning serious. After a thorough examination, Fangqing remarked, "You should carefully sense their elemental energy fluctuations. Those around 1 meter tall appear to be at the first level of their life essence, while those at 2 meters correspond to the second level, and those at 3 meters to the third level." "Indeed, how intriguing," Ifefe responded. "Let me test their defenses." She drew the death as ode, channeling her elemental energy, causing the engravings on the gun barrel to glow brilliantly. With a resounding bang, an elemental bullet shot forth, striking the head of a demon below. The creature's head exploded, its neck erupting like a flamethrower, instantly incinerating its elemental energy. The intensity of the explosion far exceeded that of the tree men on Blue Shark Island. This scene evoked memories for Fangqing of fireworks bought during his childhood, which, when placed on the ground, could only shoot up to 2 or 3 meters high. He glanced at the instruction card, which indeed displayed the number 390001. "Then let us commence our work," Fangqing declared calmly, also drawing forth the death as ode. As robust elemental energy surged into the exquisite energy pistol, the patterns on the barrel radiating a dazzling brilliance. The echoes of gunfire reverberated through the air, as amidst the chaotic throng of demons on the ground, each struck demon ignited into bursts of rapidly consuming flames. Fierce yet fleeting, two figures, gliding upon fiery wheels, unleashed their shots from an altitude of 20 to 30 meters, precisely eliminating demons with exhilarating ease. Regrettably, after a relentless slaughter, the demons on the ground became so scattered that aiming became a laborious endeavor. Onward to the next vortex, the duo eschewed intricate techniques, opting instead to fire into densely packed clusters of demons. Swift, efficient, and effective, their kill counts surged dramatically. After dispatching 5 vortices, their hunt value soared to 475. This indicated that upon refreshing the data on their cards, the entries were no longer arranged by number but by kill value: 009, 0937, 016, 0845, 097, 0669, 021, 0732, 039, 0475, with over 20 entries ahead of Fangqing and his companion. In the distance, a vortex gradually dissipated, shrouding the land in swirling black mist, where a throng of demons roiled like a tempestuous lake. Fangqing and his partner ascended above this horde, employing the same tactic, and after firing a barrage of shots, the demon cluster erupted into a frenzied commotion. Suddenly, a black energy sphere, exceeding a meter in diameter, shot forth like a cannonball towards them. "Be cautious." Fangqing sensed the formidable power of the sphere, swiftly maneuvering aside with Ifefe, allowing the orb to pass harmlessly between them. In rapid succession, more black spheres ascended, each pulsating with a staggering amount of energy, rivaling the strength of Fangqing's most potent strikes. Clearly, a formidable demon below had detected their presence and was launching a frenzied assault. "Let us descend and engage. Retreat if we tire," Fangqing commanded. "Understood," Ifefe replied with a melodic tone, transforming into a serpentine blaze as she plummeted to the ground. Upon landing, she unleashed a flurry of punches, sending demons hurtling backward, their bodies erupting into chaos. "Ah, if only they conserved their energy," Fangqing exhaled, shaking his head. With a flash of dark energy in his hand, he grasped his sword and descended like a meteor into the heart of the demon swarm. A multitude of blood-red eyes, filled with a savage gleam, fixated upon him as dozens of demons charged forth, their gaping maws stretched to their limits, their instincts having descended into sheer pandemonium. With a flick of his blade, Fangqing's sword radiated a shimmering light, slicing through the air like ripples on water, severing the heads of the grotesque demons as they fell. He recalled Ifefe's experiences in the desolate town and could not suppress a cathartic howl, causing his blade to become even more ferocious, suddenly transforming into a torrent of lethal energy, surging toward the center of the entwined demon mass. Within this torrent, strands of electricity flickered and danced, the blade's gleam bursting forth like lightning, an ethereal blur of speed. Among the demons, a towering troll, exceeding 4 meters in height, locked its gaze upon the unimpeded torrent of blades, then leapt fiercely, covering a distance of 50 to 60 meters, its massive fist cloaked in dense black energy, aimed directly at the forefront of the blade's cascade. Boom! The blade river and the fist force collided, sending waves of energy surging. In an instant, the blade river transformed from fragments into a cohesive longsword, cleaving down upon the demon's fist. A roar erupted from the demon, its gaping maw directed at Feng Qing. As its colossal fist descended like a pile driver, unleashing dozens of shadowy punches that enveloped the space within 10 meters of Feng Qing. He moved like a phantom, suddenly vanishing. As the demon's punches struck the ground, a thunderous roar ensued, leaving behind a massive, deep crater. Just as the demon expressed bewilderment at its vanishing opponent, a glint of cold steel appeared at the side of its neck, flashing past in an instant. Chapter 60. The tide of demons. A monstrous and sinister head slowly slid from the demon's neck. Feng Qing stood still, seemingly enlightened, as he wielded the long sword, tracing patterns in the empty air before him. In the silence surrounding him, hundreds of ice butterflies emerged, dancing around him as a protective barrier. Any demon that dared to approach was instantly struck down, frozen into solid ice in the blink of an eye. Before long, a vast expanse of ice sculptures surrounded Feng Qing. In the distance, He Fei exploded the head of a demon with a punch and turned to glance at Feng Qing. A fleeting look of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes, quickly followed by realization. She took a step forward, her afterimage multiplying, covering over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, all the demons in her path froze, their bodies erupting with gashes, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. He Fei mused to herself, "It seems he is grasping the sword technique, but my cannon fist is approaching the 3rd level." With lightning speed, she maneuvered through the army of demons, hunting with abandon. Meanwhile, Feng Qing suddenly howled to the heavens, enveloped in flames, soaring into the air. As he ascended, 8 phantoms appeared around him. The first phantom held the sword in a poised stance, while the second had already swung the blade, culminating in a complete slicing motion by the 8th phantom. The black gold long sword radiated crimson flames, transforming into a dark red blade dragon composed entirely of fiery sword light, charging towards the horde of demons below. As the blade dragon departed from the sword, Feng Qing's 8th phantom returned to him, as if there were 9 Feng Qings in the sky, ultimately merging into one. The vividly detailed dark red blade dragon rapidly expanded, consuming the surrounding elemental energy within 100 meters, creating an oppressive vacuum of death. The blade dragon lunged towards the demon horde, leaving behind a scorched earth extending over 3 yards wide. At that moment, in the midst of the demon crowd, a towering demon exceeding 5 meters in height pinned down another demon over 4 meters tall, viciously tearing a chunk of flesh from its arm with its gaping maw. Suddenly, it sensed an extraordinarily sharp blade aura. Turning its head, it beheld the dark red blade dragon looming before it. Where the blade dragon passed, the space warped, and hundreds of demons were instantaneously vaporized by the searing heat, leaving a clear expanse. In a moment of peril, the massive demon opened its mouth wide, unleashing a black energy sphere that shot forth, radiating an overwhelming darkness filled with a chilling tremor, crashing violently into the dark red blade dragon. Boom! A black sphere of light erupted, expanding into a colossal orb with a diameter of 10 meters, shrouded in dark radiance. Within this luminous sphere, all demons were obliterated in an instant, their flesh and blood dissipating into pristine white bones. Inside the sphere, the crimson blade dragon diminished in size tenfold, yet still lunged into the chest of the colossal demon. In the next moment, an array of dark red blade lights erupted from within the giant demon, accompanied by an astonishing heat as these blade lights shot forth from its body. The immense demon shattered into fragments, engulfed in flames, its corpse resembling a torch thrust into the ground, burning fiercely. In fact, from Feng Qing's soaring howl to his decisive strike that felled the giant demon, nearly 10 seconds had elapsed. He descended slowly, gazing at the stark vacuum that had formed amidst the previously dense throng of demons, unable to suppress his astonishment. His heavenly river blade technique had finally reached its pinnacle. This 99th move of the technique, which synthesized his fiery demon essence with certain principles from the Fire God rune manuscript, proved to be extraordinarily potent. He decided to name this technique Fire Dragon Incinerating the Heavens. Observing the long blade in his hand, he recalled that the blade dragon was composed of countless blade rays, each emanating from essence with temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees, capable not only of melting steel, but also remarkably thin and razor-sharp, achieving a thickness merely 1% that of paper due to the properties of the essence. This technique could be deemed the most formidable in Feng Qing's arsenal thus far. The innate instincts of the nearby demons seemed to sense the threat posed by this blade, and even within their ferocious eyes, a flicker of trepidation emerged, compelling them to instinctively distance themselves from Feng Qing. With a swift motion, Feng Qing plunged into the demon horde, wielding his blade rays with newfound agility and grace. leaving no trace as demons fell like harvested wheat in swathes. Suddenly, he felt as though executing the heavenly river blade technique was akin to a high school student solving middle school math problems, a sensation of surpassing the technique itself, navigating it with ease and fluidity. Each strike's power had multiplied several times compared to when it was previously in his hands. Aside from the towering demon exceeding 5 meters in height, none among the remaining demons could stand against him. What was once a chaotic melee among the demons transformed into a unified frenzy as they abandoned their opponents to unleash their fury collectively upon Feng Qing and Feng Jing. Feng Qing's long blade swept through the throng, severing demon bodies as he moved. Yet despite his rapid onslaught, he noticed no diminishment in their numbers around him. After an indeterminate period, the explanation card suddenly vibrated gently, emitting a warm current that caught his attention. He glanced down to see that the numeral behind the 39th designation on the card had changed to 1,000. A cursory look revealed that over 20 designations preceding the 39th boasted kill counts exceeding 1,000, particularly among the top 10, where the figures surged alarmingly fast. The leading designation had already surpassed 2,000. Feng Qing recalled the earlier mention on the explanation card. Among the 100 designations, those ranked within the top 10 by kill count would not only receive the reward for slaying 1,000 demons at the end of the 7-day period, but would also be entitled to additional rewards. He cast a glance at Fei, who was honing her boxing skills in the distance. With a shift in thought, he settled his mind and resumed his hunt for demons. It was merely the first day in the abyss, yet they had already accomplished their mission. Although they ranked over 20, there remained a chance to ascend into the top 10. However, Feng Qing's competitive spirit was not particularly fierce. For him, the rewards of the top 10 were insignificant, and he preferred to let things unfold naturally. The primary objective of this expedition was to refine his abilities and enhance his combat prowess. As several hours passed, Fei could no longer endure. She soared into the sky on her windfire wheels, evading the demon's assaults from afar, and hovered gracefully, quietly regulating her breath to restore her energy. Looking down, a flicker of horror crossed her beautiful eyes. The mass of demons below remained a dense, dark horde, and the corpses of the demons slain by her and Feng Qing had long been consumed by others, with the number of demons showing no signs of dwindling, continuing to surge forth relentlessly. The grotesque heads of the demons resembled a tumultuous black lake, ceaselessly roiling. Amidst the tide of demons, flashes of crimson blade light occasionally pierced through, slicing through the air with precision, each arc of light sweeping across, cleaving the demons in twain wherever it passed. Feng Qing moved through the throng of demons with an air of nonchalance, unhurried and leisurely, as if taking a stroll, casually unleashing blade light in a seemingly aimless manner amidst the demonic tide. Fei observed for a moment, unable to suppress a soft gasp. She noticed that the fluctuations of energy surrounding Feng Qing were remarkably stable. Regardless of how many blade lights he unleashed, his energy remained constant, devoid of any fluctuation. Just then, a sound of something slicing through the air reached her ears, and turning her gaze, she beheld a blinding white light streaking across the horizon, perfectly parallel to the ground. Following this white light, a dark cloud, seemingly both slow and swift, closely pursued it. The white light circled nearby before suddenly shifting direction toward the demonic tide. Chapter 61. The Coming Grudge. The white light moved with astonishing speed, arriving in a matter of breaths. At this moment, Fei could discern that the brilliant light concealed a silver, humanoid mech. Behind the mech, the ominous dark cloud relentlessly pursued, intermittently launching black energy spheres toward the mech. Both the humanoid mech and the dark cloud emitted energy fluctuations on par with, if not exceeding, those of Feng Qing. Suddenly, one of the black energy spheres veered off its trajectory, seemingly directed toward Fei, hurtling toward her at great speed. Reaching her in the blink of an eye, Fei gasped in alarm, hastily dodging and raising her destruction armor in defense. Nevertheless, the black energy sphere grazed her right shoulder before plummeting into the waves of demons. The sphere spun and, in an instant, ensnared dozens of demons with an invisible force, drawing them into its depths, where they vanished in a trail of blood. In the blink of an eye, the sphere transformed into a bizarre mixture of black and crimson. Suddenly, it erupted, unleashing a shockwave that obliterated numerous demons. Fei's complexion turned pale as she pressed her hand against her right shoulder, where a sizable piece of the alloy armor had been torn away, revealing a bloody patch and faintly visible white bone beneath. "Boss," in a moment of desperation, Fei endured the pain and called out tremulously as she rushed towards Feng Qing. The silver mech drew two curved blades, glimmering like autumn waters, from its back. With a swift change in trajectory, it slashed at the dark clouds. Two massive arcs of blade light tore through the sky, cleaving towards the black mass, which swiftly condensed to reveal a tall, golden-haired man. Dressed in a white suit adorned with a black bow tie, his youthful and handsome visage was undeniably charming. He wielded a slender wooden staff over 2 feet long, and suddenly, a swirling vortex of darkness materialized, enveloping him. The 2 astonishing slashes aimed at him were absorbed into the tempest, vanishing in an instant. The golden-haired man smiled, and with a flick of his staff, 6 black orbs appeared, each the size of a car tire, arranged in a hexagonal formation around the silver mech, converging upon it. The silver mech crossed its blades, unleashing a cross-shaped beam of light that shattered one of the orbs, allowing it to escape in disarray, while the remaining 5 orbs pursued like homing missiles. An electronic, synthesized voice emanated from the silver mech, resembling a typical Western female tone. Fang Qing had noticed the commotion earlier, but was caught off guard by He Feifei's sudden assault. As he approached her, his expression darkened upon seeing her injuries. He pointed at the wound near her body, and a layer of pale blue ice crystals spread from his fingertip, enveloping her injury and halting the bleeding. "How do you feel now?" Fang Qing asked, casting a cold glance at the golden-haired man. He Feifei bit her lip and replied softly, "It hurts a lot, but otherwise, I'm fine." "All right. We'll examine it properly in a bit," Fang Qing responded. Before he could finish, 2 of the 5 black orbs chasing the silver mech veered off course and flew towards them. "TSK," Fang Qing scoffed, raising one hand, which conjured a circular shield of flame runes over 3 meters in diameter. The 2 black orbs struck the fiery shield, adhering to it and spinning rapidly. Flames erupted from the shield as the orb shrank, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. A small sword of fire materialized in Fang Qing's palm, and as he released it, it elongated to 2 meters, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, trailing a long tail of flame as it shot towards the golden-haired man. Despite being 100 meters apart, the flaming sword seemed to disregard the distance, reaching the golden-haired man in the blink of an eye. The man, however, was formidable. As the fiery blade approached, he waved his staff, intensifying the black vortex surrounding him. Boom! The flaming sword struck the dark whirlwind, most of its length consumed and disappearing, while the remaining fragment detonated, erupting into a blazing fireball that enveloped the golden-haired man. The resounding explosion echoed through the air, relentless and deafening. As the flames dissipated, the golden-haired man stood unscathed in midair, his pristine white suit untouched. The black vortex had vanished, and he gazed at Fang Qing, shouting something in a foreign tongue from a distance. What he uttered seemed to be in a language other than English. Fang Qing turned to He Feifei and inquired. He Feifei replied, "It's Italian, though I scarcely comprehend it. It appears to be an insult." Fang Qing, undeterred, shouted back at the foreigner, "FKYOMRR. FKY of RR. FKYOMRRF RRTGIRR." Despite her injuries, He Feifei couldn't help but stifle a laugh upon hearing Fang Qing's exclamations, nearly causing the icy layer on her back to crack. Had he not been concerned about a potential ambush on He Feifei, he would have charged at the foreigner without hesitation. Upon hearing Fang Qing's words, the golden-haired foreigner surged forward slightly, then waved his wooden staff, summoning 12 luminous orbs that formed 2 circles, hurtling toward Fang Qing. With a serious expression, Fang Qing wrapped his arm around He Feifei's slender waist, his feet spinning like wheels of fire, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of flame, vanishing from sight. A fiery rainbow flashed across the sky, followed by a sharp gleam of light akin to a shooting star. The golden-haired man was once again enveloped by a black vortex, but this time he was a moment too slow. After the blade of light disappeared, a portion of his arm fell from the swirling black mass. With a pained cry, he found his left forearm severed, yet he was a fierce adversary, unconcerned with the blood flowing from his wound. With his right hand, he directed the 12 black orbs toward Fang Qing's back. In a flash, Fang Qing adjusted his grip, hoisting He Feifei onto his back, uttering, "Hold on tight." Immediately, he flickered, evading the onslaught of the black orbs, leaving behind 8 phantoms in the air, which coincidentally formed a slashing motion. As the 8 phantoms coalesced around him, he executed a decisive strike. A crimson dragon of light surged forth, causing the golden-haired man's expression to turn grave. As he retreated, the 12 black orbs returned to form a protective barrier against the oncoming crimson dragon. The clash of red and black resonated with a muffled thud, as the crimson dragon pierced through the 12 orbs, diminishing in size by more than tenfold, transforming into a diminutive dragon that coiled around the golden-haired man amidst the black vortex. A flicker of firelight danced within the vortex, prompting a shrill scream from the golden-haired man, as if he were grasped by some vital essence. In the next moment, he swung his staff, causing the black mist surrounding him to swell and coalesce into a cloud, retreating into the distance. Fang Qing considered pursuing but hesitated, instead releasing a fiery bird that trailed behind from afar. Nearby, the silver mech, having evaded the pursuit of the orbs, suddenly appeared in the path of the escaping black cloud. Dozens of curved blades descended, striking with the ferocity of a predator taking advantage of its prey. Chapter 62. Windsor. The black cloud erupted into numerous strands of smoke, scattering like fireworks as it burst forth from the blade's arc, only to regroup and flee rapidly. The silver mech seemed to realize that it could not contend with the foe alone, standing motionless in the air. Watching the black cloud retreat for several minutes before finally flying toward Fang Cheng and He Fei, Fang Cheng directed his long knife. And instantly a surge of blade energy enveloped the silver mech. Since he had comprehended the 99th form of the Tianhe blade technique, his prowess with the blade had subtly ascended to a new level. The silver mech sensed this aura of blade energy, immediately halting midair, its arms spread wide. And the visor of the mech opened to reveal a captivatingly beautiful visage. "Hey, don't make a move, I mean no harm," the woman said swiftly in a London accent. Another foreigner, Fang Cheng, cursed inwardly. Fortunately, his English was passable, and He Fei, being a major in English, posed no barrier to communication. The woman in the mech remarked, "It seems your companion has been injured by that bastard Lowell. I have a healing ointment here. It's quite effective." Suddenly, Fang Cheng realized that while he had amassed various combat techniques in the virtual realm, he lacked supplementary aids, leaving him in a precarious situation like that of He Fei, who could only endure. He carried He Fei and soared to a remote clearing, setting down a mobile dwelling and striding inside. The silver mech descended before the dwelling, and with a series of mechanical clicks, opened to reveal a voluptuous blonde woman. Clad in snug, casual athletic attire, she unabashedly followed him into the mobile abode. Fang Cheng had already laid He Fei down on the couch. She lay there, her alloy armor having been removed, a thin top clinging to her skin, while a layer of light blue ice covered beneath her right shoulder, revealing glimpses of bloodied flesh and stark, white bone underneath. The blonde woman retrieved a toothpaste-like ointment from her storage wristwatch and handed it to Fang Cheng, urging, "Quick, apply it to her. It's very effective." Fang Cheng accepted the ointment, astonished to find a segment of English instructions detailing its application and efficacy. "Did you acquire this in the virtual realm?" he inquired. The blonde woman shot him a glance, her smile enchanting as she replied, "You're quite humorous. Do you think you can bring items from reality into this realm?" Fang Cheng shrugged and approached He Fei, unbinding the icy seal on her wound. Gently, he squeezed out a stream of bright yellow ointment, applying it to her injury. Ugh, He Fei gritted her teeth, her legs and toes rigid, not uttering a sound. Before their eyes, a scar the size of a bowl on her smooth, pale back began to heal at a visible pace as layers of soft, luminous yellow light danced within the wound, swiftly repairing and regenerating countless cells. Under Fang Cheng's gaze, capillaries, muscle fibers, and skin gradually emerged. Minutes later, He Fei let out a soft moan and turned to sit upright. Her flawless face was beaded with delicate sweat as she frowned. "What sort of medicine is this? It hurts so much." Fang Cheng replied, "Whatever it is, it has healed your injury. You should learn from this experience and be more vigilant in the future." He Fei pouted, choosing not to respond, instead turning to the blonde woman and asking in English, "Thank you for the ointment. What is your name?" "You may call me Windsor." "And you?" The blonde woman, Windsor, replied with a smile. He Fei switched to a London accent, introducing herself and Fang Cheng, engaging in light conversation with Windsor until they became more familiar. Windsor hailed from Edinburgh, Scotland, and through a twist of fate, had obtained the Abyssal Adventure Talisman, allowing her entry into the virtual realm. Accompanying her was another individual, somewhat less formidable, possessing a mere second-level life essence. Upon entering the Abyssal Void realm, the duo swiftly hunted down dozens of demons, only to encounter a gentleman named Lowell, clad in a suit. Upon noticing Windsor's voluptuous allure, Lowell sought to dominate her, aspiring to make her his personal slave. Windsor, a formidable fifth-level life essence cultivator armed with mecha, was not one to be easily subdued. After a fierce confrontation among the three, it was Lowell who ultimately proved superior. He not only dispatched Windsor's companion but also forced her into a desperate flight, nearly capturing her as a slave. Had it not been for Fang Cheng's timely intervention to repel Lowell, Windsor's fate would have been dire. How could such a person exist? He Fei expressed her confusion and astonishment at Lowell's conduct. Windsor sighed with a bittersweet smile. The Void Realm is a place unbound by law and morality. Within this realm, the social relations among humans regress to their most primitive state, a survival of the fittest, akin to the behavior of beasts. He Fei cast a glance at Fang Cheng and remarked, "Fortunately, there are more good people among us. Otherwise, chaos would reign." Windsor's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded Fang Cheng, stating, "Individuals like Mr. Fang, strong yet benevolent, are indeed rare. I find it hard to believe that with his 4th-level life essence, he nearly vanquished Lowell. It's simply astonishing. Fangqing found himself unexpectedly relishing the compliments, particularly those from a beautiful foreigner, a sensation unlike any other. He chuckled. In a one-on-one confrontation, I am 90% confident I could eliminate Lowell. Windsor's eyes gleamed with excitement as she exclaimed, next time we encounter Lowell, please ensure you leave him within the Void Realm, to prevent him from causing harm to others. Fangqing replied, for now, our primary focus remains on hunting demons. If Lowell dares to return, Windsor, you must protect Fei Fei while I confront him. Windsor nodded earnestly before inquiring, how many demons have you hunted? Fangqing produced a card displaying a hunting value of 3,294, with the identifier number 39. 15 other identifiers preceded it, and the top 3 had surpassed 10,000, all engaged in a close race, with minimal disparity among them. Oh my god. You have completed the task, and exceeded it by such a margin. Are you aiming for a reward in the top 10? Windsor exclaimed. Fangqing noted that the foreigner spoke with rather exaggerated emotion, lacking any subtlety. He was disinclined to elaborate further with Windsor, and turned directly to He Fei Fei, stating, there was an issue with our recent batch of demons. They emerge in a continuous stream, presenting an excellent opportunity. I suspect that those ranking in the top 10 have discovered similar hotspots, which explains their rapid increase in hunting value. He Fei Fei nodded, responding, boss. I will follow your lead. Fangqing smiled. Since we have ventured this far and are so close to the top 10, we might as well strive for it, provided we ensure our safety first. He Fei Fei agreed, saying, boss, do not forget that I possess resurrection coins. You need not worry excessively about me. Just be sure to keep yourself safe. The 3 returned to the previous gathering of demons, where thousands of fiends clashed and devoured one another in a chaotic frenzy. Waves of violent primordial energy surging in tumult. In the brief moment that Fangqing had departed, 2 more demons of the 5th order had emerged from the throng, each towering over 5 meters, standing out like cranes among chickens. Chapter 63. The descent of the flame god Fangqing descended to the edge of the demonic tide, leisurely drawing his blade. The shimmering arc of his sword severed the neck of one demon, before he advanced towards a second. Although slaying demons in the abyss yielded no game currency, each kill released a pure essence of the world's primordial energy, which was absorbed by the slayer. This was consistent across all realms. The benefits were evident, particularly in this relentless tide of demons, with no end in sight. It was truly a sanctuary for leveling up. He Fei Fei and Windsor also landed at the periphery of the demonic tide, seeking to eliminate demons one by one. Fangqing gradually rediscovered the sword intent he had grasped during his comprehension of the 99th style of the Heavenly River Sword technique. His swordplay transformed complexity into simplicity, flowing gracefully like a clear spring cascading over stones, light and unimpeded. Wherever he passed, demons fell, only to be pounced upon by others, their crocodilian jaws tearing and devouring. From above, this tide of demons appeared as if it had been rent open, tearing towards the 2 5th-order demons. Along the way, whether facing 3rd or 4th-order demons, their frenzied assaults merely struck Fangqing's illusion, and the next instant, they found themselves decapitated, collapsing like harvested wheat. In the distance, He Fei Fei and Windsor supported each other in their onslaught. Suddenly, Windsor lifted her mech visor, revealing a charming face, and remarked, is Fang your boyfriend? His swordsmanship is remarkable. Chinese martial arts are truly impressive. He Fei Fei, having obliterated a demon's head with a punch, turned and replied, he belongs to me. I work for him. Windsor smiled. Your boss's energy intensity may not be high, but his combat prowess is exceptional. I suspect even someone at the 6th order would struggle against him. Do you think he would take me as his apprentice? He Fei Fei shrugged. Sorry, I don't know. You could ask him. Windsor's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Fangqing, who was now deep within the tide of demons, and with a flirtatious smile, she added, if he doesn't take me as a disciple, then I'll settle for being his lover. In the midst of their conversation, Fangqing had already appeared before the 5th order demon. This demon stood 5 meters tall, with robust limbs that delivered a more visually striking impact than the Hulk from movies. One of its arms had undergone a grotesque evolution, transforming into a black, metallic-hued hammer, covered in bone spurs, a truly fearsome sight. In its other massive hand, it grasped a smaller demon, which it swiftly bit in half. With the remaining portion still clutched in its grip, dark blood spilling forth, accompanied by a nauseating stench, Fangqing calmly drew his blade. A slender and elongated beam of light cutting through the air. Initially aimed directly at the demon, the stroke suddenly twisted midair, transitioning into a horizontal slash aimed at the demon's neck. The demon sneered, emitting a dense black light from its gnarled teeth that barely held off the blade's radiance. As it chewed on the flesh in its maw, it swung its right arm, bringing down the heavy hammer with ferocity towards Fangqing. In a flash, Fangqing's figure flickered like lightning, executing a series of slashing strikes around the demon. The demon let out a bizarre howl. Its entire form enveloped in a layer of dark luminescence, wrapping itself tightly before the blade could reach it. The blade struck the demon, yet the black light swirled, dissipating the attack entirely, leaving the demon unscathed. Suddenly, the demon pivoted, stomping down fiercely, causing a surge of black light to radiate outward. Feng Qing felt a surge of dread within him. As he attempted to evade, he found his feet ensnared by the dark luminescence below, rendering his struggles futile. This black light subtly created a magnetic field that intertwined with the elemental force within him, binding him far more than merely to his shoes. In a flash, a glimmer of human-like mockery flickered in the demon's crimson eyes as it hefted the hammer once more, aiming for Feng Qing's head. With a sharp exclamation, Feng Qing pivoted his black gold longsword, summoning a wave of blade light that surged skyward like a mighty river, colliding fiercely with the demon's colossal hammer. A cacophony of clashing metal rang out, blinding lights of blade energy erupted, and beneath Feng Qing, a blaze of crimson flames ignited, clashing against the black light with a hissing sound. With a thunderous crash, the demon's hammer descended heavily, sending Feng Qing spiraling like a fallen leaf, narrowly avoiding the blow. Suspended in midair, a pair of fiery wheels slowly rotated beneath him, providing support. The demon opened its maw, unleashing a sphere of black light, which Feng Qing deftly evaded. A hint of regret crossing his features. He noticed that his black gold longsword had been reduced to mere fragments from that previous strike. Unable to withstand the onslaught after accompanying him for so long, with a soft sigh, he stood suspended in the void, flicking his hands. Summoning 8 fiery runes that materialized around him: Flame Sphere, Flame Sword, Flame Bird, Flame Serpent, Flame Book, Flame Shield, Flame Wing, and Flame Array. He pointed, and these runes began to whirl around the flame array at their center, forming a radiant fire ring that encircled him. In the next moment, the fire ring blazed intensely. The central flame array quivered, sending ripples of flame light spreading through the void. A tremendous surge of elemental energy emanated from the center of this fiery maelstrom, revealing a colossal entity, a creature with a human torso, wings sprouting from its back, and serpentine lower body. Today, Feng Qing finally unleashed the most formidable secret technique from the Flame Goddess manuscript, the divine descent of the Flame God. The Flame God, cloaked in swirling flames of the purest intensity, wielded a shield in its left hand and a sword in its right, towering 5 stories high. Upon its emergence in the void, it bore an air of solemn majesty, coldly surveying the demon below. The astonishing heat radiated outward, warping the air, flames roaring. A spectacle of grandiosity. Feng Qing stood upon the fiery wheels, pointing downward at the demon below. The flame god promptly bent its massive form, wielding its sword to strike at the demon. The demon, fierce and frenzied, swung its arm, unleashing a colossal hammer that surged with a shadowy black light toward the heavens. A deafening roar reverberated through the realms, as a violent shockwave radiated outward, akin to a tempest unleashed. Weaker demons on the ground were swept away by this force, igniting spontaneously mid-air, reduced to ashes before they could touch the ground. After delivering its strike, the flame god stood proudly, sheathing its sword. As the dust settled, a clearing of approximately 100 meters emerged. At the center stood a towering figure, cleaved in twain by a deep crimson scar from the sword, motionless in its stance. In the sky, Feng Qing sensed that ever since the flame god had manifested, the essence within him surged forth like a torrent, threatening to deplete entirely had he not recently slain the demon of the 5th realm, replenishing his power. At that moment, he truly comprehended He-Fei-Fei's prior sentiments, experiencing the harrowing sensation of energy consumption outpacing the replenishment from slaying demons. His mind raced as he pointed downward once more, prompting the flame god to charge into the densest cluster of demons. The deity's massive shield came crashing down upon the earth, igniting a fiery inferno that vaporized countless demons in its wake. Even the remaining 5th realm demon could not escape its wrath, although it withstood the impact of the shield. It was swiftly cleaved in half by the flame god's follow-up strike, meeting the same fate as its predecessor. Chapter 64. The altar. Feng Qing observed from above the devastation wrought by the flame god, witnessing swathes of demons vanish and the landscape clear. A sensation of unparalleled satisfaction swelling within him. He retrieved a card, watching as the digits following code 39 surged upward, swiftly surpassing the 7,000 mark, propelling its ranking into the top 10. 2 minutes later, the energy he absorbed could no longer match the flame god's consumption. The deity transformed into a colossal fireball, gradually dissipating. As the demon tide receded significantly, Feng Qing finally grasped the reason behind the continuous emergence of demons in this location. Gazing down from above, he discerned a hidden cavern nestled among colossal boulders, from which demons erupted in a frenzied melee, many evolving and growing in size amidst the chaos of battle and consumption. With a spark of inspiration, a tome of fiery runes materialized in his hands. He opened the Inferno book, gently tapping it, and a page transformed into a streak of light, descending to the earth and dispersing into 100 fiery serpents of arm-like girth. These serpents moved with remarkable speed, converging upon the cavern's entrance. One serpent darted like lightning, wrapping around a demon's robust form twice before sinking its fangs into the demon's shoulder. Instantly, a crimson flame ignited within the demon, erupting from its orifices in a blazing inferno that consumed it whole, reducing the creature to ashes before the flames gradually extinguished. The fiery serpent hissed as it flicked its tongue, darting towards another demon. With each demon it vanquished, Feng Cheng felt his internal energy gradually replenishing. Before long, no more demons appeared at the entrance of the cavern. Feng Cheng descended, stowed away his windfire wheel, and took measured steps into the abyss. The cavern's interior was far more spacious than he had anticipated, wide enough to accommodate 3 to 5 large vehicles side by side, with a gently sloping floor extending downward. At that moment, the cavern was illuminated by countless fiery demons, casting flickering shadows upon the walls. The serpents nimbly slithered along the ground and walls, delving deeper into the cavern while igniting the demons in their path. Occasionally, some demons with strength surpassing the 3rd stage of their life force managed to slay a serpent or two before hastily returning to their fray with other demons. The ignited demons stood frozen, like bonfires, quietly burning away. After walking for a while, Feng Cheng noticed 2 figures flickering into view at his sides. He Fei moved gracefully and silently, while Windsor's mech produced a heavy thud upon landing, echoing loudly. I have detected a massive energy source below. It is quite perilous. Do you intend to descend, Feng? Windsor inquired, her blade pointing ahead. Fei turned to Feng Cheng and asked, Boss, are you ready to go down? Feng Cheng nodded, replying, we have already entered the top 10. Let's descend and see what awaits us. It will also help us maintain our ranking. Very well, Fei said, choosing not to elaborate further. Half an hour later, the slope of the cavern grew steeper, and the number of demons increased correspondingly. Fortunately, most of these demons were of the 1st or 2nd stage of life force, easily ignited by Feng Cheng's fiery serpents. Any that slipped through were swiftly dispatched by Fei and Windsor. As Feng Cheng advanced, he felt his strength steadily recovering to about 70 or 80%. Suddenly, Windsor softly exclaimed as a blinding beam of light erupted from her mech, illuminating the depths below. This pillar of light shone as brightly as a xenon lamp, instantly brightening the cavern. Countless demons surged forth like a tidal wave, and in the distance, the demonic tide abruptly ceased, revealing a sheer cliff. Beyond the precipice lay an abyss, extending into an infinite void. Feng Cheng had not anticipated that Windsor's mech possessed both detection and illumination capabilities. At last, we've reached the end. He chuckled lightly, then called out sharply, causing all the fiery serpents to explode, engulfing the passage in flames. The inferno coalesced into a colossal serpent, nearly filling the entire corridor. With a resounding roar, intense flames erupted outward, scorching everything in their path with a thunderous crash. Feng Cheng gestured downward, and the massive serpent bowed and charged forth, melting the demons like snowflakes under the blazing sun. In the blink of an eye, the serpent traversed over 1,000 meters, bursting through the cliff and plummeting downward. Let us go. Feng Cheng's figure flickered as he moved, leaving behind multiple afterimages as he reached the edge of the cliff. Fei and Windsor reacted swiftly, closely trailing behind him. Feng Cheng stood at the precipice, gazing into the distance where the colossal serpent still blazed with fiery light, though it had nearly exhausted its vigor, disintegrating and cascading downward. Illuminated by the serpent's flames, the scene below the cliff came into view. Below lay an immense, irregularly shaped pit, at the center of which loomed a mountain formed from countless dark, fleshy masses. This grotesque mound writhed incessantly, its myriad of fleshy tendrils twisting on the surface, evoking a sense of unease. Upon closer inspection, one could see that within the dense mass of tendrils, countless demons tumbled like scattered sesame seeds, each movement shaking loose a multitude of fiends. These demons, akin to a constantly shifting tapestry, enveloped the flesh mountain. They flowed down from the mound, rushing towards the cliff's edge, climbing up the precipice, and entering the cavern below. Just moments ago, Feng Cheng had obliterated the demons within the passage using the flame serpent technique. Yet now, a fresh wave of demons surged from the cliff's edge. Without requiring Feng Cheng's intervention, Fei unleashed a flurry of punches, her strikes illuminating the air as she sent demons cascading into the abyss, their forms exploding into clouds of dust. When Xia, with radiant palms, directed her gaze downward, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh my goodness!" Feng Cheng's expression shifted slightly as he pointed downwards, instructing, "Shine your light in that direction." Upon hearing this, When Sha complied, and two beams of brilliant light descended, piercing through the tumultuous sea of demons, revealing an inconspicuous, shadowy pyramid. This pyramid resembled the remnants of Maya civilization, its apex not pointed, but rather a flat platform. "There is something atop it," Wen Sha exclaimed. "Let us descend and investigate." With that, Fang Cheng summoned the wind fire wheel, soaring downward in a trail of flames. He Fei, with a spirited shout, dispatched a few demons attempting to scale the cliff, then swiftly floated out, two wind fire wheels manifesting beneath her feet. Following closely behind Fang Cheng, Wen Sha hesitated at the cliff's edge for a moment before resolutely deciding to join them. All three were adept flyers, moving at remarkable speed. However, the vast expanse of the pit below far exceeded Fang Cheng's expectations. After several minutes of flight, they finally approached the pyramid, which, upon closer inspection, towered magnificently, dwarfing any man-made structure on Earth. The platform atop the pyramid alone surpassed the area of Tiananmen Square. "This is an altar," Fang Cheng realized as he landed on the platform and surveyed his surroundings, spotting dozens of towering statues. In the heart of the altar stood a bronze pillar, from which the tip of a blade protruded. The blade, a deep crimson hue, emanated an eerie and terrifying aura. Fang Cheng sensed that the energy generated by the demon's fierce battles and devouring below was continuously being absorbed by the altar, converging into the bronze pillar, seemingly being refined and transformed into another form of energy. The dark red blade, subjected to this unique energy's relentless tempering, exuded waves of pulsating primal force that sent shivers through him. With a slight change in expression, Fang Cheng approached the bronze pillar, preparing to unsheathe the blade. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Chia Dumadai." Before the words faded, a dark, monstrous bird descended from the sky, showering the area with black feathers. Fang Cheng's vision shifted, revealing a vast expanse of dense black thorns. These thorns grew tall and thick, covered in sharp spikes, making it nearly impossible to navigate. Sensing his surroundings, Fang Cheng furrowed his brow. An illusion? Japanese? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a thorn behind him twisted and transformed into a cloaked assassin, silently approaching with a dagger aimed at his neck. With his finely tuned perception of elemental energy, Fang Cheng couldn't help but scoff, a mere parlor trick. In the next instant, without moving his feet, his upper body swayed slightly, creating multiple afterimages that evaded the assassin's lethal strike. He then stomped his foot heavily, causing a ring of fire to erupt around him. The intense heat accompanied the spreading flames, igniting the air itself, while the thorns and the cloaked figure were engulfed in flames, resembling a painting punctured by fire. Beyond this scene lay the striking image of the golden pyramid atop the underground vault. "Baguyalu!" A furious voice erupted. Fang Cheng's figure darted forward, soaring into the sky, transforming into a streak of fiery brilliance as he cleaved downwards at a particular spot in the void. The strike was swift and fierce, the fiery blade hissing as it dissipated into lingering embers. In midair, two severed bodies tumbled down, crashing onto the altar. One was a small-statured man, his face frozen in a look of shock and disbelief, appearing grotesque in death. This individual was likely a skilled fighter from the land of the rising sun. But unfortunately for him, he crossed paths with Fang Cheng and met his demise before they could exchange a single coherent word. A fireball descended, quickly incinerating the body to ashes. After erasing all traces of his Japanese adversary, Fang Cheng appeared atop the bronze pillar, gripping the hilt of the sword embedded within. Instantly, a frenzied, bloodthirsty urge surged within him, allowing him to effortlessly withdraw the long blade. The sword was a deep crimson, resembling congealed blood, with a faint line of bright red along the edge. Its most distinctive feature was the serrated spine, littered with razor-sharp teeth of varying lengths, exuding an air of chaos. Holding the strange sword, Fang Cheng's gaze shifted to Yi Fei and Wen Sha nearby, his murderous intent swelling within him, yearning to strike down the two women immediately. He quickly regained his composure, questioning why he should harm Yi Fei and Wen Sha, but soon a thought seized his mind: the blood-sacrificial blade. What a magnificent weapon it would be to nourish with the blood of beautiful women. With this thought, Fang Cheng moved, suddenly appearing before Yi Fei. "Boss," Yi Fei exclaimed, gazing at Fang Cheng's face, sensing his expression was eerily different from usual. What astonished her more was the undeniable aura of killing intent radiating from him, striking directly at her heart. Yi Fei was no longer a novice in the virtual realm. With a swift movement, she retreated several meters, simultaneously warning Windsor in English. "Be cautious. It seems he is under the control of that knife." Fang Cheng, initially intent on pursuing Yi Fei, abruptly halted, revealing a grotesque and conflicted expression. Suddenly, he turned his gaze sharply towards Windsor. Windsor hastily stepped back, but Fang Cheng moved with alarming speed, appearing directly above her. With blades in hand, He wasted no words and struck down. The dark crimson blade ignited with searing demonic energy, causing even Windsor, encased in her energy armor, to feel an intense burning sensation. In that dire moment, Windsor crossed her dual blades defensively in front of her. A resounding crack echoed as the ominous blade effortlessly severed the silver twin swords. Just as it seemed Windsor would be cleaved in two, a blinding light erupted from her silver armor, causing it to shrink dramatically, transforming into a minuscule silver point akin to a fly, darting away in a flash. Witnessing this, Hefei felt a twinge of anxiety. She was well aware of the materials that comprised Windsor's armor and silver blades, having fought alongside her to vanquish numerous demons. However, Feng Cheng's peculiar blade had effortlessly severed Windsor's weapons, and had it not been for a hidden life-saving measure, Windsor would have surely met her demise at that moment. Hefei's thoughts raced. She recognized that she was no match for Feng Cheng and lacked any means of escape like Windsor. Thus, she soared towards the distance, swiftly reaching the edge of the altar before leaping down into the tide of demons. Feng Cheng followed closely behind, crashing down into the depths of the massive pit. In the distance, a grotesque mountain of flesh continued to spawn demons, an unending tide surging forth, crawling up the sides of the pit. The demons had reached a point of overwhelming numbers, engaging in relentless battles and devouring one another to evolve. Upon her descent, Hefei was immediately besieged by attacks from all directions. She moved like a fish through the demonic tide, only striking out with lightning speed to eliminate those demons she could not evade. Behind her, a terrifying blaze erupted, flames soaring high and spreading rapidly. Turning back, she beheld a massive fireball, over 10 meters in diameter, formed from the conflagration, with each flicker of flame resembling a blade. The fire was like a sword, and the sword like fire. The fireball rolled violently through the tide of demons, obliterating countless foes before suddenly unfurling into a river of fiery blades, rampaging like a flood, wreaking havoc without purpose. Hefei quietly circled around, returning to observe from atop the altar. Wherever the blade river flowed, demons were reduced to ashes. Even those slightly removed from its path were obliterated by the lethal beams erupting from it. Before long, a glimmer of silver flashed in the sky, a tiny speck landing beside Hefei, instantly expanding back into a normal suit of armor. Windsor's beautiful face emerged, exclaiming, "Oh my god, that blade must be a demonic sword. It has transformed Feng into a demon." Chapter 66. The Blade of Nullity. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Feng Cheng gradually emerged from his chaotic state, casting a glance at the demonic blade in his hand, and sighed with lingering trepidation. The frenzied, bloodthirsty sensation from moments ago had deeply etched itself into his heart, a feeling of reckless slaughter that was exhilarating until the very end of life. Fortunately, he had regained his senses in time and had not been transformed into a killing machine by the blade's influence. At this moment, wielding the demonic sword, the overwhelming aura of malevolence still assailed his mind, yet the situation was no longer dire. Feng Cheng ascended the altar, where Windsor and Hefei maintained a vigilant distance, wary of his potential to lash out. "Apologies for the earlier disturbance. Everything is fine now." Feng Cheng offered a sheepish smile, which eased the tension on their faces. Windsor remained over 10 meters away, muttering, "Feng, are you truly all right? Shouldn't you discard that blade? You severed my 2 swords earlier. You owe me compensation, including for my emotional distress. I've never been so frightened in my life." Feng Cheng chuckled dismissively, uninterested in Windsor's grievances. Hefei, intrigued, inquired, "What an unusual blade. What is its name?" "It seems to be called the Blade of Nihility," Feng Cheng replied, flipping the weapon to reveal the dark red edge inscribed with the ancient characters for Blade of Nihility. Hefei gasped. "This blade's power surpasses that of your previous one by a significant margin. Indeed, it is a classic case of losing something only to gain something greater," Feng Cheng remarked with a smile, surveying the surroundings. "I sense that there are several similar altars in this vast pit. Shall we explore them?" "Rarely." Hefei shook her head, cautioning, "Boss, there are too many uncontrollable factors here. I believe it would be wiser not to take unnecessary risks. We can rely on this altar to continuously hunt demons and maintain our ranking. We can simply claim our rewards later, which would be quite satisfactory." Feng Cheng shrugged, recalling his earlier experience, and extinguished his desire to investigate the other altars. He retrieved his mobile dwelling, freshened up, changed clothes, and settled in the living room with a glass of juice, perusing the status card to check the current rankings. 007198930, 02117459, 016152740, 039133341. The leading team had nearly surpassed 20,000 in kill points. After their intense slaughter, Fang Cheng and He Feifei had risen from the bottom of the top 10 to 4th place. There are truly many formidable individuals, Fang Cheng exclaimed. He Feifei scrutinized the status card for a while, observing the constantly fluctuating numbers. The top 10 were relatively stable, but beyond that, the gaps between rankings were minimal and ever-changing. He Feifei commented, "After all, this abyssal adventure is a global event. Many experts like Windsor and Lowell must have entered." Fang Cheng nodded in agreement, stating, "Fortunately, we currently hold advantageous conditions. In this cavern, demons are continuously emerging, providing ample opportunities for us to hunt without the need to venture outside." Just as he finished speaking, Windsor rushed into the room, exclaiming, "Fang, Lowell has arrived." "He is here too?" Fang Cheng's expression subtly shifted as he contemplated that Lowell had not yet learned his lesson and dared to confront him again. Windsor, with an odd look, remarked that Lowell did not arrive through their passage but from another direction. Fang Cheng, aware of Windsor's probing methods, did not inquire further. He conjured the blade of void in his hand and stepped out of the mobile dwelling, only to see a mass of black clouds slowly drifting toward him. From within the clouds, dark orbs intermittently fell, plunging into the tide of demons below. In an instant, the black clouds loomed above the altar. Without hesitation, Fang Cheng unleashed a strike from afar, a dark red blade of light slicing through the air and crashing upon the clouds, causing them to churn violently. A curse echoed from within the clouds, and a blond man clad in a white suit emerged, his face a mix of shock and fury as he gazed downward. Upon recognizing the 3 individuals at the altar, he exclaimed, "Shoot." The newcomer was none other than Lowell, whose left arm, severed by Fang Cheng, had been replaced by a root-like appendage, large enough to match half his body, with tendrils vaguely resembling an arm and hand. After uttering "Shout," Lowell hastily turned and fled in panic. Watching his retreating figure, Fang Cheng mused that the cavern indeed contained other passages. From the initial Japanese intruder to Lowell, it was evident that more than just Fang Cheng and his companions could access this subterranean realm. Hiss! A fiery serpent slithered forth, suddenly leaping to bite the leg of a demon. The demon, howling in pain, looked down only to find that the serpent had already darted away. In a fit of rage, the demon seized a smaller companion nearby, ready to vent its fury by tearing it apart, when it inexplicably spewed forth flames. The fire erupted from within, as if the demon's very insides had been ignited, sending tongues of flame bursting forth with each breath. Indeed, the demon's essence had been ignited by the fiery serpent, and lacking awareness, it was consumed by its primal instincts of slaughter and devouring, unable to contain the burgeoning flames. The small demon before it was engulfed in fire, struggling to wreak havoc upon others of its kind. A similar spectacle unfolded amidst the tide of demons below the altar, where the dark waves were punctuated by flickering flames, like stars igniting a vast expanse. Over 500 fiery serpents darted beneath the feet of the demons, rapidly spreading their flames. Only those demons at the 3rd tier of life essence or above, possessing a semblance of intellect, could suppress the flames within them and extinguish the fire in time. Standing at the edge of the altar, Fang Cheng observed the numbers behind code 39 on the display card steadily increasing, feeling a sense of quiet satisfaction. He continuously refined the fiery tome, conjuring page after page of serpents to cast into the demon tide below. Suddenly, a resounding clash of metal echoed from afar, accompanied by a powerful ripple of energy. Someone was fighting. Fang Cheng's heart stirred, and Windsor had already turned to look, soon declaring, "Distance, 582 kilometers. Both energy signatures are at the 6th tier of life essence. Good heavens, they are even more formidable than Lowell." He Feifei inquired, "Did you enter from another entrance?" "It appears that those ranked highly in the hunting value must enter this place to maintain their standings. They are likely to come and seize our altar." Fang Cheng nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, aside from the altar, there is no other stronghold in the abyss. However, humans are not machines, they need to rest. Let us prepare for battle. It seems trouble is at hand." Although he currently possessed only a 4th level vitality, his overall combat prowess was undoubtedly comparable to that of a 5th level vitality, as evidenced by his clear victory over Lowell. As for how he would fare against a 6th level opponent, that remained uncertain. Chapter 67. The company Windsor's mech was equipped with superior detection capabilities, even surpassing the alloy glasses Fang Cheng had previously seen others wearing. The two were swiftly advancing towards us, their speed formidable. "Oh, Lowell is also approaching. What could he be planning?" Fang Cheng pondered aloud. "Damn Lowell, he intends to ambush that expert." "Wait, Fang, that person appears to be one of your compatriots." Fang Cheng was taken aback and asked, "What did you say?" Windsor replied, "Lowell is attacking your fellow countryman, the expert. Aren't you going to assist?" Fang Cheng chuckled. "Are you constantly hoping I will avenge you? using another's hand? Windsor's mech helmet descended, her gaze shifting towards He Fei as she remarked. Lowell has a grudge against your employee as well. Are you really going to let him off the hook? Fang Cheng responded, of course not. But I must seize the right moment. I want to engage in futile efforts. Windsor shrugged. And now, do you still intend to wait for the right time? Your compatriot is being besieged by a 6th-level expert, and Lowell, who is at 5th level. That may not be the case. I can sense their vital energy fluctuations. Nevertheless, I shall go and assess the situation. With that, Fang Cheng vanished in a flash, appearing in the void outside the altar, propelled forward by his windfire wheel. Moments later, guided by the fluctuations of vital energy, he approached the vicinity of the skirmish, where he observed someone wielding an iron rod, valiantly battling 2 skilled opponents, one of whom was indeed Lowell. The other was clad in battle armor, wearing a full set of alloy gauntlets, delivering heavy, relentless blows akin to a tempest. With a vital energy presence even more formidable than that of Lowell, the man wielding the iron rod remained composed. Upon noticing Fang Cheng's arrival, he assumed he would also be besieged, casting a wary glance in Fang Cheng's direction. Their eyes met, evoking a sense of familiarity, an affinity born from their shared nationality. Meanwhile, both Lowell and the armored man were foreigners. The sight of 2 foreigners attacking a single compatriot stirred a sense of discontent within Fang Cheng. He channeled his thunderous vital energy, arcs of lightning crackling from his hands, as he inscribed a profound circular array in the void before him. In the ethereal realm, the array drew upon Fang Cheng's vital energy, transmitting an invisible force that traversed the void, reaching heights beyond his perception. After a brief moment, the array blazed with brilliance, and a 5-clawed dragon, composed entirely of purple lightning energy, emerged from within the array. Compared to the last time, Fang Cheng summoned the purple radiance thunder dragon, which was significantly larger this time, exceeding 10 meters in length and as thick as a barrel. Its scales and claws were formidable, coiling around Fang Cheng before vanishing in a flash, only to reappear in the distance where 3 individuals were engaged in combat. The purple radiance thunder dragon swung its head and tail, deftly avoiding the attacks of the man in gauntlets and the one wielding an iron rod, and suddenly lunged toward Lowell's black clouds, plunging into them. Instantly, Lowell's black clouds began to churn violently, condensing and distorting into a black tornado. Yet within this vortex, flashes of purple lightning erupted intermittently, accompanied by thunder that seemed to resonate from another realm. Suddenly, a man in a white suit emerged from the black tornado, his left arm resembling a gnarled, withered branch, presenting an eerie sight. He gazed at Fang Cheng in astonishment, then glanced at the man in gauntlets, his expression betraying indecision. Faced with an opponent of lower realm status, Lowell felt no sense of confidence in victory. Ever since that day when Fang Cheng severed his left arm with a single stroke, the self-assurance he had accumulated in the void had been utterly shattered. The terrifying swordsmanship, as swift as thunder, was something even his proudest spell, the undying of the death realm, struggled to withstand. Just moments ago, the purple radiance thunder dragon summoned by Fang Cheng had intertwined with his undying spell, temporarily robbing him of his greatest defensive measure. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Lowell's eyes. His heart raced, and without a moment's thought, he instinctively fled. A flash of dark red flame, shaped like a blade, surged forth, pursuing Lowell relentlessly. Just as it seemed he would be cleaved in two by this deadly arc, Lowell screamed, frantically waving his staff, and in an instant, he exploded into a cloud of black mist. The blade of flame sliced through effortlessly, splitting the mist apart, which gradually dissipated. 2 segments of his body plummeted from the sky. Fang Cheng focused his gaze, recognizing one half as a bloodied remnant, Lowell's lower limbs. The other half, however, was a twisted upper body entwined with vine-like tendrils. Sensing the turbulent magical tide surrounding him, with chaotic fluctuations of elemental energy, Fang Cheng could no longer detect Lowell's presence. This fellow is remarkably resilient, he mused, as he shifted his form, merging with his blade and transforming into a radiant arc of light, striking fiercely at the man in gauntlets nearby. The man in gauntlets, known for his aggressive combat style, retaliated with a powerful punch, his elemental energy coalescing into a platinum-hued fist that collided with Fang Cheng's blade. The dark red arc experienced a slight resistance, yet in the next moment, it cleaved through the fist projection, continuing its advance toward the man in gauntlets. The latter, displaying a look of surprise, reacted with remarkable speed and unleashed another ferocious punch. The clash of metal rang out as the man in gauntlets bellowed, countering the attack from the man with the iron rod, retreating swiftly and halting in the void. Fang Cheng appeared where the man in gauntlets had just stood, blood slowly dripping from the blade of nothingness in his hand. "Such a fine blade," exclaimed the man wielding the iron rod. The gauntlet of the man in gauntlets had been cleanly severed, with his middle, ring, and little fingers, along with half of his palm, vanishing without a trace, leaving only the thumb and index finger, drenched in blood. The sharpness of the blade of nothingness surpassed Fang Cheng's expectations. It is evident that the man in the boxing gloves possesses a formidable force, likely at the 6th tier of the life source realm, yet he could not withstand the brilliance of the void blade. He cast a penetrating glance at Fang Cheng before swiftly taking flight. Just as Fang Cheng intended to pursue, he was halted by the man wielding an iron rod, who cautioned, "Do not chase a desperate foe." The man, appearing to be in his 30s, had a square face, thick eyebrows, and large, expressive eyes, with a naturally cheerful smile gracing his lips. He stood firmly in the void as if on solid ground, exuding an unsettling steadiness. "Thank you, my friend. If it weren't for you, I would have been the one making a hasty retreat," Fang Cheng remarked with a grin. "No need for pleasantries. Why didn't you join me in pursuing that fellow?" The man explained that individual is affiliated with an American corporation. If we press him too hard, we may end up in a situation of mutual destruction, which is not worth the risk. Corporation? Fang Cheng was taken aback, puzzled. It is a private military company based in the United States. Mercenary company? Fang Cheng suddenly realized. Having read about mercenary firms online before, he understood that if the man in the boxing gloves truly hailed from such a background, his capabilities were likely far beyond what had been displayed in the virtual realm. Compared to genuine combat and killing, the adversary could very well be among the world's elite professionals, while Fang Cheng was undoubtedly an amateur of the lowest tier. The thought of engaging in a life-and-death struggle filled him with trepidation. "How do you know he is from a mercenary company?" Fang Cheng inquired, intrigued. The man, unperturbed, replied, "I am affiliated with the military of Huagua, so I possess more information than you might. My name is Deng He. What do they call you?" Deng He refrained from divulging too much about his background, only vaguely mentioning his association with a military unit specifically established to address matters concerning the virtual realm. "There is a place nearby where we can settle down and converse, Dengo. Shall we?" Fang Cheng suggested with a smile, feeling a deep respect for military personnel since childhood. Given Deng He's extraordinary background, he believed he could gain valuable insights regarding the virtual realm from him. As they returned to the altar, Fang Cheng expressed his curiosity about Deng He's ability to traverse the void. "What is this technique?" Deng He, flying gracefully, chuckled. "This is a form of aerial dance technique. However, there are regulations against sharing it." Noticing Fang Cheng's disappointment, Deng He added, "If you enlist, you will surely learn it." Fang Cheng shook his head, replying, "Military life is too arduous. I shall not go." Deng He laughed heartily, landing at the edge of the altar. "You are fortunate. I just clashed with that American because of a dispute over the altar." Fang Cheng, intrigued, remarked, "Didn't we drive him away? Let us take a look. There might be valuable items on the altar." Deng He cautioned, "That American has a companion guarding the altar, whose strength is on par with the one who just fought me." He surveyed the surroundings and continued, "This place is also quite suitable in the coming days. Formidable opponents will undoubtedly seek entry into this cavern. When that time comes, they will want to seize this spot, and we shall simply defend it." Fang Cheng then confirmed that the passageways of this underground cavern were far more numerous than the single one they had entered. Deng He and the Americans had come in through two distinct routes. Now, the top 10 hunters in terms of kill value were likely either already within the cavern or en route to it. Gazing down at the throng of demons beneath the altar, Deng He remarked, "If we hold this position and take turns resting, the kill value will flow in continuously." "Xiao Fang, what is your code?" "Number 39, Fang Cheng replied. "And yours, Denga?" He extracted his identification card and glanced at the rankings. Deng He responded, "I'm number 21. Fang Cheng cast a look at the second-ranked 21 and couldn't help but gasp. 021174459. It exceeded the combined kill values of both him and He Fei by over 4,000. Deng He shot him a glance and stated, "Time waits for no one. I'm heading back down to stretch my legs." With that, he leapt from the altar into the throng of demons below. Shadows of his iron rod danced like ink splatters, and the demons were torn apart with ease, showing no resistance. Feeling the immense power behind each of Deng He's strikes, Fang Cheng took a deep breath and followed him down from the altar. After a few hours, feeling mentally fatigued, Fang Cheng extricated himself from the tide of demons and soared back to the altar. In the distance, the shadows of the rod continued to flit about, where Deng He was recklessly showcasing his prowess amidst the demon swarm. According to the identification card, Fang Cheng and his companions had surpassed a kill value of 20,000, while Deng He's 21 had exceeded 23,000. The top-ranked 007 had surpassed 26,000. Truly formidable individuals. Fang Cheng shook his head and returned to the mobile dwelling. In the living room, Windsor and He Fei sat on the sofa, engaging in casual conversation in fluent London-accented English. With an array of exquisite cakes and coffee laid out on the coffee table before them, if one merely listened to their voices without seeing them, one might mistake them for two foreigners chattering away. "Hey, Fang, it's afternoon tea time." Windsor's enchanting gaze conveyed a different charm. Upon seeing Fang Cheng enter, He Fei promptly rose to the kitchen to fetch a cup of coffee, which she brought over. Fang Cheng reclined on the sofa with a smile, curious. "What were you two just discussing?" "That's a topic for us ladies." Windsor laughed lightly, glancing at He Fei before turning to Fang Cheng. "However, we did discuss a matter concerning you." "What matter?" Fang Cheng inquired. Windsor shot him a flirtatious glance and said, "We were contemplating whether it is easier to be your disciple or your lover." "Spare me, I need neither." Fang Cheng crossed his legs and took a sip of coffee. Windsor suddenly adopted a serious tone. "Fang, let us make a deal." "What kind of deal?" Fang Cheng regarded Windsor with utmost respect, despite her average combat prowess. Her numerous tactics rendered her exceptionally capable of survival in the virtual realm. Windsor smiled coyly. "I possess a fruit that can enhance your abilities. But you will need to assist me in opening something." Fang Cheng, intrigued, asked, "What is it that you wish to open?" Windsor waved her hand, and a flash of light revealed two objects, which she gently placed on the coffee table. He Fei, curious, leaned in and pointed at one, exclaiming, "The energy fluctuation from this walnut is astonishing. This is a pale silver walnut, its luster subtle, with faint electric sparks flickering, emanating an astonishing wave of primordial energy. Beside the walnut lies a silver cube, measuring approximately 1 foot on each side, adorned with countless tiny squares the size of grains of sand, undulating as if animated." Windsor pointed at the silver cube and declared, "If you assist me in unlocking it, that thunderous walnut shall belong to you." Fang Cheng gazed intently at the cube, a wry smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I can hardly manage a 3-tiered cube. This must be several hundred tiers, right? This 1-foot silver cube is entirely composed of innumerable tiny squares, smooth as a mirror in its flat areas, while its undulating sections are densely packed, creating a dizzying effect." Windsor cast a captivating glance at Fang Cheng, reproaching him lightly, "Who said you could play with it? This cube requires brute force to be solved. Your blade possesses considerable power. It should suffice to break it open." "Have you attempted it many times?" Fang Cheng inquired. Windsor nodded. "Each time my mech advances, I must unlock this cube to obtain the heart of machinery. In the earlier attempts, I managed to open it myself, but since my 5th tier, I have tried numerous methods without success." Fang Cheng pondered and said, "It is worth a try, although I cannot guarantee the effectiveness of your thunderous walnut." Windsor shrugged. "If it proves ineffective, I can offer you other forms of compensation." Fang Cheng chuckled, probing, "What other treasures do you possess? Present them all at once." Windsor proudly accentuated her ample bosom, stating, "Am I not enough in and of myself?" Fang Cheng glanced at He Fei and chuckled softly, then replied earnestly, "Given that this is a transaction, we must ensure its fairness. If I assist you in unlocking the cube and your thunderous walnut yields no results, I request all pertinent information regarding your mech inheritance. Once we depart this virtual realm, we will be far apart, devoid of conflicts of interest. I trust this should not pose an issue for you." Windsor contemplated for a moment and replied, "Agreed." Chapter 69. Spirit Wine in the open space outside the house. Windsor placed the silver cube on the ground and stepped back to Fang Cheng's side. Fang Cheng, wielding the blade of void, turned to inquire, "Is this thing dangerous?" Windsor shook her head. "No danger. I have opened it 5 times already." "Is that so? What is its purpose?" Fang Cheng regarded her thoughtfully. Windsor smiled faintly. "That is a secret." Fang Cheng scoffed lightly. "I can probably guess." With that, he swung the blade, the dark red sheen of the blade of void striking the silver cube. To his astonishment, the countless tiny squares on the cube rippled and undulated, silently dissipating the blade's glow, leaving it utterly unscathed. "How curious!" Fang Cheng exclaimed in surprise. Although he had merely executed a casual strike, it still encompassed half of his strength, and coupled with the sharpness of the blade of void, it failed to breach the cube. Windsor's eyes glimmered with intensity as she fixated on the cube, suggesting, "Fang, I advise you to unleash your full power against it. Trust me, its extraordinary nature will surpass your expectations." Fang Cheng adjusted his grip on the blade, allowing his entire energy to surge and flow into the blade of void, then struck down with great force. The fierce blade beam descended like a flash of lightning upon the silver cube. Clang! A powerful rebounding force emanated from the blade of void, nearly causing Fang Cheng to lose his grip on the enchanted dagger. The silver cube pulsed and roiled as if boiling. A slender black fissure began to spread across its surface, and it appeared poised to shatter completely. Suddenly, the silver cube seemed to come alive. The small squares on its 6 surfaces wriggled rapidly, and the entire cube rolled in place several times before abruptly coming to a halt, motionless. Windsor, displaying a face of disappointment, murmured to herself, "Indeed. The difficulty of unlocking the cube increases threefold when leveraging another's power." Nearby, Fang Chung exclaimed defiantly, "I refuse to believe that." With a swift motion, he leaped into the air, and 8 ethereal shadows instantly manifested around him. The first shadow stood poised with the dagger, the second raised it, and the 8th swung it downward. The blade of void emitted a bright, melodious ring, and the crimson flames danced along its edge, transforming instantaneously into a dark red dragon made entirely of fiery blade light, which swooped down towards the silver cube. Below, Windsor, closest to the fiery dragon, was suddenly enveloped in goosebumps, as if the specter of death had brushed past her. Regaining her composure, she found herself drenched in cold sweat. The dark red dragon landed upon the silver cube, vanishing in an instant. Yet, within a mere breath, numerous crimson fissures erupted across the cube's surface, releasing countless beams of scalding blade light from within. Crack, crack, crack. The silver cube shattered into countless pieces. "Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!" Windsor exclaimed in alarm. "You've completely destroyed it. Dear God, this is the end." As Fang Qing touched down, witnessing Windsor's dismay confirmed his suspicions, prompting him to inquire, "Is this cube related to the upgrade of your mech?" With a look of despair, Windsor replied, "It is the key to my mech's advancement. Each time I unlock it, I acquire the mechanical heart necessary for my mech to ascend to the next level. I never anticipated you would shatter it." Fang Qing shook his head, pointing at the fragmented remains of the cube on the ground, saying, "Not necessarily." The shattered pieces of the cube, like a magnet, began to coalesce, forming numerous small cubes, ultimately restoring to their original shape. Windsor stared in astonishment at this spectacle, rendered speechless. Once the silver cube returned to its former state, a smooth, flawless silver sphere remained on the ground, reflecting its surroundings with crystalline clarity. "Oh my goodness!" Windsor shouted upon seeing the sphere. At the edge of the altar, a figure soared skyward. Deng He, wielding an iron rod, beckoned to Fang Chung. "Deng Gu." Fang Chung approached to greet him. Deng He, gazing at him with curiosity, remarked in surprise, "What are you two up to?" I could hear that foreign woman's screams from below. "It's nothing. Foreigners always express their emotions too directly." Fang Chung replied with a wry smile. Deng He gave him a teasing glance, saying, "Well, do mind the impact. I thought you were getting a bit too intimate with her." Fang Chung was speechless. It seemed even the iron-blooded military brother Deng, he had his moments of levity. "Deng Gu, you were fierce just now. Aren't you taking a break?" Fang Chung shifted the topic. Deng He sighed softly, retrieving a card from his storage wristwatch. Upon activation, it manifested a structure resembling a yurt. He called out, "It's time to take a break, brother. Come in and share a drink with me." Fang Chung nodded and followed him inside. The interior of the yurt was quite simple. In the center stood a square table, surrounded by a single bed, neatly made with perfectly folded bedding. "Have a seat," Deng He invited, settling at the table. He then produced a large chunk of marinated beef, 2 bottles of unlabeled white liquor, and some bowls and chopsticks from his storage watch. Pouring 2 bowls of liquor, he pushed one towards Fang Qing, saying, "This drink was discovered in a virtual realm of an ancient relic. You must try it." The aroma wafted pleasantly before Fang Chung could even lift the bowl. As he took a sip, a refreshing chill followed by warmth enveloped him, the fragrance lingering in the air, and he felt an indescribable sense of ease and tranquility as his vital energy flowed freely. "This liquor is exceptional. It's not ordinary white liquor," Fang Chung remarked, his eyes sparkling. "It resembles the spiritual elixirs described in novels." Deng He chuckled, taking a piece of beef and munching happily. Drinking this often aids in cultivating vital energy. Specifically, it makes breakthroughs in realms considerably easier. "Don't be deceived by my limited supply. I can spare you a bottle at most." Seeing Deng He savor the beef with delight, Fang Chung couldn't resist a generous bite himself, laughing, "1 bottle, 1 tea suffice. Brother Deng, name your price, and I shall buy several." Deng He clinked his bowl with Fang Cheng's, stating, "When I first acquired this liquor, I only had about 10 jars. As a lover of fine spirits, I've shared with friends and comrades, leaving me with just 6 bottles now." "Then let it be," Fang Chung replied nonchalantly, thinking he might encounter such a treasure himself in the future. "Brother, have you heard of the Void Combat Platform?" Deng He inquired. "Vaguely, but I lack details. Isn't it a virtual realm in the United States, related to resurrection coins?" Fang Chung pondered aloud. Deng He slapped the table in affirmation. "Exactly. After taking a sip of his drink, he continued, the Void combat platform originated in Spain and subsequently appeared in South and North America. Currently, there are no less than 10 registered platforms in our homeland. Fang Chung was taken aback. Does that mean resurrection coins are? Dang, his hand shimmered, revealing a golden coin. Brother, I owe you a favor. Take this resurrection coin as a gift. Chapter 70. The Bronze Man is although Ding he claimed that there were already numerous Void combat platforms in the country, resurrection coins remained a rare and precious find. Their value immeasurable. Brother, this is rather precious. Fang Chung felt a bit embarrassed. Dang, he chuckled. While these coins are scarce, I truly do not lack this one. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I might have escaped from those foreigners, but at a grave cost. Accept this as a token of my gratitude. Just don't ask me for spiritual liquor. Fang Cheng laughed heartily, accepting the resurrection coin, and suddenly felt an immense sense of relief. After all, this coin represented a second chance at life. As the two men drained the bottle, a slight intoxication enveloped them. Deng he produced a cigarette, and he and Fang Chung each lit one, enveloped in clouds of smoke. Suddenly, Deng he began to hum. The woman I love most has caused me the deepest pain. Why does she love another behind my back? Brother, I'll keep watch here. You should rest. I'll take my turn once you awaken, Deng he suggested, seemingly lost in thought as he caressed the iron rod in his hands. Dazed, Fang Chung stood up and replied, then, Dengu, please bear with it a little longer. With that, he excused himself and exited the yurt, heading towards his mobile dwelling. As he walked, Fang Ching reflected on Deng He's song, pondering that his elder brother must have his own stories to tell. Upon waking from a deep slumber, Fang Chung emerged from his mobile home, feeling refreshed. He sensed around him and soon located Deng He, who was still battling amidst the chaos, dispatching foes effortlessly beneath the iron rod. Brother Deng, it's your turn to rest. Fang Chung called out cheerfully. All right. Deng He responded. With a swift motion, he leapt gracefully to the edge of the altar. He patted Fang Chung on the shoulder and said, the foreign woman you were with has made a breakthrough. What? Fang Chung exclaimed in surprise. Deng He chuckled, shaking his head, but her combat prowess is lacking. I could defeat her in 10 moves. With that, Deng He found a spot and entered the yurt. Windsor has broken through to the 6th level. Fang Chung mused internally, astonished by the speed of her progress. He glanced at the ranking card and noticed that the number 39 was rapidly slipping out of the top 10, prompting him to focus his mind and leap from the altar, embarking on relentless slaughter. Several hours later, a silver mech descended violently from the sky, crashing not far from Fang Chung, sending a multitude of demons flying in its wake. The mech's visor opened, and Windsor, grinning, remarked, the skin of these demons is utterly revolting. If it weren't for the rewards of the top 10, I wouldn't stay here any longer. Fang Cheng, with a swift motion of his blade, sliced through a multitude of demons, turning to her. Congratulations on reaching the 6th level. Windsor spun around in her mech, proudly exclaiming, thank you. She then produced a pale silver thunder walnut and handed it to Fang Chung, saying, this is what we agreed upon. You may now test its effects. With a firm grip, Fang Chung crushed the walnut, and a tingling sensation coursed through his hand as a rich surge of thunderous energy flowed forth. Within 100 meters of the walnut, a realm of lightning manifested, with silver bolts appearing out of thin air, intertwining and flickering, incinerating all demons within that range. A layer of silver luminescence enveloped Windsor's mech, shielding her from the thunder. The golden-haired beauty urged, Fang, quickly consume it. Fang Chung extracted the kernel from the walnut and popped it into his mouth, savoring its crispness. Unbeknownst to him, the lightning demonic cultivation technique within him activated spontaneously, drawing in the surrounding silver lightning that vanished in an instant, converging entirely within Fang Chung. A torrent of profound, thunderous primal energy surged incessantly into Fang Cheng's dantian. Converging upon the thunderous origin rune, Fang Cheng swallowed the remaining thunder walnuts and stood motionless, quietly refining the thunderous primal energy while nurturing the thunder rune, patiently awaiting its 4th transformation. Countless demons surged forth, clawing and gnashing, intent on consuming Fang Chung. With a crack, a silver whip lashed out with a crisp sound, shattering the demons in its wake. Windsor, wielding the long whip, positioned herself beside Fang Chung, silently guarding him. Approximately half an hour passed, and faint glimmers of thunder light began to emanate from Fang Cheng, intensifying with each moment. However, he remained still, showing no signs of awakening. Windsor sighed, continuing to wield her whip in protection, aware that Fang Cheng was immersed in a profound moment of enlightenment. To interrupt him would surely provoke his ire. Unbeknownst to Windsor, this wait extended for over 3 hours. Eventually, Fei Fei arrived at the scene, and upon understanding the situation, joined Windsor in safeguarding Fang Cheng. Around Fang Cheng, the thunderlight flickered like flame, swirling chaotically, though the fluctuations of primal energy were merely between the third and fourth levels of life essence. There was an ominous aura that instinctively instilled a sense of danger and dread in Windsor, who was at the sixth level of life essence. Another hour passed, and as Windsor observed the increasing number of demons surrounding them, she pondered, why were there so many demons here? Feng Cheng was foolish to consume walnuts in such a place. On the altar, Deng Yi floated above, gazing into the depths of the cavern, a grave expression crossing his face. The colossal mass of flesh writhed violently, layers upon layers of demons tumbling from it, akin to a surging sea, dispersing in all directions. The writhing mass conveyed to Deng He an anthropomorphic sensation, reminiscent of suffering. Suddenly, Deng He sensed a formidable wave of primal energy emanating from deep within the mass, making him feel diminutive, like a mere insect in comparison. This energy resonated with the same sensation he had once felt from a newly ascended master in his troop. A demon had evolved to the soul stage. Deng He gripped his iron rod tightly. Since entering this ethereal realm, he had been unable to locate an exit card, which meant that in the face of imminent peril, he would have no means of retreat. Boom. At that moment, a deafening roar reverberated through the cavern. The immense altar, towering like a mountain, began to sink slowly. The central mass of flesh grew increasingly frenzied and twisted, relentlessly shedding demons. Beneath the altar, Windsor's whip extended 30 meters, swirling into rings of silver, enveloping both herself and Feng Cheng. Any demon that dared to touch the whip's shadow was met with a gruesome fate. Not far away, Fei Fei danced gracefully among the demons, her fist striking, but as the density of demons escalated, the space for her evasion dwindled rapidly. Windsor exclaimed, "Fei, we must take our leave. The situation here has grown perilous. I sense a terrifying surge of elemental energy awakening." Fei Fei evaded several demon attacks, leaping into the sky on her fiery wheels, her brow furrowed as she remarked, "We have no choice but to depart. I wonder what impact this will have on our boss." Just as the two were about to escort Feng Cheng away, a figure descended. Halting their departure, "Wait a moment longer," Deng Yi said, casting a glance at Feng Cheng. With a swift motion of his iron rod, a flurry of strikes swept through the air, toppling a multitude of demons and granting Windsor a moment to breathe. Puzzled, Windsor protested, "There's no time to waste." Deng He retrieved 2 bronze trinkets from his storage bracelet and tossed them into the throng of demons. He then turned to Windsor, saying, "He is nearing completion. After waiting so long, what is the harm in waiting a bit longer?" Suddenly, the trinkets shimmered with bronze light, expanding to become 2 towering mechanical mantises over 3 meters tall, their metallic bodies adorned with exquisite engravings radiating immense elemental energy, rivaling even Deng He and Windsor. As the bronze mantises emerged, they swiftly wielded their forelimbs, becoming mere phantoms as they darted through the tide of demons, dispatching them with remarkable speed. Windsor felt a pang of despair, her heart wavering as she contemplated whether to abandon Feng Cheng and flee alone. Chapter 71. Return. The colossal altar sank entirely into the abyss. An endless horde of demons clashed and devoured one another within the cavern, transforming it into a massive meat grinder. Deng He, Windsor, and Fei Fei exerted themselves to the utmost in slaying demons alongside Feng Cheng, but as time passed, their spirits began to wane. Among the trio, Deng He possessed the most experience and steadfast will, often directing Fei Fei and Windsor during critical moments to maintain their ground without disturbing Feng Cheng. After more than half an hour, the elemental fluctuations emanating from the central mound of flesh in the cavern grew increasingly distinct, a heavy and overwhelming pressure filling the space, causing the trio's elemental energy to flow sluggishly. "Shet, how much longer must we wait? That beast is about to awaken." As Windsor's words faded, a 5-clawed thunder dragon, crackling with lightnings, materialized above them. This dragon exceeded 20 meters in length, its body shimmering with purple lightning, exuding a formidable presence. It opened its mouth and unleashed a thunderous orb that crashed into the tide of demons, producing a blinding flash followed by a deafening roar. As the brilliance dissipated, a clearing the size of a basketball court emerged amidst the chaos. "You finally finished." Deng He laughed heartily, commanding, "Quickly retreat. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Windsor turned in astonishment, only to find that Feng Cheng's previous location was now devoid of presence. Thank God. Windsor propelled herself forward, transforming into a silver streak as she hastened toward the tunnel of the cavern. Feng Cheng, standing in the void on his fiery wheels, directed his summoned creature, the purple radiant thunder dragon, to hunt demons, curiously inquiring of Deng He, "What just happened? Where has the altar gone?" Deng He replied gravely, "A demon at the soul fate stage is on the verge of awakening. We must leave this place immediately." Feng Cheng nodded, acutely aware of the urgency of their situation. Without further ado, he, along with Deng He and Fei Fei, swiftly made their way toward the tunnel. Along the route, Fangcheng summoned the flame scroll, causing pages to dissipate and transform into hundreds of fiery serpents that descended into the surging tide of demons, igniting them one by one. He produced a status card and noted that the hunting value associated with code 39 had plummeted to the 10th position. Fortunately, the gap with the 9th was not substantial, and the hunting value was rapidly increasing. The trio soon arrived at the tunnel leading to the underground lair. Just as they were about to enter, an unusual voice resonated throughout the cavern. Sword come. Fangcheng had never encountered such a language before, yet the moment the sound reached his ears, he instinctively grasped its meaning. It has awakened. We must hurry. Dang, he exclaimed, leading the charge into the tunnel. At that moment, numerous demons surged within the passage, clamoring to make their way to the surface. 2 bronze mechanical mantises forged a path, while Dang he wielded his iron rod with determination, creating a route through the chaos. Fangcheng and He followed closely behind, their steps quickening as they hunted while advancing outward. Suddenly, the peculiar voice echoed again, this time sounding distant yet almost whispering in their ears. Blade, come. The void blade in Fangcheng's hand stirred restlessly, and an unseen force emanated from the weapon, tugging him back. What the? Fangcheng channeled his energy, regaining control of the demonic blade, and continued his escape. Before long, the voice resonated once more, uttering, armor, come. The final phrase eluded their comprehension, yet the palpable anger conveyed within it felt unmistakable, as though it were an insult. Fangcheng, with a peculiar expression, urged, let us be swift. The blade upon the altar appeared to belong to the soul-bound demon. Shortly thereafter, the trio burst forth from the tunnel, soaring into the air and choosing a direction to flee. The sight of Windsor, the strikingly beautiful blonde woman, had already vanished, leaving no trace of her departure. After flying for a considerable distance and distancing themselves from the underground realm, they finally descended onto an immense rock. He produced a card, revealing it to be Fangcheng's mobile dwelling. Boss, just now, as you gained enlightenment, I retrieved your house, she remarked. Thank you. Fangcheng accepted the card, his gaze returning to the status card. The hunting value associated with code 39 continued to surge, having overtaken the 9th position and rapidly approaching the 8th. During their recent departure, he had left behind the summoned purple lightning dragon and hundreds of flame serpents in the underground lair. While the purple lightning dragon was unlikely to last much longer, the flame serpents could navigate the terrain with agility, igniting demons and potentially setting off a chain reaction that would significantly contribute to their hunting value. At that moment, among the top 10 rankings, the hunting values for the other codes had ceased to grow, while the number behind code 39 continued to leap forward. Deng he was also reviewing the rankings, lamenting, still unable to attain first place. Fangcheng, curious, replied, Dengo, had you deployed the bronze mantises earlier, you would surely be in the lead by now. Deng he shook his head and remarked, the driving force of the bronze mantis is a rare crystallization. I possess only a limited quantity of it. Hence I shall refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Just as Fangcheng was about to speak, the void blade in his hand suddenly stirred, yearning to fly in a particular direction. He hastily infused a surge of elemental energy into the blade, regaining control of the cursed weapon, and swiftly stowed it away in his storage watch. Deng he sighed in resignation. Our position has been compromised. We must flee. The trio chose a direction and hurriedly made their escape. Approximately 20 minutes later, a formidable black silhouette approached from the horizon, descending like a meteor and crashing down upon the massive boulder where Fangcheng had just been. This creature was a colossal demon, towering over 10 meters in height, with a crocodilian head and a human body, adorned with deep crimson horns that emanated an eerie luminescence. Unlike other demons, this one lacked skin, its flesh pulsating grotesquely. A pair of bat-like wings extended from its back, shrouded in black mist, radiating a terrifying wave of elemental energy. The demon sensed a disturbance but found nothing amiss, and in its fury, it stomped its foot with tremendous force. The boulder, comparable in size to a football field and soaring over 10 stories high, shattered with a resounding explosion. The demon unfurled its wings and ascended, engulfed in darkness. In the abyss, day and night were indistinguishable. As Fangcheng and his companions wandered through this void realm, they failed to find similar caverns. The trio resorted to seeking out demons amidst the swirling tornadoes to continue their hunt and accumulate their hunting points. To enhance efficiency, Deng he decided to venture off alone in search of demons to slay. Before departing, Fangcheng and he exchanged phone numbers, agreeing to connect on WeChat once they returned to reality, with plans to reunite for drinks later. On this day, Fangcheng suddenly felt a lightness in his body, plunging him into a chaotic and unknown space. Everywhere he turned, above, below, and all around, was a dark crimson hue. He found himself floating uncontrollably within this realm when, unexpectedly, two orbs of black light materialized and slowly approached him. A simple thought emanated from the orbs. Fangcheng immediately comprehended that the black orb on his left contained the reward for slaying 1,000 demons, while the one on his right held the reward for ranking in the top 10 for hunting points. As the two black spheres drew closer, he gradually felt the weight of his body return. The dark crimson surroundings swiftly receded, revealing a stunning vista, a cerulean sky, fluffy clouds, azure sea, and sandy beach. The atmosphere was clear and refreshing, with the sea breeze invigorating his senses. Fangcheng stood upon the soft sands, inhaling the fresh air, basking in the warm sunlight, and relishing the gentle caress of the wind, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility and liberation. He had returned to the Coral Island virtual realm. Nearby, Feifei's figure materialized on the beach, appearing dazed, as if awakening from a dream. Chapter 72, The Ghostly Face on the Beach. Fangcheng and Feifei examined the spoils from their venture into the abyssal virtual realm. Fangcheng had acquired a palm-sized scroll and a cylindrical crystal about the thickness of a finger. The scroll detailed a divine summoning technique known as Angel. Within the crystal, a faint image of a city in ruins flickered, accompanied by a few small words, Virtual Realm Travel Crystal. Grasping the crystal tightly, an automatic influx of information regarding its usage flooded Fangcheng's mind. By shattering the crystal, he could enter another virtual realm for a journey lasting 3 months. During this sojourn in the virtual world, time in the outside world would remain relatively stagnant. Feifei also had her share of rewards, both being skill scrolls. One scroll shared the same celestial summoning technique as Fangcheng's. The other scroll, however, caused her to blush and refrain from showing it to him. It was rare to witness Feifei in a state of shyness, which brought a smile to Fangcheng's face, prompting him not to inquire further. The two, lacking the desire to linger in the Coral Island virtual realm, returned to reality. Had Yan Xiaoling called me? Upon glancing at his phone, which was inundated with missed calls, a wave of frustration washed over Fangcheng. All these missed calls were from a single individual, Yan Xiaoling. If Fangcheng were to discover this, it would undoubtedly stir up trouble. Since emerging from the virtual realm, Fangcheng had not been in contact with the alluring mercenary, Yan Xiaoling. Seeing the multitude of missed calls, he surmised that she must be in urgent need and promptly returned the call. The line connected swiftly, revealing Yan Xiaoling's despondent and hoarse voice. Fangcheng, do you have some time? Could you accompany me for a drink? What on earth was happening? Fangcheng was baffled. Wang Sudong is dead, right before my eyes. I am terrified. Furious, Fangcheng ended the call and drove to the location that Yan Xiaoling had sent via WeChat. Although his relationship with Wang Sudong was merely cordial, hearing such grim news about a comrade with whom he had recently shared drinks stirred a deep sense of sorrow within him. Despite being aware of the inherent dangers of the mercenary profession, he had not anticipated that this day would arrive so soon. Indeed, there are countless high-risk professions in the world, and the mercenary vocation in the virtual realm is no exception. The location provided by Yan Xiaoling led to a residential complex, where the gatekeeper enforced strict regulations, denying entry to outside vehicles. Fangcheng parked at the supermarket adjacent to the complex, purchased some fruit, and walked to Yan Xiaoling's residence. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Yan Xiaoling in form-fitting yoga attire, her beautiful eyes gazing at him with unshed tears. She stepped forward and embraced him tightly without uttering a word. Feeling the softness and elasticity against his chest, Fangcheng gently set the fruit down and patted Yan Xiaoling's shoulder, asking, "Are you all right? Hold me tightly," she whispered softly in his ear. After Fangcheng offered her some comfort, her complexion appeared much more vibrant. The two sat on the carpet beside the coffee table in the living room, where Yan Xiaoling pried open a bottle of beer with her teeth and took a hearty swig. "Fangcheng, I'm leaving this line of work. If I may offer you some advice, you should consider doing the same." Fangcheng lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before responding. "It seems Wang's demise has affected you profoundly." Yan Xiaoling silently nodded, her finely arched brows furrowed as she continued. "You cannot fathom the horror of Wang's death. He was dragged from his mech like a dog, utterly powerless to resist. Then, that person plunged a broad dagger beneath his chin, the blade emerging from the top of his head. I saw the despair, helplessness, and regret in Wang's eyes." Fangcheng listened intently to Yan Xiaoling's account, vivid scenes unfolding in his mind. Once, Wang Sudong's Tianya agency secured a substantial contract, with a commission of 1 million yuan, to rescue an individual trapped in a virtual realm. This person hailed from a wealthy family, but had inadvertently found themselves ensnared in this digital domain, caught in a predicament. Wang Sudong, accompanied by Yan Xiaoling and 2 other mercenaries from the agency, ventured into the virtual world. The initial phase of their mission proceeded smoothly. However, at the last moment, a group of enigmatic figures donning ghastly masks emerged, and without provocation, they engaged in combat. In their desperate attempt to escape using a virtual entry card, they were dismayed to discover that it had inexplicably become ineffective. One by one, Wang Sudong's colleagues were grievously injured and subsequently slain by the mysterious assailants before Yin Xiaoling's eyes. She surmised that her survival was perhaps due to the compassion of the group's female leader, who spared her life. "Did you manage to save the individual?" Fang Cheng inquired. Yin Xiaoling shook her head and replied, "No, he survived. The mysterious beings took him away for a brief period, and ultimately, I returned to the real world with him." For reasons unknown, Fang Cheng was reminded of a former colleague, Zhao Jun. Up to this point, the only means known to render a virtual entry card ineffective seemed to be the Black Stone Palace that Zhao Jun once possessed. Moreover, discussions regarding this topic were scant across the internet. Fang Cheng extinguished his cigarette and pulled Yin Xiaoling closer, saying, "You should rest for a while." Yin Xiaoling nodded. Her curvaceous figure nestled against him, her cheek resting on his chest as she listened to the rhythm of his heartbeat and murmured, "Please don't leave tonight. Will you stay with me?" After a moment of contemplation, Fang Cheng replied, "All right." Yin Xiaoling smiled and soon fell asleep in his embrace. Feeling somewhat bored, Fang Cheng opened his phone and scrolled through his social media when he unexpectedly came across a link shared by Su Beishan. It was an obituary released by the Tianyang Mercenary Agency, detailing the lives and causes of death of Wang Sudong and his companions. Su Beishan had written in his post, "The world is unpredictable. Just recently, I shared drinks with Sudong, dreaming of the future. And now I am met with such tragic news. I hope Sudong finds peace in another world, and may time be kind, granting everyone good fortune." Fang Cheng silently shared this post, adding only a candle emoji, without any further comment. Later that evening, Fang Cheng received a message from Su Beishan. "Let's meet at the agency tomorrow at 9 o'clock to attend a meeting at the Virtual Management Bureau." The following morning, Fang Cheng awoke groggily, instinctively reaching out for Yin Xiaoling, only to be startled by the emptiness beside him. Opening his eyes in surprise, he found himself alone in the bedroom. Exiting the room, he spotted Yin Xiaoling on the balcony, clad in a form-fitting yoga outfit, practicing yoga. She lay on her mat, hands positioned beside her chest, gradually lifting her upper body, her arms extending straight, achieving the yoga pose known as Cobra. The soft morning light bathed her curvaceous form, accentuating her already alluring silhouette, her slender waist devoid of any excess, her skin luminous and smooth, emanating a gentle glow under the dawn's embrace. "Are you awake?" Yin Xiaoling turned her head and smiled sweetly, saying, "There is milk and eggs on the table. Let us have breakfast first." An hour and a half later, Fang Cheng finished his breakfast and arrived punctually at the windlass office. Chapter 73. The Mercenary Association of the Virtual Realm on the first floor of the windlass office. Su Beishan, dressed in a tailored suit, sat confidently on the sofa, a cigar dangling from his lips as he exhaled clouds of smoke. Upon Fang Cheng's entrance, he couldn't help but tease, "What are you trying to prove in this sweltering heat? Aren't you uncomfortable?" Su Beishan grinned, replying, "It's a meeting, after all. It's better to dress formally. Besides, I'm actually quite comfortable in here." Fang Cheng settled opposite him and requested a cigar for himself. It turned out that recently, an incident involving Wang Sudong from the Tianyang office had caused quite a stir in their circle, catching the attention of the Virtual Realm Management Bureau. Today's meeting was centered on discussions regarding the regulation of the mercenary industry within the virtual realm. Life and death are predestined, but wealth is in the hands of fate. Su Beishan shook his head and remarked to Fang Cheng, "We should prioritize acquiring some resurrection coins." As they conversed, a slender figure, Yin Bin, entered the room. After a period of absence, Yin Bin's face radiated joy as he greeted the two with enthusiasm. "You both arrived quite early. Where's Lao Gao?" Su Beishan replied. Lao Gao went straight to the Virtual Management Bureau. "Brother Bin, do you have some good news? You seem particularly cheerful." Fang Cheng, with a hint of intuition, chimed in, "Brother Bin must have struck it rich and is finally ready to get married, right?" Standing beside the sofa, Yin Bin rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, "It's coming soon. My partner and I are currently picking a date." He had finally earned 2 million, allowing him to purchase a house and a car outright. Among the trio, Yin Bin was the eldest, although he had a playful disposition. He had always been steady when it came to significant life decisions. Fang Cheng and Su Beishan hurried to congratulate him, and they left the office to drive to the Virtual Management Bureau in Binhai City. Su Beishan drove his Lexus, Fang Cheng took his BMW 5 Series, and Yin Bin was behind the wheel of his newly acquired Buick LaCrosse. The Virtual Management Bureau was a newly established agency without its own office building yet. It temporarily occupied a floor in the municipal complex of Binhai City. The meeting was set to commence at 10 o'clock, and as the three arrived at the conference room door, it was just past 9:30. However, many participants had already gathered, chatting in small groups in the lobby outside the meeting room. After signing in on the attendance sheet, Su Beishan led Fang Chung towards two tall, middle-aged men who were engaged in conversation, pausing upon noticing their approach. Interestingly, one of them was someone Fang Chung had met previously, a military man named Su Zifeng, encountered in the girls' dormitory of Binhai University within the virtual realm. Su Zifeng's square jaw and military demeanor had left a lasting impression on Fang Chung. Su Beishan brought Fang Chung closer to the two men, introducing him. "Allow me to present my good brother, Fang Ching, whom I mentioned before." He then gestured to the man beside Su Zifeng, saying, "This is Brother Gao Han." Then, pointing at Su Zifeng, he said, "This is my cousin, who has recently been seconded to the Virtual Management Bureau as the Deputy Director. Brother Gao and my cousin are comrades in arms." No wonder Su Beishan had previously remarked that Wufeng had military connections. The other senior partner at Wufeng, Gao Han, was a stern-looking man in his 30s, sporting a neat crew cut and possessing piercing eyes that exuded an unusual vigor. Fang Chung exchanged pleasantries with both of them, during which Su Zifeng subtly revealed that the Virtual Management Bureau intended to spearhead the establishment of a mercenary association, which would regulate the mercenary sector through self-discipline and industry governance. Furthermore, the Bureau would establish a dedicated mercenary management division to liaise with the association on relevant matters. This aligns with the intentions of the National Virtual Management Committee, which, as a prominent governmental body, is presently engaged in active legislative efforts, with a significant array of departmental regulations set to be released shortly. The conference lasted for 2 hours, commencing with a speech from the Secretary of the Virtual Management Bureau in Binhai City, followed by the Director and then Deputy Director Su Zifeng. Finally, 3 representatives of the Binhai City mercenary sector spoke, including Su Beishan himself. No wonder he donned a suit. Consistent with the information revealed by Su Zifeng, it was announced that henceforth, all mercenaries in the virtual realm would be required to possess a certification to operate. Those without a license or whose mercenary licenses had been revoked would be prohibited from providing mercenary services, facing administrative penalties otherwise. As for the mercenary license, individuals possessing a cultivation level of at least the 3rd stage of the life origin would be exempt from examination. Those below this threshold would be required to retake the periodic examinations organized by the Mercenary Association to obtain their certification. All 4 senior partners at Wufeng joined the Binhai City Mercenary Association, with Su Beishan elected as the rotating executive vice president, thus garnering considerable attention. After the meeting, the 4 returned to their office for a brief internal discussion. Su Beishan stated, "I have decided that we will cease operations for a week. Currently, aside from the 4 of us, only Feifei and Chao Huida have reached the 3rd stage of life origin and can obtain a mercenary license. The others are still lacking. The draft for the mercenary qualification assessment indicates that participants must possess either the 3rd stage of life origin cultivation or combat proficiency equivalent to that level. Therefore, our general partners and interns must engage in thorough training." Yinbin nodded in agreement, adding, "I concur with your perspective." In addition, the incident involving Wang Sudong from Tianya has served as a wake-up call. We must exercise greater scrutiny and raise the standards when recruiting partners and interns in the future. Gao Han spoke in a low voice. "I have recently been inquiring about a lead on a virtual combat platform, reportedly located in a county near Qingdao. I believe we should issue a resurrection coin to each employee in our firm, ensuring that everyone can work with peace of mind." Fang Chung, lacking management experience, simply acquiesced. "I have no objections. I will defer to your arrangements." That day, after the brief meeting, Fang Chung participated in the first full assembly of the Wufeng firm since joining, convened within the exclusive virtual realm of Wufeng. Su Beishan, unbeknownst to many, procured an exquisite European-style castle from an enigmatic realm and placed it atop a mountain in his exclusive virtual domain, replacing the former red-roofed villa and establishing the new headquarters for Wufeng. This majestic edifice boasts 9 levels, adorned in the classic European Renaissance style, featuring a grand hall capable of accommodating hundreds, alongside a variety of elegantly decorated dining areas, taverns, and over 100 spacious and comfortable chambers. The conference convened in the castle's grand hall, where Fang Chung and 3 others presided over the proceedings, flanked by over 30 partners and interns from various Wufeng offices. Feifei, seated in the front row, had recently been promoted to partner. Su Beishan began by outlining the forthcoming regulations for the virtual mercenary industry and elucidated Wufeng's developmental plans. He emphatically reiterated the firm's guiding principles, diligence, professionalism, and a steadfast commitment to stability, resolutely avoiding any recklessness. Following the meeting, attendees gathered in the dining hall, where Wang Dandan had engaged a professional chef online, utilizing an array of delectable dishes and beverages sourced from the virtual world, culminating in an extravagant feast with 3 grand tables. Among the delicacies was the celebrated specialty of woofing, the tiger whip soup. The banquet atmosphere thrived as Wang Dandan and He Fei, along with several female colleagues, animatedly engaged in toasts and drinking contests. As a senior partner, Fang Cheng found himself approached by nearly every colleague for a toast, affording him the opportunity to meet many new faces. After several rounds, overwhelmed by the libations, Fang Cheng, with He Fei's assistance, ascended to a room where he promptly collapsed into slumber, not awakening until the following day. Lying in bed, he momentarily drifted into thought when suddenly, laughter outside his window caught his attention. Approaching the window, he beheld a breathtaking vista of undulating mountains blanketed in pristine white snow. A group of woofing men and women had somehow acquired sleds and were gleefully skiing down the slopes, executing a myriad of intricate maneuvers. Though tempted to join the frolic, Fang Cheng, reflecting on his position within the organization, yearned for a more sophisticated form of amusement. An idea sparked within him as he retrieved the virtual travel crystal obtained from the Abyss realm, gently shattering it. In an instant, he vanished from the room. End of this volume. As this volume concludes, Su Zifeng makes an appearance, yet his role remains momentarily unfulfilled. Chapter 74. The Foggy City on a dilapidated asphalt road. Abandoned vehicles lay strewn about. This broad, dual-direction 8-lane thoroughfare, though once bustling, has succumbed to decay, with the asphalt gradually weathered by the passage of time, allowing wild grasses to sprout from the cracks. Flanking the roadway are towering skyscrapers, their facades marred by neglect, some even collapsing midway, leaving only remnants of their former grandeur. The street itself lay eerily deserted, an unsettling silence enveloping the air. The sky above was a dreary gray, shrouded in a thick haze that obscured the sun and moon, while the city's erstwhile vibrancy quietly faded into the ruins. Suddenly, a figure emerged on the desolate road. This individual, of unremarkable appearance and seemingly groggy demeanor, curiously surveyed the surroundings, scanning the environment with a sense of wonder. He donned a finely crafted black samurai outfit, his feet encased in alloy combat boots that resonated with a rhythmic clanging against the aged asphalt beneath him. This individual was Fang Cheng. At this moment, he was not only surveying his surroundings, but also assimilating a sudden influx of memories within his mind. It appeared that this so-called journey had bestowed upon him a new identity, enabling him to seamlessly integrate into human society within this virtual realm. He would have 3 months to navigate this world, while time outside remained relatively suspended. Thus, upon departing 3 months later, he would return to the precise moment he awoke in the castle. Additionally, he had inherited the memories of a man named Andrew, granting him a vague comprehension of this virtual domain. Astonishingly, humans existed in this world. Andrew hailed from a human settlement known as the Floating Isle, where he was currently engaged in a mission. Fang Cheng glanced at his wrist, noting that his storage watch had been modified to align with the aesthetics of this virtual realm. Fortunately, its functionality remained intact, and its contents were unchanged. However, the attire he wore felt awkward, as it had belonged to someone else. Retrieving a mobile residence, he entered and opened his wardrobe, only to discover that all the garments had transformed to reflect the style of this virtual world. Gazing into the fitting mirror, Fang Cheng found himself bemused by his reflection. While his appearance remained unchanged, his once ebony hair had turned silver. Thankfully, the distinctive features of his body had not altered, which provided him a modicum of comfort. As a baron of the Floating Isle, Andrew was required to venture beyond the settlement weekly to hunt for the cores of exotic beasts. Failure to submit these cores on time could result in the forfeiture of his noble title and privileges, relegating him to a mere commoner. Gaining re-entry into the aristocracy would then become considerably more arduous. Fang Cheng pieced together the information gleaned from the travel crystal, realizing that this journey resembled a descent into a new experiential reality. It was a foray into a novel world, a different way of life, and an unfamiliar society. The travel crystal functioned akin to a pass for entering and exiting the virtual realm. With but a thought, one could terminate the travel state and return whence they came. Moreover, any injuries or even death encountered during the journey would not impose any repercussions upon Fang Cheng himself. However, any gains made during the voyage could be transferred back to reality. Indeed, it was a sophisticated form of engagement. Fang Cheng glided effortlessly through the decrepit buildings, propelled by wind and fire. A distant, primal roar echoed in his ears, prompting him to turn and behold a scene reminiscent of a shopping street, where a throng of exotic beasts was vying for sustenance. Intrigued, he swiftly soared toward the commotion. These creatures, wolf-like in stature, were devoid of fur and limbs, instead adorned with numerous centipede-like appendages along their sides. From Andrew's recollections, he learned that these beasts were known as demon wolves. The sight before him featured over a dozen demon wolves slithering upon the ground, fiercely contending for morsels of flesh, the metallic scent of blood permeating the air. Not far from these demon wolves, a subway train lay awkwardly across the shopping street, its front end having collided into the side of a mall. In stark contrast to the ruins of this metropolis, the subway train appeared remarkably new, seemingly out of place in this surreal realm. The windows and doors of the train were shattered, its body marred by scratches, indentations, and dark stains of blood. In Andrew's memories, temporal rifts frequently manifested within the Misty City, allowing vehicles from other worlds to traverse these fissures and arrive in the fog-laden urban landscape. Such vehicles often bore inhabitants from alternate realms. For the aberrant beasts, these humans were a delectable delicacy, while for the denizens of the floating islands, they represented valuable slaves, capable of yielding considerable wealth once transported back to their lofty abodes. Feng Cheng waved his hand, unleashing a swarm of ice butterflies that swiftly froze the magic wolves prowling below. He extracted several pale yellow triangular crystalline cores from the heads of the slain beasts, stowing them away. As a baron of the floating islands, he was required to submit 10 such cores weekly to maintain his noble privileges. Given Feng Cheng's current prowess, dealing with these magic wolves, which were barely at the initial stages of their life essence, was a trivial matter. He meandered through the Misty City for a short while, amassing enough crystalline cores to fulfill his monthly quota. Regrettably, the magic wolves were scattered. Some lurked within complex subterranean networks, while others resided among the ruins of towering edifices. Feng Cheng soon grew impatient. He had spent 3 months in this surreal realm, a perfect duration for honing the remaining wind and shadow magics of the 5-demon diagram. Thus, he resolved to soar towards the outskirts of the Misty City, preparing to return to the floating islands. Beyond the Misty City lay an expansive depression, deepening as one ventured further from the urban sprawl. This evidently was once a seabed, the ocean having vanished for reasons unknown. Outside the city, the oppressive gray mist dissipated, yielding to the scorching sunlight that baked the ground, causing temperatures to soar above 40 degrees Celsius. A fierce wind swept across the landscape, leaving the ground barren save for gravel and rock, nearly devoid of any vegetation. Just as Feng Cheng was about to exit the Misty City, a thunderous roar of engines echoed from several kilometers behind him. He beheld a large, pristine white passenger plane diving from the misty skies. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the aircraft crashed violently into a skyscraper, disintegrating amidst a cascade of flames and black smoke. More than a third of the towering structure collapsed in the ensuing chaos, sending debris crashing to the ground. The resounding noise reverberated throughout the desolate city. Feng Cheng hovered in midair, torn between the urge to investigate the commotion and the desire to depart. While it seemed unnecessary to return, his innate curiosity, characteristic of his compatriots, tugged at him, suggesting that leaving without a glance back would feel incomplete. If only he had a mobile phone to capture the moment and share it with friends, all would be perfect. A distant roar interrupted his contemplation. Atop a building at the edge of the Misty City, a magnificent silver tiger had appeared, roaring towards the site of the impact. From a distance of 200 to 300 meters, Feng Cheng discerned that a figure was seated upon the tiger's back. Chapter 75. The Servant of the God of Light. As Feng Cheng caught sight of the other party, he was met with the same realization from her. The silver giant tiger leaped from the rooftop of one building to another with an imposing ferocity. Swiftly, the magnificent creature closed the distance towards Feng Cheng, towering buildings around it appearing as mere flat ground. Perched atop the giant tiger was an extraordinarily beautiful young woman, clad in golden leather armor. She wielded a 2-meter-long golden scepter, sitting gracefully upon the beast's back. Her armor bore a striking resemblance to a 3-piece swimsuit from the real world, providing scant protection, barely covering the most vulnerable areas. She possessed a slender figure, her skin as pale as snow, and her golden curls shimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight. Her exquisite face radiated a holy and dignified aura, a beauty unlike anything Feng Cheng had ever encountered in his life. Suddenly, Feng Cheng noticed a brilliant gem embedded at the tip of her golden scepter, resembling a miniature sun, emanating a blinding light. The Servant of the God of Light. From Andrew's memories, Feng Cheng discerned the identity of this enchanting woman. She was a formidable adversary of the floating islands. At that moment, the Servant of the God of Light, riding her giant tiger, arrived at the rooftop of the building closest to Fang Cheng. Raising her golden scepter, she pointed at him and declared, "Heretic, I bestow upon you death." Instantly, a ring of transparent flames encircled Fang Cheng, constricting rapidly. Death right from the onset. Fang Cheng felt somewhat bewildered. This was the first individual he had encountered in this virtual realm, and the first human he had seen amidst so many virtual worlds. Before he could muster an opening line, she sought to bestow him with death. Cursing under his breath, Fang Cheng hastily summoned his elemental energy, executing a swift hand strike that transformed into a frigid blade of ice magic, cleaving through the fiery ring and allowing him to escape. The servant of the god of light radiated an aura of 6 levels of elemental energy, yet Fang Cheng remained unfazed. For she could not fly. Calmly, he retrieved the blade of nihility from his storage wristwatch. Pointing the long knife at her, he exclaimed, "What a lack of courtesy." Upon uttering these words, he realized he had spoken in a language he had never learned, the common tongue of this virtual realm. The servant of the god of light retorted sharply, "Heretic, what courtesy is there to speak of with you?" Without further ado, she resumed her fiery assault on Fang Cheng. He maneuvered swiftly through the air, evading her strikes with remarkable speed, utilizing the wind and fire wheel to circle around her in the blink of an eye, launching a surprise attack. A torrent of blade light surged forth, striking towards the servant's exquisitely smooth back, as ivory as the finest porcelain. With a heavy thud, the golden scepter struck the ground, summoning an eggshell-shaped protective barrier to envelop both her and the giant tiger. However, she gravely underestimated the destructive power of Fang Cheng's blade of nihility. The sharp blade of elemental energy failed to pierce the protective barrier, yet as the body of the blade descended, the barrier crumbled like paper under its might. The blade's light struck true, eliciting a startled cry from the servant of the god of light. Not adept in close combat and having underestimated Fang Cheng, who was at the 4th level of life energy, she found herself flustered, attempting to turn and confront him, but alas, there was no opportunity left. Fang Cheng moved like a phantom, circling the casually dressed divine attendant of light dozens of times in the blink of an eye. He unleashed the thunderous ghost hand, transforming his single hand into countless phantasmal fingers. Before the divine attendant could react, he had already struck her with over 100 precise touches. The frigid power of ice magic infiltrated her body, completely freezing her energy, rendering her an ordinary person. Simultaneously, the massive tiger, which had been poised to snarl at Fang Cheng, was subdued by a single palm strike. In an instant, ice crystals spread, encasing it in a frozen sculpture. Fang Cheng observed the divine attendant, now immobilized within the icy statue of the tiger, and frowned slightly. His ice magic could only temporarily seal this 6th-tier master. It wouldn't be long before she would attempt to retaliate. Killing her seemed a pity, yet releasing her would be an even greater loss. Suddenly, a solution emerged from Andrew's memories, the blood contract slave mark. As the name surfaced, a flood of corresponding memories erupted in Fang Cheng's mind. Thus, he realized, the floating islands had devised numerous strategies to counter the divine attendants, and this slave mark was one of them, specifically designed to counter the divine power of the attendants. It represented one of the greatest achievements of the floating islands in the past decade. Fang Cheng sliced his fingertip and inscribed a complex rune upon the divine attendant's smooth, white forehead. The rune instantly radiated brilliance, and Fang Cheng's blood vanished into her skin. In the next moment, he established a clear connection with the divine attendant. With merely a thought, he could command her actions. He could even compel her to end her own life. The divine attendant, her divine power surging within her, expelled the ice magic that had invaded her body and prepared to strike back at Fang Cheng. However, her beautiful face twisted in agony as she reluctantly dropped her golden scepter, glaring at him with barely contained fury. "Stand at attention," Fang Cheng commanded sharply. The divine attendant immediately leaped down from the ice tiger, standing before him with her long, straight legs together and hands at her sides, standing rigidly. At ease, she slightly extended her left foot. "Stand at attention." She retracted her left foot. Fang Cheng nodded inwardly. The slave mark from Andrew's memories was indeed effective. A peculiar scene unfolded in the misty city. On the rooftop of a towering building at the city's edge, a massive silver tiger stood frozen as an ice sculpture. Its fierce form captured mid-turn. Beside the ice tiger, a man and a woman faced each other. The sky above them split in two, one side shrouded in gray mist, the other basking in bright sunlight. "Now, shall we converse properly? What is your name?" Fang Cheng inquired leisurely. "Persephone," the divine attendant replied, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger. "How old are you?" 24. "What is your zodiac sign?" Persephone stood tall, clad in flat, open-toed sandals. Her long, shapely legs nearly matching Fong Cheng's height, estimated at around 175 centimeters. Her proportions were nearly perfect, embodying the ideal that Su Baishan defined for beauty: slender waist, long legs, ample chest, and rounded hips, far surpassing the fitness instructors and yoga teachers of the real world. Fong Cheng declared, "You have now become my bloodbound slave. Do you still desire to kill me?" Persephone retorted through clenched teeth, "All heretics must perish." "Why?" Fong Cheng inquired, curiosity piqued. From Andrew's memories, he had learned that Persephone, a servant of the light, hailed from a base known as the Sanctuary of Light, yet he remained unaware of the reasons they deemed their floating island a heresy, deserving of destruction. Under his control, Persephone reluctantly replied, "You have forsaken humanity by taking the monstrous beasts as your mentors. They are the most perilous demons in this world, humanity's greatest foes. Taking monstrous beasts as mentors?" Fong Cheng responded, momentarily taken aback and perplexed. Persephone countered, "Are you truly unaware that your floating island's cultivation methods and combat skills have been derived from the skeletal inscriptions of these beasts?" Fong Cheng chuckled sheepishly, reflecting, "Had you not mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious. How could I digest all of Andrew's numerous memories at once?" Chapter 76. The Marquis's Son Across the Boundless Seafloor. A quantum motorcycle sped swiftly, trailing a cloud of dust reminiscent of a dragon's tail. Fong Cheng piloted the motorcycle across a flat expanse of the deep-sea plain, with the bloodbound female slave, Persephone, trailing behind, upholding the esteemed traditions of the windlass office and adhering to a discreet and cautious approach. He opted for a quantum motorcycle, an equally popular choice in this virtual realm, rather than employing the ostentatious firewheel for his journey. In truth, the seafloor was anything but flat. As the seawater receded, an array of peculiar terrain emerged, featuring towering underwater mountains, undulating hills, and deep-sea trenches. Ahead, a colossal volcano loomed, its majestic conical form occupying Fong Cheng's entire field of vision, with gentle slopes merging seamlessly into the vast flatness of the seafloor. He imagined that when the waters were present, the surface might merely reveal a medium-sized volcanic island. Who could have anticipated such grandeur beneath the waves? As the sun dipped low, casting its final rays atop the volcano, a stunning tableau unfolded. At the volcano's midsection lay a sparsely lit small town, originally a supply point for the floating islands, which had gradually evolved into its current scale. Surrounding the town were heaps of wreckage from aircraft, trains, and colossal vessels. Navigating through this debris revealed thousands of steel shanties, reminiscent of a slum. Many of the shanties were dimly lit, yet the air was filled with a cacophony of voices, creating a lively atmosphere. In the heart of the town stood a 3-story stone building, standing out amidst the surrounding structures, its bright lights illuminating the night and drawing attention. As Fong Cheng entered the town on his quantum motorcycle, the brilliant headlights illuminated the narrow streets, silencing the bustling noise akin to a television being unplugged. In the twilight shadows, a multitude of gazes fell upon Fong Cheng and the woman behind him. Through his senses, he discerned that almost all of these onlookers were ordinary humans, with only a scant few exhibiting faint fluctuations of energy, yet these were exceedingly weak. From Andrew's memories, he learned that most of these individuals hailed from another world. They belonged to a category of humanity that cannot attain the status of slaves on the floating islands. Abandoned to fend for themselves, ultimately congregating here, they hunt feeble beasts at the cost of their lives to satisfy their most fundamental needs for survival. The opulent attire of Fong Cheng, the tall and elegant woman, and the powerful energy motorcycles are all objects of their unattainable desires. Behind Fong Cheng, Persephone whispered, "In our sanctuary of light, as long as they become devotees of the goddess, they can obtain basic living provisions and dignity." Fong Cheng snorted but remained silent. Driving straight to the small building at the center of the town, a tattered sign hung above, inscribed with the peculiar letters spelling Volcano Bar. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, Fong Cheng subtly focused his thoughts, causing a complex crimson mark to appear on Persephone's forehead, signifying her status as a bloodbound slave. As they entered the bar, the cacophony of voices abruptly ceased. Dozens of eyes in the spacious hall turned toward them, particularly fixating on Persephone, whose beauty was so striking that it nearly blinded onlookers. Among the patrons, most were robust, ordinary men, each embracing one or two women, indulging in drink and merriment. Only two individuals, like Fong Cheng, wore fine garments and emanated waves of energy. In his memory, Andrew had frequented this establishment on numerous occasions. Fong Cheng and Persephone found a table, and he called out, "Waiter, 2 portions of beast meat, 2 loaves of bread, and a pitcher of volcano black beer." Upon his words, the bar's atmosphere returned to its usual clamor. Behind the bar stood a portly middle-aged man who promptly fulfilled Fong Cheng's order, addressing him with respect, "My Lord Baron. It has been a few days since we last met. Congratulations on your recent triumph." Fong Cheng, mimicking Andrew's previous demeanor, replied coolly, "Where's your boss?" The middle-aged man bowed. "The boss is out on business and has yet to return." Fong Cheng gestured for him to withdraw. The beast meat served at the bar was a dark, tough chunk, reminiscent of dried beef jerky, quite chewy. However, it lacked flavor aside from its saltiness. Fortunately, the black beer had a pleasant taste. Observing Pasifini engrossed in her bread, Fong Cheng inquired, "Why do you not eat the meat?" Pasifini glanced at him and replied, "Only you heretics would feast upon the filthy beasts. TSK, do you not know how to speak?" Fong Cheng could not help but reprimand her. Pasifini scoffed coldly. Choosing not to respond, Fong Cheng chuckled, "Do you believe I would command you to dance provocatively on the table? You." Pasifini's brows furrowed, her luminous eyes locking onto Fong Cheng, her lips pressed tightly together in frustration, fearing he might issue such a command that would humiliate her before these heretics. It would be better to end her life than to endure such disgrace, but alas, bound by their blood contract, she was unable even to commit suicide. "I hope my sister arrives to rescue me soon," Pasifini mused internally, becoming increasingly cautious. At that moment, the only other two energy warriors in the bar approached them. The leader, tall and imposing, bore a rugged yet strikingly handsome visage. He possessed a head of dark crimson hair, neatly styled into a crew cut, exuding an aura of competence. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be under 30, with a fluctuation of life force resembling that of a third-level life essence. Behind him stood a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, with downcast eyes and a gentle demeanor, silently trailing alongside him, seemingly a servant. Yet, the aura of life force emanating from him was no less formidable than that of the Baroness, marking him as a skilled individual. "Good day, Baron. Would you mind if I took a seat?" The man inquired politely, his gaze frequently darting toward the Baroness. Fong Cheng offered a slight smile, responding, "By all means. Thank you." After sitting down, the man continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ramviel, and like you, I am also a Baron." "Oh, a pleasure to meet you. I am Andrew." Fong Cheng awkwardly introduced himself. Ramviel got straight to the point, "Baron Andrew. May I inquire if your bloodbound slave is for sale? If I am not mistaken, she appears to be a high-ranking servant of the light deity." Taking a sip of beer, Fong Cheng shook his head and humbly replied, "I apologize, Baron Ramviel, but I have only recently acquired this female slave and have yet to enjoy her company. Thus, I have no intention of selling her at this time." Upon hearing that Fong Cheng had yet to enjoy her, a flicker of delight crossed Ramviel's eyes as he chuckled. "My father often taught me that nothing is absolute. As long as the bargaining chips are sufficient, anything is possible. Baron Andrew, I can offer you 3 times the market price." Pacefine clenched her teeth, her beautiful face marred by humiliation, lamenting her misstep in battle. Truly, a single miscalculation could lead to irreparable consequences. "Regrettably, I must decline this time, but I will certainly consider trading with you in the future," Fong Cheng smiled. Ramviel pondered for a moment before breaking into laughter. "Baron Andrew, you must have heard of my reputation, correct? Are you attempting to raise the price? Very well, just name your price. Moreover, no matter how high it is, I can assure you that I will introduce you to my Marquis father. On the floating island, a Marquis signifies a power of either 8th or 9th life essence, making him one of the most influential figures on the island, second only to the iron-blooded Grand Duke." Fong Cheng felt overwhelmed. It seemed that maintaining a low profile was unattainable. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the greater the trouble she brought. Casting a glance at the enchanting Pacefine, he found himself reluctant to part with his first female slave. He flashed a bright smile. "Are you suggesting that if I refuse to sell, your next course of action would be to resort to force?" Ramviel leaned back slightly, crossing his arms, his expression darkening. "It appears that may be the only option." With a sigh, Fong Cheng snapped his fingers, and an ice-blue butterfly alighted atop Ramviel's head. "Then I suppose I must act first." As soon as the words left his mouth, the ice butterfly shattered silently, and Ramviel remained in his tactical posture, instantly encased in ice, becoming a frozen statue. "You seek your own demise." The skilled servant behind Ramviel was just about to make a move when Fong Cheng's figure transformed into a mere shadow, appearing behind him. The void blade had somehow found its way into his hand, slashing toward his opponent. Ramviel's servant, a formidable expert of 6th level life essence or above, instantly transformed his hands into an inky black, reflecting a metallic sheen, coldly laughing as he reached for the void blade. He could not fathom that, despite his formidable prowess at the 7th level of the Vitality Realm, he could not defeat a mere practitioner at the 4th level. Chapter 77. the train, and the slave. A sound akin to the slicing of paper resonated. The hands of this seventh-level master fell to the ground, and in the wake of his incredulous gaze, the ethereal blade glided effortlessly through his form. Life and death hinged on a fleeting moment. No matter how high one's cultivation, it is futile if one cannot unleash it. After Fang Cheng sheathed his blade and resumed his seat, Ramvel's servant collapsed with a thud, his body cleaved in two. Strangely, frost gathered at the incision, and not a drop of blood spilled forth. From Fang Cheng's freeze kill of Ramvel to the swift execution of the servant, merely a few seconds elapsed. Though the patrons at other tables in the bar continued their raucous chatter, since Fang Cheng entered with Parthenope, their attention had been riveted upon this particular table, drawn by the allure of beauty and the prominence of a figure from the floating islands. As Fang Cheng executed the two vitality warriors with thunderous efficiency, the noise in the bar gradually diminished, ultimately falling into a profound silence. The onlookers beheld Ramvel, still seated and transformed into a frozen statue. A chill running down their spines. Fang Cheng sipped his dark beer, his fingers tapping the table, as a myriad of ice butterflies materialized around him, dancing gracefully in the bar's illumination. Parthenope furrowed her brow and inquired, "Are you intent on silencing witnesses?" Fang Cheng glanced at her, bemused. "Do you still concern yourself with the fate of heretics?" At that moment, Fang Cheng pondered a singular question. Did this ethereal realm truly exist? Were the beings within it real humans or mere data constructs? If they were indeed real, the act of slaying two individuals weighed heavily on his conscience. As for the others in the bar, what difference did it make whether he killed 2 or 20? After all, he was not of this world. Parthenope whispered, "I possess a divine technique that can erase their memories for a brief period." Fang Cheng regarded her for a few moments before breaking into a smile. "You are a good person." Parthenope's fingers danced as she formed a series of intricate hand seals, a gentle radiance blossoming from her fingertips, swiftly enveloping the entire bar. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the patrons in the bar succumbed to unconsciousness. As the glow subsided, Parthenope gestured toward the corpses of Ramvel and his servant, a transparent flame igniting upon them, incinerating them within moments, leaving not a trace of ash. Remarkably, the chairs and floor of the bar bore no signs of scorching. Fang Cheng contemplated the term purification. "In 10 minutes, they will awaken and forget everything that just transpired," Parthenope stated. Fang Cheng nodded and rose to approach the bar, retrieving a set of keys from the wall. "Shall we retire upstairs? We depart for the floating islands tomorrow." Parthenope's expression shifted, realizing the long-anticipated event was about to unfold. Was he so eager to indulge in my company, even before nightfall? On the second and third floors of the bar, there are a dozen guest rooms. Andrew had previously resided here, and with the relevant memories in mind, Fang Cheng navigated effortlessly to the finest room. This chamber featured a grand circular bed adorned with crimson sheets, while 2 candle lamps crafted from the fat of exotic beasts hung on the walls, their flickering light casting a soft, hazy ambience throughout the space. Several oil paintings of the human form adorned the walls, further enhancing the room's allure. Near the window stood a pristine cat-footed bathtub, beside which a small table displayed a fragrant soap and a bottle of red wine, both arranged neatly. Fang Cheng glanced at Parthena and casually tossed a fireball into the bathtub. Upon contact, the fireball dispersed like liquid, spreading throughout the bath and purifying it. The flames, radiating an astonishing heat akin to Parthena's, left the tub unscathed. Moments later, as the flames subsided, Fang Cheng turned on the adjacent black metal faucet, and warm water flowed into the tub. A few minutes later, he settled comfortably into the bath, noticing Parthena standing motionless at the doorway, beckoning her over. With a gentle bite of her red lip, she irresistibly moved her long legs towards him. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Fang Cheng's face, while a melodious chant filled the air, enveloping him in a sense of profound comfort and relaxation. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Parthena kneeling reverently by the window, praying to the rising sun and softly humming a melodious hymn. Her back was straight, her shapely form illuminated by the morning light, exuding a sacred and pure aura that inspired reverence. Yawning, Fang Cheng felt a tinge of sleep deprivation and rolled over to resume his slumber. When he awoke again, the sun was already high in the sky, and the mechanical clock on the wall pointed to 10 o'clock. After dressing, he and Parthena departed from the volcanic town. The town was desolate during the day, as its inhabitants had ventured out in search of food and resources for survival. Fang Cheng maneuvered his energy motorcycle around the base of the volcano, traveling for half a day until he spotted a tiny black that suspended in the distant sky, a floating island. After another hour of travel, that had grown to the size of a watermelon, revealing its irregular contours. Ahead of them, on the desolate seabed plain, A striking black and gold train composed of numerous carriages appeared. Beside the train, several trucks were parked, and a crowd had gathered nearby. Soon, Fang Chung approached the black and gold train, curiosity compelling him to stop his energy motorcycle. The train's design exuded a sense of science fiction, with smooth lines and an integrated appearance. Astonishingly lacking wheels beneath its body, the black and gold exterior conveyed a sense of weight and opulence. Through the windows, one could glimpse the minimalist yet luxurious decor within the carriages. The train seemed to have abruptly materialized from another realm, gliding across the barren expanse for some time before coming to a halt, its undercarriage marked with scratches. At this moment, the hundreds of passengers aboard the train were gradually boarding the dozen or so energy vehicles, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. These passengers were clad in elegantly simple attire, infused with a sci-fi aesthetic that transcended the ages. Among them were strikingly handsome men and beautiful women. Their genes optimized to perfection, regardless of age or gender, each one could easily become a star in the realm of reality. Under the guidance of several energy warriors, they boarded the vehicles in an orderly fashion, preparing to journey to the floating islands. Undoubtedly, some were poised to profit immensely. The worth of these hundreds of high-quality slaves was incalculable. One energy warrior recognized Fang Chung and promptly approached him with a greeting. "Andrew, what a coincidence." It took Fang Chung several seconds to recall the warrior's name, Barry, a baron with a strength at the third level of life essence. He replied with a smile, "Indeed. Barry, it seems you have made quite the haul this time." Barry responded, "Yes, indeed. We were fortunate to be chosen by Count Lewis for assistance. He is quite generous with commissions." Fang Chung realized, so these slaves were sourced by Count Lewis. Lewis was well known on the floating islands for his successful ventures in the slave trade. Barry nodded. "This batch of slaves is of commendable quality. I estimate that many will eventually be able to free themselves from servitude and ascend to positions akin to ours." Chapter 78. The Angel of Divine Descent on the Floating Islands. Commoners who reach the third level of life essence can qualify through assessments to become nobles. Those at the 4th to 5th levels are designated as viscounts, while those at the 6th to 7th levels are counted as earls. Achieving the 8th to 9th levels grants the title of marquis, and those who break through to attain life soul status become dukes. To date, there has only been one duke on the floating islands, the iron-blooded Grand Duke, the founder of the islands. Barry gazed curiously at Persephone behind Fang Chung, particularly at the blood contract mark upon her forehead, and could not help but express envy. "It seems, Andrew, that fortune favors you even more, as you have acquired a blood contract, servant of the light." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Barry returned to his team to assist in maintaining order. Shortly thereafter, Fang Chung and Persephone arrived at the reception base beneath the floating islands. The colossal floating island loomed like a majestic mountain above an unfathomable abyss, said to be over 100 kilometers wide, with depths that no one has ever survived to recount. The reception base was manned by guards who, upon recognizing Fang Cheng's identity, treated him with utmost respect, ushering him onto a hot air balloon that ascended slowly towards the floating island. Under the sunlight, the myriad buildings on the floating island shimmered in vibrant hues, resembling a bustling small city. Surrounding the island were lush green fields, dotted with a few verdant trees, where many slaves toiled diligently in the fields. The hot air balloon descended at a station on the outskirts of the small city, and Fang Chung continued to steer the energy motorcycle towards the center of the town. The entire floating island was broadly divided into 5 distinct areas. The first area was the agricultural zone, primarily dedicated to the production of grain. The second district is known as the slave zone, the largest area where both light and heavy industries of the floating islands are concentrated. Each factory is accompanied by extensive shantytown residential areas. The third district is the civilian zone, representing the ordinary commercial sector, administrative area, and residential quarters for the common populace. The fourth district is the noble commercial zone and residential area, where barons and viscounts can obtain a villa free of charge. The distinction lies in the fact that barons receive terraced houses, while viscounts are awarded standalone garden villas. The fifth district is the noble estate zone, where the marquises and the iron-blood duke reside. Upon entering the fourth district, the streets become clean and orderly, adorned with flowers and trees on either side, creating an elegant and pleasant environment. Flanking the streets are park-like residential communities, featuring rows of aesthetically pleasing terraced villas. Each of these villas is equipped with solar panels on their roofs, providing electrical support for the nobles. Fang Chung entered one of the communities, stopping at the end of the 7th row of villas. As the villa doors swung open, a stunning woman clad in an apricot gray uniform skirt bowed gracefully and greeted. "Baron Andrew, welcome back. The uniform in this virtual realm bears some resemblance to a suit in reality, yet with notable differences. The collar is smaller, lacking buttons and openings, forming a seamless and enveloping design. Evidently, it has assimilated knowledge from numerous visitors from other worlds. The enchanting woman appears to be in her late 20s. Her voluptuous figure accentuated by the embrace of the apricot gray uniform. She is a commoner on the floating island, hired by Andrew as a housekeeper. Upon seeing her, a fragment of Andrew's memory resurfaced in Fong Chung's mind. Andrew himself hails from a common family, with a grandfather who was a visitor from another realm. Through 3 generations of relentless effort, it is only in Andrew's time that they achieved noble status. The hardships and tribulations they endured cannot be succinctly articulated. In his youth, Andrew was sent to a martial arts school at great expense by his parents, and this beautiful housekeeper was a senior from his school days. Only a select few among commoners could afford the martial arts academy, and from that select group, only a minuscule number could elevate their martial prowess to the 3rd tier of life essence, thereby attaining the title of Baron. Andrew is indeed one such paragon among commoners. While the beautiful housekeeper has faded into anonymity, fortunately, during their school days, they shared a romantic connection, which afforded the housekeeper the opportunity to ascend to the privileged noble class, becoming a contracted housekeeper and earning a salary far exceeding that of other commoners. Fong Chung produced 40 crystal cores and handed them to the beautiful housekeeper, saying, "Heidi, please submit these crystal cores to the administrative office for the upcoming 4 weeks." "As you wish," Heidi replied respectfully, accepting the crystal cores. After casting a glance at Pasifini, she departed. Andrew's villa spans 3 stories, approximately 300 square meters. The first floor comprises the kitchen, dining room, and the housekeeper's quarters. The second floor features a study and a reception area, while the third floor serves as the master bedroom. Aside from the housekeeper, Andrew has not purchased any slaves to attend to his daily needs, nor has he employed slaves to develop any enterprises. Before Fong Chung entered this virtual realm, he was merely a minor baron of the 3rd tier of life essence, barely managing to hunt enough crystal cores each week to maintain his noble privileges. After his arrival, he had already qualified to apply for an elevation in rank. However, after contemplating the matter, he chose to adopt a more low-key approach. In the study of his villa, expansive floor-to-ceiling windows allowed sunlight to stream in unobstructed. The floor was adorned with a plush, thick carpet, while bookshelves flanking the sides were filled to the brim with tomes. Fong Chung sat behind his desk, where an elongated scroll, a foot in length and a palm's width in breadth, lay spread out before him. This was the celestial summoning technique he had acquired in the abyssal virtual realm. This divine summoning art required the refinement of 72 runes, which, when combined with array patterns, formed a grand summoning formation capable of calling forth an angel. According to the scroll's descriptions, the strength of the summoned angel depended upon the summoner's own power, typically exceeding the summoner by 3 minor realms. Thus, with Fong Chung's current life essence at the 4th tier, he could summon an angel of the 7th tier. Gazing out at the verdant fields and streets beyond the window, he found himself lost in thought. I should soon break through to the 5th tier of life essence. At which point, aside from that enigmatic iron-blooded duke, there will be no one in this virtual realm who poses a threat to me. His training plan for the next 3 months was threefold. First, to master the celestial summoning technique. Second, to cultivate the wind demon and shadow demon diagrams. And third, to advance to the 5th tier of life essence. According to Andrew's memories, the floating islands harbored numerous resources conducive to enhancing one's cultivation. He could procure some over the next 3 months and collaborate with Gu Yin upon his return. And perhaps acquire a few more exquisite slaves, alas. The wretched institution of slavery. At that very moment, beneath the floating islands, not far from the reception base, a soft radiance in the air subtly distorted, revealing an exquisite woman of noble bearing. Clad in a light golden robe and wielding a golden scepter, a blue gemstone glimmered on her smooth forehead, exuding an alluring and profound light. Beside her, a silver giant lion, over 3 meters tall and more than 10 meters long, lay quietly in a crouch. She gazed up at the floating islands, her stunning and sacred visage imbued with an icy and lethal aura. In the villa, Persephone, quietly seated beneath the bed in the 3rd floor bedroom, seemed to sense something, her expression lighting up before returning to its usual calm. "My sister has finally arrived," she mused, beginning to anticipate Andrew's next departure from the floating islands. With a life essence at the 6th tier, she knew Andrew would not squander her potential. She would prove invaluable in his hunts against exotic beasts. Chapter 79. Sudden wealth to Persephone's dismay. Fong Chung remained in the villa for an entire week, either engrossed in cultivation or buried in books. occasionally seeking her company in a more intimate manner. She sorrowfully realized that the excitement her body exhibited at times was gradually eroding her will and faith. Equally disappointing for Fong Qing was the appalling culinary skills of the beautiful housekeeper, Heidi. Due to the absence of servants, all domestic tasks such as cooking and cleaning were left to Heidi. However, her culinary skills were rather lacking. Indeed, they were quite abysmal. Previously, Andrew had refrained from purchasing slaves out of frugality, yet his financial situation was genuinely dire. Despite his elevation to nobility, he lacked the foundational wealth typically associated with such status. Consequently, Fong Chung was compelled to expedite his plans to acquire slaves. Yet, the question lingered, where would the funds come from? On the floating islands, the currencies circulating among the nobility primarily consisted of crystal cores. The cores from beasts of the third tier and below were collectively referred to as first-tier cores, characterized by a pale yellow hue. Those from beasts of the fourth and fifth tiers were classified as second tier, exhibiting a bright yellow coloration. One second-tier crystal core could be exchanged for 100 first-tier cores, while a slave of decent quality would require anywhere from 10 to 30 first-tier cores. This character template was decidedly impoverished. Fong Chung gazed at the 2 remaining first-tier cores in his possession and chuckled derisively. He had little inclination to hunt beasts beneath the floating islands at this juncture. One day, seated in his study, an epiphany struck him. He smacked his thigh and retrieved a sheet of paper, beginning to brainstorm. During this period, aside from honing his divine descent technique, he had perused numerous texts concerning this ethereal realm, which greatly inspired his understanding of mystical practices. As Persephone had previously articulated, the cultivation techniques and secret arts practiced by the inhabitants of the floating islands were derived from the bones of mystical beasts. Some formidable creatures bore natural patterns upon their skeletal structure, with certain patterns being remarkably complete and inherently resembling the runes Fong Chung sought to cultivate. The Iron-Willed Duke, founder of the floating islands, pioneered this method of cultivation. Henceforth, frail humanity learned to adopt the strengths of their adversaries, continuously hunting mystical beasts and collecting remains with intact bone patterns, which were then systematically deduced and tested, culminating in the development of various techniques and secret arts. Legend has it that 5 centuries ago, the Iron-Willed Duke arrived from another world, paving the way for hope and illuminating the light of civilization in this realm. Strictly speaking, the indigenous population of this world had long been extinguished. The humans of the floating islands and the Sanctuary of Light were all visitors from other worlds or their descendants. Limited by the population and exploratory capacities of the 2 bases, the existence of a third base remains uncertain to this day. Fong Cheng's inspiration stemmed from bone patterns. Although he lacked these patterns himself, he could refine his mystical runes to trace back to the essence of bone patterns. In this era, primitive bone patterns were exceedingly valuable. After much contemplation, Fong Cheng concluded that the Flame Wing rune from his Flame God Runes manuscript was the most suitable choice. Firstly, flying techniques in this ethereal realm were quite rare. Secondly, the Flame Wing rune was relatively uncomplicated, making it amenable to transformation. He toiled throughout the night and ultimately designed the Flame Wing bone pattern. He first engraved the pattern onto a stone slab, then made a paper imprint of it. The resulting depiction was of a pair of extended bone wings adorned with intricate, harmonious, and profoundly enigmatic patterns. Heidi, accompany me for a shopping excursion. Fong Chung called for Heidi and simultaneously instructed Persephone to remain within the villa. With renewed ambition, he mounted his energy motorcycle and set off. Soon, the 2 individuals halted before a building constructed entirely of white stone. This modest 5-story edifice, situated along the street, was flanked by a spacious expanse of greenery, at the edge of which stood a colossal stone inscribed with the words, First Auction House of Floating Islands. Upon entering the grand hall of the first floor, a young and attractive staff member approached with a respectful bow, inquiring, "Good day, my lord. How may I assist you?" Most of the employees here were commoners, and some were even slaves, while the clientele was predominantly of noble descent. Fong Cheng had gradually acclimatized to the social etiquette of this virtual realm. He replied with a calm demeanor, "I am here to submit an item for auction." The staff member immediately ushered Fong Chung to the appraisal center on the 3rd floor with utmost respect. In charge of the appraisal was an elderly count, a man of 6-fold life essence, whose hair and beard were completely white, yet he exuded a remarkable vitality. The appraisal room was simple and immaculate, with a table positioned in the center where Fong Chung and the count sat opposite each other, while Heidi stood quietly behind Fong Chung. The elderly count scrutinized the bone pattern diagram with a serious expression, meticulously examining every detail and line. After a prolonged silence, the count raised his gaze, perplexed, and asked, "Where's the original bone?" Fong Chung replied earnestly. The original bone is too fragmented and cumbersome to carry. During my return journey, I encountered a fierce battle, resulting in the loss of the original bone. Fortunately, I managed to make an impression of this bone pattern at the first opportunity. The Count, seemingly skeptical, leisurely remarked. If the original bone were intact, this bone pattern would undoubtedly be of great value. We could set an exceptionally high starting bid and provide a special auction channel to strive for a high price. However, at present, we cannot ascertain the completeness and validity of this bone pattern. Thus, the maximum starting bid will be 20 secondary crystal cores, and we cannot guarantee it will not go unsold. Heidi, standing behind Fong Chung, was taken aback upon hearing the figure of 20 secondary crystal cores, nearly gasping in disbelief. This sum was sufficient to sustain a common family of 3 for 200 years if they were to live that long. Yet for true nobility, such an amount was trivial. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Chung proposed, I do have a method to verify the completeness and validity of this bone pattern. The Count chuckled softly, do share. Fong Chung turned to Heidi and instructed, step back a moment. Confused, Heidi retreated a few steps to the corner of the room. Suddenly, a resounding noise erupted behind Fong Chung as 2 intense crimson flames burst forth from thin air. In an instant, these flames elongated and transformed into a pair of blazing wings. The astonishing heat radiated outward, yet under Fong Chung's control, not a single item within the room was harmed. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Count's face, but he quickly regained his composure. As Fong Chung unfurled the wings behind him, he ascended gracefully, hovering over a foot above the ground. The Count gazed intently at the fiery wings behind Fong Chung, and after a moment, he stated, that suffices. You have proven it. Fong Chung retracted the fiery wings and nonchalantly resumed his seat. The Count remarked, however, I will need to confer with several other Counts. With that, he hurriedly departed, taking the bone pattern diagram with him. Not long after, the old Count entered, addressing Fong Chung with utmost sincerity. My lord, you have 2 choices. Firstly, you may choose to auction here, with an estimated final price around 70 to 80 third-tier crystal cores. However, after deducting the commission, you will receive no more than 65 cores, and you will need to wait approximately 6 months, as many potential customers are currently absent from the floating islands. Secondly, you may opt for us to acquire them directly at the price of 60 third-tier crystal cores. Upon hearing these words, Heidi nearly fainted. This was her first encounter with such a substantial transaction in her life. 60 third-tier crystal cores were equivalent to slaying 60 Count-level beasts to obtain. The entire floating island might not even have 60 Counts. Chapter 80. Siblings emerging from the auction house. Heidi trembled as she inquired, my lord, where shall we go next? Having known Andrew for many years, even after his elevation to nobility, she had never imagined that one day he would possess such considerable wealth. It felt utterly surreal. Just moments ago, Fong Chung had decisively chosen to liquidate 60 third-tier crystal cores. When those 60 deep yellow triangular prism crystals were placed into a black velvet pouch and handed to her, her heart nearly leaped from her chest. My lord, tonight I shall fulfill all your desires, including those previous requests you had for me, Heidi exclaimed, her excitement rendering her speechless. Fong Chung, bemused, replied, Heidi, the primary reason I brought you out today is to assist me in selecting a cooking slave servant. What nonsense are you uttering in public? Indeed, we ought to purchase a slave. To be honest, I do not even enjoy the meals I prepare myself, Heidi chirped joyfully. The two then proceeded to the largest slave trading market in the 3rd district. This marketplace was quite expansive, spanning 3 levels, and served as the largest slave trading center in the floating islands. The first floor was a free trading center, bustling with people, akin to entering a crowded marketplace. The sounds of calls and haggling filled the air incessantly. Here, there were no nobles, only commoners employed by nobles bringing their slaves for trade, all of whom were second-hand slaves. The slaves wore tags indicating they were for sale and were led around the premises, stopping to negotiate prices if they caught anyone's eye. Fong Chung's eyes were opened to a whole new world. Noticing his curious expression, Heidi quickly leaned in and whispered, my lord, we should head upstairs. The first floor is filled with discarded slaves. If we lack funds, we might find a cost-effective option here, but for now, we must ascend. The second floor indeed exhibited a different ambience, significantly quieter than the first. The entire hall on this level featured over 30 platforms, each occupied by 10 to 20 slaves, with staff members responsible for sales below. Heidi explained, this section is for battle servants, that area is for domestic servants and attendants. And further along is the labor slave area and the general slave section. The entire second floor was divided into 7 or 8 zones, each dedicated to selling a specific type of slave. Among the slaves were individuals of all ages and genders, each adorned in clean and tidy attire, exhibiting a commendable demeanor. Albeit their expressions bore a hint of numbness. Only when a customer approached did a flicker of vitality illuminate their eyes. They too were selective regarding their masters. Fang Chung and Heidi ventured into the servant quarters, predominantly occupied by youthful women, each possessing commendable figures, skin, and aesthetic appeal. Those deemed unworthy had likely long been cast away to remote locales like the volcanic town. Heidi, having grown up in a virtual realm, remained oblivious to Fang Cheng's slight despondency. To her, the institution of slavery was an unquestionable reality. Slaves were merely commodities in the grand tapestry of existence. Diligently fulfilling her role as a steward, she perused the options for some time before settling on a particular slave, a young girl in her early 20s, possessing a fresh and unblemished appearance, whose specialty happened to be culinary arts. The price was set at 80 primary crystal cores. Heidi felt this was somewhat exorbitant and countered. Are your slaves guaranteed? Should we discover that she was procured from the first floor, what compensation could you offer, perhaps multiple times the price? Very well. Let us proceed to the third floor. Fang Chung interjected, feeling a sudden wave of disinterest, and made his way upwards. The decor of the third floor was substantially more opulent than that of the first and second, featuring an array of specialty stores, each with a distinct style, yet sharing a common trait of grandeur. Fang Chung felt as though he had entered a museum, where slaves were displayed as exquisite exhibits within delicate glass cases, illuminated to highlight every detail. Upon arrival, Heidi noticeably became more reserved. As they passed a specialty store, they encountered a refined glass showcase housing two stunning young women. Twins. Heidi whispered in astonishment. Not only were the girls breathtakingly beautiful, but their faces and figures were identical. A striking pair of enchanting twin sisters. In the lower right corner of the display, an elegant label succinctly outlined the attributes and price of the two. Price, 15 secondary crystal cores. Notably marked, not for individual sale. Heidi frowned, exclaiming, so expensive, gazing at the twins' exquisitely fair features. Fang Chung suddenly recalled that they were likely the passengers aboard the black gold train on the journey back to the floating island. The label also mentioned the girls' talents in music, painting, and cooking, highlighting their exceptional learning capabilities. Furthermore, it meticulously detailed their physical measurements, including proportions delineated by the navel, with an upper to lower ratio of 5:8, bust, waist, hip, thigh, calf, ankle, upper arm, neck, and shoulder breadth. The measurements of the twins were nearly identical, their proportions a flawless 3:2:3. Undoubtedly, they were exceptional beauties. Turning to Heidi, Fang Chung said, "Let us acquire them." Heidi hesitated. "They are quite costly. Shall we browse a bit more?" Upon noticing the displeasure etched on Fang Cheng's face, Heidi promptly acquiesced. "Very well. My Lord Baron, I shall procure them at once." With that, she hastened into the specialty store, leaving Fang Cheng to stand before the showcase, admiring the exquisite maidens. In the display window, a pair of twins curiously observed him, their beautiful eyes appraising Fang Chung. After a little over 10 minutes, Heidi emerged, announcing, "My Lord Baron. Everything has been arranged." Moments later, the twins were ushered out. "Very well, let us return home," Fang Chung said, nodding in satisfaction as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, the twins exchanged glances, and one stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed master, through your gaze, I perceive that you possess a remarkable kindness. I humbly request that you consider purchasing our brother as well. He would make an exceptional warrior." Her voice was soft and melodious, imbued with a captivating charm. "Where is he?" Fang Chung inquired. The girl replied, "He is also in this establishment." "Heidi, please fetch their brother," Fang Chung directed. The twin sisters beamed with joy, bowing once more. Soon, Heidi returned with a boy of around 15, youthful and handsome, walking with a steady gait, his expression revealing a hint of determination. He approached Fang Chung, bowed without uttering a word, and quietly stood beside his two sisters, not even glancing at them. Fang Chung instructed Heidi to take the three new slaves home while he ventured to another shop. Chapter 81, Divine Crystal in the Villa's Living Room. Fang Chung toyed with a cylindrical crystal radiating a golden glow, waves of pure and potent elemental energy emanating from it. This object was known as a divine crystal, valued at 53rd tier crystal cores, a considerable expense. However, it was crafted from crystal cores and served an exceptionally significant role in facilitating cultivation. On the floating islands, few nobles possessed the means to cultivate with divine crystals. With this acquisition, a breakthrough to the 5th level should be imminent, and Fang Chung felt quite pleased. Across from him stood the newly acquired siblings, awaiting his command in silence. Fang Chung smiled gently and said, "Please share with me the tale of your world." After a moment of contemplation, One of the twin sisters began to describe their universe, while their brother remained taciturn. It took Fang Cheng a good part of the afternoon to grasp a general impression of the otherworldly realm they hailed from. Quantum computers, interstellar travel, genetic modifiers, and virtual reality networks. Such technologies had already been realized in their world, where they resided on a commercial planet. The environment on this planet was splendid, boasting a pleasant climate, with thriving commerce and tourism. Surrounding it were several satellites transformed into industrial, agricultural, and military planets. One day, the twins and their brother boarded a vacuum rail cannon train to visit their grandparents on the opposite side of the planet, only to unexpectedly encounter the phenomenon of time-space traversal midway. The most despairing aspect was that upon crossing over, they were met with a forceful conquest. Enslavement or death awaited them. Only those who did not meet the criteria for slavery could attain freedom. Yet, that so-called freedom meant surviving in a wilderness beset by monstrous beasts. Conversely, becoming a slave offered a glimmer of hope for genuine liberty. In this world, the strength of one's personal combat prowess was the key to achieving true freedom. The trio quickly came to terms with their dire circumstances. The elder sister is named Aisha, the younger sister is named Emma, and the brother is named Gilbert. Fang Cheng has consistently struggled to distinguish between the two sisters, prompting him to ask Heidi to help the twin sisters acclimate to their surroundings while leaving Gilbert behind, saying, "Would you like to take me as your mentor?" Despite his tender age, Gilbert is remarkably intelligent and promptly replies, "Teacher, I am willing." Fang Cheng, with a serious demeanor, states, "There is an old saying in my hometown, a master leads one to the door, but the cultivation must be done by oneself. As your instructor, I may only teach you for 2.5 months. Thereafter, everything will depend on you." Gilbert responds, "Teacher, I do not understand." Fang Cheng smiles. "You will understand in due time. After I leave, you must take good care of your two sisters." Gilbert nods earnestly. Fang Cheng imparts the sun-eating divine ape transformation to Gilbert, cautioning him never to disclose this technique. In due course, he also plans to pass on Yin Bin's cannon fist technique to him. Indeed, the meals prepared by Aisha and Emma are delicious, greatly enhancing Fang Cheng's quality of life. Their culinary skills were taught by intelligent robots, originally intended as a hobby and a gift to honor their grandparents. Who could have anticipated that they would become a means of livelihood after their journey began? Even Pasifini, after relishing the exquisite dishes, felt moved and personally cast divine spells to improve the sisters' physical well-being. That evening, Fang Cheng achieved a certain milestone reminiscent of the protagonists in the web novels he once read. He leisurely relished that sensation multiple times, experiencing sheer delight. After such genuine experiences, he truly felt his life was worthwhile, especially when considering the regret of not being able to take them along when this 3-month journey concludes. He found himself wishing for every day to be extended. 3 days later, with the aid of the divine crystal, he successfully completed the 5th transformation of the fire, ice, and thunder elemental runes, elevating his strength to the 5th level of the life origin stage. He also condensed the wind and shadow elemental runes and completed 2 transformations. His combat prowess is now undoubtedly on par with that of a 6th level life origin warrior. As for the 7th level, it represents another pivotal threshold within the life origin realm, promising a vastly different vista beyond it. In the realm of fire, his abilities such as Fire Dragon Incineration, Flame Sword, and the Descent of the Flame God can all achieve extraordinary feats. In the ice domain, the Ice Butterfly secret technique excels in group attacks. In the Thunder realm, the Purple Radiance Thunder Dragon's might rivals that of a full-force strike from a 6th level warrior. Additionally, he possesses the ace up his sleeve, the Angelic Divine Descent technique, which can turn the tide at critical moments. The only regret remains that he has yet to cultivate the Chaotic Serpent True Solution. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Heidi, clad in a beige uniform skirt and wearing high heels, enters the study. Baron Barry, Viscount Warren, and Baron Maxey have come to visit. Fang Cheng inquires, what brings them here? According to Andrew's memories, he seems only familiar with Barry, having previously hunted strange beasts together. As for the other two, the Viscount and the Baron, he had never heard of them. Heidi responds, I am not quite sure either. Fang Cheng steps out of the study to find Aisha and Emma just finishing pouring tea for the 3 guests. Among the 3 individuals, Fang Cheng had encountered Barry once, while the other was a tall, slender middle-aged man clad in a black robe, who bore a stern demeanor. The final individual was a young man in his 20s, his eyes brazenly surveying the decor of Fang Cheng's abode and the sisters Aisha and Emma, exhibiting a complete lack of courtesy befitting a guest. This behavior irked Fang Cheng considerably. Barry, with a smile, elucidated the purpose of their visit. The tall middle-aged man was named Warren, a seasoned viscount of the 4th tier of destiny, while the young man beside him was his nephew, Maxi. Just days prior, Maxi had ascended to the third tier of destiny, having successfully passed the noble assessment on the floating islands, and had been allocated a villa in the 4th district. However, the villa was situated on the border of the 3rd and 4th districts, placed at the periphery of the community and adjacent to the civilian area of the 3rd district. The environment of the 3rd district was indeed less than desirable, plagued by air, noise, and water pollution. Naturally, Maxi, who had been raised in a noble family, found himself rather dissatisfied. Coincidentally, as Barry and Viscount Warren were old acquaintances, upon learning of this situation, Barry suddenly thought of his friend Andrew. As a recently elevated baron, having transitioned from the common folk, Andrew's finances were understandably tight. If he could offer Andrew some financial compensation, he would certainly be willing to exchange villas. After all, for someone who grew up in the civilian district, living near the common area was hardly objectionable. It might even evoke a sense of nostalgia. Perhaps he would even be grateful to Barry for such an opportunity. Barry mused that this would not only earn him the goodwill of Viscount Warren and his nephew Baron Maxi, but also the favor of the promising Baron Andrew, a double victory. He thought this arrangement would naturally fall into place. As for the two stunning twin maids he had encountered upon entering, he briefly overlooked them, for in his mind, Andrew had always been in a state of financial strife, a veritable miser. Chapter 82. Receive my strike a mere second-tier crystal core and you expect me to swap houses? Fang Cheng chuckled in disbelief. Maxi, fixated on the alluring figures of Aisha and Emma, remarked, I can add another second-tier crystal core. Just let those two slaves remain. And you can clear out the furniture. Barry interjected, Baron Andrew, 2 second-tier crystal cores mean you could have 2 months without the need to hunt ferocious beasts. Pausing, he added, on top of that, you would also gain the friendship of a viscount. Honestly, this deal is exceedingly favorable for you. Meanwhile, Viscount Warren remained silent throughout, exuding an air of arrogance. Maxi rose and declared, Baron Andrew, it's settled then. I shall have my steward come and take charge here. As the renovations will take some time, I will take those 2 slaves with me for now. Fang Cheng sighed and said, Gentlemen, I fear my previous intentions were not clearly articulated. I must now formally express my refusal regarding this matter. Maxi was taken aback, a smirk crossing his face as he retorted, Andrew, do you truly wish to offend a noble viscount and 2 barons simultaneously? Do not forget, you are merely a newly elevated noble. What do you possess to contend with the family that stands behind me? Not long ago, I eliminated the son of a marquis. Fang Cheng, indifferent to Maxi's presence, turned to the esteemed Viscount Warren with a cheerful demeanor and proposed, My lord, how about this? If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall relinquish this house to you, free of charge. What say you? Viscount Warren replied coldly, Mr. Andrew, be mindful of your tone. When addressing someone of higher rank, you ought to employ a respectful form of address. As for your proposal, I can acquiesce. Nearby, Maxi's expression grew more derisive, and he could not restrain himself from remarking to Baron Barry, My dear Baron, is it possible that your friend is somewhat deranged? Following this, he laughed unabashedly. Fang Cheng then stood and declared, Let us move outside, shall we? And Heidi, should you allow any stray creatures to enter again, be wary of my wrath. Viscount Warren's expression darkened, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Barry and Maxi appeared increasingly troubled. Barry hastily suggested, My lord, since Mr. Andrew has articulated his conditions, let us proceed accordingly. Viscount Warren scoffed, Andrew, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance and hubris. With that, he descended the stairs first, leaving the villa. On the path outside the villa, Fang Cheng and Viscount Warren stood 5 meters apart. Warren stated coolly, Andrew, unleash your attack, but be cautious of my counterforce. Irritated by the absurdity of the situation, Fang Cheng casually slashed with his hand, releasing a surge of crimson demonic energy that surged toward Warren. Initially dismissive, Warren's expression shifted drastically upon witnessing the blade's emergence. This man was no mere baron. Without further contemplation, Warren shouted and unleashed a powerful punch, attempting to deflect the blade. The attack veered slightly, effortlessly slicing through Warren's right shoulder, leaving a narrow yet unfathomable fissure in the ground behind him. With a sickening thud, Warren's right arm fell at the shoulder, and he could not suppress a pained groan. Glaring furiously at Fang Cheng, he gritted his teeth. You are no baron. You possess at least the strength of a 5th-tier life essence. Despite his urge to curse, fearing that such words might further incite this deceptive master, he cast a resentful glance at Barry, retrieved his severed arm, and departed without a backward glance. This grievous wound would likely jeopardize his monthly crystal core allocations, putting his noble status at risk of demotion. He even speculated that Barry had deliberately ensnared him and his family in this trap. Meanwhile, Maxi stood in absolute shock. Their family relied on the prowess of his uncle, while both his father and he were merely at the third tier of life essence, especially Maxi, whose strength was bolstered by numerous auxiliary treasures. Fangcheng cast a cold glance at Maxi and Barry, stating, "Leave at once, and be more observant next time." Barry was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He recalled the last encounter with Andrew, particularly the enigmatic divine servant and bloodbound slave lurking behind him. Upon entering, he had noticed two elegantly poised slave attendants. More significantly, Andrew's demeanor had transformed, exuding a calm confidence, as if he held all the answers in his grasp. Damn it, he must have experienced some fortuitous event. Barry quickly snapped back to reality and hastily pulled the dazed Maxi away. Fangcheng gazed upon the villa, a testament to the hard work of 3 generations of the Andrew family, then shifted his attention to Aisha and her siblings, Heidi, and the onlooking Persephone, pondering that it was time to consider a larger residence. In the 5th district of the floating island, the core area, the expanse here surpassed that of the 4 outer districts significantly. Elegant estates dotted this region, each guarded with utmost vigilance, including formidable protectors at the 5th and 6th levels of life essence. Many slaves who had reached the 5th or 6th level of life essence remained bound to their servitude, as their masters were more powerful, and without their consent, emancipation was impossible. Yet, once freed from bondage, they would instantly ascend to nobility. Within the 5th district stood a grand hall, established specifically for the assessment of nobles on the floating island. Here, marquises frequently presided over proceedings, determining ranks below that of marquis. Upon entering the hall, Fangcheng registered and was subsequently escorted to a spacious and opulent office. Behind the desk sat a sprightly silver-haired elder, leisurely engrossed in a book. Prominently displayed before the desk was a towering skeletal remains, its intricate bone patterns suggesting it was acquired from some extraordinary beast. Upon seeing the elder, Fangcheng instinctively focused his mind. This was a formidable individual, possessing a life essence level above 8, his energy fluctuations deep and unfathomable, far surpassing Fangcheng's own. Remarkably, it was a marquis personally evaluating him. Was it not typically counts who presided over such assessments? Without lifting his gaze, the elder pointed toward the skeletal remains in the center of the office and instructed, "Use your strongest power to strike it." Fangcheng complied, delivering a powerful punch that struck the skeletal remains. Instantly, the bones shone with brilliant light, and the intricate patterns rippled outwards, dissipating the force of the blow into nothingness. The elder lifted his head, casting a curious glance at Fangcheng. "Have you recently interacted with individuals from the Sanctuary of Light?" Fangcheng was taken aback but maintained his composure, nodding subtly. "Interesting," the elder mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. He reached for a card from the desk and retrieved an invitation from a drawer, handing both to Fangcheng. Fangcheng recognized the card. He had previously received one during Andrew's assessment for the title of Baron. With this card, the remaining formalities could be completed outside. The other item was a specialized invitation to the Jerome Marquis, filled with questions. Fangcheng was about to inquire further when the elder waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You may leave now. Do not disturb my reading. Just remember to attend the soirée on the dates specified in the invitation." Reluctantly, Fangcheng exited to complete the procedures for his promotion to Viscount before seeking information regarding the Jerome Marquis soirée. Chapter 83. The stage and the script. Half a day later, Fangcheng moved into his new residence. The distance to the community where he previously resided is merely 2 streets away. The entire neighborhood resembles an elegantly designed park, with expansive greenery that invigorates the spirit under the warm sun. A man-made waterway meanders through the area, culminating in an artificial lake at the center of the community. Towering trees line the lake, while winding paths invite exploration. At the lake's heart stands a pair of exquisite jade sculptures depicting 2 children, a boy and a girl, joyfully playing, adding a touch of whimsy to the scene. Living here, one can almost forget the desolate wasteland beneath the floating islands, ravaged by the cataclysm. The villa that Fangcheng occupies boasts 3 stories and spans over 1,000 square meters, with neighbors situated more than 100 meters away. In front of the villa lies a vast expanse of grass, while at the back, a swimming pool stretches over 20 meters in both length and width. This villa had remained vacant for several years until Heidi invested in a thorough cleaning before Fangcheng moved in. That very afternoon, the Aisha sisters, unable to contain their excitement, sought Fangcheng's permission and promptly dashed to the back of the villa to frolic in the pool. The 2 girls resembled mermaids, gliding gracefully through the crystalline water, the bright sunlight illuminating their fair skin, accentuated by droplets of water that clung to them, enhancing their youthful allure. Dressed only in linen tops and shorts, their attire clung snugly to their bodies upon entering the water, rendering them even more captivating. Meanwhile, Gilbert remained inside, diligently practicing the Sun Eater transformation, and Fangcheng anticipated he would soon break through to the first level of his life essence. Reclining on a sun lounger beside the pool, Fangcheng basked in the sun while leisurely observing the Aisha sisters. "Master, come join us," a voice called, uncertain whether it was the elder or younger twin. Having recently discerned Fangcheng's temperament, one of them gathered the courage to invite him sweetly. Fangcheng waved his hand and replied with a smile, "I'm content to watch you play." Since childhood, his parents had instilled in him the wisdom that skilled swimmers often drown, resolutely forbidding him from entering the water. Even after 4 years at Coastal University, located less than 5 minutes from the beach, he had yet to learn to swim. Although he was no longer afraid of water, he still found it somewhat difficult to embrace. Aisha gently bit her lip, her body dripping wet as she emerged from the pool and barefoot approached Fangcheng. Settling onto his lap, her chestnut hair glistened with droplets, and her delicate face leaned closer to his, her enchanting gaze fixed on him. "Master, thank you for being so kind to us. I must apologize on behalf of Gilbert for something." "What is it?" Fangcheng inquired with a smile. Aisha replied softly, "Gilbert taught my sister and me the Sun Eater transformation without your permission. However, we have not practiced it." Nodding, Fangcheng wrapped his arm around Aisha's slender waist and casually asked, "Aisha, tell me, how did you adapt so swiftly to this primitive, enslaved society from your highly advanced civilization?" Aisha pondered for a moment before responding. "A scholar from our world once said, we ascend to a stage not of our choosing, performing a script not of our making, such as life." She nestled in Fangcheng's embrace and softly murmured, "Aside from abandoning our performance, our only option is to strive to execute our script to the best of our ability." After a moment, Fangcheng replied, "In 2 months, I shall grant you and your brother freedom. In the meantime, focus on enhancing your skills." Aisha was taken aback, nearly unable to believe her ears. At that moment, Heidi, dressed in a light blue uniform, approached and bowed, saying, "My Lord Baron, I have gathered the information you sought." She then handed Fangcheng a piece of paper, which contained a detailed account of the life and deeds of Marquis Jerome. Marquis Jerome was a legendary figure of the Floating Isles. 280 years ago, he ascended to the title of Marquis, making him the eldest among the current marquises. It is said that he and his parents were visitors from another realm. He arrived in this world shortly after celebrating his first birthday. Over the next 30 years, he ascended like a shooting star, rising from slavery to commoner, then from commoner to nobility, progressing from baron to viscount and finally to earl, ultimately becoming the youngest marquis in the history of the Floating Isles. Presently, he is 310 years old. According to Andrew S. recollections from his studies at the Elemental Warrior Academy, a lifespan of 300 years is the limit under the influence of one's life force. Very few warriors in the life element stage reach 300 years, and even fewer manage to exceed 200 in this world's harsh environment. This is one of the legends of Marquis Jerome. The second legend pertains to his 999 female slaves. This number remains constant, and any discrepancies are promptly rectified. Throughout the long years, these women have borne the Marquis thousands of offspring. Among these children, those with talent receive the Marquis's full support, and their mothers are granted freedom as a result. The third legend is his invention of the blood bond slave mark. Currently, among his 999 female slaves, over 100 are from the Radiant Sanctuary, serving the light deity. Coincidentally, the Ramvale he had slain upon entering this virtual realm was one of the more prominent offspring of the Marquis. Could he have discovered that I killed his son? Fangcheng furrowed his brow, contemplating the possibility. However, he felt no fear. At worst, he could leave this virtual realm, as he was not without the means to fight back. As for the Marquis Jerome soiree, it is an event where the Marquis rotates his 999 female slaves, a tradition that has been held for thousands of iterations on the Floating Isles. He decided he would attend the soiree as there was no need to sever ties just yet. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. "Heidi, take the time to purchase a few more swimsuits for Aisha and her sister," he instructed before lifting Aisha into his arms and returning to the villa. Heidi watched this scene in a daze. Aisha, like a delicate bird, was cradled in Fangcheng's arms, her long and slender legs hanging gracefully from his embrace. Her dainty white feet gently aligned together, the delicate skin revealing faint veins beneath, and the pink soles still damp from water. 2 days later, as night fell, Fangcheng presented an invitation to enter a lavish manor in the 5th district. The Floating Islands boast a history of merely over 5 centuries, and this estate has witnessed the latter half of that timeline. Fangcheng has truly come to appreciate the essence of nobility. The estate's expanse surpasses that of the community he resides in, with every tree, pathway, patch of grass, and even each stone meticulously arranged. At the heart of the estate stands a grand and magnificent castle, which, under the cloak of night, looms like a silent giant, surveying every soul that gazes upward. It is rumored that tonight marks the beginning of an intriguing tale, as the young female slave chosen by the aged Marquis is none other than a visitor from another world who recently traveled on the Black Gold train. Feng Cheng is filled with curiosity. To be selected by the Marquis, this young lady must possess extraordinary beauty. The nobleman's soirée is far more tedious than Feng Cheng had anticipated. Within the ancient and opulent hall, hundreds of aristocrats engage in jovial discourse, their goblets clinking in unison. Some have taken note of the newly appointed Viscount, yet after a few tentative exchanges, they swiftly retreat. Feng Cheng himself finds little interest in such insincere interactions. Had he not been puzzled by Jerome's intentions, he would have long since departed to rest at home. Before long, he finds himself utterly alone. He sits languidly in his chair, swirling his goblet of wine, savoring its flavor while admiring the murals that adorn the hall. Upon closer examination, these murals vividly depict the illustrious exploits of Marquis Jerome throughout his life, particularly highlighting his numerous battles with the Sanctuary of Light. A fragrant breeze wafts in, and before uttering a word, a woman approaches with a smile. "Viscount Andrew, why are you here all by yourself?" Feng Cheng turns to see a sophisticated and mature beauty gliding towards him, clad in an exquisite black evening gown, her rounded shoulders exposed, and her alabaster bosom strikingly prominent, with a deep and alluring neckline. As Feng Cheng peruses Andrew's memories, he realizes he does not recognize this woman. She exudes a palpable aura of power, unmistakably a master of the Viscount level, and as she stands before him, she elegantly raises her goblet to clink with his, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Viscount Andrew, while I would love to share a drink and converse with you, alas, my father has requested your presence." "Your father? Are you referring to Marquis Jerome?" Feng Cheng inquires. Taken aback, the woman nods, gazing at him with a charming glint in her eyes, a hint of mischief crossing her features. Could it be that there is another Marquis within this castle? Feng Cheng chuckles softly, realizing that this woman appears to be in her early 30s, yet she is indeed the Marquis's daughter, a testament to the diligent toil of the Marquis. "Then I shall follow your lead." Feng Cheng responds with a smile, acknowledging that what is meant to occur will inevitably transpire. If Jerome intended to conspire against him, he would have acted long before this moment. "Viscount, please accompany me," the woman replies with a radiant smile, gracefully turning, her back exposed by her gown, revealing her flawlessly white skin. Feng Cheng's gaze drifts downward, noting her slender waist, which leads to a curvaceous silhouette. "What a splendid dress," Feng Cheng remarks with appreciation. The woman glances at him, responding, "If the Viscount wishes to gaze further, I would not be opposed." Feng Cheng shrugged and remarked, "Let us converse after meeting the Marquis." He followed the woman, departing the grand hall and traversing the lengthy corridor until they arrived before a door. A wave of pure and potent elemental energy emanated from within the room, invigorating Feng Cheng's own elemental force. The woman pulled open the lavish, heavy wooden door, and a thick, humid mist enveloped him. Inside the spacious chamber, there lay an opulent bathing pool. The water shimmered with a golden hue, resembling a basin of liquid gold, casting an extraordinary ambience throughout the room. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the pool's bottom was adorned with crystals radiating a golden light. The source of the pure and rich elemental energy was indeed from these divine crystals. Feng Cheng inhaled deeply, realizing that the bottom of the pool was lavishly covered in divine crystals. Outside, one would require 50 third-level crystal cores to procure such treasures. Yet here they were extravagantly spread across the bathing pool. Even a count would deliberate for days before purchasing divine crystals, as it represented the equivalent of 50 beasts of comparable might. One divine crystal had enabled Feng Cheng to transcend to the 5th level of the life essence. And now he beheld a veritable multitude of over 1,000. Feng Cheng's attention was captivated by the golden pool, but he soon regained his focus, directing his gaze toward the elder within the bath. It was none other than Marquis Jerome. At that moment, Jerome reclined comfortably at the edge of the pool, his arms resting upon its rim, his physique robust as iron, defying the appearance of a man over 3 centuries old. Beside him knelt a charming young woman, dutifully attending to him. "Come in, Andrew," the old Marquis said with a genial smile directed at Feng Cheng. For a moment, Feng Cheng hesitated, uncertain whether the Marquis invited him into the room or into the bath itself. Although he had often visited bathhouses in his youth and had shared a pool with numerous men, the presence of a female attendant in the bath made him feel somewhat self-conscious. "Viscount, do not delay in entering the water. This divine crystalline essence is indeed a rare treasure." The Marquis's daughter chimed in from behind him, gently patting his shoulder. Feng Cheng soon relaxed, adopting a mindset of acceptance. He neatly folded his clothes by the pool's edge and stepped into the warm waters. An intense, yet immensely pleasant sensation enveloped him, as his internal elemental force began to circulate autonomously, fervently absorbing the surrounding pure elemental energy. Within mere breaths, the recently cultivated wind demon and shadow demon source runes exhibited signs of undergoing a third transformation. Such is the essence of nobility, Feng Cheng mused inwardly, contemplating that had he possessed such conditions, he would likely have already transcended to the soul stage, joining the ranks of the world's most formidable beings. The old Marquis spoke casually. Angelina, you shall attend to Andrew.'s bathing. By the poolside, Angelina bowed gracefully. Yes, father. As her exquisite black evening gown slipped away, Angelina elegantly entered the pool to serve Feng Cheng. Initially feeling a mix of excitement and tension, Feng Cheng gradually relaxed and began to revel in the experience. The old Marquis casually remarked, Angelina is by far the most exceptional among the children I have sired over the past 50 years. By this time next year, she will likely be elevated to Countess. Feng Cheng, relishing the future service of the beautiful Countess, flattered, all thanks to your lordship. The old Marquis chuckled dismissively. She far surpasses the likes of Ramvale. A shiver ran down Feng Cheng's spine, and he nearly lost control of his internal energy. Teetering on the edge of a perilous state, the old Marquis continued, I have too many sons. Losing Ramvale is not a significant loss, but since you killed him, you owe me an explanation. Feng Cheng raised an eyebrow. What do you intend to do, my lord? The old Marquis extended his hand, gently tapping the water's surface, causing the golden radiance in the pool to vanish. Meanwhile, a sun-like mark, the size of a palm, began to emit a soft glow from Feng Cheng's chest. Stunned, he stared at the mark, recognizing it as the hallmark of the Sanctuary of Light, yet he had no recollection of when he had been ensnared. The old Marquis spoke. You have been marked by a high-ranking servant of the light deity. The moment you leave this floating island, you will become her prey. Feng Cheng frowned. He had read extensively about this virtual realm and knew that such high-ranking servants of the light deity possessed power on par with the Marquis-level experts of the floating island, both being formidable beings at the pinnacle of life essence. Anger welled up within him, undoubtedly the work of Persephone. The old Marquis chuckled. To her, you are prey. And to me, she is also prey. Thus, you serve as quite an enticing bait for my purposes. I had my suspicions that day in my office. Although I was not entirely certain, one must sometimes concede that luck is a peculiar force. I happened to go to the office that day, not realizing it was fate orchestrating our meeting. Sighing deeply, he continued, perhaps due to my lifetime of capturing so many light deity servants, my sensitivity to opportunity has become instinctual. Feng Cheng pondered, are you suggesting I draw out the high-ranking servant behind this, so you may deal with her? The old Marquis affirmed, precisely. She will be my latest female slave, and today a soiree is arranged in her honor. You are the most crucial element in this plan. Feng Cheng inquired with curiosity, how did you know I killed Ramvale? The old Marquis explained patiently. The divine arts of the Sanctuary of Light are not infallible, especially those of a mid-ranking servant. After they brought the patrons from the volcano bar, I effortlessly unraveled their spells. Feng Cheng shook his head, bemused. Indeed, experience is invaluable. If I refuse your offer, will I find it impossible to exit this room? The old Marquis gazed at him quietly, his eyes glinting with wisdom. Young man, I find you increasingly inscrutable. In this situation, you exhibit no fear of death. It seems you possess a certain audacity, perhaps even a hidden card to escape my grasp. Intriguing. Pausing, he added with a smile, however, utilizing that hidden card would surely incur significant losses for you, wouldn't it? Feng Cheng withheld his response, silently cursing the old fox within. He could indeed leave this virtual realm at any moment. However, it was a pity for the Aisha sisters and Persephone. After pondering for a moment, he declared, very well. I shall serve as your bait, but upon the successful completion of this task, I demand 100 divine crystals. The old Marquis chuckled in disbelief, agreed. If it pleases you, you may practice here tonight, and I will have Angelina accompany you. Feng Cheng, taken aback, remarked. Why do I feel as though I have asked for too little? He shot a fierce glance at Angelina, resolving to recoup his losses that very night. Chapter 85. The Mantis and the Cicada. As night passed, Feng Cheng emerged from his chamber, brimming with vitality. At that moment, 5 original runes subtly coalesced within his dantian, forming a harmonious array, unified as one. Among these, 2 runes, a turquoise vortex-shaped rune and a black shadow-shaped rune, perfectly filled the void left by the original runes of the 5 demons diagram. These 2 runes were the wind and shadow magic runes that Feng Cheng had refined only after entering this virtual world. After an entire night of rigorous training, absorbing the potent energy from the divine crystals, both runes had undergone their 3rd and 4th transformations, effectively bridging Fang Cheng's deficiencies. Rather than returning home, Fang Cheng made his way to the edge of District 2, where he boarded a hot air balloon to depart from the floating island, descending to the reception base. A gust of wind laden with sand swept toward him, causing Fang Cheng to instinctively squint, enveloping himself in a shroud of energy as he contemplated his surroundings. Not far off lay an unfathomable abyss, and he sighed softly, devoid of any urgency as prey or bait. Instead, finding himself inexplicably reminiscing about Angelina's myriad charms from the previous night. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Yet, he was no mere cicada. Fang Cheng smirked coldly as flames swirled around him, swiftly forming a pair of fiery wings. He soared into the heavens, transforming into a streak of flame that darted into the distance. The speed of his fiery wings was no match for the windfire wheel, so after flying for a while, he retrieved the windfire wheel, suddenly accelerating with a thunderous roar that shattered the air. Particularly after mastering the wind magic rune, the speed of the windfire wheel ascended to a new pinnacle. 5 kilometers behind him, a colossal silver lion, over 10 meters in length, galloped towards him with astonishing speed. Its momentum formidable. Boulders and stones beneath its feet seemed to vanish, swept aside effortlessly as it charged relentlessly in Fang Cheng's direction. Upon the lion's back sat a woman of exquisite grace and noble demeanor, her pale golden robe flowing elegantly, revealing 2 long, smooth, alabaster legs that contrasted alluringly with the silvery mane of the lion. She wielded a golden scepter, and a blue gemstone adorned her smooth forehead, enhancing her stunningly delicate features. Regardless of the lion's tumultuous gallop, she remained poised upon its back, her beautiful eyes fixed firmly on the sky ahead. Why hadn't he brought Persephone? The woman mused, perplexed by his extraordinary speed, urging the lion to hasten. A few kilometers behind her, an enigmatic figure emerged atop a massive boulder, none other than Marquis Jerome. Draped in a resplendent dark crimson robe, he rode atop a colossal ant measuring approximately 5 to 6 meters in length. This ant, adorned in a deep azure hue, emanated an intimidating chill. The old Marquis wore a serene smile, perched steadily on the ant's back, his right hand grasping an ancient tome while his left gently patted the antennae of the creature. In an instant, the massive ant left behind a trail of afterimages as it swiftly pursued the footsteps of the silver lion. Remarkably, the speed of this giant ant rivaled that of the lion, and perhaps even surpassed it. The old Marquis leisurely perused his book, while the fierce winds that rushed towards him dissipated into nothingness 3 meters away. Soon, a glimmer of gold appeared on the horizon. Gradually, this golden light expanded, revealing a gigantic rain swallow, its entire body cloaked in golden feathers. Upon its back stood a tall, imposing middle-aged man, clad in a pale golden robe and holding a golden scepter. He gazed contemplatively ahead, murmuring, "Evelyn has caught the attention of the heretics. Jerome is no ordinary man. I must keep a close watch on him." Unbeknownst to Fang Cheng, who soared through the air, another Marca-level expert had joined the pursuit. He flew with all his might, with 3 others closely trailing him. However, the giant lion carrying Evelyn struggled to match his speed, failing to catch up for quite some time. Even Jerome, the 300-year-old elder, grew somewhat impatient, muttering, "What is this brat flying so fast for?" Among the 4, only the mysterious figure who followed last surpassed Fang Cheng's speed, yet for reasons unknown. He kept his distance from the rest. In the distance, a vast and rugged basin emerged, filled with bizarre rocks and crisscrossing ravines, presenting an immensely intricate terrain. What was even more unsettling was the multitude of vividly colored ladybugs within the basin, each the size of a millstone, clustering together like a vibrant veil draped over the valley. As Fang Cheng turned, he left behind a brilliant, serpentine trail of flames in the air, hovering above the basin. He suddenly retracted his windfire wheel, his surroundings shimmering with dark radiance, and transformed into a shadowy figure, gently descending into the sea of insects. Within the expansive basin, millions of ladybug-like creatures remained blissfully unaware of his arrival. He strolled among them, traversing from one ladybug's back to another, his shadowy form flickering, appearing both real and ethereal. His presence almost imperceptible, an embodiment of the shadow demon's power from the 5 demons map. At the edge of the basin, Evelyn reined in the silver lion, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her beautiful eyes. Did he sense my presence? A spark flickered in her gaze, and the world around her transformed into shades of gray. Within this gray realm, a soft silver light began to move, strikingly conspicuous. Evelyn brandished her golden scepter, summoning 2 towering figures of silver light that materialized from thin air. Armed with broad-edged swords forged from concentrated light, the giants leaped into the basin at her command, charging toward Fang Cheng. Buzzing, countless giant ladybugs spread their wings and took flight, instantly filling the sky and obscuring Evelyn's entire field of vision. These colossal ladybugs dove down, enveloping the luminous giants in an instant. Beneath the resplendent ladybug, radiant sword lights erupted as two colossal giants leapt forth, brandishing their luminous blades to vanquish the ladybugs while relentlessly pursuing Fangcheng. Where they tread, a trail of silver light was left upon the ground, causing numerous ladybugs to scatter in apparent dread. Evelyn, mounted upon a magnificent lion, descended with a fierce roar, landing amidst the glowing path and nonchalantly advancing into the sea of insects. Occasionally, a few reckless ladybugs would launch themselves at her, only to be effortlessly slain by the blade-like light she wielded. At the heart of the insect swarm, Fangcheng's expression shifted slightly as he sensed a potent surge of elemental energy emanating from the periphery. With a flick of his fingers, 7 uniquely shaped runes descended into the ground of the insect sea, vanishing from sight. Finally, he crouched down, his palm brushing the earth, and from his center, intricate and exquisite flame patterns began to spread, swiftly forming a complex circular formation. Viewed from above, this intricate array, composed solely of runes, resembled a beautifully elaborate and unparalleled symbol. Indeed, it was the final rune from the Flame Goddess manuscript, the Flame Array. The other 7 runes interconnected with the Flame Array, creating a complete formation that exuded a faint aura of destruction, causing the surrounding ladybugs to become agitated. Chapter 86. The Marquis's Fist. Though the 2 luminous beings were formidable, they gradually faltered under the relentless assault of the insect tide, their forms becoming ragged and marred with dark spots. Boom, boom. With 2 resounding crashes, the luminous entities could no longer withstand the onslaught and dissolved into light. With a flourish of her golden staff, Evelyn summoned 2 more luminous beings, who, like fearless warriors, mechanically advanced toward the center of the insect sea. Before long, Evelyn finally laid eyes on Fangcheng, who languidly sat atop a ladybug, a smile gracing his lips, contrasting strikingly with the vibrant and bizarre ladybugs around him, exuding an air of charming wickedness. To his surprise, the ally summoned by Persephone was an exceptionally beautiful and powerful expert. The nobility and purity radiating from Evelyn surpassed even that of Persephone, easily igniting a man's desire for conquest. Coupled with her physique, which rivaled that of Persephone, she stirred feelings of intense intrigue within him. She was undeniably a perilous woman. Without uttering a word, Evelyn commanded the 2 luminous beings to charge at Fangcheng, cleaving through the massive ladybugs in their path with their formidable sword lights. A chill ran through Fangcheng as he discerned the elemental energy fluctuations emanating from these beings, clearly above the 6th level of life essence, nearly rivaling that of Ding He from days past. With a snap of his fingers, a grand flame formation materialized upon the ground within a 100-meter radius. Rings of fire spread like ripples through the air, as a violent surge of elemental energy emerged from the center of the void, revealing a magnificent creature, a bird-like beast with a human torso, majestic wings, and a serpent's lower body, rising gracefully from the shimmering void. This flame god, enveloped in swirling flames of the most intense hue, wielded a shield in its left hand and a sword in its right, towering 5 stories high. Upon its emergence, it bore an imposing and solemn countenance, gazing down upon Evelyn and the 2 luminous beings, radiating an astonishing heat that warped the air, while flames roared with grandeur. Fangcheng's abilities had advanced significantly since his time in the abyssal void realm. The divine flame he summoned through the invocation of the fire god had grown immensely in power as well. He pointed at Evelyn, and the fire god raised its colossal flaming sword, bringing it down with tremendous force. Evelyn, in turn, waved her golden scepter, and the 2 luminous beings engaged in fierce combat with the fire god. Light and flames erupted around them, and although the massive beetles nearby appeared somewhat sinister, the intensity of the battle forced them to retreat, clearing a space for the duel. To Fangcheng's relief, the fire god, despite facing 2 beings of the 6th tier of life essence, did not falter. With a thunderous roar, the fire god clashed with the luminous beings hundreds of times, ultimately causing them to dissipate into radiant light, while the fire god transformed into wisps of flame. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the giant beetles survived, leaving a pristine battleground for Fangcheng and Evelyn. Fangcheng cursed inwardly, wondering why that old scoundrel Jerome had yet to arrive. Suddenly, Evelyn waved her scepter, and a rope of light appeared around Fangcheng, binding him tightly. He attempted to evade it, but ultimately, he allowed himself to be ensnared. In the next instant, he felt as if every cell in his body was ignited with fire, leaving him utterly drained of strength. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Evelyn, mounted upon a great lion, approached him with an imposing presence and coldly inquired, "Where is Persephone? Answer truthfully, or I shall make your existence a torment." Resigned, Fangcheng replied, "She is on the floating island." "Have you harmed her?" Evelyn pressed further. "No," Fangcheng responded. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Have you violated her?" Fangcheng smiled slightly. "It cannot be termed a violation. We merely engaged in friendly play. Indeed, we have played together many times." Evelyn's expression turned icy, and with a swift motion of her golden scepter, Fangcheng was hurled like a cannonball against a massive rock. The impact left a spiderweb-like indentation on the stone, and Fangcheng fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking utterly disheveled. He gazed defiantly at Evelyn. "If given the chance, I would play with you as well, and have Persephone join us." "Heretic, seeking death!" Evelyn roared in fury. She had never before been subjected to such insolent words from a mere mortal. With a flourish of her scepter, Fangcheng was lifted into the air, only to be violently cast down once more. After hitting the ground, he weakly bounced a few times like a discarded sack before falling silent. Evelyn's chest heaved with barely contained rage. She was seething, wishing nothing more than to grant this heretic a swift demise. Yet, her reason prevailed, compelling her to spare Fangcheng, for she needed his assistance to rescue Persephone. However, the Sanctuary of Light lacked any blood contract or slave mark arcane arts to compel Fangcheng into obedience. How could she persuade him to retrieve Persephone from the floating island? She certainly did not possess the audacity to venture alone into the stronghold of formidable foes, especially with the presence of a renowned iron-blood duke, celebrated for 5 centuries, reigning supreme over the contemporary world. Evelyn's brows furrowed as she prepared to rise and observe Fangcheng from a closer distance. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow leapt onto the back of the silver giant lion. A colossal arm, as thick as a water barrel and rippling with muscle, appeared, delivering a devastating blow to Evelyn's delicate back. A burst of silver light radiated from her. Yet it proved insufficient to withstand the force of the strike, sending her tumbling like a severed kite. Jerome materialized atop the giant lion, a deep blue imp biting into the neck of the silver beast. Within moments, it pierced the skin, burrowing into its flesh. The silver lion thrashed violently, its anguished cries reverberating through the air. Jerome, now transformed into a towering figure over 5 meters tall, had his robe torn asunder, his muscles resembling forged steel, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. With a swift motion, he created a shallow crater beneath him, almost teleporting to stand before Evelyn, delivering another powerful punch. Evelyn, unfazed despite the recent blow, summoned her internal divine energy to suppress her injuries. She brandished her golden scepter, conjuring a semi-spherical barrier that shielded her from Jerome's impending strike. Jerome, now a giant, grinned maliciously as he unleashed a torrent of punches, each landing heavily upon the barrier. It held for but a moment before shattering completely. His fist collided with the golden scepter, forcing Evelyn to retreat once more, slipping awkwardly across the uneven terrain, her pale golden robe tattered, revealing her fair and delicate skin. Yet, with determination, Evelyn bit her lip and hurled the golden scepter. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of light, piercing Jerome's chest with an unstoppable force. Coughing blood, Jerome looked on in astonishment, exclaiming, "You possess a golden scepter bestowed by the god of light." A gaping wound, the size of a bowl, was visible on his chest, illuminating the space behind it. Although his heart remained unscathed, the injury had penetrated his lungs. Remarkably, Jerome's vitality allowed him to stand tall despite such grievous harm, a testament to his 3-century-long life and extraordinary prowess. Evelyn struggled to rise, declaring, "My husband is indeed a champion of the god of light." Jerome shook his head with a wry smile, reflecting, "I underestimated my praise strength. But it seems I will still gain a wife of a divine champion as my slave. This journey is not in vain." Ignoring his wound, he strode toward Evelyn, launching another punch toward her slender, graceful figure. Evelyn swiftly grasped the blue gem on her forehead. A surge of azure light emerged, once more blocking Jerome's heavy blow. The ground trembled as a 3-meter radius around her collapsed, forming a crater reminiscent of a meteor impact. Evelyn trembled from the force. While the punch did not reduce her to pulp, the shockwave threatened her stability. Jerome, the aging marquis, continued his relentless assault, shattering the barrier formed by the blue gem with each punch, while the depression in the ground deepened and widened. In the end, the indentation had grown to the size of a basketball court. Evelyn lay on the ground, her vitality dissipating, fragile and pale, teetering on the brink of death. Jerome, with wounds bleeding black ichor on his chest and back, remained utterly unconcerned. He grasped Evelyn as one would a delicate doll, his massive hand enveloping her diminutive form. The stark contrast in their sizes created a striking visual impact. With the fingers of his other hand, he gently pinched the fabric of her tattered robe, and with a slight tug, he tore it asunder. In an instant, Evelyn's tall and alluring figure was laid bare before the old man. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Jerome's eyes as he hoisted Evelyn and strode towards Fangcheng. With a mocking smile, he planted his colossal foot upon Fangcheng's small head, applying just enough pressure to shatter it like a watermelon. Chapter 87. The obelisk. Jerome paused, suddenly sensing an oddity beneath his foot, a sensation entirely uncharacteristic of crushing a skull. Looking down, he beheld Fangcheng's corpse transforming into an eerie shadow, merging with the ground and vanishing from sight. In the distance, Fangcheng's figure quietly emerged atop a massive rock, proclaiming loudly, "Do you still wish to kill me, Marquis?" Without a word, Jerome moved swiftly, instantaneously appearing above the boulder, and delivered a powerful punch. In a flash, Fangcheng evaded the Marquis' strike, propelling himself skyward with the agility of a whirlwind. Boom! The rock exploded, debris scattering in all directions. The Marquis gazed upwards at Fangcheng, his expression growing cold. In the sky, Fangcheng formed a seal with his hands, and a radiant portal began to materialize behind him. A potent surge of elemental energy emanated from the portal, radiating outward, causing the scattered colossal ladybugs in the sky to scatter in fright. "Marquis," Fangcheng declared, "I had no intention of antagonizing you. It is you who has forced my hand. You are gravely injured. Do you not fear being unable to return to your floating island?" The Marquis chuckled coldly, replying, "I have traversed the world for over 2 centuries. All those I wish to kill have met their end, and you shall not be the exception." With that, he carelessly discarded Evelyn, launching himself skyward like a cannonball, his fist aimed directly at Fangcheng. Just as Fangcheng completed his final seal, a striking figure emerged from the radiant portal behind him. In the next moment, a dazzling beam of sword light erupted from the figure's hand, striking the Marquis down. Boom! The Marquis plummeted to the ground, coughing violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He looked up to see before Fangcheng a stunningly beautiful woman, tall and clad in a silver armored skirt, with pure white wings extending from her back. In her hand, she wielded a long sword, crimson and as lustrous as crystal, exuding a fierce sword aura, the divine descent of the angel. Fangcheng gazed at this powerful humanoid being, his mind echoing a singular thought: is this what an angel truly is? The upper part of her body was adorned with form-fitting silver metallic armor, while the lower part was a super short skirt that rose 30 centimeters above her knees. Her long legs were encased in silver metallic boots that reached her knees. She and Fangcheng shared a profound connection. As he wielded, she descended gracefully, her crimson sword slicing through the air as she charged towards the Marquis Jerome. The Marquis Jerome's expression turned grave, abandoning any semblance of arrogance. Summoning his remaining courage, he engaged in combat with the angel. Fangcheng brandished the blade of nihility, and with a swift motion, he materialized behind Marquis Jerome, his long blade gleaming like lightning as it descended with ferocity. The Marquis unleashed a thunderous punch, confronting both the angel and Fangcheng single-handedly. The trio exchanged blows with astonishing speed, their forms shifting numerous times in the blink of an eye, striking each other in a flurry of attacks. Suddenly, the Marquis let out a muffled groan as his left arm was severed by the blade of nihility. Once again, he had underestimated the potency of his adversary's weapon. A surge of anger welled within the old Marquis as he faced 2 soul-grade weapons in a single day. With his remaining right arm, he smashed away the Angel's sword light, darting to Evelyn's side, seizing the high-ranking Seraph of Light. With a piercing cry, a massive blue ant, trailing a series of afterimages, appeared before him. The old Marquis mounted the giant ant, rapidly fleeing the scene. Fangcheng considered pursuing but realized he had no certainty of capturing the Marquis. Achieving the feat of severing an arm was already a result of the Marquis' underestimation of the blade of nihility's sharpness. Advancing further could yield more trouble than reward. Additionally, he noted that maintaining the angel's divine presence was exceedingly draining on his own energy. It would not be long before the angel drained him completely. At this moment, it seemed the best outcome had been achieved. Fangcheng gestured for the angel to return to the light portal and ascended into the sky on his windfire wheel, preparing to depart. Just then, a golden beam of light, piercing through the heavens, came into view. From a great distance, 2 powerful fluctuations of energy clashed violently before separating. Fangcheng sensed that one of the energy waves was rapidly retreating, while the other, radiant as the sun on a clear day, remained stationary. He immediately understood that the old Marquis had encountered another enemy, one whose strength was not inferior to his own, forcing the Marquis to flee once more. Fangcheng retracted the windfire wheel, descending towards the ground, where he transformed into a wisp of shadow, seamlessly blending with the earth as he moved forward in silence. After witnessing the prowess of Evelyn and Marquis Jerome, he felt a newfound confidence in his shadow demon energy. After all, the 5-demon diagram was a well-established cultivation technique. far superior to the divinity and energy cultivation system he had discovered in this ephemeral realm. In the sky, a tall and imposing figure stood atop a golden swift, clutching the seemingly lifeless Evelyn. The dignified man wore a solemn expression, deep in thought. After a prolonged moment, he let out a long sigh, determination flickering in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "If this continues, I may not break through to the rank of the Light General even in 50 years. It is better to seize this opportunity, take a risk, and irrevocably alter my destiny." He commanded the golden swift to descend to the ground. As he struck his golden scepter heavily against the earth, a vast golden magic circle, 100 meters in diameter, materialized around him. The intricate and profound pattern shimmered with golden light, continuously absorbing the sun's rays, causing the radiance above the formation to warp, resembling a faint, brilliant beam of light extending into the sky. The handsome man gently lifted Evelyn and placed her in the center of the grand array. Beneath the radiant glow, Evelyn's skin gleamed with a pure, lustrous sheen, and her mature, graceful form accentuated curves that could ignite one's very blood. Yet, the striking man remained oblivious to her allure. He wielded his staff, summoning a colossal rock from afar with a mere gesture. Then, with a delicate motion of his staff, the immense stone was cleaved as if by an exceptionally sharp, unseen blade, dividing it into 99 precisely shaped obelisks. These obelisks, tapering from a square base to a pyramid-like apex, were strategically placed throughout the array. Subsequently, he meticulously inscribed each obelisk with enigmatic runes. With every inscription completed, the obelisk resonated with the grand array, erupting in a dazzling brilliance that soared skyward. After several hours of toil, the man completed the final obelisk, and the entire array seemed to absorb all the sunlight in existence, enveloped in a blinding radiance. Outside the array, the surroundings appeared as dark as the prelude to dawn. The handsome man strode to the center of the array and gently touched Evelyn with his golden staff. Instantly, she began to float upwards, with a look of reverence. He knelt in the center of the array. Evelyn opened her eyes, gazing around in confusion until she saw the man before her and exclaimed, "Vic, you saved me. What are you doing? Let me down." The man replied sorrowfully, "Evelyn, my first love, would you lend me your strength to ascend to the realm of the Radiant General?" Chapter 88. Usurpation. Evelyn sensed something amiss. The man before her, once her first love, had remained a cherished friend and trusted comrade even after her marriage. Yet at that moment, the sorrow etched on his face felt achingly real, as if he were gazing upon a deceased soul. She struggled to compose herself, speaking slowly, "Vic, I do not understand what you mean. Please, let me down. I am gravely injured and need to return to the temple for healing." The handsome man shook his head, gazing at Evelyn with profound reluctance. "Evelyn, 10 years ago, we shared beautiful moments together until you married him. Because he is the Radiant General, you betrayed our love. Yet, I do not harbor hatred for you. From that moment, I vowed to become a Radiant General and seize control of my destiny. However, I discovered that relying solely on my own strength made it difficult to achieve this. In our sanctuary's over 800 years of history, no more than 2 Radiant Generals have existed at the same time due to the limitations of our faith. Thus, 7 years ago, I began researching this reverse sacrificial array, with each high-ranking Radiant attendant of our sanctuary as my prey. Just days ago, I completed the array's trial in the wilderness, but to my surprise, my first prey turned out to be you." As Vic's somber voice filled the air, Evelyn's heart sank deeper into despair. She softly called out the name of her sister, Persephone, realizing that not only could she not save her sister, but she had also become ensnared herself. "Farewell, Evelyn." As Vic's voice echoed, the 99 obelisks within the great formation suddenly radiated a brilliant light, converging upon Evelyn. Beneath this resplendent glow, Evelyn's form underwent a bizarre transformation. Her body first turned a radiant golden hue, and then countless fleshy tendrils emerged from her skin, writhing and swaying, gradually evolving into soft, sinuous appendages. Within mere moments, a mature and captivating beauty had transformed into an eerie orb enveloped in golden tendrils. Vic knelt at the center of the great formation, arms outstretched, proclaiming with fervor, "I shall carry on with your essence." The orb, now covered in tendrils, slowly descended, its appendages extending to pierce Vic's form. With unwavering determination, Vic allowed himself to be enveloped by the countless tendrils. Thunderous roars filled the air. The radiance within the formation intensified, causing the ground within a 10-kilometer radius to tremble and gradually lift into the air. Fong Chung staggered, emerging from his shadowy state, his expression one of shock as he beheld the grand formation not far away. Time dragged on for half an hour. Gradually, the brilliance within the formation dimmed, and the suspended debris began to fall. Suddenly, Fong Cheng heard a pained scream emanating from the center of the formation, followed by an eerie silence. He once again summoned his shadowy energy, transforming into a wisp of darkness as he stealthily approached. At that moment, the formation had ceased its operations. The intricate patterns on the ground vanished, leaving only scorched marks. The 99 obelisks were riddled with cracks, and silence enveloped the formation. With the fierce sunlight glaring down and the wind howling between the obelisks, Fangqing crept behind the nearest obelisk to the center of the formation, cautiously peering out, and beheld a tall man kneeling there, utterly still. Beside him lay nothing but a golden scepter. What could this mean? Fangqing pondered, bewildered by the sight before him. As if a peak-level practitioner had inadvertently brought about their own demise. It would be wise for me to distance myself from this place. With a sudden shift in his thoughts, curiosity waned, and he prepared to retreat. Just then, he felt a strange sensation, as if he were plunged into an abyss of darkness. To his astonishment, he discovered that within this boundless void, he possessed limbs, yet they were not corporeal, but rather spiritual in nature. In the darkness, a golden light began to grow larger, swiftly approaching him. Upon seeing this brilliance, Fangqing was startled. At its core was a sphere composed of countless golden tendrils, and upon its surface was a handsome face twisted in agony, silently screaming. The sphere charged directly toward Fangqing. In that moment of peril, a surge of inspiration struck him, and he clasped his hands in a gesture, conjuring a luminous portal behind him. Within the portal, though no angels appeared, an extraordinarily brilliant beam of sword light erupted, slicing through the tendril-covered sphere. The sphere immediately split in two. The writhing tendrils unraveled, relentlessly tearing at the sphere, causing that once handsome visage to lose all semblance of form. Moments later, two hemispherical forms transformed into countless scattered golden tendrils that extended through the void, as if Fangqing were an exquisite delicacy, eagerly beckoning them to burrow into his being. From the luminous portal, another sword ray shot forth. This crimson blade meandered through the emptiness, severing the golden tendrils in its wake, swiftly purging the void of all presence. A faint, almost imperceptible sigh echoed, imbued with a sense of regret. In the darkness of the void, myriad golden specks converged, settling upon Fangqing. The portal behind him gradually faded from existence. As Fangqing absorbed the golden light, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind. A resplendent golden sun quietly materialized behind him, illuminating the void and dispelling the darkness. The entire expanse transformed into a golden sea, and as Fangqing gazed downward, he beheld an undulating ocean of gold, boundless and vast. Suspended in this ethereal realm, his heart resonated with clarity, reflecting all that had transpired. Vic's reverse sacrifice had failed. Though he had ascended to the Fate Soul stage, he was ensnared by Evelyn's mutated Fate Soul. He had attempted to draw my consciousness within, seeking to transfer the backlash. Yet he underestimated the power of my divine descent technique within the realm of consciousness, which allowed me to obliterate both his consciousness and Evelyn's aberrant Fate Soul. The might of the divine descent manifested within the consciousness space far surpassed anything achievable in the external world. This was a qualitative annihilation, not merely a quantitative deficiency. With a mere thought, Fangqing's spiritual essence slowly dissipated over the golden ocean, leaving only the radiant sun. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld his own hands. Yet they felt foreign. He suddenly turned his head and found himself standing vacantly beside an obelisk, eyes tightly shut and utterly still. Astonished, Fangqing leapt up, realizing he had occupied Vic's body. The legendary act of body snatching. An unparalleled surge of primordial energy coursed through him, and he wielded it with remarkable clarity, its operational speed and frequency surpassing anything he had previously experienced. Was this the Fate Soul stage? Not only was the primordial energy more potent, but his mastery over it had ascended to a new echelon, enabling him to unleash greater power under equivalent conditions than in the Fate Origin stage. Yet, how could he return to his own body? As he searched Vic's memories, he found no answers. This was a dire predicament. Fangqing gazed at his own form, a wave of trepidation washing over him. For the first time in his life, he perceived himself from a third-person perspective, familiar yet alien. He pondered whether leaving the virtual realm would restore him to his rightful state. Though he hesitated to depart from this ethereal domain, an unsettling feeling lingered, prompting him to grit his teeth and, with a surge of determination, extricate himself from the realm of travel. His consciousness once again enveloped in darkness. Time seemed to stand still. After an indeterminate duration, his awareness unexpectedly manifested within a chamber. The decor exuded an antique European charm, with the morning sun streaming through the window, illuminating the snow-laden landscape outside. This was the exclusive virtual realm of the formal Wind Affairs office. Yet, Fangqing felt no tangible reality. He could not perceive his own body, only an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Beyond the realm of vision, all other senses had vanished completely. He yearned to articulate his thoughts, yet no sound escaped his lips. He longed to exit the room, only to find himself effortlessly passing through the door and plunging into a void of darkness. He endeavored with every means at his disposal, yet remained at a loss. In the end, a flicker of determination surged within him, and he traversed the darkness once more, returning to the body of Vic. Chapter 89. The essence of faith in the face of adversity. Do not succumb to panic. Fangcheng paced restlessly within the great array of the obelisk, akin to an ant upon a hot stove. This was the most formidable challenge he had encountered since emerging from the Void Realm. Was he to remain trapped here for eternity? The bleak thought crossed his mind. Although he had, through this peculiar means, attained the prowess of a soul-bound being, elevating himself to the pinnacle of this ethereal realm, he felt no sense of belonging within it. In the tangible world, there were countless individuals and matters that weighed heavily upon his heart. Another option was to take his own life, though he pondered whether the resurrection coin would indeed allow him to return to the real world. A bitter smile crossed Fangcheng's face. What am I doing? Indulging in this spectacle? He returned to his surroundings, contemplating every conceivable course of action. Ultimately, in his boredom, he began to sift through the fragmented memories of Vic. Vic, 33 years of age, was a high-ranking light god servant of the Sanctuary of Light. In other words, he was a prodigy on par with Marquis Jerome. However, within the Sanctuary of Light, due to the disparities in cultivation systems compared to the floating islands, he was not an anomaly in history. He hailed from a prestigious lineage. His grandfather was a high-ranking light god servant, and his father had also achieved the same status. With such a privileged background and the aura of genius, he had ascended to the pinnacle among his peers at a young age. His first love, Evelyn, was equally a prodigy. Regrettably, their paths diverged, as Evelyn chose to wed a light general over 2 centuries her senior at the age of marriage, a figure among the 3 soul-bound titans of the sanctuary. Vic faced his first setback in life. He had believed himself to hold a winning hand, only to be effortlessly outmaneuvered and utterly defeated. Subsequently, Vic married and had children, leading a life that seemed scripted, filled with stability, wealth, and luxury, yet the tinge of resentment lingered in his heart. The divine power cultivated within the Sanctuary of Light was essentially a form of elemental energy. This energy was derived from the sacrifices of countless believers, transforming the essence of the heavens and earth into elemental force to strengthen oneself. For over 8 centuries, the number of believers in the Sanctuary of Light had remained limited, and the power of faith had never managed to yield enough strength to cultivate a 4th light general. Whenever an elder light general passed away, the selection of a successor was typically determined by the other 2 light generals. Such was fate. As a senior figure within the sanctuary, Vic was acutely aware that this coveted position was coveted by many, and he had no claim to it. Although he came from an illustrious background, there were others of even greater pedigree. Moreover, it was often the case that the chosen light general was not selected based on lineage. Suddenly, a spark of hope ignited in Fangcheng's eyes. Through fragments of Vic's memories, it has come to light that the Sanctuary of Light possesses a treasure known as the Crystal of Faith, a relic with but one singular purpose: to manifest one's desires into reality. No matter how formidable the dilemma, solutions shall be unveiled through its power. However, this treasure is held firmly in the grasp of the High Priestess of the Sanctuary, a figure of authority whose influence surpasses that of the light deities. Despite their equal prowess, from the inception of the first High Priestess, who established the Sanctuary, to the current 4th, all have been women. The other 2 soul-level masters serving the Sanctuary are also light deities, obedient to the High Priestess. With the Crystal of Faith in my possession, I shall discover the means to restore my body. With a deep breath, Fangcheng formulated his plan. He removed a storage watch from his original form, extracting a mobile dwelling card, placing his original self into the bedroom, and subsequently sealing its essence with divine power to ensure the vitality of its cells. He then grasped Vic's golden scepter, enveloped in a soft golden aura of divine energy, and ascended into the sky with a thunderous surge. In the distance, a golden swift soared towards him, and Fangcheng alighted upon its back, hastening towards the Sanctuary of Light. The sanctuary venerates the sun, which embodies the divine. At a distance of thousands of kilometers from the floating island, a magnificent mountain stands proudly above the seabed plains. Encircled by sheer cliffs, its summit is flat, resembling a grand table, hence its name, Table Mountain. Atop this mountain, countless golden domed structures rise, dense and orderly, their wide and straight avenues resembling a bustling city. In the heart of this city lies an enormous domed temple, its apex towering hundreds of meters above the rest of the city, emanating a hemispherical light that envelopes the entire settlement. Over 800 years ago, a noble mother erected the first edifice here to protect her child, which gradually expanded to its current grandeur. As Fangcheng perched upon the swift, he gazed down at the Sanctuary of Light, overwhelmed by an indescribable awe. The island itself is sustained by a formation powered by the cores of exotic beasts, eternally suspended in the heavens, far removed from the threats of the beasts below. Meanwhile, the sanctuary is built upon a high mountain, flanked by sheer cliffs that thwart the majority of beastly assaults. A serpentine path winds its way along the cliffs, traversed by vehicles of ethereal energy. The Golden Swift deftly navigated through the barrier, soaring above the city. Rather than returning home, Feng Cheng made his way directly to the heart of the city, the Temple of Light. The temple's foundation is notably grander than that of ordinary edifices, boasting 999 steps leading upward, culminating in a magnificent structure adorned with exquisitely crafted doors, each etched with the emblem of the sun. Alighting from the Swift, Feng Cheng entered the temple with deliberate steps. The guardians of the temple, upon recognizing him, acknowledged his presence. Although the temple harbors countless chambers and secret rooms, the most significant area resides at its center, the Hall of Light. The front wall of the hall is adorned with a golden sun, radiating boundless brilliance. Flanking the hall are 4 immense female sculptures, representing the 4 high priestesses of the sanctuary's illustrious history. These sculptures tower majestically, and Feng Cheng, standing within the grand hall, finds himself dwarfed, his height not even reaching that of their toes. At this moment, beneath the mural directly opposite, a middle-aged man of refined demeanor sits cross-legged, enveloped in a radiant aura, exuding an extraordinary sanctity. A flicker of intrigue sparkles in Feng Cheng's eyes. This man is Ferdinand, the very one who wrested the title of Bright, Divine General from Vic. Having surpassed 2 centuries in age and over a century in his role as a Bright Divine General, Ferdinand stands as one of the guardians of the Sanctuary of Light. Upon noticing Feng Cheng's entrance, he is taken aback, exclaiming, "Vic, how did you achieve this breakthrough? The faith power of the Sanctuary of Light is finite. Unless a Bright Divine General vacates their position, the ascension of another is nearly impossible." Thus, Ferdinand's astonishment at Vic's newfound parity in strength is profound, though his years of cultivation and composure prevent any overt display of emotion. Feng Cheng responds calmly, "I encountered an opportunity in the wilderness and, by chance, achieved a breakthrough." Ferdinand remains silent, his expression inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Feng Cheng inquires, "Where is the high priestess?" "She has left the city. If you seek her, return in 3 days," Ferdinand replies with a measured tone. Chapter 90. The 1,000 Peaks. Within a manor located to the east of the Sanctuary of Light lies a modest temple. At the heart of the temple is a grand formation depicting the sun, which, through its allure and transformation, draws in a rich influx of elemental energy from the heavens and earth, rivaling that of the crystal baths of Marquis Jerome on the floating islands. This is the private temple of the Vic family. Among the sanctuary's population of over 1 million, more than 10,000 are followers of the Vic family. The faith power generated through their daily prayers intertwines in a specific manner with the temple's formation, thereby stirring the elemental energies of the world to converge here. Notably, the temple does not house a statue of the high priestess. Rather, the surrounding walls and the circular dome are adorned with murals depicting the battles fought by the ancestors of the Vic family against aberrant beasts and heretics. Both Vic's grandfather and father have perished in these conflicts. The grandfather fell to a formidable beast, while the father met his end at the hands of a certain marquis from the floating islands. As Feng Cheng steps into the center of the hall and gazes at the paintings, he cannot help but feel a sense of sorrow. This family lineage, seemingly cursed, has endured a succession of misfortunes. Fortunately, Vic has a young son of 8 years. He silently attunes himself to the elemental energies within the temple, furrowing his brow as he perceives the situation. The available energies suffice to support high-ranking Bright Divine servants, yet for a Bright Divine General, they are somewhat lacking. Should this scarcity persist, rather than advancing, his cultivation might regress under the parched conditions. Thus, the significance of the followers becomes evident. Given the current agricultural and industrial standards of the Sanctuary of Light, sustaining a population of over 1 million is already at its limit, especially in terms of industry, which consumes energy akin to that of the floating islands, namely, the cores of aberrant beasts. The Vic family operates a food processing plant, utilizing the resulting income to sustain their followers, thus allowing them to reach their current standing. Presently, the priority remains to await the high priestess's return and procure the faith crystals henceforth. Feng Cheng had not contemplated the long-term implications. He had now experienced the realm of the soul of destiny and yearned to return to his own body to expedite his cultivation, aspiring to reach this level himself. At the heart of the temple stood a magnificent golden greatsword, its blade measuring over 2 meters in length and more than a foot in width, exuding a chilling sharpness. Feng Cheng stepped forward to grasp the hilt and recalled a sword technique from the fragmented memories of Vic, known as the 1,000 Peaks of the Mountain. This technique was created by Vic's grandfather, capable of manifesting the realm of the 100 peaks at the pinnacle of the life source stage. However, due to the absence of a soul of destiny expert in the Vic family, the 1,000 peaks remained merely theoretical. This combat technique balanced offense and defense with boundless power. In his time, Vic's grandfather had even perished alongside a soul of destiny beast using this very technique. At that moment, Fangqing wielded the towering sword, the essence of the 1,000 peaks flowing through his mind. Shadows of swords emerged like towering mountains, flickering around him and suddenly filling every inch of the temple hall. Upon closer inspection, these sword shadows had already surpassed 100 in number. As twilight descended, dark clouds gathered over the tabletop mountain, and a gentle drizzle began to fall. In the estate, an elegant and graceful figure emerged, holding an umbrella and strolling toward the temple. Inside, Fangqing stood with the sword poised, silently absorbing the essence of the soul of destiny from the temple. Suddenly, the temple doors were gently pushed open, revealing a stunningly beautiful young woman who entered. She closed her umbrella and softly uttered, "Vic, it is time to return home." This dignified and lovely woman was none other than Vic's wife, Qiong. Fangqing nodded, striving to embody Vic's character while drawing upon his fragmented memories. He strode forward, took Qiong's hand, and together they navigated through the rain into a villa within the estate. The villa boasted 5 stories, each floor covering no less than 1,000 square meters, lavishly adorned and attended to by over 10 servants. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Fangqing glanced at their son, who was already asleep, before entering his own bedroom. The night passed in silence. The following morning, dressed in pajamas, Fangqing stood before the expansive glass windows of his bedroom, gazing out at the vast green lawns of the estate, where morning dew glistened upon the grass after the rain, enveloping the estate in tranquility. Behind him, Qiong remained peacefully asleep on their grand bed, her graceful form undulating beneath the light duvet, a faint blush adorning her serene and beautiful face, as if lost in dreams. He descended the stairs, where the servants had prepared a sumptuous breakfast in the dining room. After taking a couple of bites, the butler approached to inform him that a friend had come to visit and was currently waiting outside. Fangqing signaled for the guest to be invited in. Before long, a young and beautiful woman entered, accompanied by the butler. As Fangqing sifted through Vic's memories, he realized that this woman was not Vic's friend, but rather the wife of one of Vic's acquaintances. That acquaintance, named William, was also a noble, yet his talents did not match Vic's. As he remained a mid-tier servant of the light god, their families had established a bond of alliance long ago, supporting one another in times of need. As they grew up together, their bond transcended the ordinary. William's wife possessed an exquisite beauty, radiating a noble and sacred aura. Her background was equally remarkable. Her mentor was none other than the esteemed high priest of the Radiant Sanctuary, a figure of great renown. "Christina, what brings you here? Where's William?" Fangqing inquired with a smile. After politely bowing, Christina replied, "Mr. Vic, 3 days ago, William ventured out to hunt exotic beasts and encountered an attack from a high-tier creature, becoming trapped in the city of Mist number 17. Fortunately, he possesses a protective talisman from my teacher, so he is not in immediate danger, but he is unable to escape. I came to seek your assistance in rescuing him." "The city of Mist number 17? I believe the beasts there are lizardmen, correct? When did William inform you?" Fangqing asked. Christina responded, "He activated the divine mark last night to notify me that he was surrounded by a peculiar high-tier lizard man." Fangqing's thoughts stirred, given Vic's habitual mindset. He could not refuse such a request. Fortunately, the high priest would not return for a few days, allowing him to attend to this matter without disruption. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Let us share a meal before I head to the city of Mist number 17, he suggested with a gentle smile. Christina shook her head, her beautiful face etched with worry. "I have no appetite, but please take me along when you go to find William." Upon her utterance, Fangqing felt a pang of guilt, making it difficult for him to continue eating. As a student of the high priest, Christina was an intermediate radiant divine servant at the 6th level of life essence, her strength comparable to Persephone's. Unbeknownst to her, Vic had already transcended the life essence stage, becoming a radiant general. Her desire to join in this mission was likely driven by a genuine wish to assist in the rescue. Fangqing readily agreed. With Christina accompanying him, he would not need to waste time searching for William in the City of Mist. Exiting the villa, Fangqing summoned the Golden Swift, and they both mounted its back. The magnificent creature soared into the sky, propelling them toward the distant horizon. Chapter 91. The evil eye. The air was fresh and humid after the rain. Standing side by side on the back of the Golden Swift, Fangqing and Christina were enveloped by a subtle, elegant fragrance. In truth, Vic and Christina had met but a few times and could hardly be considered familiar. Christina sought Vic's help, likely drawn by his connection to William and the legendary speed of the Golden Swift. As the Swift flew at great heights, the fierce winds tousled Christina's flowing robe, accentuating her nearly flawless figure. Fong Qing, holding the golden scepter, remained silent, as there was little to discuss with the wife of his friend. The city of Mist No. 17 was the 7th Mist City discovered by the first High Priest of the Radiant Sanctuary. Conversely, the Mist City where Fong Qing first entered this virtual realm was No. 219, representing the 19th Mist City discovered during the tenure of the second High Priest. Most of these Mist Cities were located near coastal lines. The further inland one ventured, the more numerous and formidable the exotic beasts became. In contrast, the beasts of the deep sea were relatively scarce, only surfacing during beast surges, with large-scale encounters being a rare occurrence. The terrestrial realm is markedly different. It is a veritable paradise for extraordinary beasts. The Misty City 17 has been developed for over 7 centuries, and the creatures within have been thoroughly researched, rendering the likelihood of any issues nearly non-existent. If a problem were to arise, it would perhaps be the peculiarities William had mentioned. After a brief interlude, the golden swift soared above a vast metropolis adorned with towering skyscrapers. A gray mist enveloped the city, and amidst the edifices, the roars of the creatures echoed ominously. This city has lain abandoned for over a millennium, perhaps even longer, with ruins scattered throughout, and the dilapidation of its buildings surpassing that of Misty City 219. The golden swift deftly navigated between the structures, while Christina continuously sensed her husband's divine mark, guiding their direction. Before long, the golden swift hovered above a park, where an overwhelming multitude of creatures surged towards a central golden spherical barrier. These creatures were all bipedal lizard-like beings, each dragging a long, thick tail and covered in glimmering golden scales. Strangely, between the scales of these lizardfolk were numerous sinister gray eyes, intermittently fluttering open and closed, seemingly gazing at the two observers above. Such phenomena were absent from the records of the Sanctuary of Light. "There he is," Christina exclaimed, pointing towards the central barrier where William was situated. Without hesitation, she prepared to leap from the swift to rescue her husband. However, Fong Qing gently pulled her back and, brandishing his golden staff, summoned translucent fireballs that materialized in the air. These fireballs radiated an astonishing heat, swirling incessantly with a palpable explosive energy. Upon witnessing these formidable orbs, Christina froze. She had only seen such power demonstrated by her mentor. A myriad of questions flooded her mind as she cast a bewildered glance at Fong Qing. Yet she understood that this was not the moment for inquiries. In no time, hundreds of identical fireballs filled the sky, their scorching heat unabated, causing the creatures to become agitated as they sensed the impending threat of death. With a subtle motion of his golden staff, Fong Qing commanded the fireballs to descend. Boom, boom, boom. A conflagration erupted as hundreds of flames shot upwards, incinerating the creatures before they could even struggle, leaving nothing but ashes in their wake. The entire park was enveloped in a translucent glow of fire, and the creatures scarcely had time to howl in agony before being utterly purified. Throughout this ordeal, Fong Qing did not encounter the so-called high-level beast. All that lay beneath were creatures of middle to low rank, lacking the strength of the 7th realm of life. After a considerable time, the flames subsided, leaving the park blanketed in a thick layer of black ash. The two descended to the ground and approached the golden barrier. Enveloped in its luminous aura, the interior remained obscured. Christina called out several times but received no response from William. Her expression shifted with concern as she glanced at Fong Qing anxiously. Then, with her hands, she performed a divine seal and pointed at the golden barrier. Instantly, the barrier dissipated like a soap bubble. However, the scene within the barrier left both Fong Qing and Christina utterly astounded. Before them stood a grotesque creature, neither fully human nor entirely beastly, voraciously devouring a lizard man. The monster's tattered garments hung loosely upon its form, while its skin was adorned with a multitude of gray eyeballs, varying in size, bulging and pulsating irregularly, evoking a sense of dread. Suddenly, sensing the dissolution of the barrier, the creature whipped its head around, its maw smeared with the blood and flesh of the lizard man. "William!" Christina gasped, covering her mouth in horror. Fong Qing furrowed his brow. This William radiated a formidable aura, a fluctuation of power at the 9th level of life essence, albeit erratic and unstable. As he observed the myriad gray eyes dotting William's body, an unsettling desire stirred within Fong Qing, a sinister urge creeping into his thoughts. "Beware! Do not gaze into his eyes," he admonished himself, snapping back to reality. Christina appeared dazed, her expression a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow, teetering on the brink of chaos. With a swift motion of his golden staff, Fong Qing conjured a radiant cage that enveloped William, divine energy swirling around to shield him. Christina regained her composure, clarity returning to her gaze. "William," she murmured. But Fong Qing shook his head. "I cannot discern the nature of this situation. We should return him to the Sanctuary of Light and await the High Priest's arrival." Christina nodded, though her fair visage was etched with deeper concern. An instinctual dread whispered to her that William might never return to them. Fengchen paused, raising his golden staff, and from the black ashes on the ground, crystalline cores began to rise, hundreds of them, a breathtaking sight. Most of these cores shimmered in pale yellow and bright yellow, with only a few gleaming in rich gold, yet they represented a considerable fortune. After returning from the misted city, Fengchen had isolated himself, patiently waiting for the right moment. 2 days later, he sensed a powerful, unmasked surge of life essence sweeping through the skies, descending directly upon the central temple of the city. Filled with anticipation, he hastened to the temple, only to find that Christina had arrived before him. Inside the grand hall of the temple, an elderly woman clad in a resplendent pale golden robe held a golden staff. Standing like an indomitable mountain, radiating an aura akin to a blazing sun, evoking feelings of humility and insignificance. She gazed solemnly at William, imprisoned by divine magic. He has been tainted by the evil eye, Christina. Young William is beyond saving. Our only recourse is to bestow upon him purification.